From the History of an Infantile Neurosis, the Wolfman. Preliminary remarks. The case of illness that I shall document in the following pages once again only in fragmentary form, has a number of distinguishing peculiarities which demand some special comment before I embark on my account. The case concerns a young man who suffered a physical collapse in his 18th year following a gonorrheal infection, when, several years later, he came to me for psychoanalytic treatment. He was completely dependent and incapable of autonomous existence. He had lived more or less normally during the decade of his youth which preceded the illness and had completed his secondary school studies without undue disruption. His earlier years, however, had been dominated by a serious neurotic disorder which began shortly before his 4th birthday as anxiety hysteria, animal phobia, and then turned into an obsessive-compulsive neurosis, zwangsneurose, religious in content, the ramifications of which persisted into his 10th year. I shall document only this infantile neurosis. Despite a direct demand to this effect on the part of my patient, I have declined to write a complete history of his illness, treatment, and recovery because I regard the exercise as technically impracticable and socially unacceptable. This deprives me of the possibility of demonstrating the connection between his childhood illness and the later, definitive episode. Of the latter I can say only that it caused our patient to spend long periods of time in German sanatoria where his case was classified by the highest authorities as manic-depressive psychosis. This was an accurate diagnosis of the patient's father, whose life, rich in interests and activities, had regularly been disrupted by severe attacks of depression. As far as the son is concerned, however, I have been unable to observe, in the course of several years, any mood swings that go beyond what is consonant with the obvious psychic situation in terms of intensity and conditions of appearance. I have formed the impression that this case, like many others on which clinical psychiatry imposes a variety of changing diagnoses, is to be understood as a residual condition resulting from a case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis which has spontaneously run its course but where recovery has been incomplete. My account will thus deal with an infantile neurosis analyzed not during the course of the illness but 15 years after it had come to an end. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages in comparison with the other. Analysis of the neurotic child himself will appear fundamentally more reliable but is unlikely to contain much by way of content. We have to put too many words and thoughts into the child's mouth and may perhaps find nevertheless that the deepest strata cannot be penetrated by consciousness. Analysis of a childhood illness via the medium of adult memory, where the individual is now intellectually mature, is free of such limitations, but we must take into account the distortion and adjustment that takes place when, at a later date, we look back at our own past. The former situation brings more convincing results, perhaps, but the latter is by far the more instructive. In any case, it is fair to say that the analysis of childhood neuroses can lay claim to a particularly high degree of theoretical interest. Such analyses do about the same for the proper understanding of adult neurosis as children's dreams do for the dreams of adults. Not that they can be seen through more easily or are composed of fewer elements, the difficulty of empathizing with the inner life Seelenleben of the child in fact makes such dreams particularly hard work for the physician. However, they dispense with so many of the subsequent layers that the essential elements of the neurosis emerge with unmistakable clarity. It is well known that resistance to the results of psychoanalysis has taken a new form in the present phase of the battle over psychoanalysis. Previously it was enough to challenge the reality of the facts asserted by analysis, and to this end the best technique appeared to be to avoid any kind of verification. Apparently, this procedure is gradually being exhausted and opposition now takes a different route, acknowledging the facts but disposing of the resulting conclusions by means of reinterpretation so that it is possible, after all, to fend off such offensive conclusions. The study of childhood neurosis shows that these attempts at reinterpretation, which are either shallow or forced, are entirely inadequate. It demonstrates that the libidinal drives which my opponents would so like to deny are of paramount importance in the formation of neurosis, while revealing the absence of any pursuit of distant cultural goals, about which the child knows nothing and which can therefore have no meaning for him. Another feature that commends the analysis described here to the reader's attention relates to the severity of the illness and the length of treatment required. Those analyses that lead quickly to a favorable outcome are valuable for the therapist's self-confidence and demonstrate the medical significance of psychoanalysis, but they remain of scant importance in promoting our scientific understanding. We learn nothing new from them. They lead so quickly to success only because we already knew everything that was necessary to deal with them. We can only learn something new from analyses that present us with particular difficulties, which can only be surmounted after some considerable time. In these cases alone do we succeed in descending to the deepest and most primitive strata of inner development in order to retrieve solutions to problems which are posed by the forms assumed subsequently by that very development. Strictly speaking, we might then say that only an analysis that has penetrated thus far is worthy of the name. Of course, a single case cannot enlighten us with regard to everything we should like to know. Or, more precisely, it could tell us everything if we were only in a position to comprehend it all, and if the unpracticed nature of our own perceptions did not oblige us to be content with just a little. The case of illness that I shall describe in the following pages left nothing to be desired in terms of productive difficulties of this kind. The first years of treatment produced very little change. A fortunate constellation decreed that external circumstances made it possible, nevertheless, to continue with the therapeutic attempt. I can easily imagine that in less favorable circumstances the treatment would have been abandoned after a certain period of time. I can only say in favor of the physician's standpoint that he must be as timeless in his approach as the unconscious itself if he wants to learn or achieve anything. In the end, this can only happen if he is prepared to renounce any short-sighted therapeutic ambitions. There are few other cases in which one can expect the degree of patience, submissiveness, insight, and trust that were required on the part of this patient and those closest to him. The analyst can tell himself, however, that the results achieved in one case by such lengthy endeavors will now help significantly to reduce the treatment time in another, equally severe case, and that in this way the timeless nature of the unconscious can progressively be overcome, once one has yielded to it on the first occasion. The patient I am concerned with here maintained an unassailable position for a long time, entrenched behind an attitude of submissive indifference. He listened and understood but would allow nothing to come anywhere near him. One could not fault his intelligence, but it was as if it had been cut off by those involuntary Triebhaft forces that determined his behavior in the few human relationships left to him. He had to be educated for a long time before he could be persuaded to take an independent interest in our work, and when, as a result of his efforts, the first moments of release occurred, he suspended the work immediately to prevent any further possibility of change and to maintain the comfortableness of the former situation. His timidity at the prospect of an independent existence was so great that it outweighed all the hardships of being ill. There was only one way of overcoming it. I had to wait until his attachment to me had grown strong enough to counterbalance it, and then I played off the one factor against the other. I decided, not without allowing myself to be guided by reliable signs that the timing was right, that the treatment would have to end by a certain date, no matter what progress had been made. I was determined to keep to this deadline. In the end my patient recognized that I was serious. Under the inexorable pressure of the deadline that I had set, his resistance, his fixed determination fixierung to remain ill gave way, after which the analysis delivered up all the material which made it possible, within a disproportionately short length of time, to dissolve his inhibitions and eliminate his symptoms. It is from this last period of therapeutic work, during which the patient's resistance had at times completely disappeared and he gave an impression of the kind of lucidity normally only to be attained through hypnosis, that I derived all the explanations which enabled me to understand his infantile neurosis. In this way the course of the treatment illustrated the dictum, long held to be true by the analytic technique, that the length of the road that the analysis must travel with the patient and the wealth of material that must be mastered on that road are as nothing compared to the resistance encountered during the work, and are only worthy of consideration in that they are necessarily proportional to that resistance. It is the same process as when a hostile army takes weeks and months to cross a stretch of land that an express train could cover in a few hours in peacetime, and that one's own army had crossed in a matter of days a short time before. A third peculiarity of the analysis in question only compounded the difficulty of deciding whether to write about it. On the whole, the results are satisfactorily congruent with what we already knew, or else a clear connection can be established. However, many details appear so curious and incredible, even to me, that I hesitate to ask others to give them credence. I exhorted my patient to subject his memories to the most rigorous criticism, but he found nothing improbable in what he had said and maintained that he was telling the truth. My readers can at least be sure that I am merely reporting something that arose as an independent experience and was not influenced in any way by my expectations. I could not do otherwise than recall those wise words that tell us there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Anyone capable of screening out his acquired convictions even more thoroughly than I could no doubt discover still more of such matters. 2. Survey of the patient's milieu and medical history. I can write neither a purely historical nor a purely pragmatic history of my patient. I can provide neither a treatment history nor a case history, but shall find myself obliged to combine the two approaches. It is well known that no way has yet been found to embed the convictions that are gained through analysis within any account of the analysis itself. Certainly nothing would be gained by providing exhaustive minutes of what took place during analytic sessions. Moreover, the techniques of the treatment preclude the production of any such minutes. An analysis of this kind is not published, then, to command the conviction of those who have hitherto shown themselves to be dismissive and incredulous. We expect to offer something new only to those researchers whose experiences with patients have already sown the seeds of conviction. I shall begin by describing the child's world and relating those aspects of his childhood story that I learned without any particular effort. Essentially nothing was added to this material over several years, and it remained just as opaque during the whole of this time. His parents married young. It was a happy marriage, but the first shadows were soon to be cast by illness on both sides, his mother suffering from gynecological complaints, his father from attacks of moroseness which resulted in his absence from the family home. Only much later did our patient develop some understanding of his father's illness, of course, but his mother's ill health was known to him from his earliest years. For this reason she had relatively little to do with her children. One day, certainly before the age of 4, holding his mother's hand, he listens to his mother complaining to the doctor whom she is accompanying on his way, and commits her words to memory, later using them of himself. He is not the only child, but has a sister some 2 years older, lively, gifted, and impetuously naughty, who is to play an important role in his life. He is cared for by an old children's nurse as far back as he can remember, working class, uneducated and untiringly affectionate towards him. For her he is a substitute for her own son, who died young. The family lives on a country estate which in the summer they exchange for another country estate. Neither is far from the city. It marks a turning point in his childhood when his parents sell the estates and move to the city. Close relatives often come to stay on one or other estate for long periods of time, his father's brothers, his mother's sisters and their children, his maternal grandparents. In the summer, his parents used to go away for several weeks. In a cover memory Decoraneroon he sees himself standing with his nurse, watching his father, mother, and sister being driven away in a carriage, and then going calmly back into the house. He must have been very small at the time. 1 The next summer his sister was left at home and an English governess appointed, whose responsibility it was to supervise the children. In later years he was told a great many things about his childhood. Too much of it he knew himself but without being able to make connections, of course, in terms of chronology or content. One story handed down in this way, which had been repeated in his presence on countless occasions because of his later illness, introduces the problem to whose solution we shall devote our attention. He is said to have been a very gentle, obedient, and rather quiet child at first, so that people used to say he should have been the girl and his sister the boy. But once when his parents came back from their summer holiday they found him transformed. He had become discontented and irritable, was constantly flying into a passion, and would take offense at the slightest thing, raging and yelling like a savage, so that when this condition persisted, his parents expressed concern that it would not be possible to send him to school later on. It was the summer when the English governess was there. She had turned out to be a silly, cantankerous woman, and, incidentally, a slave to drink. His mother was thus inclined to see a connection between the boy's changed character and the English woman's influence, and assumed that he had been provoked by her treatment of him. His grandmother, a shrewd woman who had also spent the summer with the children, was of the opinion that the boy's touchiness was the result of constant quarreling between the English governess and the children's nurse. The governess had repeatedly called the nurse a witch and obliged her to leave the room. The little boy had openly taken the part of his beloved Nanja and made clear his hatred of the governess. Whatever the case, the English woman was sent away soon after the parents' return, without the child's disagreeable behavior changing one whit. The patient has retained his own memories of this difficult time. 3 He thinks he made the first scenes when he did not receive 2 lots of presents at Christmas time, as he had a right to expect, Christmas Day being also his birthday. His beloved Nanja was not exempt from his demands or his touchiness, indeed she was perhaps the most relentlessly tormented of all. But this phase of character change is indissolubly linked in his memory to many other strange and morbid phenomena, which he is unable to bring into any kind of chronological order. He bundles together everything I shall be describing here, things that cannot possibly have occurred at the same time and that are full of internal contradictions, attributing them all to one and the same period of time, which he calls when we were still living on the first estate. They left this estate, he thinks, when he was 5 years old. He is thus able to tell me that he suffered from an anxiety that his sister exploited in order to torment him. There was a particular picture book, which showed a picture of a wolf standing on its hind legs and stepping out. Whenever he set eyes on this picture he would start to scream furiously, fearing that the wolf would come and gobble him up. His sister, however, always managed to arrange matters so that he would have to see this picture and took great delight in his terror. At the same time he was also afraid of other animals, both large and small. On one occasion he was chasing after a lovely big butterfly with yellow striped wings that had pointed tips, trying to catch it. Probably a swallowtail. Suddenly he was seized by a dreadful fear of the creature and gave up his pursuit, screaming. He also experienced fear and disgust at the sight of beetles and caterpillars. And yet he was able to recall that at the same period he had tortured beetles and cut up caterpillars. Horses also gave him an uncanny feeling. He would scream if a horse was beaten and once had to leave a circus for this reason. On other occasions he enjoyed beating horses himself. Whether these two conflicting attitudes to animals really held sway simultaneously, or whether one had not in fact supplanted the other, though if that were the case, in what order and when, his memory would not allow him to decide. He was also unable to say whether the difficult period was replaced by a period of illness or whether it had persisted throughout. In any case, in the light of what he went on to say, one was justified in making the assumption that in those childhood years he had gone through what could clearly be recognized as an episode of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. He told me that for a long period of time he had been very pious. He had had to pray at great length and cross himself endlessly before he could go to sleep at night. Every evening he would do the rounds of the holy pictures hanging in his room, using a chair to stand on, and bestow a reverent kiss on each one. It was somewhat out of keeping, then, or actually perhaps entirely in keeping, with this pious ritual that he recalled blasphemous thoughts coming into his mind, as if planted there by the devil. He was obliged to think, God, swine or God, crud. Once, journeying to a German spa, he was tortured by a compulsion to think of the Holy Trinity when he saw 3 piles of horse dung or other excrement lying on the road. At this time he used also to adhere to a peculiar ritual if he saw people who inspired pity in him, beggars, cripples, old men. He had to breathe out noisily in order not to become like one of them, and under certain conditions also had to inhale deeply. I was naturally inclined to assume that these clear symptoms of obsessive-compulsive neurosis belonged to a somewhat later period of time and a later stage of development than the signs of anxiety and the cruel behavior towards animals. Our patient's more mature years were characterized by a very unpromising relationship with his father, who after repeated depressive episodes could now no longer conceal the morbid aspects of his character. In the early years of his childhood it had been a most affectionate relationship, and this was how his son remembered him. His father was very fond of him and enjoyed playing with him. Even as a little boy he was proud of his father and would only ever say that he wanted to grow up to be a gentleman just like him. His Nanja had told him that his sister was his mother's child, but he was his father's, and this pleased him greatly. As his childhood came to an end he became estranged from his father. His father undoubtedly preferred his sister and he was very hurt by this. Later, fear of his father became the dominant emotion. When he was getting on for 8, all the symptoms the patient ascribed to the phase of existence which had begun with the difficult period disappeared. They did not disappear all at once but returned a few more times, finally ceding, in the patient's opinion, to the influence of the teachers and tutors who replaced his female carers. Put very briefly, then, the enigmas which yielded up their solutions in the course of the analysis are as follows: where did the boy's sudden change of character come from? What was the meaning of his phobia and his perversions? How did he acquire his compulsive zwangs-piety, and what was the connection between all these phenomena? Let me remind the reader once again that our therapeutic work was directed towards a later neurotic episode of recent occurrence and that information about those earlier problems could only emerge if the course of the analysis led us away from the present for a while, obliging us to take a detour through the prehistory of the patient's childhood. 3. Seduction and its immediate consequences. Understandably my suspicions fell first on the English governess, whose presence in the house had coincided with the change in the boy. He had retained 2 cover memories relating to her, which in themselves were incomprehensible. Once, as she was walking ahead of them, she said to the children following behind, "Look at my little tail." On another occasion her hat blew away when they were out on a trip, to the great satisfaction of brother and sister. These pointed towards the castration complex and might allow us to reconstruct, say, a threat made by her against the boy, contributing significantly to the development of abnormal behavior. It is not in the least dangerous to put such reconstructions construction into the analyse, and they do no harm to the analysis if they are erroneous, and in any case one does not give voice to them if there is not some prospect of coming closer to the truth in the process. The immediate effect of putting forward these ideas was the appearance of dreams that it was not possible to interpret completely but which always seemed to play around with the same content. The subject of the dreams, as far as one could tell, was aggressive action on the boy's part towards his sister or the governess, which resulted in energetic rebuke and punishment. As if he had tried, after a bath, to expose his sister's nakedness, to tear off layers of clothing, or her veil, and the like. It was not possible, however, to arrive by means of interpretation at any definite content, and, once we had formed the impression that the same material was being processed in these dreams in ever-changing ways, it was clear how we were to understand what were apparently involuntary memories, reminiscences. It could only be a question of fantasies that the dreamer had once entertained about his childhood, probably during puberty, and which had now emerged again in a form so difficult to recognize. We learned what they meant in one fell swoop when the patient suddenly recalled the fact that his sister had seduced him when he was still very little, when they were living on the first estate, into sexual pursuits. First came the memory that on the lavatory, which the children often used together, she had issued the invitation, "Shall we show each other our bottoms?" and had then suited the action to the word. Later we arrived at the more essential elements of the seduction and all the accompanying details of time and locality. It was in the spring, at a time when the father was away from home. The children were playing on the floor in one room while their mother was working in the next room. His sister had reached for his penis and played with it, saying incomprehensible things about Nanja all the while, as if by way of explanation. She said that Nanja did this all the time with everyone, the gardener, for example, she would turn him upside down and then take hold of his genitals. This made it possible to understand the fantasies we had guessed at earlier. They were intended to erase the memory of an event which later offended the patient's sense of masculine pride, achieving this goal by replacing historical truth with its wished-for opposite. According to these fantasies, he had not taken the passive role towards his sister, but on the contrary had been aggressive, had wanted to see his sister without her clothes on, had been rejected and punished, and had thus fallen into the rage recounted so insistently by domestic tradition. It was also expedient to weave the governess into the story, since his mother and his grandmother attributed most of the blame to her, after all, for his bouts of rage. His fantasies thus corresponded exactly to the creation of sagas, by means of which a nation which later becomes great and proud seeks to conceal the insignificance and misadventure of its origins. In reality, the governess could have played only the most remote part in the seduction and its consequences. The scenes with his sister took place in the spring of that same year in which the English governess arrived to take the parents' place during the midsummer months. The boy's hostility to the governess in fact came about in a different way. By calumniating the children's nurse and saying she was a witch, the governess was following in his sister's footsteps, since it was she who had first told him those dreadful things about their nurse, and this gave him the opportunity to express the repugnance that, as we shall learn, he had come to feel for his sister after she had seduced him. That his sister had seduced him was certainly no fantasy, however. Its credibility was strengthened by a piece of information he received in later, more mature years and had never forgotten. In a conversation about his sister, a cousin, more than a decade older, had told him that he could remember very well what a forward, sensual little thing she had been. As a child of 4 or 5 she had once sat down on his lap and unfastened his trousers to take hold of his penis. I shall interrupt the story of my patient's childhood for a moment in order to speak of this sister, her development, her subsequent fate and the influence she had over him. She was 2 years older and always ahead of him. Boisterous and tomboyish as a child, she underwent a dazzling intellectual development distinguished by an acute and realistic understanding. She favored the natural sciences as an avenue of study, yet at the same time produced poems of which their father had a very high opinion. She was intellectually far superior to her numerous early suitors and used to make fun of them. In her early 20s, however, she grew morose, complained that she was not pretty enough and withdrew from all social contact. Sent away on a tour in the company of an older lady, a friend of the family, she told the most improbable stories on her return of how her companion had ill-treated her, yet her inward attention remained obviously fixed on the woman who had allegedly tormented her. On a second journey, which took place soon afterwards, she poisoned herself and died a long way from home. Her state of mind probably corresponded to the onset of dementia praecox. Her case was among those testifying to a considerable inherited tendency to neuropathic affliction in the family, but it was by no means the only one. An uncle on the father's side, who lived for many years as an eccentric, died with every indication of having suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Among the more distant relatives a considerable number have been and are afflicted by more minor nervous disorders. In childhood our patient saw his sister, leaving aside for a moment the matter of the seduction, as an uncomfortable rival for their parents' approval and found the superiority that she so ruthlessly demonstrated highly oppressive. He particularly envied her the respect that their father demonstrated for her mental capabilities and her intellectual achievements, while he, inhibited intellectually since the episode of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, had to accept being held in lesser regard. From the age of 13 onwards his relationship with his sister began to improve. Similar intellectual aptitudes and shared opposition to their parents brought them so close that they were on the best and friendliest of terms. In the turbulent sexual agitation of puberty he ventured to approach her with a view to physical intimacy. When she rejected him with as much determination as skill, he immediately turned from her to a young peasant girl, a servant in the house who bore the same name as his sister. In doing so he took a decisive step as far as his choice of heterosexual object was concerned, for all the girls he later fell in love with, often with the clearest signs of compulsion, were also servant girls, whose education and intelligence necessarily lagged far behind his own. We cannot deny that if all these objects of his love were substitutes for the sister who had refused him, then a tendency to demean his sister, to neutralize the intellectual superiority which had once so oppressed him, played a crucial part in his choice of object. Alfred Adler subordinates everything, including the individual's sexual attitudes, to motives of this kind, arising from the will to power and the drive to assert oneself Behauptungstrieb. Without for a moment wishing to deny the validity of such motives of power and prerogative, I have never been convinced that they are able to support the dominant, exclusive role he attributes to them. If I had not seen the analysis of my patient through to the end, my observation of this case would have obliged me to modify my prejudice in the direction of Adler's theories. The concluding stages of the analysis provided unexpected new material, however, from which it became evident that these power motives, in this case, the tendency to demean, had only governed the patient's choice of object in the sense that they had contributed to it, rationalized it, while the real, more profoundly determining element allowed me to hold fast to my earlier convictions. 1. When news of his sister's death reached him, our patient told me that he felt barely a trace of pain. He forced himself into an outward show of mourning and was able coolly to rejoice in the fact that he was now the sole heir to the family fortunes. He had already been suffering from his more recent illness for some years when this occurred. I must admit, however, that this one statement made me hesitate in my diagnostic judgment of the case for some considerable time. True, it was to be supposed that his pain at the loss of the most beloved member of his family would be inhibited in its expression by continued jealousy towards her and the intrusion of his now unconsciously felt incestuous love, but I needed to find some kind of substitute for the outburst of pain that had failed to take place. I eventually found one in another expression of strong feeling, which had remained incomprehensible to him. A few months after his sister's death he had himself made a journey to the region where she had died. There he sought out the grave of a great poet whom at that time he idealized, and shed hot tears over the grave. He himself was perplexed by his reaction, for he knew that more than 2 generations had passed since the death of the poet he so admired. He understood what had happened only when he remembered that their father used to compare his dead sister's poems to those of the great poet. An error in his narrative had given me another indication as to the true meaning of this homage apparently paid to the poet, which I was able to draw his attention to at this point. He had repeatedly told me earlier that his sister had shot herself and then been obliged to correct himself, since she had taken poison. The poet, however, had been shot, in a duel. I shall now take up the brother's story again, and for a while I must describe what actually took place. It turned out that at the time when his sister set about seducing him the boy was 3–4 years old. It happened, as I have said, in the spring of that same year in which his parents found him so radically changed on their return home in the autumn. It seems obvious, then, to assume that there was some connection between this transformation and the awakening of sexual activity that had taken place in the intervening period. How did the boy react to his older sister's enticements? The answer is that he rejected her, but he rejected the person, not the thing. His sister was not acceptable to him as a sexual object, probably because rivalry for their parents' love had already determined his relationship with her as a hostile one. He avoided her and her advances soon ceased. In her place, however, he sought to win for himself another, more beloved person, and the things his sister herself had said, invoking Nanja as her model, guided his choice towards Nanja. He thus began to play with his penis in front of Nanja, something that must be taken, as in so many other cases where children do not conceal masturbation, as an attempt at seduction. Nanja disappointed him, telling him with a serious expression that that was a naughty thing to do. Children who did that would get a wound there. We can trace the effect of this remark, which was to all intents and purposes a threat, in various directions. His attachment to Nanja became less strong. He could have been angry with her. Later, when the tantrums began, it became clear that she had indeed enraged him. Yet it was characteristic of him that initially he would stubbornly defend against anything new, whatever libido position he was having to give up. When the governess took the stage and insulted Nanja, driving her out of the room and trying to destroy her authority, he in fact exaggerated his love for the person under threat and behaved negatively and defiantly towards the attacking governess. Nevertheless, he began secretly to look for another sexual object. The seduction had given him the passive sexual objective of having his genitals touched. We shall learn in due course the person with whom he hoped to achieve this and the paths that led to his choice. It is entirely in accordance with our expectations to learn that his sexual inquiries began with his first experiences of genital arousal and that he soon came up against the problem of castration. At this time he had the opportunity to watch two girls urinate, his sister and her friend. He was bright enough to have been able to grasp the true state of affairs from this alone, but instead behaved in the same way as we know other male children to behave. He rejected the idea that he was seeing confirmation here of the wound with which Nanja had threatened him, and explained it to himself as the girl's front bottom. This decision did not mark the end of the subject of castration, however. He found new indications of it in everything he heard. Once, when sticks of barley sugar were handed out to the children, the governess, who was inclined to lurid fantasies, declared that they were chopped up pieces of snake. This caused him to remember that his father had once come upon a snake when out for a walk and had chopped it into pieces with his walking stick. He had been told the story, from Reineke Fuchs Reynard the Fox, where the wolf tried to catch fish in winter and used his tail as bait, whereupon his tail froze in the ice and broke off. He learned the different names used for horses depending on the intactness of their sex. He was thus preoccupied with the thought of castration without believing in it or being frightened by it. Other problems relating to sexuality were posed by the fairy tales with which he became acquainted at this time. In Little Red Riding Hood and the 7 Little Kids, children were pulled out of the body of the wolf. Was the wolf female, then, or could men also carry children in their bodies? At this time he had not yet decided on the answer to that question. He had no fear of wolves as yet, incidentally, at the time of these investigations. One remark made by our patient will clear the way to an understanding of the change in character that manifested itself during his parents' absence and that was distantly connected with his sister's seduction. He relates that soon after Nanja had rejected and threatened him, he gave up masturbation. The sexual life directed by the genital zone, which was beginning to stir, had succumbed to external inhibition, and this influence had flung it back into an earlier phase of pregenital organization. As a result of the suppression of masturbation, the boy's sexual life became anal sadistic in character. He became irritable and took pleasure in tormenting animals and people, using this to achieve satisfaction. The principal object of torment was his beloved Nanja, whom he knew how to torture until she burst into tears. In this way he took his revenge for the rejection he had received at her hands, and at the same time satisfied his sexual desires in a form corresponding to this regressive phase. He started to be cruel to tiny creatures, catching flies so that he could pull off their wings, stamping on beetles. In his imagination he also enjoyed beating large animals, horses. These were entirely active, sadistic pursuits. We shall hear something of his anal impulses during this period in another context. It is valuable to learn that fantasies of a quite different kind, contemporaneous with these, also surfaced in the patient's memory, the content of which was that boys were being punished and beaten in particular on the penis, and we can easily guess for whom these anonymous objects served as whipping boys by looking at other fantasies, which took the form of the heir apparent being locked in a narrow room and beaten. He himself was obviously the heir apparent. In his imagination his sadism was turned against himself, veering into masochism. The detail of the sexual organ itself taking its punishment allows us to conclude that a sense of guilt, directed at his masturbation, was already at work in this transformation. In analysis there could be no doubt that these passive aspirations Strabungen emerged at the same time as, or very soon after, the active, sadistic ones. Point 2. This is in keeping with an uncommonly distinct, intense, and persistent ambivalence on the part of the patient, expressing itself here for the first time in the symmetrical development of contradictory pairs of partial drives. This behavior was in future to remain as characteristic of him as the further trait that none of the libido positions which he achieved was ever in fact fully superseded by a later one. Each would exist alongside all the others, allowing him to vacillate unceasingly in a way that proved incompatible with the acquisition of a fixed character. The boy's masochistic tendencies bring us to another point, which I have not mentioned up until now because it can only be firmly established through analysis of the subsequent phase of development. I have already mentioned the fact that, after Nanja rejected him, he broke away from her and focused his libidinal expectations on a different sexual object. This person was his father, then absent from home. He was guided towards this choice, no doubt, by the coincidence of various factors, including chance ones such as his memory of the dismembered snake. Above all, however, he was renewing his first, original choice of object, which had been made, in accordance with the narcissism of the small child, by way of identification. We have already heard that his father had been a much admired example to him, and that when asked what he wanted to be he used to answer, "A gentleman like my father." The object of identification in his active current stromung now became the sexual object of a passive current in the anal sadistic phase. We gain the impression that his sister's seduction of him had forced him into a passive role and given him a passive sexual objective. Under the continuing influence of this experience, he followed a path from sister to Nanja to father, from the passive attitude towards a woman to the same towards a man, and yet in doing so he was able to connect up with an earlier, spontaneous stage of development. The father was once again his object, identification having been succeeded by object choice, as is appropriate at a higher stage of development. Transformation of an active attitude into a passive one was both outcome and sign of the seduction that had taken place in the intervening period. Taking an active attitude towards the excessively powerful figure of the father during the sadistic phase would of course have been much less feasible. On his father's return, in late summer or autumn, his tantrums and furious scenes were put to a different use. They had served an active, sadistic purpose towards Nanja. Now, towards his father, their purpose was masochistic. By parading his difficult behavior he wanted to compel his father to punish and beat him and in this way gain from him the masochistic sexual satisfaction he desired. His screaming fits were nothing other than attempts at seduction. In accordance with the motivation behind masochism, he would also have found satisfaction for his sense of guilt in being punished. One memory had stored up a recollection for him of how, during one such exhibition of difficult behavior, his screaming gets louder as soon as his father comes in, yet his father does not beat him but attempts to calm him down by throwing the cushions from the bed up in the air and catching them again. I do not know how many times, in the face of a child's inexplicable naughtiness, parents and mentors would have occasion to recall this typical connection. The child who is behaving so wildly makes a confession, intending to provoke punishment. In being punished, the child is seeking both the appeasement of its sense of guilt and the satisfaction of its masochistic sexual aspirations. We owe the further clarification of this case to a memory, which came to the patient with great certainty, that the symptoms of anxiety had only joined the other signs of character change once a certain incident had occurred. Before then there had been no anxiety. Immediately after this occurrence he found himself tormented by anxiety. We can state with certainty that the point at which this transformation took place was just before his 4th birthday. Thanks to this clue, the period of childhood with which we are particularly concerned can be divided into 2 phases, a first phase of difficult behavior and perversity which lasted from his seduction at the age of 3-14 until his 4th birthday, and a longer, subsequent phase dominated by the signs of neurosis. The incident that permits us to draw the dividing line was no external trauma, however, but a dream, from which he awoke beset with anxiety. For the dream and the primal scene. I have already published this dream elsewhere, one because of the fairy tale elements it contains, and so I shall begin by reproducing what I wrote at that time. I dreamed that it is night and I am lying in my bed. The foot of my bed was under the window, and outside the window there was a row of old walnut trees. I know that it was winter in my dream, and night time. Suddenly the window opens of its own accord, and terrified, I see that there are a number of white wolves sitting in the big walnut tree outside the window. There were 6 or 7 of them. The wolves were white all over and looked more like foxes or sheepdogs because they had big tails like foxes and their ears were pricked up like dogs watching something. Obviously fearful that the wolves were going to gobble me up, I screamed and woke up. My nurse hurried to my bedside to see what had happened. It was some time before I could be convinced that it had only been a dream, because the image of the window opening and the wolves sitting in the tree was so clear and lifelike. Eventually I calmed down, feeling as if I had been liberated from danger, and went back to sleep. The only action in the dream was the opening of the window, for the wolves were sitting quite still in the branches of the tree, to the right and left of the tree trunk, not moving at all, and looking right at me. It looked as if they had turned their full attention on me. I think that was my first anxiety dream. I was 3 or 4 at the time, certainly no more than 5. From then on until I was 10 or 11 I was always afraid of seeing something terrible in my dreams. He then drew a picture of the tree with the wolves sitting in it, too, which confirms the description he gave Fig 1. Analysis of the dream brought the following material to light. He always related this dream to the memory that in those childhood years he would express a quite monstrous anxiety at the picture of a wolf that was to be found in his book of fairy tales. His elder sister, highly superior, would tease him by showing him this very picture on some pretext or other, at which he would begin to scream in horror. In this picture the wolf was standing on his back paws, about to take a step forward, paws outstretched and ears pricked. He thought this picture was there as an illustration to the fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood. Why are the wolves white? That makes him think of the sheep which were kept in large flocks quite near the estate. His father sometimes took him to visit the flocks of sheep and he was always very proud and happy when this happened. Later on, inquiries suggest that it could easily have been shortly before this dream took place, an epidemic broke out among the sheep. His father sent for one of Pasteur's disciples, who inoculated the sheep, but after the inoculation they died in even greater numbers than before. How did the wolves get up in the tree? A story occurs to him that he had heard his grandfather tell. He cannot remember whether it was before or after the dream, but the content of the story strongly supports the first possibility. The story goes as follows: a tailor is sitting in his room working when the window opens and in leaps a wolf. The tailor hits out at him with his measuring stick. No, he corrects himself, he grabs him by the tail and pulls it off, so that the wolf runs away, terrified. Some time later the tailor goes into the woods and suddenly sees a pack of wolves coming towards him, and so he escapes from them by climbing up a tree. At first the wolves do not know what to do, but the maimed one, who is also there and wants his revenge on the tailor, suggests that one should climb on another's back until the last one can reach the tailor. He himself, a powerful old wolf, will form the base of this pyramid. The wolves do as he says, but the tailor recognizes the wolf who visited him, the one he punished, and he calls out suddenly, as he did before, "Grab the gray fellow by the tail." The wolf who has lost his tail remembers what happened, and runs away, terrified, while the others all tumble down in a heap. In this story we find the tree that the wolves are sitting on in the dream. There is also an unambiguous link with the castration complex, however. It is the old wolf who loses his tail to the tailor. The fox tails which the wolves have in the dream are no doubt compensation for the absence of a tail. Why are there 6 or 7 wolves? It seemed that we could not answer this question, until I expressed some doubt as to whether his anxiety image could in fact have referred to the tale of Little Red Riding Hood. That fairy tale gives rise to only 2 illustrations, the meeting of Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf in the forest, and the scene where the wolf is lying in bed wearing grandmother's nightcap. Another fairy tale must therefore be concealed behind his memory of that picture. He soon found that it could only be the story of the wolf and the 7 little kids. Here we find the number 7, and also the number 6, for the wolf gobbles up only 6 of the little kids while the 7th hides in the clock case. We also find white in this story, for the wolf has the baker whiten his paws after the little kids recognize him on his first visit by his grey paw. The two fairy tales have a great deal in common, incidentally. In both we find people being eaten up, the stomach being cut open, the people who have been eaten taken out again, heavy stones being put back in their place, and finally the big bad wolf being killed in both cases. In the story of the little kids we find the tree as well. After he has eaten his fill, the wolf lies down under a tree and snores. I shall have a particular reason to concern myself with this dream in another context, where I shall evaluate it and consider its possible meaning in greater depth. It is a first anxiety dream, remembered from childhood, the content of which gives rise to a very particular sort of interest in the context of other dreams which followed soon after, and certain incidents in the dreamer's childhood. Here we shall confine ourselves to the dream's relationship to two fairy tales which have a great deal in common, Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf and the Seven Little Kids. The impression left on the child dreamer by these fairy tales found expression in a veritable phobia about animals, distinguished from other similar cases only by the fact that the animal that gave rise to the anxiety was not a readily accessible object, such as a horse or a dog, but one familiar only from stories and picture books. I shall look at the explanation for these animal phobias and the significance that we should attribute to them on another occasion. Here, I shall anticipate myself only by remarking that this explanation is entirely in keeping with the main characteristic which the dreamer's neurosis reveals in later life. Fear of the father was the most powerful motive for his illness, and an ambivalent attitude towards any father substitute dominated his life, just as it dominated his behavior in the consulting room. If, in my patient's case, the wolf was merely the first father substitute, the question arises as to whether the secret content of the tale of the wolf who gobbled up the little kids or the tale of Red Riding Hood is anything other than infantile fear of the father. Point 2. My patient's father, incidentally, had a characteristic tendency to affectionate scolding, of the kind used by many people in dealing with their children, and the teasing threat "I'll gobble you up" may have been uttered more than once when the father, later so strict, used to cuddle and play with his little son. One of my patients told me that her two children were never able to feel really fond of their grandfather because he used to frighten them, in the course of his affectionate games, by telling them he would cut open their tummies. Leaving aside everything in this essay that anticipates how we might apply the dream, let us return to the immediate issue of how we should interpret it. I should point out that to arrive at an interpretation was an exercise that took several years. The patient told me about the dream very early on, and quickly embraced my conviction that it concealed the cause of his infantile neurosis. In the course of the treatment we often came back to the dream, but only arrived at a complete understanding of it during the last months of the therapy, thanks to spontaneous work on the part of my patient. He had always emphasized that two moments in the dream had made the most powerful impression on him: first, the utter calm of the wolves, their motionless stance, and, second, the tense attentiveness with which they all stared at him. The sense of reality as the dream came to an end, which persisted after he had woken up, also seemed noteworthy to him. Let us take up this last point. Experience of the interpretation of dreams tells us that there is a particular meaning to the sense of reality. It assures us that something in the latent material of the dream lays claim to reality in the dreamer's memory, and thus that the dream refers to an incident that actually took place and has not merely been fantasized. I am referring, of course, only to the reality of something unknown, the conviction, for example, that his grandfather really told him the story of the tailor and the wolf, or that the tale of Little Red Riding Hood or the Seven Little Kids had really been read to him, could never be replaced by that sense of reality which outlasts the dream. The dream appeared to point to an incident the reality of which is emphasized by its very contrast with the unreality of the fairy tales. If we were to assume the existence of an unknown scene of this kind, concealed behind the content of the dream, i.e. a scene which had already been forgotten at the time of the dream, it must have occurred at a very early age. The dreamer tells us after all that when I had the dream I was 3 or 4, certainly no more than 5. We might add, and the dream reminded me of something that must have taken place even earlier. Those aspects of the manifest dream content singled out by the dreamer, the moments of attentive watching and motionlessness, had to lead us to the content of that scene. We naturally expect this material to be distorted in some way, perhaps even to be distorted into its opposite, as it reproduces the unknown material of the scene. It was possible to draw a number of conclusions from the raw material provided by the first analysis, conclusions that could be fitted into the context we were seeking. Concealed behind the mention of sheep breeding, we could find evidence for his exploration of sexuality, interests that could be satisfied in the course of the visits he made together with his father, but there must also have been hints of a fear of death, since for the most part the sheep died in the epidemic. What stands out most in the dream, that is, the wolves in the tree, led directly to the grandfather's story, the most gripping aspect of which could hardly have been anything other than its connection with the topic of castration, the stimulus for the dream. The first, incomplete analysis of the dream had further led us to infer that the wolf was a father substitute, so that this first anxiety dream had brought to light the fear of his father, which was to dominate his life from then on. It is true that even this conclusion was not yet a definite one. However, if we assemble the elements that can be deduced from the material provided by the dreamer, the results of the preliminary analysis, we find the following fragments, which could be used as the basis of a reconstruction. An actual event, occurring at a very early age, watching, motionlessness, sexual problems, castration, the father, something terrible. One day our patient took up the interpretation of the dream once again. He thought that the part of the dream in which suddenly the window opens of its own accord is not entirely explained by its relation to the window at which the tailor is sitting and through which the wolf comes into the room. He thought it must mean, my eyes are suddenly opened. I am asleep then, and suddenly wake up, and then I see something, the tree with the wolves. There was nothing to object to here, but we could take it further. He had woken up, and had seen something. The attentive gaze, which in the dream he attributes to the wolves, is actually to be ascribed to him. At a decisive point a reversal verkaren had taken place, indicated, incidentally, by another reversal in the manifest content of the dream. For it is a reversal for the wolves to be sitting in the tree, whereas in the grandfather's story they are down below and are unable to climb up into the tree. Now, what if the other moment emphasized by the dreamer had also been distorted by reversal or inversion umkehren? Instead of absence of motion, the wolves sit there motionless, gazing at him but not moving, we should have violent movement. He woke up suddenly, then, and saw a scene of violent excitement which he watched with tense attentiveness. In the one case distortion consists in the exchange of subject and object, active and passive modes, being watched instead of watching, in the other case it consists in transformation into the opposite, calm instead of excitement. Further progress in understanding the dream was made on another occasion by the abruptly surfacing notion that the tree was the Christmas tree. And now he knew that he had dreamed the dream shortly before Christmas, in anticipation of Christmas itself. Since Christmas Day was also his birthday, it was now possible to establish a definite time for the dream and the transformation which it brought in its wake. It was shortly before his 4th birthday. He had fallen asleep in excited anticipation of the day that was to bring him 2 lots of presents. We know that, in circumstances like these, the child readily anticipates the satisfaction of his wishes in dreams. And so in the dream it was already Christmas, and the content of the dream showed him his presents, the gifts that were intended for him hanging on the tree. But instead of presents they had turned into wolves, and the dream ended with his fear that the wolf, probably his father, would gobble him up, so that he sought refuge with his nurse. Our knowledge of his sexual development before the dream took place makes it possible for us to fill in the gap in the dream and explain the way in which satisfaction was transformed into fear. Among the wishes that informed his dreams, the strongest one that stirred must have been for the sexual satisfaction he longed to receive from his father. The strength of that wish succeeded in refreshing the long-forgotten memory trace Erinnerungsspur of a scene that could show him what sexual satisfaction from his father looked like, and the result was fright, horror at the satisfaction of his wish, repression of the impulse represented by the wish, and therefore flight from the father towards the less dangerous figure of the nurse. The significance of this Christmas date had been preserved in the alleged memory that his first tantrum had occurred because he had not been satisfied by his Christmas presents. This memory draws together true and false elements. It could not hold true without some modification, since his parents had frequently repeated their assurance that his difficult behavior had already been apparent after their return in the autumn, and not just at Christmas. But the crucial aspect, the relationship between tantrums, Christmas, and a lack of sexual satisfaction, had been established in this memory. What was the image, however, conjured up by those sexual yearnings at work in the night, an image capable of scaring him away so powerfully from the fulfillment he desired? According to the material provided by the analysis, there was one condition it had to fulfill: it had to be of a kind which would convince him of the existence of castration. Castration anxiety then became the driving force behind the transformation of his feelings. We are now approaching the point at which I must abandon my attempt to draw on the actual course of the analysis. I fear that it will also be the point at which the reader will abandon his faith in what I have to say. What was activated that night out of the chaos of unconscious traces left by a memory imprint Eindruck was the image of coitus between the boy's parents in conditions which were not entirely usual and which lent themselves to observation. It gradually became possible to find satisfactory answers to all the questions that might be prompted by this scene, given that that first dream was reproduced endlessly in countless variations during the therapy, and on each occasion the analysis provided the wished-for explanations. In this way we were first able to establish the child's age when he observed his parents, some 18 months. 3 At the time he was suffering from malaria, and the attacks recurred at a certain time each day. 4 From the age of 9 onwards he was periodically subject to depressive moods, which would set in during the afternoon, reaching their lowest point at around 5 o'clock. This symptom was still present during the analytic treatment. The recurrent depression replaced the previous attacks of fever or lassitude. 5 o'clock was either the time when the fever reached its height or the time when he observed the coitus. Supposing that the two did not coincide. 5 He was probably in his parents' bedroom precisely because he was ill. This episode of illness, which is also directly corroborated by tradition, suggests that the incident took place in the summer, so that we can assume an age of n+112 for the boy born on Christmas Day. He had thus been asleep in his cot in his parents' room and woke up, possibly as a result of mounting fever, in the afternoon, perhaps at 5 o'clock, the hour that was later to be marked by depression. It would be in accordance with our assumption that it was a hot summer's day if his parents had retired for an afternoon siesta, only half-dressed. 6 On waking, he witnessed coitus a tergo from behind, repeated 3 times. 7 He could see his mother's genitals as well as his father's penis and understood what was happening as well as what it meant. 8 Eventually he disturbed his parents' intercourse in a way that will be discussed later. Fundamentally, there is nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that gives the impression that we are dealing here with the product of wild imaginings, in the fact of a young married couple, married only a few years, allowing a siesta on a hot summer's day to evolve into tender relations, ignoring as they did so the presence of the 18-month-old boy asleep in his cot. I would say rather that it is entirely banal, an everyday occurrence, and even the coital position that we must infer does not alter this judgment in any way. Particularly since there is nothing in the evidence to suggest that coitus took place each time from behind. A single occasion would have sufficed, after all, to allow the spectator the opportunity to make observations that would have been rendered more difficult, impossible even, if the lovers had assumed a different position. The content of the scene itself is thus no argument against its credibility. The suspicion of improbability will be raised on 3 other counts: that at the tender age of 18 months a child should be capable of perceiving such a complicated event and retaining it so accurately in the unconscious; second, that it is possible at the age of 4 to process the memory imprints received in this way, belatedly advancing to an understanding of what was seen; and, finally, that the child should succeed by whatever method in making conscious the details of such a scene, witnessed and understood in such circumstances, in a way that is both coherent and convincing. Point 9. Later I shall subject these and other misgivings to careful scrutiny. Let me assure the reader that I am no less critical than he in my acceptance of the child's observation, and would ask him to join me in resolving to believe provisionally in the reality of this scene. Let us first continue to study the way in which this primal scene is related to the patient's dream, his symptoms, and his life history. We shall then consider separately the effects proceeding from the essential content of the scene and from one of the visual imprints contained in it. By this last I mean the positions he saw his parents assume, the man upright and the woman bent over, rather like an animal. We have already heard how his sister used to scare him during his period of great anxiety by showing him the picture in his fairy tale book in which the wolf is depicted standing on his hind legs with one foot forward, paws outstretched and ears pricked. While in therapy with me he never tired of searching in antiquarian bookshops until he found his childhood picture book and recognized in one of the illustrations to the tale of the 7 little kids the image that had so terrified him. He thought that the position assumed by the wolf in this picture might have reminded him of the position taken by his father in the primal scene we had reconstructed. At any rate, this picture was the starting point for a further backwash of fear. On one occasion, at the age of 6 or 7, when he learned that he was to have a new teacher the next day, he dreamed the following night that this teacher was a lion and was approaching his bed, roaring loudly, in the stance taken by the wolf in the picture, and once again awoke in terror. By then he had already overcome the wolf phobia and so was free to choose another animal as the object of his anxiety. In this later dream he recognized that the teacher was a father substitute. Each of his teachers played this same paternal role in the later years of his childhood and was vested with the influence wielded by his father for good and ill. Fate gave him strange cause to renew his wolf phobia during his grammar school years, and to make the relationship underlying it a channel for serious inhibitions. The name of the teacher responsible for Latin instruction in his class was Wolf. He was intimidated by this man right from the start and was once resoundingly told off by him for making a stupid mistake in a Latin translation, after which he could not shake off the paralyzing anxiety this teacher induced in him, soon transferred on to other teachers as well. The occasion on which he came to grief in his translation is not without significance, however. He had to translate the Latin word filius and did so using the French word fils instead of the corresponding word in his own tongue. The wolf was indeed still the father. Point 10. The first of the transitory symptoms 11 that the patient produced during treatment in fact went back to the wolf phobia and the tale of the 7 little kids. In the room where the first sessions took place there was a large grandfather clock opposite the patient, who lay on a divan with his head turned away from me. I was struck by the fact that, from time to time, he would turn his face towards me, look at me in a very friendly way, as if to placate me, and then turn his gaze away from me towards the clock. At the time I thought this was an indication that he was longing for the end of the session. A long time afterwards the patient reminded me of this dumb show and gave me the explanation, reminding me that the youngest of the 7 little kids found a hiding place in the case of the wall clock while his 6 brothers were gobbled up by the wolf. And so what he wanted to say was, "Be kind to me. Must I be afraid of you? Are you going to gobble me up? Should I hide from you in the clock case, like the youngest of the 7 little kids?" The wolf whom he feared was undoubtedly the father, but his fear of the wolf was conditional upon its being in an upright position. His memory told him quite definitely that pictures of the wolf where he was on all fours or, as in the story of Little Red Riding Hood, lying in bed, did not frighten him. No less significant was the position that, according to our reconstruction of the primal scene, he had seen assumed by the female. This significance was restricted, however, to the sexual sphere. Once he had reached maturity, the most striking phenomenon in his erotic life were attacks of compulsive physical infatuation that occurred and disappeared again in mysterious succession, releasing enormous energy in him even at times where he was otherwise inhibited, and which were quite beyond his control. An especially valuable connection obliges me to delay a full evaluation of these compulsive love episodes a little longer, but I can state here that they were linked to a particular condition, hidden from his conscious mind, which we were first able to recognize during the therapy. The woman must have taken up the position attributed to his mother in the primal scene. From puberty onwards he felt a woman's greatest charm to be the possession of large, conspicuous buttocks. Coitus in any position other than from behind gave him scarcely any pleasure at all. There is every justification, it is true, for the critical objection that a sexual preference of this kind for the rear parts of the body is a general characteristic of individuals inclined to obsessive-compulsive neurosis, and that we are not justified in deriving this from any particular memory imprint from childhood. It is part of the structure of a disposition to anal eroticism and of the archaic features which distinguish such a constitution. Copulation from behind, more ferarum in the manner of beasts, is after all certainly to be regarded as the phylogenetically older form. We shall return to this point, too, in later discussion, once we have noted down the material relating to his unconscious condition for sexual relations. Let us now return to our discussion of the connections between the dream and the primal scene. According to our previous expectations, the dream should present the child, who is looking forward to having his wishes fulfilled on Christmas Day, with the image of sexual satisfaction received from his father, as seen in the primal scene, providing a model for the satisfaction which he himself longs to receive from his father. Instead of this image, however, there appears material from the story which his grandfather had told him a short time before: the tree, the wolves, the loss of the tail in the form of overcompensation, in the bushy tails of the creatures that are apparently wolves. A connection is missing, an associative bridge that would lead us from the content of the primal story to that of the wolf story. This connection is again provided by the position, and by the position alone. The tailless wolf in the grandfather's story tells the others to climb on top of him. The memory of the image of the primal scene was awakened by means of this detail. In this way material from the primal scene could be represented by material from the wolf story, and at the same time the number 2, denoting his parents, could be replaced in the desired manner by the larger number of wolves. The content of the dream underwent a further transformation as the material from the wolf story adapted itself to the content of the tale of the 7 little kids, borrowing from here the number 7.12. The transformation of the material, primal scene, wolf story, tale of the 7 little kids, mirrors thought progression as the dream takes shape: longing for sexual satisfaction received from the father, understanding of the condition of castration attached to it, fear of the father. Only now, I think, have we arrived at a full explanation of the 4-year-old boy's anxiety dream. Point 13. As to the pathogenic effect of the primal scene and the alteration in sexual development that its resurrection produced, after all we have already touched on, I shall be brief in my remarks. We shall only follow up the particular effect to which the dream gives expression. At a later stage, we must make it clear to ourselves that the primal scene does not give rise to a single sexual current, but to a whole series of them, a positive splintering of the libido. We must keep in view, moreover, the fact that the activation of this scene, I am deliberately avoiding the word memory here, has the same effect as if it were a recent experience. The effectiveness of the scene has been postponed nachträglich, and loses none of its freshness in the interval that has elapsed between the ages of 18 months and 4 years. In what follows we may perhaps find grounds for supposing that it had certain effects even at the time when it was witnessed, from the age of 18 months on. When the patient submerged himself in the situation of the primal scene, he brought the following perceptions to light from his own experience. He had previously assumed that the process he had observed was an act of violence, but this did not accord with the expression of pleasure he saw on his mother's face. He had to acknowledge that what was at issue here was satisfaction. Point 14. The essentially new fact that observation of his parents' intercourse brought him was the conviction that castration was a reality, a possibility which had already preoccupied his thoughts before then. The sight of the 2 girls urinating, Nanja's threat, the governess's interpretation of the sticks of barley sugar, the memory of his father cutting a snake into pieces. For now he could see with his own eyes the wound that Nanja had spoken of and understood that its presence was a condition of intercourse with his father. He could no longer confuse it, as he had done when watching the little girls, with the girls' bottoms. 15. The dream ended in fear, which was only allayed once he had his Nanja with him. He thus sought refuge from his father with her. His fear was a rejection of his wish for sexual satisfaction from his father, the aspiration that had implanted the dream. The expression of that fear, being gobbled up by the wolf, was simply the reversal, a regressive one, as we shall hear, of the wish for coitus with the father, that is, for satisfaction such as his mother had experienced. His latest sexual objective, the passive attitude towards his father, had succumbed to repression. Fear of his father, in the form of the wolf phobia, had taken its place. And the force which drove this repression? All the facts of the case suggest that it could only be narcissistic genital libido, which, in the form of concern for his male member, resisted a satisfaction that appeared to be conditional upon the sacrifice of that member. He drew from his threatened narcissism the masculinity to defend himself against the passive attitude towards his father. At this point in our account we recognize the need to modify our terminology. During his dream he had reached a new phase of sexual organization. Up until then the sexual opposites for him had been active and passive. Since the seduction, his sexual objective had been a passive one, that of having his genitals touched, which regression to the previous stage of anal sadistic organization then transformed into the masochistic objective of being disciplined, punished. It was a matter of indifference to him whether he achieved this objective with a man or a woman. He had moved on from Nanja to his father regardless of the difference in sex, asking Nanja to touch his penis, hoping to provoke his father into beating him. In this way the genital aspect was disregarded. In his fantasy of being struck on the penis this connection, which had been concealed by regression, was able to find expression. But now the activation of the primal scene in his dream led him back to the genital mode of organization. He discovered the vagina and the biological meaning of male and female. He now understood that active equaled male, passive female. His passive sexual objective would have had to be transformed into a female one, expressed as being taken in intercourse by the father instead of having his father strike him on the penis or the bottom. This feminine objective now fell forfeit to repression, and had to be replaced by fear of the wolf. Here, we must break off discussion of his sexual development until new light can be shed back onto this earlier stage from later stages of his history. In evaluating the wolf phobia we might add that his mother and father were both turned into wolves. His mother played the castrated wolf, which let the others climb onto its back, his father the wolf who did so. We have heard him say, however, that his fear related to the wolf only when it was in a standing position, that is, to the father. We are also struck by the fact that the fear in which the dream ends is foreshadowed in the grandfather's story. In that story the castrated wolf who let the others climb onto its back is overcome by anxiety as soon as he is reminded of the absence of his tail. It would seem, then, that during the dreaming process he identified with his castrated mother and is now struggling to resist this outcome. Translated, I hope accurately, it is as if he is saying, if you want to be satisfied by your father you must accept castration as your mother has done, but I do not want that. A distinct protest in favor of masculinity. Let us be clear, incidentally, that the great disadvantage of the sexual development in this particular case is that it is not an undisrupted one. It was first crucially influenced by the seduction and is now sent off course by the observation of coitus, the postponed effect of which is like a second seduction. V. Some matters for discussion. The polar bear and the whale cannot wage war, so they say, because each is confined within his own element and is unable to make contact with the other. It is equally impossible for me to hold a discussion with workers in the field of psychology or neurosis who do not recognize the premises of psychoanalysis and regard its conclusions as mere artifacts. In the last few years, however, a further form of opposition has arisen, voiced by others who, in their own opinion at least, are practitioners of analysis, have no quarrel with its techniques and results, and simply consider themselves justified in drawing different conclusions from the same material and subjecting it to other interpretations. Theoretical contradictions are for the most part fruitless, however. As soon as we begin to move away from the material that should be our source, we run the risk of becoming intoxicated by our own assertions, and we end up putting forward views that a moment's observation would have contradicted. It seems very much more to the purpose, then, to combat divergent views by testing them against individual cases and problems. I have argued above that it would no doubt be considered improbable that at the tender age of 18 months a child should be capable of perceiving such a complicated event and retaining it so accurately in the unconscious. Second, that it is possible at the age of 4 to process the memory imprints received in this way, belatedly advancing to an understanding of what was seen, and finally, that the child should succeed by whatever method in making conscious the details of such a scene, witnessed and understood in such circumstances, in a way that is both coherent and convincing. This last question is purely a matter of fact. Anyone who takes the trouble to go to these kinds of depths in analysis, according to the techniques I have mapped out, will be readily convinced that it is indeed possible. Those who do not do so, breaking off the analysis at some more superficial level, have renounced the right to pass judgment in this matter. But this does not settle the question of how we are to interpret what we encounter in depth analysis. The two other reservations are based on a disparaging attitude towards impressions formed in early infancy, and a reluctance to ascribe such lasting effects to them. They prefer to seek the cause of neuroses almost exclusively in the serious conflicts of later life, and assume that the significance of childhood is simply a sham created in analysis by the neurotic's tendency to express present interests by means of involuntary memories and symbols drawn from his infant past. If we were to evaluate the significant moments of infancy in this way, we would lose a great deal that goes to form the most intrinsic characteristics of analysis, as well as much, admittedly, that creates resistance to it and discourages outsiders from placing their trust in it. Let us hold up for discussion, then, the view that scenes from early infancy such as are provided by the exhaustive analysis of neurotic individuals, of which the present case is an example, do not reproduce real events to which we may attribute some influence on the structuring of later life and on symptom formation, but are on the contrary fantasy formations, drawing their inspiration from riper years, intended as a symbolic representation, so to speak, of real wishes and interests, and owing their emergence to a regressive tendency, a turning away from the tasks of the present moment. If this is indeed the case, we need not bring such disconcerting expectations to bear on the inner life and the intellectual achievements of children still far from the age of discretion. Quite apart from the wish to rationalize and simplify the difficult task, common to us all, there are various matters of fact that tend to support this view. At the very outset, moreover, one can clear up a particular misgiving that the practicing analyst above all might harbor. It is true that if the interpretation of these scenes from infancy that we have put forward is the correct one, then nothing changes in the first instance in the way the analysis is carried out. If a neurotic individual does indeed have the unfortunate characteristic of turning his interest away from the present day in order to attach it to regressive fantasy substitute formations of this kind, then there is nothing for it but to follow him along these paths and help him to bring these unconscious productions to consciousness, for, leaving aside their lack of real value, they are extremely valuable to us as carriers and possessors in the present moment of the interest that we want to set free so that we can direct it towards the tasks of the present day. The analysis would have to follow exactly the same course as it would if, naively credulous, we took such fantasies for truth. The difference would be seen only at the end of the analysis, once these fantasies had been uncovered. One would then have to say to the patient, "Good, the course taken by your neurosis has been as if, in your childhood years, you received memory imprints such as these and continued to weave stories around them. You realize, of course, that that is not possible. They were products of imaginative activity intended to divert you from the real-life tasks which confronted you. Now let us attempt to discover what these tasks were, and what connecting pathways existed between them and your fantasies. It would be possible to implement a second phase of treatment, more closely concerned with real life, once these infantile fantasies had been dealt with. To shorten this route, that is, to alter psychoanalytic therapy as it has been practiced up to now, would be technically inadmissible. If we do not make the full extent of these fantasies conscious to the patient, we cannot make available to him the interest that attaches to them. If we divert his attention from them as soon as we sense their existence and their general outlines, we are merely giving support to the work of repression that has rendered them inviolable, immune to the patient's best efforts. If we devalue them at too early a stage, perhaps by disclosing that we shall be dealing only with fantasies and that these are without any real significance, we shall never be able to enlist the patient's cooperation in leading them towards consciousness. Correctly practiced, the analytic technique should remain unaltered, regardless of the value we ascribe to these scenes from infancy. I have already mentioned that in interpreting these scenes as regressive fantasies, one can appeal for support to a number of matters of fact. Above all, to the fact that in therapy, in my experience to date, these scenes from infancy are not reproduced as memories but are the results of reconstruction. For many people, no doubt, this admission alone will appear to settle the dispute. I do not wish to be misunderstood. Every analyst knows and has experienced on numerous occasions the way in which, when therapy has been successful, the patient will relate any number of spontaneous memories from childhood, and the physician will feel that he is completely innocent of the fact that they have surfaced, perhaps surfaced for the first time, since he has not suggested any content of this kind to the patient through some attempt at reconstruction. These previously unconscious memories do not even have to be true. They may be true, but their truth is often distorted and interspersed with fantasized elements in a very similar way to so-called cover memories that have been spontaneously retained. I will say only that scenes such as we find in my patient's case, from such an early age and with such content, which then lay claim to such extraordinary significance for the history of the case, are not as a rule reproduced as memories but must be guessed at, reconstructed, from the sum total of indications, step by step and with considerable effort. This is sufficient for the purposes of my argument, whether I acknowledge that in cases of obsessive-compulsive neurosis such scenes are not conscious as memories, or whether I limit my remarks simply to the case which we are considering here. Now, I am not of the opinion that these scenes must necessarily be fantasies simply because they do not come back as memories. It seems to me that they are completely on a par with memory in that, as in the present case, they find a substitute in dreams, analysis of which regularly leads back to the same scene, reproducing every element of its content in tireless variation. To dream is, after all, to remember, even under the nighttime conditions of dream formation. It is through this recurrence in dreams that I would explain the fact that patients themselves gradually become firmly convinced of the reality of these primal scenes, with a conviction every bit as strong as that based on memory. Point 1. My opponents need not regard opposition to these arguments as a lost cause, and give up the fight. It is well known that dreams can be influenced. Point 2. And the conviction of the analysand can be the outcome of suggestion, for which we are still seeking a role in the play of forces released in analytic treatment. A psychotherapist of the old school would suggest to his patient that he is healthy and has overcome his inhibitions, etc., etc. The psychoanalyst, on the other hand, suggests that as a child he underwent this or that experience, which he must now recall in order to regain his health. Therein lies the difference between the two approaches. Let us be clear that this last attempt at explanation on the part of my opponents amounts to a far more sweeping dismissal of scenes experienced in infancy than was first suggested. They were not to be realities, but fantasies. Now the demand is obviously that they should not be the patient's fantasies, but the analyst's, imposed on the analysand as a result of some personal complex or other. In response to this reproach, the analyst will of course reassure himself by demonstrating how gradually the reconstruction of this fantasy, which he apparently implanted, came about, how, as it was built up, the process continued quite independently, on many counts, of any stimulus offered by the physician, how, from a certain phase of treatment onward, it appeared to be the point on which everything converged, and how, now that a synthesis has been achieved, the most diverse and remarkable results radiate out from it, how the problems and peculiarities of the patient's medical history, from the large to the very small, find their solution in this one single assumption, and he will assert that he does not see himself as possessing the astuteness necessary to concoct an event that could fulfill all these requirements at a single stroke. Even this plea, however, will have no effect on the part of the population that has not itself had the experience of analysis. Sophisticated self-deception, some will say, others, an absence of discernment, and no verdict will be reached. We may now consider another factor that supports a hostile reading of these reconstructed scenes from infancy. It is as follows: all the processes which are brought into play in order to explain away these questionable formations as fantasies exist in reality and are to be acknowledged as significant. The averting of interest from the tasks of real life. 3. The existence of fantasies as substitute formations for actions that have not been performed, the regressive tendency expressed through these creations, regressive in more than one sense, inasmuch as there is a simultaneous shrinking back from life and a falling back on the past. This is all to the point and is regularly confirmed by analysis. We might well suppose that this would also be sufficient to account for what are apparently involuntary memories from early infancy such as we are discussing here, and according to the economic principles of scholarship this explanation is to be preferred over the other one, which cannot manage without bringing in new and unsympathetic assumptions. I shall permit myself at this point to draw the reader's attention to the fact that the dissenting views to be found in current psychoanalytic literature are usually based on the principle of pars pro toto. From a whole which has been carefully pieced together and built up, one removes just one or two of the effective factors, proclaims them to be the truth and denies the importance of the other parts and of the whole in favor of these. If we examine the group for which a preference is expressed, we find that it is the one containing material already familiar from elsewhere or whatever can most readily be connected with it. Thus for Jung we find it is actuality and regression, for Adler egoistic motives. The very things that are new about psychoanalysis and are most characteristic of it are the ones that are neglected, dismissed as a mistake. In this way the revolutionary advances of psychoanalysis, that uncomfortable notion, can most easily be repelled. It is far from futile to emphasize that there was no need for Jung to present a single one of the factors that were invoked by the opposing point of view, to facilitate understanding of those scenes from childhood, as a new discovery. Present conflict, turning away from reality, substitute satisfaction in fantasy, regression to material from the past, all of this has always been an integral part of my own theories, similarly structured although perhaps with minor modifications in terminology. It was not the whole of it, but only the part concerned with causality, which permeates down from reality to the formation of neuroses in a regressive direction. Alongside this I left room for a second, progressive progredient influence, which works forward from childhood impressions, showing the way to the libido that shrinks back from life, and providing an explanation for that regression to childhood that would otherwise be incomprehensible. In my view, therefore, both these factors work together in symptom formation, but an earlier instance of their working together seems to me equally significant. I would maintain that childhood influence already makes itself felt in the initial situation of neurosis formation, since its intervention is crucial in helping to determine whether, and at what point, the individual fails in his attempts to master the problems of real life. What is at issue, then, is the significance of the infantile factor. What is needed is to find a case that can prove its significance beyond all doubt. The case that is the subject of this detailed account is one such, since its distinguishing characteristic is the way in which neurosis in later life has been preceded by neurosis in the early years of childhood. It is for this very reason that I have chosen to write about this case. If anyone were to reject it on the grounds that animal phobia does not seem important enough to be regarded as an independent neurosis, let me point out that the phobia was immediately succeeded by compulsive ritual, and by compulsive actions and thoughts that will form the subject of the next section of this essay. Neurotic illness in the 4th or 5th year of childhood proves most importantly that the experiences of infancy are enough in themselves to produce neurosis, and that it does not require flight from a task with which life confronts the individual. We might object that even the child constantly encounters tasks that he would perhaps like to evade. This is true, but it is easy to gain an overall sense of the life of a child before he starts school, and it is possible to investigate whether it contains a task responsible for causing the neurosis. However, all that we discover are involuntary impulses Schreber, which the child finds it impossible to satisfy and which he is not yet able to master, together with the sources from which they flow. As we might expect, the tremendous shortening of the interval between the outbreak of the neurosis and the occurrence of the childhood experiences in question massively reduces the regressive element in the causation of neurosis, and gives us a clearer glimpse of the progressive element, the influence exercised by earlier impressions. The present case history will, I hope, provide a clear image of this relationship. For other reasons, too, childhood neurosis will provide a decisive answer to our question as to the nature of primal scenes and those earliest childhood experiences traced in analysis. If we start from the uncontradicted premise that we were technically correct in formulating a primal scene of this kind, and that a comprehensive solution to all the riddles posed by the complex of symptoms produced by that childhood illness demands that all the effects radiate out from it just as all the threads of analysis lead back to it, then as far as its content is concerned it is impossible that it could be anything but the reproduction of a reality experienced by the child. For the child, just like the adult, can only produce fantasies with material that he has acquired from somewhere, and the ways in which he might acquire it are in part closed to the child, reading, for example, while the period of time available for such acquisition is short and can easily be scrutinized for sources of this kind. In our case, the primal scene contains the image of sexual intercourse between the child's parents in a position that is particularly favorable to observation of a certain kind. Now, it would give us no proof of the reality of the scene if we encountered it in a patient whose symptoms, that is, the effects of such a scene, had emerged sometime in later life. Such a patient could have acquired impressions, ideas, and knowledge at a wide variety of points in that long interval of time, which are then transformed into a fantasy image, projected back into his childhood and attached to his parents. But when the effects of such a scene emerge in the child's 4th or 5th year, he must have been present to witness it at an even earlier age. In that case, however, all the disconcerting conclusions remain in place that were produced by the analysis of infantile neurosis. Unless, of course, someone wished to conclude that the patient had not only unconsciously fantasized that primal scene, but had also dreamed up the change in his character, his fear of the wolf and his religious compulsion, an excuse, however, that is contradicted by his otherwise sober manner and the tradition of straightforwardness in his family. We must stick to our guns, there is nothing else for it. Either the analysis based on his childhood neurosis is a delusion from start to finish, or else the way in which I have portrayed it above is the correct one. We have already acknowledged ambiguity in the fact that the patient's predilection for the female nate's buttocks and for coitus in the position where these are particularly in evidence apparently invites connection with his observation of his parents' intercourse, whereas a preference of this kind is a general characteristic of those archaic constitutions that are disposed to obsessive-compulsive neurosis. There is a possible explanation to hand, namely that we resolve the contradiction as overdetermination. The person whom he observed in this coital position was after all his very own father, from whom he might also have inherited the same constitutional predilection. Neither his father's later illness nor the family history are against it. As I have already mentioned, an uncle on his father's side died in a condition which must be construed as the last stage of a severe compulsive disorder. In this context let us recall that when seducing the 3-14-year-old boy, his sister uttered a strange calumny against their dear old nurse, saying that she turned everyone upside down and took hold of their genitals. It is an unavoidable notion that at a similarly tender age his sister might have witnessed the same scene as her brother did later, and that this is where she derived the suggestion of people being turned upside down in the sexual act. Such an assumption would also indicate one possible source for her own sexual impetuosity. It was not my original intention to enter into any further discussion here of the real value of primal scenes, but since in the meantime I have been obliged to treat the topic in a broader context and without any polemical intention in my introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, it would be misleading if I failed to apply to the present case points of view that I present there as decisive. In the interests of completeness and to correct any mistakes, let me therefore add the following remarks. There is indeed another possible interpretation of the primal scene that forms the basis for my patient's dream, which diverts us a good way from the verdict that we reached earlier and relieves us of a number of difficulties. Admittedly, the theoretical approach, which seeks to reduce such scenes from infancy to mere regressive symbols, will not gain anything by this modification either. In fact, it seems to me that this, or indeed any other, analysis of childhood neurosis puts an end to the matter once and for all. In my opinion, it is also possible to interpret the facts of the case as follows. We cannot forego our assumption that the child observes coitus and in doing so acquires the conviction that castration might be more than an empty threat, the significance adhering to the positions of man and woman, in the first place for the development of his fears, and subsequently as a condition of intercourse, leaves us no choice, moreover, but to conclude that it must have been coitus et tergo from behind. More ferarum in the manner of the beasts. Another factor is less crucial, however, and could be left aside. The child might have observed coitus between animals, rather than between his parents, and then imputed it to his parents, as if he had decided that his parents would not do it any other way. This interpretation is supported above all by the fact that the wolves in the dream are actually sheepdogs and appear as such in my patient's drawing. Shortly before the dream, the boy had repeatedly been taken to see the herds of sheep, and there he could have seen big white dogs like this and probably watched them copulating. I would also cite in this context the number 3 which the dreamer produced without any obvious motivation for doing so, and would assume that he retained a memory of the sheepdogs doing so on 3 occasions. On the night of his dream we find, in addition to expectant excitement, the transference onto his parents of every detail of the recently acquired memory image, and it is only this that made possible those powerful emotional effects. There then came a belated understanding of those impressions received perhaps a few weeks or months before, a process which every one of us may perhaps have experienced for himself. Now, the transference from the copulating dogs to his parents was not brought about by a final stage in the procedure, which was dependent on words, but by seeking out the memory of a real scene where his parents were enjoying intimacy, which he could fuse with the situation of coitus. All the details of the scene that were claimed in the analysis of the dream might have been reproduced exactly. It really was a summer afternoon, during the time when the child was suffering from malaria. The parents were both present, dressed in white, as the child awoke from sleep, but, the scene was harmless. In his eagerness to learn, the remaining details were supplied later, on the basis of what he had learned from the dogs, by the child's wish to spy on his parents while they were making love, so that now the fantasy scene unfolded with all the effects we have attributed to it, just as if it had been entirely real and had not been glued together from 2 components, an earlier one without any real significance and a later one which had left a deep impression. It is immediately apparent how much this eases the effort of credulity that we are called upon to make. We need no longer assume that the parents completed their act of coitus in the presence of their child, an idea that many of us find repugnant, even if he was indeed very small at the time. The part played by postponed response is considerably reduced, since it now applies only to a few months in the child's 4th year and does not draw at all on those first dim years of childhood. There is now almost nothing that might take us aback in the child's behavior as he effects a transference from dogs to parents and replaces fear of the father with fear of the wolf. The child is, after all, at that stage of developing his view of the world that is characterized in totem and taboo as the return of totemism. The theory that seeks to explain the primal scene of neurosis as a retrospective fantasy that takes place in later life would appear to find considerable support in this observation, despite the fact that this particular neurotic individual is at the tender age of 4. Young as he is, he has succeeded in replacing an impression acquired at the age of 4 with a fantasized trauma occurring at the age of 18 months, a regression, however, that appears neither mysterious nor tendentious. The scene that he needed to produce had to fulfill certain conditions, which could only be found, precisely because of the circumstances of the dreamer's life, in this early time, such as the fact, for example, that his bed was in his parents' room. Most readers will find what I can add here, drawing on the results of analysis in other cases, a decisive factor in making up their mind as to whether the interpretation I suggest is correct. It is not at all rare in the analysis of neurotic mortals to find that in very early childhood they have observed a scene, whether a real memory or a fantasy, in which the parents engage in sexual intercourse. It may perhaps be an equally frequent occurrence in individuals who do not go on to suffer from neurosis. It may perhaps form a regular part of their treasure chest of, conscious or unconscious, memories. Every time I was able to unravel such a scene through analysis, however, it demonstrated the same peculiarity that made us suspicious in the case of this particular patient, namely that it referred to coitus ergo, the only position which makes an inspection of the genitals possible to the observer. We need surely doubt no longer that we are simply dealing with a fantasy that is perhaps regularly inspired by observation of the sexual intercourse of animals. Indeed, there is more. I indicated that my description of the primal scene remained incomplete, since I was leaving it until later to relate the way in which the child disturbed his parents' act of intercourse. I must now add that the way in which this disturbance takes place is also the same in every case. I can imagine that I have now made myself vulnerable to suspicions of a serious kind on the part of the reader of this case history. If I had these arguments in favor of such an interpretation of the primal scene at my disposal, how could I begin to justify having first put forward a different view, one that was apparently so absurd? Or had I perhaps accumulated new evidence in the interval between writing the first draft of this case history and formulating the present additional material that obliged me to modify my original interpretation, and was yet unwilling for some reason to admit to this? Instead, I shall make a different admission. It is my intention to close discussion as to the real value of the primal scene this time with a non-licet defer judgment. We have not yet reached the end of this case history, and in due course a moment will arise that will undermine the certainty that at present we believe we enjoy. Then there will be nothing for it but to refer the reader to those passages in my lectures where I discuss the problem of primal fantasies, or primal scenes. 6. Obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Now, for the third time, he was influenced in a way that decisively altered his development. At the age of 412, when there was still no improvement in his state of irritability and anxiety, his mother decided to acquaint him with the stories of the Bible in the hope of distracting and uplifting him. She succeeded in doing so, for his introduction to religion put an end to the previous phase, but as a result the symptoms of anxiety were succeeded by symptoms of compulsive behavior. He had previously found it difficult to fall asleep because he was afraid of having bad dreams such as he had had the night before Christmas. Now, before he went to bed, he had to kiss every single holy picture in the room, recite prayers, and make the sign of the cross countless times over himself and the place where he slept. An overall view suggests that his childhood can be divided into the following epochs. First, the period of prehistory lasting up until the seduction, at age 314, and including the primal scene. Second, the period of altered character, lasting until the anxiety dream, at age 4, third, the period of animal phobia lasting until his introduction to religion, at age 412, and after this the period of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, lasting until after his 10th year. That there should be a smooth transition at a given moment from one phase to the next is neither in the nature of things, nor in our patient's nature. It was characteristic of him, on the contrary, to hold on to what had gone before and to allow the most diverse currents to coexist. His difficult behavior did not disappear when his anxiety appeared but continued, slowly diminishing, into his pious period. In this last phase, however, there is no further mention of the wolf phobia. The course of his obsessive-compulsive neurosis was discontinuous. The first attack was the longest and the most intense, with others occurring at the age of 8 and 10, the cause each time being visibly connected with the content of the neurosis. His mother told him the sacred story herself and also made Nanja read it aloud to him from an illustrated book. The principal emphasis of their account fell naturally on the passion narrative. Nanja, who was very pious and superstitious, provided her own commentary, but also had to listen to the objections and doubts expressed by the young critic. If the struggles which now began to shake him eventually concluded in the victory of faith, this was not least as a result of Nanja's contribution. What he claimed to remember of his reactions when introduced to religion met at first with definite incredulity on my part. These, I maintained, could not be the thoughts of a child of 4, 1, 2 or 5, he was probably attributing to his early past ideas which had grown out of the reflections of an adult of nearly 30.1, but the patient would not hear of any such correction. I was unsuccessful in my attempts to win him over, as I had been able to do on many other occasions when we had differed in our judgments. Eventually, in fact, I was obliged to believe him because of the coherence between his remembered thoughts and the symptoms he reported, as well as the way they fitted into his sexual development. I then told myself, moreover, that only a diminishing minority of adults can rise to a critique of religious doctrines such as this, a critique which I doubted this child to be capable of. I shall now present the material which his memories supplied, and only afterwards shall I seek out the path which will lead us to understand it. The impression that he received from narration of the sacred story, he told me, was not at first a pleasant one. He struggled to come to terms, first, with the suffering nature of the person of Christ, and then with the whole way in which his story fitted together. His dissatisfaction and criticism were directed towards God the Father. If he was omnipotent, it was his fault that people were bad and tormented other people, and then went to hell for it. He should have made them good. He himself was responsible for everything evil and for all torments. He took exception to the commandment to offer the other cheek when someone strikes us, as he did to Christ's wish, when hanging on the cross, that the cup should pass from him, but also to the fact that a miracle did not take place to prove that he was the Son of God. In this way his critical faculties were awakened and he was rigorous and unrelenting in sniffing out the weaknesses in the sacred narrative. Rationalistic criticism was very quickly accompanied by brooding and doubts, which may reveal that secret impulses were also at work. One of the first questions he addressed to Nanja was whether Christ also had a backside. Nanja told him that he was a god, but also a man. As a man he had everything and did everything that other men did. He found this reply most unsatisfactory but comforted himself by saying that someone's bottom was just the continuation of their legs, after all. His fear of having to demean the sacred person of God, barely calmed by this, flared up again when the question surfaced in his mind as to whether Christ also shat. He did not dare put this question to the pious Nanja, but extricated himself in a way which she could not have bettered, by telling himself that since Christ made wine out of nothing, he could also make nothing out of food and was thus able to spare himself the need to defecate. We shall come closer to understanding such brooding thoughts if we make the connection with an aspect of his sexual development that we discussed earlier. We know that since Nanja had rejected him and he had suppressed the beginnings of genital activity as a result, his sexual life had developed in the direction of sadism and masochism. He tormented and mistreated small creatures, and fantasized about beating horses, but on the other hand he also fantasized about the heir to the throne being beaten. 2 In sadism he was able to maintain the ancient identification with his father. In masochism he had chosen that same father as his sexual object. He was thus right in the middle of a phase of pregenital organization in which I perceive the disposition to obsessive-compulsive neurosis to lie. The gradual effect of the dream, which brought him under the influence of the primal scene, could have been to enable him to progress to the genital mode of organization, transforming his masochism towards his father into a feminine attitude towards him, into homosexuality. But the dream did not bring progress of this kind with it, it ended in fear. His relationship with his father, which should have led from the sexual objective of being punished by him to the next objective, that of being taken in sexual intercourse by his father, like a woman, was thrown back onto a more primitive level still by the protest of his narcissistic masculinity, and having been displaced onto a father substitute was split off as fear of being gobbled up by the wolf, but was not by any means dealt with. Indeed, we can only do justice to these apparently complicated facts by maintaining our belief in the coexistence of three sexual aspirations, all focused on the father. From the time of the dream onwards he was unconsciously homosexual. During his neurosis he was at the level of cannibalism. The earlier masochistic attitude remained the dominant one. All three aspirations had passive sexual objectives. We find the same object and the same sexual impulse, but a split had occurred which caused them to evolve towards three different levels. His knowledge of sacred history now gave him the opportunity to sublimate the dominant masochistic attitude towards his father. He became Christ, an identification that was facilitated, in particular, by the fact that they shared a birthday. This made him something great and also made him, though insufficient emphasis was put on the fact initially, a man. In his doubt as to whether Christ could have a backside we catch a glimmer of his repressed homosexual attitude, for the significance of this brooding thought can only be the question as to whether he can be used by his father as if he were a woman, as his mother was used in the primal scene. When we come to the solution of other compulsive ideas we shall find confirmation of this interpretation. The repression of his passive homosexuality corresponds to his misgivings that it is insulting to make a connection between the sacred person of Christ and outrageous ideas of this kind. We might note that he made considerable efforts to keep this new sublimation clear of additional material drawn from the sources of repression. But he did not succeed in doing so. We do not yet understand why he now also struggled to come to terms with the passive character of Christ and his ill treatment at his father's hands, and thus also began to deny his previous masochistic ideal, even in its sublimated form. We can assume that this second conflict was particularly favorable to the emergence of humiliating compulsive thoughts from the first conflict, between the dominant masochistic current and the repressed homosexual one, for it is only natural that in inner conflict all counter tendencies are added together, even if they come from the most diverse sources. New material that he related will allow us to discover the motive for his struggle and for his critical attitude towards religion. His sexual exploration had also benefited from what he had been told of sacred history. Up until then, he had had no reason to assume that only women have children. On the contrary, Nanja had led him to believe that he was his father's child and his sister their mother's, and he had particularly valued this close relationship with his father. Now he learned that Mary was called the Mother of God. So it was women who had children, and what Nanja said was no longer tenable. Furthermore, he was confused by the stories and was no longer sure who Christ's father was. He was inclined to think it was Joseph, since he had been told that they had always lived together, but Nanja said that Joseph was only like his father and that his real father was God. He could make nothing of this. All he understood was, that if it was possible to talk about it at all, the relationship between father and son was nothing like as intimate as he had always imagined it to be. The boy sensed something of the ambivalence of feeling towards the father that is enshrined in all religions, and attacked his religion because it weakened that paternal relationship. Of course his opposition soon ceased to be doubt as to the truth of the doctrine and was instead turned directly against the person of God. God had been harsh and cruel in his treatment of his son, yet he behaved no better towards human beings. He had sacrificed his son and demanded the same of Abraham. He began to be afraid of God. If he was Christ, then his father was God. But the God that religion sought to impose on him was no real substitute for the father he had loved and of whom he did not want to be deprived. His love for his father gave him his critical sharpness. He put up a fight against God so that he could hold on to his father, and in doing so was actually defending the old father against the new one. Here he had a difficult stage in the process of detaching himself from his father to complete. Thus it was the old love for his father, revealed in earliest days, on which he drew for the energy to combat God and for the sharpness to criticize religion. On the other hand, This hostility towards the new God was not an original act but was modeled on a hostile impulse towards his father that had come into being under the influence of the anxiety dream, and was fundamentally only the resurgence of the same impulse. The two opposing emotional impulses that were later to rule his whole life met here in a battle of ambivalence over the issue of religion. What this struggle yielded in the form of symptoms, his blasphemous ideas, the compulsion which came over him to think God, crud, God, swine, was also for this reason a genuine compromise outcome, as we shall see from the analysis of these ideas in the context of anal eroticism. Some other compulsive symptoms of a less typical kind lead us with equal certainty to the father, but also reveal the connection between the obsessive-compulsive neurosis and the earlier chance occurrences. One element in the ceremonial piety that he eventually used to expiate his blasphemies was the requirement that under certain conditions he should breathe in a ritual manner. When making the sign of the cross he had to breathe in deeply each time or exhale loudly. In his language, breath is the same as spirit. This, therefore, was the role of the Holy Spirit. He had either to breathe in the Holy Spirit or else to breathe out the evil spirits which he had heard and read about. 3. He also ascribed to these evil spirits the blasphemous thoughts for which he imposed such great penance on himself. He was obliged to exhale, however, whenever he saw beggars, cripples, or ugly, old and wretched people, and he could not see how to connect this compulsion with the spirits. The only way he could account for it to himself was that he did it so as not to become like them. Then, in connection with a dream, analysis brought the explanation that it was only after the age of 5 that he had begun to breathe out when he saw pitiful individuals, and that this was connected with his father. He had not seen his father for many long months when one day his mother said that she would take the children to the city and show them something that would make them very happy. She then took them to a sanatorium where they saw their father again. He looked ill and his son felt very sorry for him. His father, then, was the archetype of all those cripples, beggars and poor people, the sight of whom obliged him to breathe out, just as the father is normally the archetype of the grimaces seen in anxiety states and of the caricatures drawn to express contempt. We shall discover elsewhere that this pitying attitude goes back to a particular detail of the primal scene, which took effect at this late stage in the obsessive-compulsive neurosis. The resolution not to become like them, which was the motivation for his breathing out in front of cripples, was thus the old identification with the father transformed into a negative. And yet he was also copying his father in a positive sense, for his noisy breathing was an imitation of the sounds he had heard his father make during intercourse. 4. The Holy Spirit owed its origins to the sign of erotic excitement in a man. Repression turned this breathing into an evil spirit, for which there also existed a second genealogy, that of the malaria from which he had been suffering at the time of the primal scene. The rejection of these evil spirits corresponded to an unmistakably ascetic aspect of his character, which was also expressed in other reactions. When he heard that Christ had once driven out evil spirits into pigs, which then plunged into an abyss, he thought of the way his sister, in the earliest years of her childhood, before he could remember, had rolled down from the harbor cliff path onto the beach. She too was one of those evil spirits and pigs. It was only a short step from this to God, swine. Even his father had turned out to be dominated by sensuality in just the same way. When he was told the story of the first man, he was struck by the similarity between Adam's fate and his own. He expressed hypocritical astonishment when talking to Nanja that Adam had allowed himself to be plunged into misery by a woman, and promised Nanja that he would never get married. Around this time, as a result of his sister's seduction, his feelings of enmity towards womankind found powerful expression. They were later to trouble him often enough in his erotic life. His sister became the permanent embodiment, to him, of temptation and sin. When he had been to confession he would feel pure and free from sin. But then it would seem as if his sister was watching for an opportunity to plunge him into sin once more, and before he was aware of it he would have provoked a quarrel with his sister, which made him sinful again. In this way he was obliged to reproduce the fact of seduction over and over again. He never, incidentally, divulged his blasphemous thoughts in the confessional, even though they weighed heavily on him. We have unexpectedly progressed to a discussion of symptoms manifested in the later years of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Let us therefore skip the very great deal that occurred in the meantime and relate how the condition came to an end. We already know that, as well as being a permanent condition, it was subject to periodic intensification, such as on one occasion, which we are unable as yet to understand, when a boy in the same street died, with whom he was able to identify. When he was 10 he acquired a German tutor who quickly came to have considerable influence over him. It is most instructive to find that the whole heavy weight of piety disappeared, never to return, once he had noticed, and learned from his teacher's didactic conversation, that this father substitute set no store by piety and did not believe in the truth of religion. His piety fell away, along with his dependence on his father, who was now being superseded by a new, more affable father. It must be said that this did not occur without one last flaring up of his obsessive-compulsive neurosis. He had a particularly strong memory of the compulsion to think of the Holy Trinity every time he saw 3 piles of dung lying together on the street. He simply never gave in to one stimulus without making a final attempt to keep hold of what no longer had any value for him. When his teacher talked him out of his cruelty towards small creatures he put a stop to his misdeeds, but not before he had had one last orgy of cutting up caterpillars. He behaved in exactly the same way in analytic treatment by developing a transitory negative reaction. Whenever something important had been resolved he would try to negate the effects for a while, in that there would be a worsening of symptoms that had been resolved. We know that in general children behave in a similar way in the face of prohibitions. When they have been told off, for example for making a disagreeable noise, they will repeat it once more after they have been told not to, before stopping. In doing so they make it look as if they have stopped voluntarily, thus defying the prohibition. Under the German teacher's influence he found a new and better way to sublimate his sadism, which, as befitted his approaching puberty, had then gained the upper hand over his masochism. He developed a passion for military life, for uniforms, weapons, and horses, and used this to feed his constant daydreaming. Under a man's influence he had thus got away from his passive attitudes and was initially on a fairly normal track. One after effect of his attachment to his teacher, who left soon afterwards, was that in later life he preferred the German element, doctors, clinics, women, to the native one, representing the father, which was of great benefit for the therapeutic transference. Another dream belongs in the period before his liberation by the teacher, which I mention here because it had been forgotten up until the moment when it surfaced in therapy. He saw himself riding a horse, pursued by a giant caterpillar. He recognized a reference here to a still earlier dream from the period before the teacher came, which we had interpreted long before. In this earlier dream he saw the devil in black robes, assuming the upright stance which had previously so terrified him in The Wolf and the Lion. With his outstretched finger he was pointing to a giant snail. He had quickly guessed that this devil was the demon who features in a well-known poem, and the dream itself a reworking of a widely disseminated picture showing the demon in a love scene with a young girl. The snail, an exquisite symbol of female sexuality, stood for the woman. Guided by the demon's pointing gesture, we were quickly able to declare the meaning of the dream to be his longing for someone who could give him the final instruction he lacked in the mysteries of sexual intercourse, just as his father had first enlightened him long ago in the primal scene. In amplification of the later dream, where the female symbol was replaced by the male one, he remembered a particular experience that had taken place a little while before. Riding on the estate one day he passed a peasant, asleep with his son lying next to him. The boy woke his father and said something to him, whereupon the father began to shout at the rider and ran after him until he and his horse quickly moved off. This in conjunction with a second memory that on that same estate there were trees that were completely white, completely covered in caterpillar cocoons. We see that he took flight from realization of the fantasy that the son was sleeping with his father, and that he brought in the white trees to create a reference to the anxiety dream, to the white wolves in the walnut tree. It was thus a positive eruption of fear expressed at the feminine attitude towards men, which initially he had defended himself against by means of religious sublimation, Soon after that he was to defend himself against it even more effectively, by means of military sublimation. It would be a major error, however, to assume that, once the compulsive symptoms had been eliminated, no permanent effects of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis remained. The process had led to the victory of pious belief over critical inquiry and rebellion, and was predicated upon repression of the homosexual attitude. Both factors resulted in permanent disadvantages. After this first great defeat, his intellectual activity remained seriously impaired. He developed no particular eagerness to learn and demonstrated nothing of the critical acuity with which, at the tender age of 5, he had subverted religious doctrine. The repression of his excessively strong homosexuality, which took place during the anxiety dream, meant that this significant impulse was reserved for the unconscious mind, thus maintaining its original attitude towards its objective and eluding all the sublimations to which it would normally lend itself. For this reason, the patient lacked all the social interests which give content to life. Only as we succeeded through analytic therapy in releasing his homosexuality from its fetters was there a turn for the better in this state of affairs, and it was a remarkable thing to watch the way in which, without any urging on the part of the physician, each liberated element of his homosexual libido was eager to be brought to bear on life and attached to the great common concerns of humanity. 7. Anal eroticism and the castration. Complex. I must ask the reader to remember that this history of an infantile neurosis was recovered as a byproduct, so to speak, of the analysis of a patient who had fallen ill in more mature years. I was thus obliged to piece it together out of even tinier fragments than those that are normally available when any kind of synthesis is attempted. Such work, which is otherwise not difficult, finds its natural limit at the point where it becomes a question of capturing a multidimensional structure in the two-dimensionality of description. I must therefore content myself with offering individual limbs which the reader can join together into a living whole. The obsessive-compulsive neurosis I have described developed, as I have emphasized repeatedly, out of an anal sadistic constitution. Up until now, however, we have only considered one of these two principal factors, sadism, and its transformations. Anything concerned with anal eroticism I have deliberately left on one side in order to give a full account of it here. Analysts have long agreed that the many involuntary impulses tribregen that can be summed up as anal eroticism are extraordinarily and inestimably important to the development of the individual's sexual life and to inner activity as a whole. And equally, that one of the most important expressions of eroticism derived from this source and recast in a different mold is to be found in the treatment of money, a valuable substance which, in the course of the individual's life, attracts the psychic interest which properly belongs to that product of the anal zone. Faces. 1. We have grown accustomed to tracing interest in money, where its nature is libidinal rather than rational, back to excremental pleasure, and to expect of any normal person that his relationship to money should be kept free of libidinal influences and controlled by realistic considerations. In our patient's case, this relationship was particularly badly disrupted at the time of his later illness, this being not the least important reason for his lack of independence and his inability to cope with life. Having inherited money from both his father and his uncle, he was now very rich, and it was manifestly of great importance to him that people should know that he was a rich man. He could be greatly offended if he was underestimated in this regard. And yet he did not know how much he possessed, what his expenditure was, nor how much was left. It was difficult to know whether to call him a miser or a spendthrift. Sometimes he behaved one way, sometimes another, but never in a way that suggested consistent intentions. Certain striking traits of character, which I shall describe later, might lead one to conclude that he was an unrepentant swank who regarded his wealth as his greatest personal asset and who would never even begin to put feelings on a par with money. But he did not judge other people according to their wealth, and there were many occasions when he actually turned out to be modest, sympathetic, and ready to help. It was simply that money eluded his conscious control and held another meaning for him. I mentioned earlier that I regarded with deep suspicion the way in which he consoled himself for the loss of his sister, who in the later years of her life had become his best friend, with the thought that now he would not need to share their parents' inheritance with her. More striking still, perhaps, was the calm way in which he could tell me this, as if he had no comprehension of the coarseness of feeling to which he was admitting. Analysis rehabilitated him to some extent by demonstrating that his pain at his sister's death had merely been displaced, but now it seemed more incomprehensible than ever that he should have thought he could find a substitute for his sister in his increased wealth. His behavior in another instance seemed to be a mystery even to him. After his father's death, the fortune he had left was divided between himself and his mother. It was administered by his mother, who responded to his requests for money, as he himself acknowledged, with irreproachable generosity. And yet any discussion of money matters between them would end with the most violent reproaches on his part, that she did not love him, that her only thought was to save money by keeping him short, and that she would probably prefer it if he were dead, so that she could have all the money for herself. In tears his mother would then protest her unselfish motives, and he would be ashamed, assuring her quite truthfully that he really did not think of her in that way, and yet sure that the same scene would be repeated on the next occasion. That faces signified money to him long before he entered analysis can be seen from many chance occurrences, two of which I shall relate here. At a time when his bowels were still unconnected with his illness, he once visited a poor cousin living in a large town. As he left he reproached himself for not giving his cousin financial support, whereupon he immediately had perhaps the strongest urge to defecate he had ever felt in his life. 2 years later he did indeed offer to pay his cousin an allowance. And the other instance, at the age of 18, while preparing for his final examinations at school, he visited a fellow student and came to an agreement with him which seemed advisable in the light of the fear they both felt of failing the examination. 2 They had decided to bribe the school janitor, and his share of the money they needed to find was of course the larger one. On the way home he was thinking that he would willingly pay even more if he could only pass, if only nothing would go wrong in the examination, and he did indeed have a little accident before he could reach his own front door. All this prepares us for the fact that during his later illness he suffered from extremely persistent disturbance of the bowel function, though one that fluctuated with different causes. When he entered treatment with me he had become accustomed to receiving enemas, administered by a companion. He might not experience spontaneous emptying of the bowels for months at a time, unless there was sudden stimulus from a particular quarter, following which normal bowel activity would be resumed for a few days. His principal complaint was that he felt the world to be shrouded in a veil, or that there was a veil dividing him from the world. This veil was torn open only at the moment when the content of the bowel left the bowel after an enema, whereupon he would feel healthy again, and normal. 4. The colleague to whom I referred my patient for an assessment of his bowel condition was sufficiently perceptive to declare it to be determined by functional or even psychic factors, and to eschew medical intervention. Neither this, incidentally, nor the diet he ordered my patient to follow, were of any use. During the years in which he was in analysis he never had any spontaneous bowel movements, except under the influence of those sudden stimuli. The patient allowed himself to be persuaded that any more intensive treatment of the refractory organ would simply make the condition worse, and was content to bring about a forced evacuation of the bowels once or twice a week by means of an enema or laxative. In discussing these disruptions to the function of the bowel I have allowed my patient's later state of illness to take up more space than I had intended in a piece of work devoted to his childhood neurosis. There were 2 reasons for my decision. First, the fact that the bowel symptoms had remained virtually unchanged from the period of childhood neurosis to the later one, and, second, that they were enormously significant in bringing the treatment to an end. We know how important doubt is to the physician analyzing a case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. It is the patient's most powerful weapon, his preferred means of resistance. For years, thanks to this doubt, our patient too was able to let the efforts made in therapy bounce off him, safe behind a barricade of respectful indifference. Nothing changed, and there was no way of convincing him. Finally I recognized the significance of his bowel disorder for my intentions. It represented the touch of hysteria that is regularly found to underlie any obsessive-compulsive neurosis. I promised the patient that his bowel activity would be fully restored. My undertaking forced his disbelief into the open, so that I then had the satisfaction of watching his doubt disappear as his bowel began to add its voice to the work, as if it were an hysterically affected organ, regaining its normal function, which had for so long been impaired, in the course of a few weeks. I shall now return to the patient's childhood, to a time when faces cannot possibly have signified money to him. He experienced bowel disorders at a very early age, especially the most common kind, entirely normal in children, namely incontinence. We would undoubtedly be correct, however, in rejecting any kind of pathological explanation for these earliest incidents and seeing in them merely proof of his intention not to be disturbed in or held back from the pleasure accompanying the function of evacuation. He continued to be greatly amused, well into his later illness, by anal jokes and exhibitions of the kind that appeal to the natural coarseness of many sections of society. During the era of the English governess it repeatedly came about that he and Nanja were obliged to share a bedroom with the woman they loathed. Nanja noted sympathetically that it was always on these nights that he soiled the sheets, something that he normally no longer did. He was not at all ashamed of this, it was an expression of his defiance towards the governess. A year later, at the age of 412, during his period of great anxiety, it so happened that he once soiled his trousers during the day. He was dreadfully ashamed, wailing as he was cleaned up that he could not go on living like this. Something had changed in the meantime, then, and by turning our attention to his lament we can track down what it was. It turned out that the words "he could not go on living like this" were spoken in imitation of someone else. On some occasion or other his mother had taken him along when she accompanied the doctor who had come to visit her to the railway station. As they walked she was lamenting her pains and bleeding and exclaimed, in those self-same words, "I cannot go on living like this," without imagining that the child whose hand she was holding would retain them in his memory. The lament, which he was incidentally to repeat on countless occasions in his later illness, thus signified his identification with his mother. Soon a missing link between the two incidents, as regards both time and content, came into his memory. Once, at the beginning of his period of anxiety, it came about that his mother, greatly concerned, issued warnings that the children were to be guarded against the dysentery that had made an appearance in the vicinity of their estate. He inquired what that might be and, when he heard that one symptom of dysentery is blood in the stools, he became very anxious and claimed to have found blood in his own stools. He was afraid of dying of dysentery, but allowed himself to be examined and persuaded that he had made a mistake and that there was no need to be afraid. We can understand that his anxiety was an attempt to carry through the identification with his mother, about whose bleeding he had heard in the conversation with the doctor. In his later attempt to identify with his mother, at the age of 412, he had dispensed with the blood. He no longer understood what it was he was feeling, thought that he was ashamed of himself and did not know that he was seized with mortal fear, yet this is what his lament quite unambiguously reveals. At that time his mother, suffering as she did from gynecological complaints, was generally fearful for herself and her children, and it is perfectly probable that his anxiety was founded on identification with his mother, as well as the other motives which fueled it. Now, what is the significance of his identification with his mother? Between his impudent exploitation of incontinence at the age of 312 and his horror of it at the age of 412 there lies the dream that inaugurated the period of anxiety, bringing a belated understanding of the scene 6 he experienced at the age of 18 months and enlightenment as to a woman's role in the sexual act. The obvious explanation is that the change in his attitude towards defecation is also connected with that great upheaval. Dysentery was clearly the name of the illness he had heard his mother complaining about, the one you could not go on living with. His understanding was that his mother's illness was not gynecological in nature, but an illness of the bowel. Under the influence of the primal scene he inferred that the connection ran as follows: his mother's illness was due to the thing his father had done with her 7 and his fear of finding blood in his stools, that is, of being as ill as his mother, was the rejection of his identification with his mother in that sexual scene, the same rejection that awakened him from his dream. His fear was also proof, however, that in his later processing of the primal scene he had put himself in his mother's place and envied her this relationship with his father. The organ through which he could express his identification with the female and his passive homosexual attitude towards the male was the anal zone. Dysfunction in this zone had acquired the significance of the stirrings of feminine tenderness, which it retained also during his later illness. At this point we must air an objection, discussion of which could contribute greatly to clarification of an apparently confused state of affairs. We have had to assume that during the dreaming process he understood women to be castrated, having a wound in the place of the male member which serves the purposes of sexual intercourse, and that castration was thus the condition of female identity. Under the threat of this loss he repressed the feminine attitude towards the male and awoke in fear from his homosexual raptures. How is this understanding of sexual intercourse, this acknowledgement of the vagina, to be reconciled with his choice of the bowel as a means of identification with the female? Are his bowel symptoms not founded on what is probably a more ancient conception, which entirely contradicts castration anxiety, that of the anus as the site of sexual intercourse? It is true that this contradiction exists and that the two conceptions are inconsistent with one another. The question is merely whether they need to be consistent. We are disconcerted because we are always inclined to treat unconscious inner processes as if they were conscious ones, forgetting the profound differences between the two psychic systems. When in excited anticipation the Christmas dream conjured up the image of his parents' sexual intercourse, once observed, or reconstructed, the old view of it no doubt occurred to him first, according to which that part of the woman's body receiving the penis was the anus. What else could he have thought when he watched the scene at the age of 18 months, 8 but now, at the age of 4, came the new event. His previous experiences, the hints he had received as to the possibility of castration, now awoke and cast doubt on his cloaca theory, prompting recognition of the difference between the sexes and the sexual role of the female. He then behaved as children generally do when they are given an explanation they do not want, whether of sexual matters or of anything else. He rejected the new one, in this case, motivated by castration anxiety, and held on to the old one. He decided in favor of the bowel and against the vagina in the same way as he did later, and for similar motives, when he took his father's part against God. The new explanation was rejected, and he held fast to the old theory, which probably provided the material for his identification with the female, later appearing as the fear of a death brought on by bowel infection, and for his first religious scruples, such as whether Christ had a backside. Yet it is not as if his new insight had failed to have any effect. On the contrary, it took effect in a remarkably powerful way, providing the motivation for keeping the whole dream process in a state of repression and excluding it from later, conscious assimilation. But this was the full extent of the effect it had, for it had no influence in deciding the sexual problem. It was indeed a contradiction that, from that point onward, castration anxiety could exist alongside identification with the female by means of the bowel, but it was only a logical contradiction, which does not mean very much. Rather, the whole process is characteristic of the workings of the unconscious. Repression is a different thing from out-of-hand dismissal. In studying the genesis of the wolf phobia we were tracing the effects of the new insight into the sexual act. Now, investigating disorderly bowel activity, we find ourselves in the realm of the ancient cloaca theory. The two standpoints remain separated from each other by a stage of repression. The female attitude towards the male, dismissed through the act of repression, withdraws, so to speak, into bowel symptoms and expresses itself through the frequent episodes of diarrhea, constipation, and bowel pain of the patient's childhood years. His later sexual fantasies, constructed on the basis of correct sexual knowledge, can now be expressed regressively as bowel disorder. We cannot understand them, however, until we have uncovered the change in meaning that faces have undergone since the patient's earliest childhood. 9. I hinted earlier that I had kept back a part of the content of the primal scene, which I can now fill in. The child eventually interrupted his parents' intimacy by evacuating his bowels, thus providing a motive for his crying. As far as criticism of this additional information is concerned, The same holds true here as for my previous discussion of the content of this scene. The patient accepted this reconstructed concluding action and appeared to confirm it by means of transitory symptoms. A further additional detail that I had suggested, namely that the father had been annoyed by the disturbance and given vent to his displeasure by shouting at the child, had to be dropped. There was no reaction to it in the material of the analysis. The detail which I have just supplied is not, of course, all of a piece with the rest of the scene's content. Here it is not a question of something imprinted on the memory from outside, which we can expect to encounter again in any number of later indications, but rather of the child's own reaction. Not a single detail of the story would change if this manifestation had not occurred, or if it had been inserted into the sequence of events later on. There is no doubt as to how we are to understand it, however. It signifies excitement in the anal zone, in the broadest sense of the word. In other cases of a similar type, the observation of sexual intercourse ended in urination. In the same circumstances, an adult male would be aware of an erection. The fact that the little boy produces a stool as a sign of his sexual excitement is to be judged as characteristic of the sexual constitution that is already in place. He immediately takes up a passive attitude and shows a greater inclination towards later identification with the female than with the male. Here he uses the contents of the bowels in the same way as any other child, in one of its first and earliest senses. Faces are the first gift, the child's first loving sacrifice, a part of his own body that is relinquished, but only in favor of a beloved person. 10 Its use as an act of defiance, as in this case towards the governess at the age of 312, is merely to give its earlier meaning as a gift a negative slant. The grumismurdy left by burglars at the scene of the crime appears to have both meanings, both scorn and a regressive way of offering compensation. When a higher level has been reached, the earlier one can always be put to use in a negative, debased sense. Repression finds expression in the coexistence of antithetical impulses. 11. At a later stage of sexual development, faces assume the meaning of babies. Babies are born through the anus, after all, just like stools. The meaning of faces as a gift readily permits this transformation. Linguistic usage refers to babies as gifts. We hear more frequently of the woman presenting her husband with a baby, but in unconscious usage equal weight is quite rightly given to the other side of the relationship, with the woman receiving the baby from her husband as a gift. The meaning of faces as money arises from its meaning as a gift, but branches off in another direction. The deeper meaning behind our patient's early cover memory of producing his first tantrum because he did not get enough Christmas presents is now revealed. What was missing was sexual satisfaction, which he had taken in an anal sense. His sexual exploration before the dream had prepared him for the fact, grasped during the dreaming process, that the sexual act solves the mystery of where babies come from. Even before the dream he did not like tiny children. Once he found a little bird, still naked, which had fallen out of the nest and, taking it for a tiny human being, had been filled with dread. Analysis demonstrated that all the tiny creatures, caterpillars, and insects he had raged against had signified tiny children in his mind. 12 His own relationship with his elder sister had given him cause to think a great deal about how older children relate to younger ones, and when on one occasion Nanja told him that his mother loved him so much because he was the youngest, he acquired an understandable motive for wishing that there should be no younger child to follow him. His fear of this youngest child was then reactivated under the influence of the dream that brought his parents' intercourse to his attention. We ought therefore to add a new sexual current to those we already know about. Like the others, it stems from the primal scene reproduced in the dream. In his identification with the female, the mother, he is ready to give his father a child and is jealous of the mother who has already done so, and may perhaps do so again. By way of this detour demonstrating a common point of departure in their significance as gifts, money can now attract to itself the meaning of children, and in this way take over the expression of feminine, homosexual, satisfaction. In our patient's case, this process occurred once at a time when brother and sister were both staying in a German sanatorium, and he saw his father give his sister 2 large banknotes. In fantasy he had always harbored suspicions about his father and his sister. Now his jealousy was awakened and he fell on his sister as soon as they were alone, demanding his share of the money with such violence and heaping such reproaches on her that his sister, weeping, threw the whole amount at him. It was not just the real matter of the money that had upset him, but rather the baby, the anal sexual satisfaction he desired from his father. This, then, was his source of comfort when his sister died, during their father's lifetime. The scandalous thought which occurred to him when he heard the news of her death in fact meant simply, now I am the only child and my father must love me and me alone. Yet while the thought in itself was entirely capable of becoming conscious, its homosexual background was so unbearable that it was easier to disguise it as filthy greed, for this no doubt came as a great relief. It was the same story when, after his father's death, he reproached his mother so unjustly for wanting to cheat him out of his money, for loving money more than she loved him. His old jealous feelings that she might love a child other than himself, and the possibility that she might have hoped for another child after him, compelled him to make accusations which he himself acknowledged to be groundless. This analysis of the meaning of faces makes it clear that the compulsive thoughts obliging him to make a connection between God and faces had another meaning besides the abuse he thought them to be. They were in fact a true compromise outcome in which a current of tender devotion played just as much of a part as that of hostile invective. God, crud was probably an abbreviated form of an offer which sometimes comes to one's ears in unabbreviated form. To shit on God or to give a shit for God can also mean to give him a baby, to be presented by him with a baby. The old meaning of gift, negatively debased, and the meaning of baby which later developed out of this are combined in the patient's compulsive phrase. The latter expresses a feminine tenderness, a readiness to renounce manliness if in return one can be loved as a woman. Precisely that impulse towards God, then, articulated so unambiguously in the delusive system devised by the paranoid president of the Senate, Schreber. When, later, I come to describe the resolution of the patient's last symptoms, we shall see once again how his bowel disorder had placed itself at the service of the homosexual current, expressing the feminine attitude towards the father. A new meaning of faces will now clear the ground for a discussion of the castration complex. Given that the column of faces stimulates the erogenous mucous membrane of the bowel, it functions as an active organ, behaving as the penis does towards the mucous membrane of the vagina and acting as a precursor of the penis, so to speak, in the cloacal phase. The surrender of faces in favor of, out of love for, another person, for its part, becomes the model of castration and is the first case in which a part of one's own body 13 is renounced in the hope of winning favor from a beloved other. What is otherwise narcissistic love for one's own penis is thus not without some trace of anal eroticism. And so faces, baby, penis, all come together to form a single entity, one unconscious concept, sit venia furbo if you will excuse the expression, that of something small that can be separated from the body. Along these connecting pathways displacements and reinforcements of libido charge libidobsession can take place that are significant to a patient's pathology and can be uncovered in analysis. We now know what our patient's initial attitude towards the problem of castration was. He dismissed it out of hand, maintaining that intercourse took place in the anus. When I say dismissed, I mean by this primarily that he refused to know anything about it, in the sense of repressing it. He did not actually pass judgment as to whether it existed or not, but effectively it did not. This attitude cannot have remained the definitive one, however, even during the years of childhood neurosis. Later on we can produce good evidence to show that he acknowledged castration as a fact. On this point, too, he behaved in that characteristic way that certainly makes both description and empathetic response so extraordinarily difficult. At first he expressed resistance, then gave in, but the one reaction did not cancel out the other. In the end two contradictory currents existed alongside one another, one of which abhorred the very idea of castration, while the other was prepared to accept it, consoling itself with femaleness as a substitute. The third current, the oldest and deepest, which had simply dismissed castration out of hand, without entertaining even the possibility of judging whether it was real or not, could no doubt also still be activated. Elsewhere 14 I have recounted an hallucination that occurred to the self-same patient at the age of 5, which in this context requires only the addition of a short commentary. When I was 5 I was playing in the garden near my nurse, using my penknife to carve the bark of one of those walnut trees. 15 which also came up in my dream. 16 Suddenly I was inexpressibly terrified to discover that I had cut right through the little finger of my right or left hand, so that it was only attached by the skin. I felt no pain, only great fear. I did not dare say anything to my nurse, who was only a few steps away, but sank down onto the nearest bench and just sat there, incapable of even glancing at my finger. In the end I calmed down, took a long look at my finger and, lo and behold, it wasn't damaged at all. We know that after he had been introduced to sacred history at the age of 412, intense intellectual activity set in, which later turned into compulsive piety. We may therefore assume that this hallucination occurred around the time when he was making up his mind to acknowledge the reality of castration, and that it was perhaps intended to mark precisely that step. Even the patient's little correction is not without interest. If he hallucinated the same horrific experience which Tasso relates of his hero Tancred in Jerusalem Liberated, we are justified in suggesting that, for my young patient too, the tree represented a woman. He was thus playing the role of the father, bringing together his mother's bleeding, which he knew about, and the castration of women, the wound, which he now acknowledged. The stimulus to hallucinate about cutting off a finger was provided, he told me later, by the story of one of his relatives who was born with 6 toes, the superfluous member being hacked off immediately with an axe. Thus women had no penis because it had been removed at birth. In this way he came to accept, at the time when he was suffering from obsessive-compulsive neurosis, what he had learned in the dream process and rejected at that time by means of repression. The ritual circumcision of Christ, and of the Jews in general, could not, moreover, have remained unknown to him at a time when he was reading and discussing the sacred story. It was undoubtedly at this time that his father became the terrifying figure who threatens castration. The cruel God with whom he was wrestling, who allowed people to become guilty so that he could then punish them, who sacrificed his own son and the sons of men, threw the shadow of his character back onto the father, whom the boy sought to defend, on the other hand, against that same God. He has a phylogenetic schema to fulfill here and manages to do so even though his own personal experiences do not seem to square with it. The threats, or hints, of castration he had received had actually emanated from women 17, but this did not delay the end result for long. In the end it was his father at whose hands he feared castration. On this point heredity triumphed over accidental experience. In the prehistory of the human race it was certainly the father who carried out castration as a punishment, subsequently reducing it to the practice of circumcision. The more he repressed his sensuality as the process of obsessive-compulsive neurosis went on, 18, the more natural it seemed to him to endow his father, that true representative of sensual activity, with evil intentions of this kind. The identification of his father with the castrator 19 was significant in that it was the source of an intense unconscious hostility towards him, which went as far as wishing him dead, as well as of the guilt he felt in response to this. To this extent he was, however, behaving normally, that is, like any other neurotic individual possessed by a positive Oedipal complex. What was remarkable was that in him a countercurrent existed for this too, according to which his father was in fact the castrated figure, and as such demanded his sympathy. In my analysis of the breathing rituals prompted by the sight of cripples, beggars, etc., I was able to show that the symptom could also be traced back to the father, whom he had felt sorry for when he visited him in the clinic during his illness. Analysis permitted us to trace this thread back still further. Very early on, probably even before the seduction, at the age of 314, there was a poor day laborer on the estate whose job it was to carry water into the house. He was unable to speak, supposedly because his tongue had been cut out. He was probably a deaf-mute. The little boy was very fond of him and pitied him with all his heart. When he died, he looked for him in the heavens. 20 This man was thus the first of the cripples for whom he felt such sympathy and, judging by the context and the point at which he was mentioned in analysis, undoubtedly a father substitute. In analysis other memories followed on from this of servants whom he liked. In each case he dwelt on the fact that they were in poor health or Jewish circumcision. The lackey who helped clean him up after his little accident at the age of 412 was Jewish, too, as well as consumptive, and enjoyed his sympathy. All these figures can be placed in the period before he visited his father in the sanatorium, that is, before formation of the symptom, which was really intended to keep identification with the person pitied at a distance by means of exhalation. Then suddenly, in connection with a dream, the analysis turned back to the patient's very early life, giving him the opportunity to assert that he had observed the disappearance of the penis in coitus during the primal scene, pitied his father on this account and rejoiced at the reappearance of what he had thought to be lost. Another new feeling, then, inspired by this scene. Incidentally, we cannot fail to recognize the narcissistic roots of such sympathy, underlined by the word itself. 21. 8. Supplementary material from earliest childhood, solution. It is often the case in analysis that new material surfaces in the memory once the end is in sight, material which up until then has been kept carefully hidden. Or else an inconspicuous remark will be tossed casually into the conversation, in an indifferent tone of voice, as if it were something quite superfluous, and then something else added on another occasion which makes the physician prick up his ears, until we finally recognize that these passed-over scraps of memory hold the key to the most important of secrets, glossed over by the patient's neurosis. At an early stage my patient had recounted a memory dating from the time when his difficult behavior would suddenly veer over into anxiety. He was chasing a lovely big butterfly with yellow stripes, whose large wings had pointed tips, a swallowtail, in fact. Suddenly, as the butterfly settled on a flower, he was overcome by a terrible fear of the creature and ran away screaming. This memory recurred from time to time in the analysis and demanded some sort of explanation, which for a long time was not forthcoming. We could assume from the outset that a detail of this kind had not retained a place in his memory for its own sake, but was a cover memory representing something more important which was somehow bound up with it. One day he said that in his language the word for a butterfly was babushka, or little granny. Butterflies in general made him think of women and girls, while beetles and caterpillars were like boys. It must surely have been the memory of a female, then, which had been awakened in that scene of anxiety. I will not conceal the fact that at the time I suggested as a possibility that the yellow stripes of the butterfly reminded him of similar stripes on an item of clothing worn by a woman. I do so only in order to show by example how inadequate the physician's conjectures are as a general rule in solving questions that have been raised, and how wrong it is to attribute responsibility for the outcome of the analysis to the physician's fantasies and suggestions. Many months later, in an entirely different context, the patient remarked that it was the way the butterfly's wings opened and closed once it had settled that had given him such an uncanny feeling. It had been like a woman opening her legs, and the legs then made the shape of a Roman V, which as we know was the hour at which he used to experience a darkening of his mood, both in his boyhood and in the present day. This was a notion that would never have occurred to me and that I was the more inclined to value when I considered that the process of association it revealed was genuinely infantile in character. I have often noticed that a child's attention is drawn by movement far more often than by forms that are at rest, and he will often produce associations on the grounds of a similar kind of movement, which we adults neglect to notice or overlook altogether. For a long time afterwards this little problem was left on one side. I will mention only the commonplace conjecture that the butterfly's pointed, protruding wingtips might have had some significance as genital symbols. One day a memory of a kind came to the surface, hazy and diffident. Very early on, even before the time of his nurse, he must have had a nursery maid who was very fond of him. She had had the same name as his mother. He was sure he had returned her affection. A first love, then, which had vanished without trace. We agreed, however, that something must have happened and that was to be of importance later. Then he revised his memory once more. She could not have had the same name as his mother, that was a mistake on his part, proving of course that in his memory she had merged with his mother. Her real name had come back to him by a circuitous route. He suddenly found himself thinking of a storeroom on the first estate where fruit was kept after it had been picked, and of a particular sort of pear with an excellent flavor, a large pear with yellow striped skin. In his language the word for pear was gruska, and this had also been the name of the nursery maid. It thus became clear that behind the cover memory of the butterfly he had chased there lay concealed the memory of this nursery maid. The yellow stripes were not on her dress, however, but on the pear whose name she shared. Yet where did his anxiety come from when this memory was activated? The most obvious, crass conjecture might have been that as a small child it was this nursery maid whom he had first seen perform movements of the legs which he had fixed in his mind with the Roman symbol V, movements which allowed access to the genitals. We spared ourselves such conjectures and waited for new material to emerge. Soon afterwards came the memory of a scene, incomplete but, as far as it went, distinct. Gruska was kneeling on the ground, beside her a pail and a short broom made of birch twigs tied together. He was there and she was teasing him or scolding him. We could easily supply the missing information from elsewhere. In the first months of therapy he had told me about his compulsive infatuation with a peasant girl from whom at the age of 18 he had caught the infection which led to his later illness. At the time he had been conspicuously unwilling to give the girl's name. It was an isolated instance of resistance. Normally he gave unqualified obedience to the ground rules of analysis. He claimed, however, that he was so very ashamed to say the name out loud because it could only belong to a peasant. A girl of better breeding would never have been given such a name. Eventually we learned that this name was Matrona. It had a motherly ring to it. His shame was obviously displaced. He was not ashamed of the fact that he felt these infatuations exclusively for girls of the most lowly birth, he was ashamed only of the name. If the affair with Matrona had anything in common with the Gruska episode, then we could locate his feelings of shame back in that earlier incident. On another occasion he told me how very moved he was when he heard the story of Johannes Huss. His attention was caught by the bundles of twigs that were dragged to the place where he was burned at the stake. His sympathy for Huss awoke a particular suspicion in me. I have often encountered it in younger patients and have always found the same explanation to hold true. One of them had even produced a dramatic version of Huss's story. He began to write his drama on the very day the object of his secret infatuation was taken away from him. Huss is burned to death, and, like others who fulfill the same condition, he is a hero to those who formerly suffered from enuresis. The patient himself made a connection between the bundles of twigs around Huss's funeral pyre and the nursery maid's broom, made of birch twigs. This material fitted together effortlessly to fill in the gaps in his memory of the scene with Gruska. As he was watching the girl cleaning the floor he had urinated into the room. At this she had threatened him, no doubt playfully, with castration. 1 I do not know if my readers are already able to guess why I have described this episode from early infancy in such detail. 2 It establishes an important link between the primal scene and the compulsive eroticism that was later to have such a decisive effect on his fortunes, and introduces, moreover, a sexual condition which throws some light on that compulsion. When he saw the girl crouched down cleaning the floor, on her knees with her buttocks projecting and her back horizontal, he recognized the position that his mother had assumed in the scene of coitus he had observed. In his mind she became his mother. He was overcome by sexual excitement as that image was activated. 3 And behaved in a manly fashion towards her like his father, whose actions he could then only have understood as urination. His urinating on the floor was actually an attempt at seduction, to which the girl responded with a threat of castration as if she had understood what he was doing. The compulsion derived from the primal scene was transferred to the scene with Gruska and its continued effect was mediated through it. The sexual condition underwent a modification, however, which testifies to the influence of the second scene. it was transferred from the woman's position to what she was doing in that position. This became evident, for example, in his experience with Matrona. He was walking through the village attached to their, later, estate when he saw a peasant girl kneeling at the edge of the pond, washing dirty linen in the water. He fell violently and irresistibly in love with the girl on the instant, although he could not even see her face. By virtue of her posture and her activity she had taken Gruska's place. We can now understand how feelings of shame applying to the scene with Gruska could be linked to the name Matrona. We can see the compulsive influence of the scene with Gruska at work in another attack of infatuation some years earlier. For a long time he had been attracted to a young peasant girl who was in service in the household, but had not allowed himself to approach her. One day he was seized with infatuation when he came across her alone in the room. He found her crouched down, cleaning the floor with pail and broom beside her, exactly like the other girl in his childhood. Even his definitive choice of object, so significant in his life, turned out to be dependent in its circumstantial details, which are not our concern here, on that same sexual condition, an offshoot of the compulsion that governed his sexual choice from the primal scene onwards, via the scene with Gruska. I remarked earlier that I am well aware of the way in which my patient attempts to demean the object of his love. We can trace this back to a reaction against the pressure of his sister's superiority. I promised at the time, however, to demonstrate that this arrogant motive was not the only one determining his behavior, but concealed purely erotic motives, which constituted a more profound determining force. His memory of the nursery maid cleaning the floor, her position admittedly a demeaning one, brought this motivation to light. All the later objects of his love were substitutes for this one woman, whom a chance situation had made the first substitute for his mother. In retrospect we can easily recognize our patient's first response to the problem of his fear of the butterfly as a distant allusion to the primal scene, the fifth hour. The relationship between the scene with Gruska and the threat of castration was confirmed by a particularly suggestive dream, which he was able to translate on his own. He said, "I dreamed that a man was tearing the wings off an asp. Asp. I naturally asked, what do you mean by that? Well, the insect with yellow stripes on its body, the one that can sting you. It must be a reference to Gruska, the yellow-striped pair. Now I was able to correct him, you mean a wasp, then wesp. Is the word wasp? I really thought it was asp. Like so many others, he used his unfamiliarity with German to conceal his symptomatic actions. But an asp, that must be me, sp. His initials. An asp is of course a mutilated wasp. The dream tells us clearly that he is taking his revenge on Gruska for having threatened to castrate him. The action of the 2-1-2-year-old boy in the scene with Gruska is the first known effect of the primal scene, one in which he appears as a copy of his father, revealing a tendency to develop in the direction that will later merit the name masculine. The seduction forces him into passivity, although we were admittedly already prepared for this by his behavior as an onlooker during his parents' intercourse. One aspect of the treatment history, which I must emphasize, is that in dealing with the Gruska scene, the first experience that he could truly remember and indeed did remember without any contribution or conjecture on my part, one had the strong impression that the problem of the therapy had been solved. After this there was no more resistance, all that was needed was to gather material and piece it together. Suddenly the old trauma theory, which was after all constructed on the basis of impressions formed in the course of psychoanalytic therapy, came into its own again. Out of critical interest I made one further attempt to impose a different interpretation of his story upon my patient, one more welcome to sober common sense. I suggested that there was no reason to doubt that the scene with Gruska had taken place, but that it meant nothing in itself. Regression had caused it to seem more substantial in retrospect because of the events surrounding his choice of object, which had been diverted from his sister because of his inclination to demean and had fallen on servant girls instead. The observation of coitus, on the other hand, might simply be a fantasy of later life, the historical kernel of which might perhaps have been the observation or experience of a harmless enema. Many readers will perhaps be of the opinion that only in making assumptions such as these had I reached a true understanding of the case. The patient looked at me uncomprehendingly and with a certain contempt as I presented this view, and never once reacted to it. I have expounded my own arguments against rationalizations of this kind above in the appropriate context. Not only does the Gruska scene contain the conditions of object choice that were to be crucial for the patient's life, however, thus guarding us against the error of overestimating the significance of his inclination to demean women. It also enables me to justify my former refusal to trace the primal scene back to animal behavior observed shortly before the dream, and to regard this without hesitation as the only possible solution. It surfaced spontaneously in the patient's memory without my having said or done anything. The fear of the yellow-striped butterfly, which could be traced back to it, proved that its content had been significant, or that it had subsequently become possible to invest its content with significance. We could quite confidently supply those significant elements that were no longer present to memory, by means of the accompanying associations and the conclusions suggested by them. It then transpired that his fear of the butterfly was entirely analogous to his fear of the wolf, and in both cases was a fear of castration, initially directed towards the person who had first voiced the castration threat but then transferred onto the person to whom it must adhere according to the phylogenetic model. The scene with Gruska occurred when he was 212, the anxiety he experienced at the sight of the yellow butterfly must have been after the anxiety dream, however. It would be readily comprehensible if his later sense of the possibility of castration had latched onto the scene with Gruska and generated anxiety from it, but the scene itself contains nothing offensive or improbable, only details of an entirely banal nature that there was no reason to doubt. There is nothing to encourage us to trace them back to the child's fantasy, indeed, it would hardly seem possible to do so. The question now arises as to whether we are justified in seeing proof of his sexual excitement in the fact that the boy urinated in a standing position while the girl was kneeling on the floor, cleaning it. If so, his excitement would testify to the influence of an earlier impression, which could just as easily be the actual occurrence of the primal scene as something he watched animals do before the age of 212. Or was the situation entirely harmless, the child emptying his bladder purely a matter of accident, and the whole scene imbued with sexuality only later on, in his memory, once he had recognized the significance of similar situations? I do not think I am able to come to any conclusion here. I must say that I think it greatly to the credit of psychoanalysis that it can even ask questions such as these. But I cannot deny that the scene with Gruska, the role it played in analysis and the effects it had on my patient's life can be explained most naturally and fully if we affirm the reality of the primal scene, which at other times might be seen as the product of fantasy. There is nothing fundamentally impossible in what it asserts, and the assumption that it was a reality is entirely in keeping with the stimulating influence of his observations of animals, to which the sheepdogs in the dream image allude. I shall turn from this unsatisfying conclusion to a question I explore in my introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. I should very much like to know myself whether my patient's primal scene was a fantasy or a real experience, but taking other, similar cases into consideration, we are obliged to conclude that it is not actually very important to reach a verdict on this matter. Scenes where parental intercourse is observed, scenes of childhood seduction and the threat of castration are undoubtedly inherited property, a phylogenetic inheritance, but they could just as well have been acquired by personal experience. The seduction of my patient by his older sister was an indisputable reality, why not the observation of his parents' coitus, too? In the primal history of neurosis we see that the child resorts to this phylogenetic experience when his own experience is not enough. He fills out the gaps in individual truth with prehistoric truth, putting ancestral experience in the place of his own. In acknowledging this phylogenetic inheritance I am in complete agreement with Jung, Die Psychologie der Unbewussten Prozesse, the Psychology of Unconscious Processes, 1917, a work published too late to influence my own lectures, but I consider it methodologically incorrect to resort to a phylogenetic explanation before one has exhausted the possibilities of ontogenesis, I do not see why we should obstinately deny the prehistory of childhood a significance that we readily concede to ancestral prehistory. I cannot overlook the fact that phylogenetic motives and products are themselves in need of the light that can be shed on them in a whole series of instances drawn from individual childhoods, and finally, it does not surprise me to find that when the same conditions remain in force they again cause the same things to come about organically in the individual as they had done in ancient times, and which they then passed down in the form of a disposition to reacquire them over and over again. The interval between the primal scene and the seduction, 18 months, 314 years, is also where we must place the mute water carrier, who was a father substitute for my patient just as Gruska was a mother substitute. I do not think we are justified in referring here to an inclination to demean, even though both parents are represented by members of the servant class. The child takes no notice of social distinctions, which mean very little to him as yet, putting even quite lowly people on a level with his parents if they respond to him lovingly in the same way that his parents do. Equally, this inclination is of little significance when it comes to using animals as substitutes for his parents, for nothing could be further from the child's mind than to hold animals in low esteem. There is no thought of demeaning them when uncles and aunts are enlisted as parent substitutes, a procedure attested by many of our patients' memories. In the same period there are vague tidings of a phase during which he only wanted to eat sweets, so that concern was expressed for his physical well-being. He was told of an uncle who had not wanted to eat anything either and who wasted away at an early age. He also heard that he had been so seriously ill when he was 3 months old that they had made his shroud in readiness. They succeeded in making him so fearful that he started to eat again. Later in his childhood he even took this obligation to extremes, as if to shield himself against the threat of death. His fear of dying, summoned up for his own protection, came into evidence again later, when his mother issued a warning about the danger of dysentery. Later still it provoked an attack of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, p. 266. At a later stage we shall attempt to look into its origins and significance. I would wish to claim that the eating disorder is significant as the very first instance of neurotic illness in my patient. Thus the eating disorder, the wolf phobia and the compulsive piety represent the full range of infantile illnesses that predispose the individual to neurotic breakdown in the years after puberty. It will be objected that few children altogether avoid disorders such as a passing unwillingness to eat or an animal phobia. This is an argument I welcome, however. I am prepared to assert that every adult neurosis builds on childhood neurosis, but that the latter is not always powerful enough to attract attention and to be recognized as such. The objection only enhances the theoretical significance of the infantile neuroses for our understanding of those illnesses that we treat as neuroses and believe to be derived only from what affects us in later life. If our patient had not picked up compulsive piety in addition to his eating disorder and his animal phobia, his story would not be noticeably different from that of any other living soul, and we would have missed out on valuable material that could keep us from making obvious mistakes. The analysis would be unsatisfactory if it did not enable us to understand the lament in which our patient summed up his sense of suffering. He said that for him the world was shrouded in a veil, and psychoanalytic training leads us to dismiss any expectation that these words might be meaningless or accidental. The veil was only torn apart, oddly enough, in one situation, namely when, after the application of an enema, stools were passed through the anus. He would then feel well again and for a very short while would see the world clearly. Understanding the meaning of this veil was as difficult as understanding his fear of the butterfly. He did not insist on its being a veil, moreover, and it became even more elusive to him, a feeling of twilight, ténèbres, and other such intangibles. It was only shortly before leaving therapy that he recalled having heard that he had been born with a call point for this reason he had always considered himself to be particularly lucky, a child whom no ill could befall. This confidence only left him when he was obliged to acknowledge that his gonorrheal illness had done serious damage to his body. He broke down in the face of this insult to his narcissism. We might say that this was the repetition of a mechanism that had come into play once before. The wolf phobia, too, had broken out when he was forced to confront the fact that castration was indeed possible, and for him gonorrhea was clearly on a par with castration. The veil shrouding him from the world and shrouding the world from him was thus the call. His lament is in fact the fulfillment of a wish fantasy in which he is shown as having returned to the womb, a wish fantasy, admittedly, of flight from the world. We might translate it thus: my life is so unhappy that I must go back to my mother's womb. What is the meaning of the fact that this symbolic veil, once a real veil, is torn apart, however, at the very moment when the bowels are evacuated after a clyster enema, and that his illness abates under these conditions? The context permits us to reply: when the birth veil is torn apart, he sees the world and is reborn. The stool is the baby, and as that baby he is born a second time to a happier life. This is the fantasy of rebirth to which Jung recently drew our attention, and to which he attributed such a dominant position in the wishful fantasies of the neurotic individual. That would be all very well, if it were a complete response. Certain details of the situation, together with the consideration that there should be a connection with the particular facts of our patient's life history, require us to take our interpretation further. The condition of rebirth is that a man administers a clyster; only later, when absolutely necessary, did he perform this function himself. This can only mean that he has identified himself with the mother. The man plays the role of his father, the clyster reproduces the act of copulation, which bears fruit in the birth of the stool baby, that is, of himself. The fantasy of rebirth is thus intimately bound up with the condition of sexual satisfaction received from a man. Our translation now runs as follows: only when he is allowed to take the woman's place, to substitute himself for his mother in order to gain satisfaction from his father and bear a child for him, does his illness abate. Here the fantasy of rebirth is merely the mutilated, censored reproduction of his homosexual wish fantasy. If we look more closely, we must in fact recognize that, by setting this condition for his cure, the patient is simply reproducing the situation found in the so-called primal scene, at the time he wanted to take on his mother's attributes, and in that scene he himself produced the stool baby, as we had long ago supposed. As if spellbound, his inner gaze is fixed on the scene that was to be decisive for his sexual life, the recurrence of which, that night of the dream, inaugurated his illness. The veil tearing is analogous to his eyes unclosing, to the window opening. The primal scene has been remodeled as the condition imposed for his cure. We can easily take what is represented in the patient's lament, and what is represented by the exception to the condition he laments, and draw them together to form a single entity whose full meaning is then revealed. He wishes he were back in his mother's womb, not simply in order to be reborn, but so as to be reached by his father during coitus, to gain satisfaction from him, to bear him a child. To be born of his father, as he at first supposed, to gain sexual satisfaction from him, to give him a child, even if that means surrendering his manhood, and to express all this in the language of anal eroticism. With these wishes the will of his fixed obsession with his father comes full circle, in them his homosexuality finds its highest and most intimate expression. 5. In my opinion, this example sheds some light on the meaning and origin of fantasies of the womb and of rebirth. The former frequently stems from an attachment to the father, as in our case. There is a desire to be in the mother's womb so as to act as her substitute during coitus, to take her place with the father. As a rule, the fantasy of rebirth probably constitutes a euphemism, so to speak, a toning down of the fantasy of incestuous intercourse with the mother, an anagogic abbreviation of it, to borrow H. Silberer's expression. There is a desire to return to the situation in which one was in the mother's genitals. Here the man identifies himself with his penis and uses it to represent his whole self. Thus it is revealed that each of the two fantasies is the counterpart of the other, expressing the wish for sexual intercourse with the mother or the father, depending on whether the individual concerned adopts a male or female attitude. We cannot discount the possibility that both fantasies, and hence both incestuous wishes, are united in our patient's lament and in the condition set for his cure. Once again I shall attempt to reinterpret the latest results of the analysis according to the model preferred by my opponents, The patient laments his flight from the world in a typical womb fantasy, glimpses the possibility of cure only in rebirth, as typically understood. He expresses the latter through anal symptoms appropriate to his dominant predisposition. According to the model of anal fantasies of rebirth, he constructs a childhood scene that recapitulates his wishes using archaic symbols as the medium of expression. His symptoms are then interlinked in such a way that they appear to proceed from a primal scene of this kind. He was forced to embark on this whole line of retreat because he came up against a task in real life that he was too lazy to solve, or because he had every reason to mistrust his inferior attributes and thought this the best way of protecting himself against being passed over. This would be all well and good if the unhappy man had not been only 4 years old at the time of the dream with which his neurosis began, the stimulus for which was his grandfather's story about the tailor and the wolf, and the interpretation of which necessitates the assumption of a primal scene of this kind. The relief that Jung's and Adler's theories might have afforded us comes to grief in the face of these petty but inviolable facts. As things are, it seems to me more likely that the fantasy of rebirth issues from the primal scene than the other way round, that the primal scene reflects the fantasy of rebirth. Perhaps we may also assume that 4 years after his birth the patient was just a little too young to be wishing for rebirth already. Yet I must withdraw this last argument, for my own observations prove that we have underestimated children and are no longer able to say just what they are capable of. 6. 9. Recapitulations and problems. I do not know whether my readers will have succeeded in forming a clear picture of the genesis and development of my patient's state of illness from the report of the analysis given above. Indeed, I fear that this will not be the case. However, whereas I never normally boast of my own narrative skills, on this occasion I should like to plead mitigating circumstances. To initiate the reader into a description of such early phases and such profound strata of a patient's inner life is a problem which has never before been tackled, and it is better to solve it badly than to take to one's heels, particularly since losing heart presents certain dangers in itself. Better, then, to make a bold show of not having been put off by consciousness of one's own deficiencies. The case itself was not a particularly auspicious one. The very thing that made it possible to gain such a wealth of information about the patient's childhood, the fact that we could study the child through the medium of the adult, was bought at the price of the most dreadful fragmentation of the analysis and a corresponding incompleteness in my account of it. Aspects of personality, a national character which is alien to our own, made it difficult to empathize with him. The contrast between the patient's charming and responsive personality, his sharp intelligence and refined way of thinking, and his complete lack of restraint at the level of the drives made it necessary to spend an excessively long time on the work of preparation and education, thus rendering any kind of overview more difficult. Though it may have posed the hardest descriptive problems, however, the patient himself cannot be held responsible for the nature of the case. In adult psychology we have happily succeeded in separating the processes of the inner life into conscious and unconscious, and describing both in clear language. As far as the child is concerned, however, this distinction almost gives way. We are often at a loss to decide what we would describe as conscious, and what unconscious. Processes that have become dominant and that, given their later behavior, we must treat in the same way as conscious ones, were nevertheless not conscious in the child. We can easily understand why this is so. Consciousness in the child has not yet developed its full range of characteristics and is not yet entirely capable of being converted into language pictures. The way in which we are regularly guilty of confusing the phenomenon of something appearing in consciousness in the form of a perception, and something belonging to an accepted psychic system that we ought to call by some conventional name but for which we also use the term consciousness, system CS, such confusion is harmless in the psychological description of an adult, but misleading in the case of a small child. To introduce the concept of the preconscious does not help much here, for there is no reason why the child's preconsciousness should be congruent with the adult's. We must therefore be content with having clearly recognized the obscurity which confronts us. A case such as the one described here could obviously create an opportunity to embark on a discussion of all the results and problems of psychoanalysis. It would be an endless undertaking, and one quite without justification. We have to tell ourselves that we cannot discover everything, cannot decide everything on the basis of a single case, and that we must be content to use it for what it can show us most clearly. The task of explanation in psychoanalysis is in any case narrowly circumscribed. What we need to explain are conspicuous symptom formations, by revealing how they have come about. What we are not to explain, only describe, are the psychic mechanisms and drive processes that we encounter in doing so. Formulation of new general statements on the basis of what we have learned about these last named aspects requires numerous cases of this kind, analyzed accurately and in depth. They are not easy to come by, for each individual case requires years of work. Thus progress in these areas will only take place very slowly. There is an obvious temptation, of course, to content oneself with scratching the psychic surface of a number of individuals and replacing neglected effort with speculation advanced under the patronage of some philosophical school of thought or other. There are also practical necessities that can be urged in favor of such a procedure, but the necessities of scholarship cannot be satisfied by any surrogate. I want to attempt to sketch out a synthesis, an overall view of my patient's sexual development, beginning with the earliest indications. The first thing we hear about him is of a loss of pleasure in eating that I would interpret on the basis of other experiences, but nevertheless with circumspection, as the outcome of an occurrence in the sexual sphere. I had thus to consider the first recognizable mode of sexual organization to be the so-called cannibal or oral mode of organization, in which the scene is dominated by the original dependence of sexual excitement on the drive to eat. We cannot expect to find any direct expression of this phase, but may find some indications in the appearance of disorders. The impairment of the drive to eat, which may of course have other causes as well, draws our attention to the fact that the organism has not succeeded in controlling sexual excitement. The sexual objective in this phase could only be cannibalism, eating. In our patient's case, this comes to the fore as a result of regression from a higher level, in his fear of being gobbled up by the wolf. We had to translate this fear as that of being taken in coitus by the father. It is well known that at a much later stage, in girls going through puberty or slightly older, we encounter a neurosis that expresses the rejection of sexuality through anorexia. A connection may be drawn with the oral phase of sexuality. We encounter the erotic objective of the oral mode of organization once again at the height of paroxysms of love. I love you so much I could eat you, and in affectionate contact with small children, in which the adult himself behaves in an infantile fashion. Elsewhere I have expressed the suspicion that our patient's father himself inclined to affectionate scolding, and when playing at wolves or dogs with the little boy had threatened in jest to gobble him up, p. 230. The patient only provided confirmation of this view through his striking behavior in the transference. Whenever he retreated from difficulties in the therapy and sought refuge in transference, he would threaten to gobble me up, and later to subject me to every possible form of ill treatment, all of which was merely a way of expressing his affection. His linguistic usage has been permanently colored in certain ways by this oral phase of sexuality. He refers to luscious love objects, describes his beloved as sweet. We recall that as a child our patient only wanted sweet things to eat. When they occur in dreams, sweeties and bonbons generally stand for caresses and sexual satisfaction. It appears that there is also an anxiety that belongs in this phase, where there is a disorder, of course, which manifests itself in the form of generalized anxiety and may adhere to anything that is suggested to the child as appropriate. In our patient's case it was used to teach him to overcome his reluctance to eat, to overcompensate for it, indeed. We are led to the possible source of his eating disorder when we recall, basing ourselves on the assumption we have discussed in such detail, that his observation of coitus, which was belatedly to cast so many ripples, took place at the age of 18 months, certainly before the period at which he experienced eating difficulties. We may perhaps assume that it speeded up the processes of sexual maturity, so that it also took effect directly, if inconspicuously. I know, of course, that we can also explain the symptoms manifested during this period, his fear of the wolf, his eating disorder, in a different, more straightforward way that takes no account of sexuality or of a pregenital stage of sexual organization. Anyone who likes to ignore the signs of neurosis and the logical connections between phenomena will prefer this other explanation, and I shall not be able to prevent him from doing so. It is difficult to find out anything compelling about these initial stages of sexuality other than by taking the roundabout routes I have indicated. The scene with Gruska, at the age of 212, shows our young patient embarking on a development that merits recognition as a normal one, except perhaps that it is somewhat premature: identification with the father, eroticism of the bladder as a substitute for virility. It too is very strongly influenced by the primal scene. Up until now we have interpreted the identification with the father as a narcissistic one, but bearing in mind the content of the primal scene, we cannot deny that it already corresponds to the stage of genital organization. The male genitals have begun to play their part and will continue to do so under the influence of his sister's seduction. We gain the impression, however, that the seduction not only encourages this development but also, to a greater extent, disrupts and diverts it. It results in a passive sexual objective that is fundamentally irreconcilable with the action of the male genitals. The first external impediment, Nanja's suggestion of castration, leads to the breakdown, at the age of 312, of the still precarious mode of genital organization, and regression to the previous stage of anal sadistic organization, which he might perhaps otherwise have passed through with only the same slight symptoms as those found in other children. It is easy to recognize that the anal sadistic mode of organization is a continuation of the oral one. The violent muscular activity towards its object by which it is characterized falls into place as an act preparatory to eating, but eating is no longer present as a sexual objective. The preparatory act becomes an objective in its own right. What is new about it in comparison with the previous stage is the fact that the receptive, passive organ has now been separated off from the oral zone, and developed in the anal zone instead. Biological parallels suggest themselves, as does the interpretation of pregenital human modes of organization as the residue of arrangements that have been permanently retained in many classes of animal. Equally characteristic of this stage is the way in which the exploratory drive constitutes itself from its component elements. Anal eroticism is not conspicuously in evidence. Under the influence of sadism, faces have exchanged their affectionate meaning for an aggressive one. A feeling of guilt, which indicates, moreover, that developments are taking place in areas other than the sexual sphere, plays its part in the transformation of sadism into masochism. The seduction continues to exert an influence, in that it maintains the passivity of the sexual objective. It now transforms sadism to a great extent into its passive counterpart, masochism. It is doubtful whether we can put the boy's characteristic passivity entirely down to the seduction, for his reaction to the observation of coitus at the age of 18 months was already predominantly a passive one. The sexual excitement that he felt in observation was expressed in a bowel movement, in which we must admittedly recognize an active element. Sadism, which finds active expression in tormenting small creatures, continues to exist alongside the masochism that dominates his sexual aspirations and is expressed in his fantasies. From the time of the seduction onwards, his sexual curiosity has been stirred, and is essentially directed towards two problems, namely where babies come from and whether loss of the genitals is possible. It becomes bound up with the expression of his drives. It is this that focuses his sadistic tendencies on those tiny creatures, which he sees as representing tiny children. Our description has taken us almost up to his 4th birthday, at which point the dream causes the observation of coitus at the age of 18 months to come belatedly into effect. We can neither completely grasp nor adequately describe the processes that are now set in motion. The activation of that image, which thanks to advances in his intellectual development can now be understood, has the effect of a newly occurring event, but is also like a fresh trauma, an alien intrusion analogous to the seduction. The genital mode of organization, which had been suspended, is resumed at a stroke, but the progress made in the dream cannot be maintained. Rather, a process that can only be compared to a kind of repression causes him to reject this new knowledge and replace it with a phobia. Thus the anal sadistic mode of organization continues in existence, even during the animal phobia phase that now begins, but with some manifestations of anxiety mixed in. The child still pursues both sadistic and masochistic activities, while reacting fearfully against one component. The reversal of sadism into its opposite probably fares somewhat better. We can see from the analysis of the anxiety dream that repression follows immediately after the knowledge of castration. The new knowledge is rejected because to accept it would cost the boy his penis. More careful consideration reveals something like the following: what has been repressed is the homosexual attitude in the genital sense, which had been formed under the influence of the new knowledge. This attitude remains preserved in the unconscious, however, constituted as a deeper, closed-off stratum. The driving force behind this repression appears to be the narcissistic masculinity of the genitals that comes into conflict with the passivity of the homosexual objective, a conflict for which the ground was laid long before. Repression is thus one of the outcomes of masculinity. This might lead us into the temptation to revise one small aspect of psychoanalytic theory. It seems patently obvious, after all, that repression and the formation of neuroses proceed from the conflict between masculine and feminine aspirations, that is, from bisexuality. But such a view has its shortcomings. Of these two conflicting sexual impulses, one is acceptable to the Ich-Gerecht, the other offends against narcissistic interests and thus falls prey to repression. In this case, too, it is the Ich who sets repression in motion in favor of one of the two sexual aspirations. In other cases, such a conflict between masculinity and femininity does not exist. There is a single sexual aspiration present, which sues for acceptance but runs counter to certain powers of the I and is therefore banished. Far more frequent than conflicts within sexuality itself are those conflicts that arise between sexuality and the moral inclinations of the I. There is an absence of moral conflict of this kind in our case. To emphasize bisexuality as the motivation for repression would be too restrictive, whereas conflict between the I and the sexual aspirations, the libido, covers all eventualities. Against the theory of masculine protest as developed by Adler, it must be objected that repression by no means always upholds masculinity against femininity. In many whole categories of cases it is masculinity that is obliged to accept repression by the I. A more balanced evaluation of the process of repression in our particular case, incidentally, would challenge whether narcissistic masculinity is significant as the only motivating factor. The homosexual attitude that comes into being in the course of the dream is so powerful that the little boy's I fails to control it and fends it off through the process of repression. To achieve this end, the I enlists the help of the narcissistic masculinity of the genitals that is in opposition to the homosexual attitude. Simply in order to avoid any misunderstanding, let me state that all narcissistic impulses work out from the I and remain in the I's domain, while repression is directed towards those objects carrying a libidinal charge. Let us now turn from the process of repression, a notion we have perhaps not succeeded in mastering entirely, to the boy's state when he awakened from the dream. If it had indeed been masculinity that had triumphed over homosexuality, femininity, during the dream process, we should now find an active sexual aspiration, already explicitly masculine in character, to be the dominant one. There is no question of this, however. The essential nature of the mode of sexual organization is unchanged. The anal sadistic phase still continues in existence and remains dominant. The triumph of masculinity can only be seen in the fact that the boy reacts fearfully to the passive sexual objectives of the dominant mode of organization, which are masochistic, but not feminine. There is no triumphant masculine sexual impulse present, but only a passive one, and an unwillingness to accept it. I can imagine the difficulties that this sharp distinction between the active/masculine and passive/feminine will cause the reader, a distinction that is unfamiliar but essential to our purpose, and so I shall not hesitate to repeat myself. We can describe the state of affairs after the dream, then, as follows: the patient's sexual aspirations have been split, the genital mode of organization having been achieved in the unconscious and a highly intensive homosexuality constituted, above this, virtually at the level of consciousness, The earlier sadistic and predominantly masochistic sexual current continues to exist, while the I has altered its position, by and large, towards sexuality, anxiously rejecting the dominant masochistic objectives just as it reacted towards the deeper homosexual ones with the formation of a phobia. Thus the outcome of the dream was not so much the victory of a masculine current as reaction against a feminine, passive one. We would do violence to the facts if we ascribed masculine characteristics to this reaction. For the I does not have sexual aspirations, only an interest in self-protection and the preservation of its narcissism. Let us now look closely at the phobia. It came into existence at the level of genital organization and demonstrates the relatively simple mechanism of an anxiety hysteria. The I protects itself from something it judges to be excessively dangerous, that is, homosexual satisfaction, by developing anxiety. However, the process of repression leaves a trace that we cannot miss. The object to which the dreaded sexual objective has become attached must find representation in conscious thought by means of another. It is not fear of the father that comes to consciousness, but fear of the wolf. Once it has been formed, the phobia is not restricted to a single content. Some considerable time later the wolf is replaced by a lion. Sadistic impulses towards tiny creatures compete with a phobic response towards them, inasmuch as they represent the boy's rivals, the babies whose arrival is still possible. The genesis of the butterfly phobia is particularly interesting. It is like a repetition of the mechanism that generated the wolf phobia in the dream. A chance stimulus activates an old experience, the scene with Gruska, whose castration threat belatedly comes into effect, whereas at the time it appeared to have left no impression. 1. We can say that the fear that goes into the formation of these phobias is fear of castration. This statement in no way contradicts the view that the fear arises from the repression of homosexual libido. Both modes of expression refer to the same process, in which the I withdraws libido from the homosexual wish impulse, which is converted into free-floating anxiety and then allows itself to be bound up in phobias. It is merely that the first mode of expression also indicates the motive that drives the I to act in this way. Looking more carefully, we then find that the random choice of a single phobia does not represent the full extent of this first episode of illness, not counting the eating disorder, in our patient, but that it must be understood as a genuine case of hysteria, comprising both anxiety symptoms and conversion phenomena. An element of the homosexual impulse is retained by the organ involved, for henceforward, and in later years too, the bowel behaves like an organ that has been hysterically affected. The unconscious, repressed homosexuality withdraws into the bowel. It was this particular bit of hysteria that served us so well when it came to resolving the patient's later illness. Now we should steel ourselves to tackle the still more complicated circumstances of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Let us examine the situation once again: a dominant masochistic sexual current and a repressed homosexual one, opposed to an I that is caught up in hysterical refusal. What processes could transform this state into one of obsessive-compulsive neurosis? The transformation is not the spontaneous result of internal developments, but arises from an external, alien influence. Its visible outcome is that the boy's relationship to his father, still very much to the fore, and expressed up until then through the wolf phobia, now finds expression in compulsive piety. I cannot let this opportunity pass without pointing out that the process that our patient undergoes provides unambiguous confirmation of a claim I put forward in Totem and Taboo concerning the relationship of the totemic animal to the deity. 2 There I concluded that the idea of God does not develop out of the totem but arises independently from common roots to supersede it. The totem is the first father substitute, the God a later one in which the father regains human form. We find the same thing in our patient's case. He goes through the stage of the totemic father substitute, as represented by the wolf phobia, which is then broken off and, after a new relationship has been forged between the boy and his father, is replaced by a phase of religious piety. The influence behind this transformation is his acquaintance with religious doctrine and sacred history, arranged by his mother. The result is exactly the one that education aspires to. The sadomasochistic mode of sexual organization draws gradually to a close, the wolf phobia quickly disappears, and in the place of his frightened rejection of sexuality we find a higher form of sexual suppression. Piety becomes the dominant power in the child's life. These efforts of will are not achieved without a struggle, however. Its signs are the appearance of blasphemous thoughts and its consequence the onset of a compulsive exaggeration of religious ritual. Leaving aside these pathological phenomena, we can say that, in this case, religion has achieved everything it is employed to do in the education of the individual. It has curbed his sexual aspirations by offering sublimation and a safe anchor, and undermined his family relationships, thus preventing the isolation that threatens him by giving him access to the wider human community. The unruly, apprehensive child has become socially conscious, civilized, and educable. The principal driving force behind the religious influence was his identification with the figure of Christ, which readily suggested itself given the coincidence of his date of birth. The excessive love for his father that had made repression necessary could finally be channeled into an ideal sublimation. It was possible as Christ to love the Father, now called God, with an intensity that he had striven in vain to vent on his own earthly father. The ways in which this love could be attested were clearly indicated by religion, and no guilt adhered to them, whereas there was no way of separating guilt from the erotic aspirations of the individual. While the patient's deepest sexual current, already laid down as unconscious homosexuality, could still be drained off in this way, his more superficial masochistic aspirations lost very little in finding a sublimation without parallel in the passion of Christ, who had allowed himself to be mistreated and sacrificed on behalf of the Divine Father and to his greater glory. And so religion did its work in this boy who had gone off the rails, through the mixture of satisfaction, sublimation, diversion from sensual processes to purely spiritual ones, and the opening up of social relationships which it offers the believer. His initial reluctance to accept religion was derived from three different sources. First, it was simply his way to ward off anything new. We have already seen a number of examples of this. Once he had taken up a given libido position, he would defend it every time against the new one he was to occupy, fearful of what he would lose in giving it up and mistrusting the likelihood of finding a fully satisfactory substitute. This is an important and fundamental psychological particularity, which I put forward in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality as the capacity to become fixed. Referring to it as psychic lassitude, Jung sees it as the principal cause of all neurotic failure. I believe he is wrong to do so, for it is more far-reaching than this and has a significant part to play even in the lives of those untouched by neurosis. The fluidity or viscosity of libidinal energy charges, and of other types as well, is a particular characteristic found in many normal individuals and not even in all those of a neurotic disposition, and up until now no connection has been made between it and anything else, as if it were a prime number which cannot be divided any further. We know only one thing: the mobility of psychic charges is a property which dwindles noticeably with age. This provides us with one of the indicators for the limits of psychoanalytic influence. There are people, however, whose psychic plasticity is maintained far beyond the usual limits of age, and others who lose it very early on. If these are neurotic individuals, then we discover to our discomfort that in their case, under what are apparently the same conditions, it is impossible to reverse changes that can readily be controlled in others. In examining conversion in psychic processes, we must therefore give consideration to the concept of an entropy, which is in proportional opposition to the undoing of what has already taken place. A second target was provided by the fact that there is no single, clear relationship to God the Father underlying religious doctrine. On the contrary, it is shot through with signs of the ambivalent attitude that prevailed at its inception. His own highly developed ambivalence enabled him to sniff this out and use it as a starting point for the penetrating criticism that so astonished us in a 4-year-old child. Most significant of all, however, was undoubtedly a third factor to which we may ascribe the pathological effects of his battle against religion. The current of energy pressing him towards manhood, for which religion was to provide a form of sublimation, was no longer free, as part of it had been separated off by the process of repression and thus eluded sublimation, remaining bound to its original sexual objective. On the strength of their connection, the repressed part strove either to break through to the sublimated part or else to drag it down to its own level. Those first brooding thoughts circling around the person of Christ already contained the question as to whether this sublime Son could also fulfill the sexual relationship to his Father that the patient had retained in his unconscious. Repudiation of this endeavor resulted only in the emergence of apparently blasphemous compulsive thoughts in which physical tenderness for God continued to assert itself in a form intended to demean him. A violent struggle ab Wehrkamp to parry these compromise formations led inevitably to compulsive exaggeration of all those activities in which piety and the pure love of God found expression through the prescribed channels. The victory eventually fell to religion, but the way in which it was rooted in the drives proved incomparably stronger than the durability of what was produced by sublimation. As soon as life provided a new father substitute whose influence was directed against religion, it was dropped and replaced by other things. We should also bear in mind the interesting complication that piety came about under the influence of women, mother and nurse, whereas masculine influence liberated him from it. The fact that obsessive-compulsive neurosis came about at the anal sadistic stage of sexual organization on the whole confirms the views presented elsewhere in Die Disposition zur Zwangsneurose, the disposition to obsessional neurosis, 1913. However, the pre-existence of a powerful state of hysteria makes the case more obscure in that respect. I shall conclude my survey of our patient's sexual development by highlighting the transformations it underwent in later life. In puberty, the strongly sensual male current that we refer to as normal made its appearance, its sexual objective that of the genital mode of organization, and its vicissitudes fill up the time until his later episode of illness. It was directly connected with the Gruska scene and derived from it the character of a compulsive infatuation, coming and going like an attack. It also had to struggle with the inhibitions created by the residue of the infantile neurosis. Violent breakthrough to the female meant that he finally won his full masculinity. From now on he held fast to this sexual object, but its possession brought him little joy, for a strong and now completely unconscious inclination towards the male, the sum of all the energies generated in earlier phases, was constantly drawing him away from a female object, obliging him to exaggerate his dependence on women in the interstices. His complaint in therapy was that he could not endure being with women, and all our work was directed towards the task of uncovering his unconscious relationship to the male. We could say, in a formulaic way, that the hallmark of his childhood was vacillation between the active and the passive, that of puberty the struggle for manhood, and that of the period following his illness, the fight for the object of male aspirations. The cause of his illness does not come into any of the categories of neurotic illness that I might refer to collectively as special cases of refusal Veragung 3, and so draws our attention to a gap in the series. He broke down when an organic infection of the genitals reawakened his fear of castration, damaged his narcissism, and forced him to put away any expectation that fate had a personal preference for him. The cause of his illness was thus a narcissistic refusal. His excessively strong narcissism was in complete accord with the other indications of inhibited sexual development, with the fact that his choice of heterosexuality, however energetic, was the focus for so few of his psychic aspirations, and also that the homosexual attitude, which is so much closer to narcissism, asserted its unconscious power over him with such tenacity. In the face of such disorders, psychoanalytic therapy obviously cannot bring about an instantaneous change of direction nor parity with normal development. It can only remove obstacles and clear the path so that life's influences can opt for better directions in which to push through the individual's development. Let me list those peculiarities of his psyche that were uncovered in psychoanalytic therapy but on which it was not possible to throw further light nor exert any direct influence: the tenacity with which his energies became fixed, as already discussed, the extraordinary extent to which his tendency to ambivalence had been developed, and, a third feature of what we might term an archaic constitution, his ability to maintain a wide variety of violently conflicting libidinal charges, all potentially functioning alongside one another. His constant wavering between them, which for a long time seemed to exclude the possibility of settlement and progress, dominated the profile of his later illness, which we have touched on only briefly here. There is no doubt that this was a character trait of the unconscious, carried over into processes that had become conscious. It was only apparent, however, in the results of emotional affective impulses, whereas in matters of pure logic he demonstrated particular skill in detecting contradictions and inconsistencies. The impression left by his inner life was rather like that of the ancient Egyptian religion, which is inconceivable to us because it conserves all the developmental stages alongside the end products, keeping the oldest deities and what they signified as well as the most recent, spreading them out two-dimensionally where other developing cultures create a three-dimensional image. This concludes what I wished to say about this case. Only two of the numerous problems to which it gives rise seem to me to deserve particular emphasis. The first concerns those phylogenetically transmitted patterns that, like philosophical categories, enable us to accommodate our impressions of life. I should like to suggest that they are the precipitates of human cultural history. The Oedipus complex, a complete account of the child's relationship to his parents, is one example, indeed the best known. When experiences cannot be fitted into this hereditary schema, they are reworked in the imagination, work that it would undoubtedly be profitable to examine in detail. For it is precisely these cases that are best suited to demonstrate the independent existence of the schema. We are often in a position to note how the schema takes precedence over individual experience, as for example in our case when the father becomes the castrator who threatens childhood sexuality, despite the fact that the Oedipus complex is reversed in every other respect. Another effect of this is seen when the children's nurse takes the place of the mother or the two become merged. The way in which experience contradicts the schema supplies the conflicts of infancy with a wealth of material. The second problem is not far removed from the first, but its significance is far greater. If we consider the way in which the 4-year-old child responds to the reactivated primal scene 4, indeed, we have only to think of the far simpler reactions of the 18-month-old child to the original experience, it is difficult to dismiss the notion that some kind of knowledge that resists definition, a sort of preparation for understanding, is at work in the child. 5 What this might consist in defies the imagination. The only analogy available to us is the excellent analogy with the largely instinctive knowledge found in animals. If human beings were also in possession of instinctive knowledge of this kind, it would hardly be surprising if it were directed in particular towards the processes of sexuality, although it cannot possibly be restricted to these alone. This instinctive knowledge would form the core of the unconscious, a primitive intellectual activity later dethroned by human reason when this is acquired and overlaid by it, but often, perhaps always, retaining the strength to drag higher inner processes down to its own level. Repression would be the return to this instinctive stage. In this way man would pay for his splendid new acquisition with the capacity for neurosis, while the possibility of neurosis would testify to the existence of the earlier, preliminary stage, instinctive in nature. The significance of early childhood traumas would then lie in the fact that they supply this unconscious part of the psyche with material that prevents it from being sapped by the subsequent process of development. I know that similar thoughts have been expressed in various quarters, emphasizing the hereditary, phylogenetically acquired factor in the individual's inner life. Indeed, I think we are all too ready to make room for them in our psychoanalytic evaluations. It seems to me that they are only admissible when psychoanalysis correctly observes the prescribed stages, and only starts looking for traces of what has been inherited once it has penetrated the layers of what has been acquired by the individual. 6. Notes upon a case of obsessional neurosis. The Ratman case history. The matter contained in the following pages will be of two kinds. In the first place I shall give some fragmentary extracts from the history of a case of obsessional neurosis. This case, judged by its length, the injuriousness of its effects, and the patient's own view of it, deserves to be classed as a moderately severe one. The treatment, which lasted for about a year, led to the complete restoration of the patient's personality, and to the removal of his inhibitions. In the second place, starting out from this case, and also taking other cases into account which I have previously analyzed, I shall make some disconnected statements of an aphoristic character upon the genesis and finer psychological mechanism of obsessional processes, and I shall thus hope to develop my first observations on the subject. Published in 1896. Superscript 1. A program of this kind seems to me to require some justification. For it might otherwise be thought that I regard this method of making a communication as perfectly correct and as one to be imitated, whereas in reality I am only accommodating myself to obstacles, some external and others inherent in the subject, and I should gladly have communicated more if it had been right or possible for me to do so. I cannot give a complete history of the treatment, because that would involve my entering in detail into the circumstances of my patient's life. The importunate interest of a capital city, focused with particular attention upon my medical activities, forbids my giving a faithful picture of the case. On the other hand, I have come more and more to regard the distortions usually resorted to in such circumstances as useless and objectionable. If the distortions are slight, they fail in their object of protecting the patient from indiscreet curiosity, while if they go beyond this they require too great a sacrifice, for they destroy the intelligibility of the material, which depends for its coherence precisely upon the small details of real life. And from this latter circumstance follows the paradoxical truth that it is far easier to divulge the patient's most intimate secrets than the most innocent and trivial facts about him, for, whereas the former would not throw any light on his identity, the latter, by which he is generally recognized, would make it obvious to everyone. Superscript 1. Further remarks on the neuropsychoses of defense, 1896b, Section 2. The nature and mechanism of obsessional neurosis. 2128. Such is my excuse for having curtailed so drastically the history of this case and its treatment. And I can offer still more cogent reasons for having confined myself to the statement only of some disconnected results of the psychoanalytic investigation of obsessional neuroses. I must confess that I have not yet succeeded in completely penetrating the complicated texture of a severe case of obsessional neurosis, and that, if I were to reproduce the analysis, it would be impossible for me to make the structure, such as by the help of analysis we know or suspect it to be, visible to others through the mass of therapeutic work superimposed upon it. What adds so greatly to the difficulty of doing this are the resistances of the patients and the forms in which they are expressed. But even apart from this, it must be admitted that an obsessional neurosis is in itself not an easy thing to understand, much less so than a case of hysteria. Actually, indeed, we should have expected to find the contrary. The language of an obsessional neurosis, the means by which it expresses its secret thoughts, is, as it were, only a dialect of the language of hysteria, but it is a dialect in which we ought to be able to find our way about more easily, since it is more nearly related to the forms of expression adopted by our conscious thought than is the language of hysteria. Above all, it does not involve the leap from a mental process to a somatic innervation, hysterical conversion, which can never be fully comprehensible to us. Perhaps it is only because we are less familiar with obsessional neuroses that we do not find these expectations confirmed by the facts. Persons suffering from a severe degree of obsessional neurosis present themselves far less frequently for analytic treatment than hysterical patients. They dissimulate their condition in daily life, too, as long as they possibly can, and often call in a physician only when their complaint has reached such an advanced stage as, had they been suffering, for instance, from tuberculosis of the lungs, would have led to their being refused admission to a sanatorium. I make this comparison, moreover, because, as with the chronic infectious disease which I have just mentioned, we can point to a number of brilliant therapeutic successes in severe no less than in light cases of obsessional neurosis, where these have been taken in hand at an early stage. In these circumstances there is no alternative but to report the facts in the imperfect and incomplete fashion in which they are known and in which it is legitimate to communicate them. The crumbs of knowledge offered in these pages, though they have been laboriously enough collected, may not in themselves prove very satisfying, but they may serve as a starting point for the work of other investigators, and common endeavor may bring the success which is perhaps beyond the reach of individual effort. A youngish man of university education introduced himself to me with the statement that he had suffered from obsessions ever since his childhood, but with particular intensity for the last 4 years. The chief features of his disorder were fears that something might happen to two people of whom he was very fond, his father and a lady whom he admired. Besides this, he was aware of compulsive impulses, such as an impulse, for instance, to cut his throat with a razor, and further he produced prohibitions, sometimes in connection with quite unimportant things. He had wasted years, he told me, in fighting against these ideas of his, and in this way had lost much ground in the course of his life. He had tried various treatments, but none had been of any use to him except a course of hydrotherapy at a sanatorium near ... and this, he thought, had probably only been because he had made an acquaintance there which had led to regular sexual intercourse. Here he had no opportunities of the sort, and he seldom had intercourse and only at irregular intervals. He felt disgust at prostitutes. Altogether, he said, his sexual life had been stunted, masturbation had played only a small part in it, in his 16th or 17th year. His potency was normal. He had first had intercourse at the age of 26. He gave me the impression of being a clear-headed and shrewd person. When I asked him what it was that made him lay such stress upon telling me about his sexual life, he replied that that was what he knew about my theories. Actually, however, he had read none of my writings, except that a short time before he had been turning over the pages of one of my books Superscript 1 and had come across the explanation of some curious verbal associations which had so much reminded him of some of his own efforts of thought in connection with his ideas that he had decided to put himself in my hands. Superscript 1 The Psychopathology of Everyday Life. Notes upon a Case of Obsessional Neurosis. 2130. A. The beginning of the treatment. The next day I made him pledge himself to submit to the one and only condition of the treatment, namely, to say everything that came into his head, even if it was unpleasant to him, or seemed unimportant or irrelevant or senseless. I then gave him leave to start his communications with any subject he pleased, and he began thus. Superscript 1 He had a friend, he told me, of whom he had an extraordinarily high opinion. He used always to go to him when he was tormented by some criminal impulse, and ask him whether he despised him as a criminal. His friend used then to give him moral support by assuring him that he was a man of irreproachable conduct, and had probably been in the habit, from his youth onwards, of taking a dark view of his own life. At an earlier date, he went on, another person had exercised a similar influence over him. This was a 19-year-old student. He himself had been 14 or 15 at the time, who had taken a liking to him, and had raised his self-esteem to an extraordinary degree, so that he appeared to himself to be a genius. This student had subsequently become his tutor, and had suddenly altered his behavior and begun treating him as though he were an idiot. At length he had noticed that the student was interested in one of his sisters, and had realized that he had only taken him up in order to gain admission into the house. This had been the first great blow of his life. He then proceeded without any apparent transition. Superscript 1 What follows is based upon notes made on the evening of the day of treatment, and adheres as closely as possible to my recollection of the patient's words. I feel obliged to offer a warning against the practice of noting down what the patient says during the actual time of treatment. The consequent withdrawal of the physician's attention does the patient more harm than can be made up for by any increase in accuracy that may be achieved in the reproduction of his case history. My sexual life began very early. I can remember a scene during my 4th or 5th year. From my 6th year onwards I can remember everything. This scene came into my head quite distinctly, years later. We had a very pretty young governess called Fräulein Peter. Superscript 1 One evening she was lying on the sofa lightly dressed, and reading. I was lying beside her, and begged her to let me creep under her skirt. She told me I might, so long as I said nothing to anyone about it. She had very little on, and I fingered her genitals and the lower part of her body, which struck me as very queer. After this I was left with a burning and tormenting curiosity to see the female body. I can still remember the intense excitement with which I waited at the baths, which I was still allowed to go to with the governess and my sisters, for the governess to undress and get into the water. I can remember more things from my 6th year onwards. At that time we had another governess, who was also young and good-looking. She had abscesses on her buttocks which she was in the habit of pressing out at night. I used to wait eagerly for that moment, to appease my curiosity. It was just the same at the baths, though Fräulein Lena was more reserved than her predecessor. In reply to a question which I threw in, as a rule, the patient told me, I did not sleep in her room, but mostly with my parents. I remember a scene which must have taken place when I was 7 years old. Superscript 2 We were sitting together one evening, the governess, the cook, another servant girl, myself and my brother, who was 18 months younger than me. The young women were talking, and I suddenly became aware of Fräulein Lena saying, it could be done with the little one, but Paul, that was I, is too clumsy, he would be sure to miss it. I did not understand clearly what was meant, but I felt the slight and began to cry. Lena comforted me, and told me how a girl, who had done something of the kind with a little boy she was in charge of, had been put in prison for several months. I do not believe she actually did anything wrong with me, but I took a great many liberties with her. When I got into her bed I used to uncover her and touch her, and she made no objections. She was not very intelligent, and clearly had very strong sexual cravings. At 23 she had already had a child. She afterwards married its father, so that today she is a Frau Hofrat. Even now I often see her in the street. Superscript 1 Dr. Alfred Adler, who was formerly an analyst, once drew attention in a privately delivered paper to the peculiar importance which attaches to the very first communications made by patients. Here is an instance of this. The patient's opening words laid stress upon the influence exercised over him by men, that is to say, upon the part played in his life by homosexual object choice, but immediately afterwards they touched upon a second motif, which was to become of great importance later on, namely, the conflict between man and woman and the opposition of their interests. Even the fact that he remembered his first pretty governess by her surname, which happened to be a man's first name, must be taken into account in this connection. In middle-class circles in Vienna it is more usual to call a governess by her first name, and it is by that name that she is more commonly remembered. When I was 6 years old I already suffered from erections, and I know that once I went to my mother to complain about them. I know too that in doing so I had some misgivings to get over, for I had a feeling that there was some connection between this subject and my ideas and inquisitiveness, and at that time I used to have a morbid idea that my parents knew my thoughts. I explained this to myself by supposing that I had spoken them out loud, without having heard myself do it. I look on this as the beginning of my illness. There were certain people, girls, who pleased me very much, and I had a very strong wish to see them naked. But in wishing this I had an uncanny feeling, as though something must happen if I thought such things, and as though I must do all sorts of things to prevent it. In reply to a question he gave an example of these fears, for instance, that my father might die. Thoughts about my father's death occupied my mind from a very early age and for a long period of time, and greatly depressed me. At this point I learnt with astonishment that the patient's father, with whom his obsessional fears were, after all, occupied now, had died several years previously. The events in his 6th or 7th year which the patient described in the first hour of his treatment were not merely, as he supposed, the beginning of his illness, but were already the illness itself. It was a complete obsessional neurosis, wanting in no essential element, at once the nucleus and the prototype of the later disorder, an elementary organism, as it were, the study of which could alone enable us to obtain a grasp of the complicated organization of his subsequent illness. The child, as we have seen, was under the domination of a component of the sexual instinct, the desire to look, as a result of which there was a constant recurrence in him of a very intense wish connected with persons of the female sex who pleased him, the wish, that is, to see them naked. This wish corresponds to the later obsessional or compulsive idea, and if the quality of compulsion was not yet present in the wish, this was because the ego had not yet placed itself in complete opposition to it and did not yet regard it as something foreign to itself. Nevertheless, opposition to this wish from some source or other was already in activity, for its occurrence was regularly accompanied by a distressing affect. Superscript 1a conflict was evidently in progress in the mind of this young libertine. Side by side with the obsessive wish, and intimately associated with it, was an obsessive fear. Every time he had a wish of this kind he could not help fearing that something dreadful would happen. This something dreadful was already clothed in a characteristic indeterminateness which was thenceforward to be an invariable feature of every manifestation of the neurosis. But in a child it is not hard to discover what it is that is veiled behind an indeterminateness of this kind. If the patient can once be induced to give a particular instance in place of the vague generalities which characterize an obsessional neurosis, it may be confidently assumed that the instance is the original and actual thing which has tried to hide itself behind the generalization. Our present patient's obsessive fear, therefore, when restored to its original meaning, would run as follows: if I have this wish to see a woman naked, my father will be bound to die. The distressing affect was distinctly colored with a tinge of uncanniness and superstition, and was already beginning to give rise to impulses to do something to ward off the impending evil. These impulses were subsequently to develop into the protective measures which the patient adopted. We find, accordingly, an erotic instinct and a revolt against it, a wish which has not yet become compulsive and, struggling against it, a fear which is already compulsive, a distressing affect and an impulsion towards the performance of defensive acts. The inventory of the neurosis has reached its full muster. Indeed, something more is present, namely, a kind of delusion or delirium with the strange content that his parents knew his thoughts because he spoke them out loud without his hearing himself do it. We shall not go far astray if we suppose that in making this attempt at an explanation the child had some inkling of those remarkable mental processes which we describe as unconscious and which we cannot dispense with if we are to throw any scientific light upon this obscure subject. I speak my thoughts out loud, without hearing them sounds like a projection into the external world of our own hypothesis that he had thoughts without knowing anything about them. It sounds like an endopsychic perception of what has been repressed. For the situation is clear. This elementary neurosis of childhood already involved a problem and an apparent absurdity, like any complicated neurosis of maturity. What can have been the meaning of the child's idea that if he had this lascivious wish his father would be bound to die? Was it sheer nonsense? Or are there means of understanding the words and of perceiving them as a necessary consequence of earlier events and premises? If we apply knowledge gained elsewhere to this case of childhood neurosis, we shall not be able to avoid a suspicion that in this instance as in others, that is to say, before the child had reached his 6th year, there had been conflicts and repressions, which had themselves been overtaken by amnesia, but had left behind them as a residuum the particular content of this obsessive fear. Later on we shall learn how far it is possible for us to rediscover those forgotten experiences or to reconstruct them with some degree of certainty. In the meantime stress may be laid on the fact, which is probably more than a mere coincidence, that the patient's infantile amnesia ended precisely with his 6th year. To find a chronic obsessional neurosis beginning like this in early childhood, with lascivious wishes of this sort connected with uncanny apprehensions and an inclination to the performance of defensive acts, is no new thing to me. I have come across it in a number of other cases. It is absolutely typical, although probably not the only possible type. Before proceeding to the events of the second session, I should like to add one more word on the subject of the patient's early sexual experiences. It will hardly be disputed that they may be described as having been considerable both in themselves and in their consequences. But it has been the same with the other cases of obsessional neurosis that I have had the opportunity of analyzing. Such cases, unlike those of hysteria, invariably possess the characteristic of premature sexual activity. Obsessional neuroses make it much more obvious than hysterias that the factors which go to form a psychoneurosis are to be found in the patient's infantile sexual life and not in his present one. The current sexual life of an obsessional neurotic may often appear perfectly normal to a superficial observer. Indeed, it frequently offers to the eye far fewer pathogenic elements and abnormalities than in the instance we are now considering. See, the great obsessive fear. I think I will begin today with the experience which was the immediate occasion of my coming to you. It was in August, during the maneuvers in I had been suffering before, and tormenting myself with all kinds of obsessional thoughts, but they had quickly passed off during the maneuvers. I was keen to show the regular officers that people like me had not only learned a good deal but could stand a good deal too. One day we started from on a short march. During a halt I lost my pince-nez, and, although I could easily have found them, I did not want to delay our start, so I gave them up. But I wired to my opticians in Vienna to send me another pair by the next post. During that same halt I sat between two officers, one of whom, a captain with a Czech name, was to be of no small importance to me. I had a kind of dread of him, for he was obviously fond of cruelty. I do not say he was a bad man, but at the officers' mess he had repeatedly defended the introduction of corporal punishment, so that I had been obliged to disagree with him very sharply. Well, during this halt we got into conversation, and the captain told me he had read of a specially horrible punishment used in the East. Here the patient broke off, got up from the sofa, and begged me to spare him the recital of the details. I assured him that I myself had no taste whatever for cruelty, and certainly had no desire to torment him, but that naturally I could not grant him something which was beyond my power. He might just as well ask me to give him the moon. The overcoming of resistances was a law of the treatment, and on no consideration could it be dispensed with. I had explained the idea of resistance to him at the beginning of the hour, when he told me there was much in himself which he would have to overcome if he was to relate this experience of his. I went on to say that I would do all I could, nevertheless, to guess the full meaning of any hints he gave me. Was he perhaps thinking of impalement? No, not that. The criminal was tied up. He expressed himself so indistinctly that I could not immediately guess in what position. A pot was turned upside down on his buttocks. Some rats were put into it. And they. He had again got up, and was showing every sign of horror and resistance. Bored their way in. Into his anus, I helped him out. At all the more important moments while he was telling his story his face took on a very strange, composite expression. I could only interpret it as one of horror at pleasure of his own of which he himself was unaware. He proceeded with the greatest difficulty. At that moment the idea flashed through my mind that this was happening to a person who was very dear to me. Superscript 1. In answer to a direct question he said that it was not he himself who was carrying out the punishment, but that it was being carried out as it were impersonally. After a little prompting I learnt that the person to whom this idea of his related was the lady whom he admired. He broke off his story in order to assure me that these thoughts were entirely foreign and repugnant to him, and to tell me that everything which had followed in their train had passed through his mind with the most extraordinary rapidity. Simultaneously with the idea there always appeared a sanction, that is to say, the defensive measure which he was obliged to adopt in order to prevent the fantasy from being fulfilled. When the captain had spoken of this ghastly punishment, he went on, and these ideas had come into his head, by employing his usual formulas, but accompanied by a gesture of repudiation, and the phrase "whatever are you thinking of," he had just succeeded in warding off both of them. This both took me aback, and it has no doubt also mystified the reader. For so far we have heard only of one idea, of the rat punishment being carried out upon the lady. He was now obliged to admit that a second idea had occurred to him simultaneously, namely, the idea of the punishment being applied to his father. As his father had died many years previously, this obsessive fear was much more nonsensical even than the first, and accordingly it had attempted to escape being confessed to for a little while longer. Notes upon a case of obsessional neurosis. 2138. That evening, he continued, the same captain had handed him a packet that had arrived by the post and had said, Lieutenant A. Point superscript 1 has paid the charges for you. You must pay him back. The packet had contained the pince-nez that he had wired for. At that instant, however, a sanction had taken shape in his mind, namely, that he was not to pay back the money or it would happen, that is, the fantasy about the rats would come true as regards his father and the lady. And immediately, in accordance with the type of procedure with which he was familiar, to combat this sanction there had arisen a command in the shape of a vow: you must pay back the 3.80 kronen to Lieutenant A. He had said these words to himself almost half aloud. 2 days later the maneuvers had come to an end. He had spent the whole of the intervening time in efforts at repaying Lieutenant A the small amount in question, but a succession of difficulties of an apparently external nature had arisen to prevent it. First he had tried to effect the payment through another officer who had been going to the post office. But he had been much relieved when this officer brought him back the money, saying that he had not met Lieutenant A there, for this method of fulfilling his vow had not satisfied him, as it did not correspond with the wording, which ran, "You must pay back the money to Lieutenant A." Finally, he had met Lieutenant A, the person he was looking for, but that officer had refused to accept the money, declaring that he had not paid anything for him, and had nothing whatever to do with the post, which was the business of Lieutenant B. This had thrown my patient into great perplexity, for it meant that he was unable to keep his vow, since it had been based upon false premises. He had excogitated a very curious means of getting out of his difficulty, namely, that he should go to the post office with both the men, A and B, that A should give the young lady there the 3.80 kronen, that the young lady should give them to B, and that then he himself should pay back the 3.80 kronen to A according to the wording of his vow. It would not surprise me to hear that at this point the reader had ceased to be able to follow. For even the detailed account which the patient gave me of the external events of these days and of his reactions to them was full of self-contradictions and sounded hopelessly confused. It was only when he told the story for the third time that I could get him to realize its obscurities and could lay bare the errors of memory and the displacements in which he had become involved. I shall spare myself the trouble of reproducing these details, the essentials of which we shall easily be able to pick up later on, and I will only add that at the end of this second session the patient behaved as though he were dazed and bewildered. He repeatedly addressed me as Captain, probably because at the beginning of the hour I had told him that I myself was not fond of cruelty like Captain N, and that I had no intention of tormenting him unnecessarily. The only other piece of information that I obtained from him during this hour was that from the very first, on all the previous occasions on which he had had a fear that something would happen to people he loved no less than on the present one, he had referred the punishments not only to our present life but also to eternity, to the next world. Up to his 14th or 15th year he had been devoutly religious, but from that time on he had gradually developed into the freethinker that he was today. He reconciled the contradiction between his beliefs and his obsessions by saying to himself, "What do you know about the next world? Nothing can be known about it. You're not risking anything, so do it." This form of argument seemed unobjectionable to a man who was in other respects particularly clear-headed, and in this way he exploited the uncertainty of reason in the face of these questions to the benefit of the religious attitude which he had outgrown. At the third session he completed his very characteristic story of his efforts at fulfilling his obsessional vow. That evening the last gathering of officers had taken place before the end of the maneuvers. It had fallen to him to reply to the toast of the gentlemen of the reserve. He had spoken well, but as if he were in a dream, for at the back of his mind he was being incessantly tormented by his vow. He had spent a terrible night. Arguments and counter-arguments had struggled with one another. The chief argument, of course, had been that the premise upon which his vow had been based, that Lieutenant A had paid the money for him, had proved to be false. However, he had consoled himself with the thought that the business was not yet finished, as A would be riding with him next morning part of the way to the railway station at P, so that he would still have time to ask him the necessary favor. As a matter of fact he had not done this, and had allowed A to go off without him, but he had given instructions to his orderly to let A know that he intended to pay him a visit that afternoon. He himself had reached the station at 9:30 in the morning. He had deposited his luggage there and had seen to various things he had to do in the small town, with the intention of afterwards paying his visit to A. The village in which A was stationed was about an hour's drive from the town of P. The railway journey to the place where the post office was would take 3 hours. He had calculated, therefore, that the execution of his complicated plan would just leave him time to catch the evening train from P to Vienna. The ideas that were struggling within him had been, on the one hand, that he was simply being cowardly and was obviously only trying to save himself the unpleasantness of asking A to make the sacrifice in question and of cutting a foolish figure before him, and that was why he was disregarding his vow, and, on the other hand, that it would, on the contrary, be cowardly of him to fulfill his vow, since he only wanted to do so in order to be left in peace by his obsessions. When in the course of his deliberations, the patient added, he found the arguments so evenly balanced as these, it was his custom to allow his actions to be decided by chance events as though by the hand of God. When, therefore, a porter at the station had addressed him with the words, 10 o'clock train, sir. He had answered yes, and in fact had gone off by the 10 o'clock train. In this way he had produced fait accompli and felt greatly relieved. He had proceeded to book a seat for luncheon in the restaurant car. At the first station they had stopped at it had suddenly struck him that he still had time to get out, wait for the next down train, travel back in it to P, drive to the place where Lieutenant A was quartered, from there make the 3 hours train journey with him to the post office, and so forth. It had only been the consideration that he had booked his seat for luncheon with the steward of the restaurant car that had prevented his carrying out this design. He had not abandoned it, however, he had only put off getting out until a later stop. In this way he had struggled through from station to station, till he had reached one at which it had seemed to him impossible to get out because he had relatives living there. He had then determined to travel through to Vienna, to look up his friend there and lay the whole matter before him, and then, after his friend had made his decision, to catch the night train back to P. When I expressed a doubt whether this would have been feasible, he assured me that he would have had half an hour to spare between the arrival of the one train and the departure of the other. When he had arrived in Vienna, however, he had failed to find his friend at the restaurant at which he had counted on meeting him, and had not reached his friend's house till 11 o'clock at night. He told him the whole story that very night. His friend had held up his hands in amazement to think that he could still be in doubt whether he was suffering from an obsession, and had calmed him down for the night, so that he had slept excellently. Next morning they had gone together to the post office, to dispatch the 3.80 kronen to the post office at which the packet containing the pince nez had arrived. It was this last statement which provided me with a starting point from which I could begin straightening out the various distortions involved in his story. After his friend had brought him to his senses he had dispatched the small sum of money in question neither to Lieutenant A nor to Lieutenant B, but direct to the post office. He must therefore have known that he owed the amount of the charges due upon the packet to no one but the official at the post office, and he must have known this before he started on his journey. It turned out that in fact he had known it before the captain made his request and before he himself made his vow, for he now remembered that a few hours before meeting the cruel captain he had had occasion to introduce himself to another captain, who had told him how matters actually stood. This officer, on hearing his name, had told him that he had been at the post office a short time before, and that the young lady there had asked him whether he knew a Lieutenant L. The patient, that is, for whom a packet had arrived, to be paid for on delivery. The officer had replied that he did not, but the young lady had been of opinion that she could trust the unknown lieutenant and had said that in the meantime she would pay the charges herself. It had been in this way that the patient had come into possession of the pince nez he had ordered. The cruel captain had made a mistake when, as he handed him over the packet, he had asked him to pay back the 3.80 kronen to A, and the patient must have known it was a mistake. In spite of this he had made a vow founded upon this mistake, a vow that was bound to be a torment to him. In so doing he had suppressed to himself, just as in telling the story he had suppressed to me, the episode of the other captain and the existence of the trusting young lady at the post office. I must admit that when this correction has been made his behavior becomes even more senseless and unintelligible than before. After he had left his friend and returned to his family his doubts had overtaken him afresh. His friend's arguments, he saw, had been no different from his own, and he was under no delusion that his temporary relief was attributable to anything more than his friend's personal influence. His determination to consult a doctor was woven into his delirium in the following ingenious manner. He thought he would get a doctor to give him a certificate to the effect that it was necessary for him, in order to recover his health, to perform some such action as he had planned in connection with Lieutenant A, and the lieutenant would no doubt let himself be persuaded by the certificate into accepting the 3.80 crowns from him. The chance that one of my books happened to fall into his hands just at that moment directed his choice to me. There was no question of getting a certificate from me, however. All that he asked of me was, very reasonably, to be freed of his obsessions. Many months later, when his resistance was at its height, he once more felt a temptation to travel to P after all, to look up Lieutenant A and to go through the farce of returning him the money. D. Initiation into the nature of the treatment. The reader must not expect to hear at once what light I have to throw upon the patient's strange and senseless obsessions about the rats. The true technique of psychoanalysis requires the physician to suppress his curiosity and leaves the patient complete freedom in choosing the order in which topics shall succeed each other during the treatment. At the fourth session, accordingly, I received the patient with the question, "And how do you intend to proceed today?" "I have decided to tell you something which I consider most important and which has tormented me from the very first." He then told me at great length the story of the last illness of his father, who had died of emphysema 9 years previously. One evening, thinking that the condition was one which would come to a crisis, he had asked the doctor when the danger could be regarded as over. "The evening of the day after tomorrow," had been the reply. It had never entered his head that his father might not survive that limit. At 11:30 at night he had lain down for an hour's rest. He had woken up at 1 o'clock, and had been told by a medical friend that his father had died. He had reproached himself with not having been present at his death, and the reproach had been intensified when the nurse told him that his father had spoken his name once during the last days, and had said to her as she came up to the bed, "Is that Paul?" He had thought he noticed that his mother and sisters had been inclined to reproach themselves in a similar way, but they had never spoken about it. At first, however, the reproach had not tormented him. For a long time he had not realized the fact of his father's death. It had constantly happened that, when he heard a good joke, he would say to himself, "I must tell father that." His imagination, too, had been occupied with his father, so that often, when there was a knock at the door, he would think, "Here comes father," and when he walked into a room he would expect to find his father in it. And although he had never forgotten that his father was dead, the prospect of seeing a ghostly apparition of this kind had had no terrors for him. On the contrary, he had greatly desired it. It had not been until 18 months later that the recollection of his neglect had recurred to him and begun to torment him terribly, so that he had come to treat himself as a criminal. The occasion of this happening had been the death of an aunt by marriage and of a visit of condolence that he had paid at her house. From that time forward he had extended the structure of his obsessional thoughts so as to include the next world. The immediate consequence of this development had been that he became seriously incapacitated from working. Superscript 1. He told me that the only thing that had kept him going at that time had been the consolation given him by his friend, who had always brushed his self-reproaches aside on the ground that they were grossly exaggerated. Hearing this, I took the opportunity of giving him a first glance at the underlying principles of psychoanalytic therapy. When there is a mésalliance, I began, between an affect and its ideational content, in this instance, between the intensity of the self-reproach and the occasion for it, a layman will say that the affect is too great for the occasion, that it is exaggerated, and that consequently the inference following from the self-reproach, the inference that the patient is a criminal, is false. On the contrary, the physician says, no. The affect is justified. The sense of guilt is not in itself open to further criticism. But it belongs to some other content, which is unknown, unconscious, and which requires to be looked for. The known ideational content has only got into its actual position owing to a false connection. We are not used to feeling strong affects without there having any ideational content, and therefore, if the content is missing, we seize as a substitute upon some other content which is in some way or other suitable, much as our police, when they cannot catch the right murderer, arrest a wrong one instead. Moreover, this fact of there being a false connection is the only way of accounting for the powerlessness of logical processes to combat the tormenting idea. I concluded by admitting that this new way of looking at the matter gave immediate rise to some hard problems, for how could he admit that his self-reproach of being a criminal towards his father was justified, when he must know that as a matter of fact he had never committed any crime against him? Superscript 1. A more detailed description of the episode, which the patient gave me later on, made it possible to understand the effect that it produced on him. His uncle, lamenting the loss of his wife, had exclaimed, "Other men allow themselves every possible indulgence, but I lived for this woman alone." The patient had assumed that his uncle was alluding to his father and was casting doubts upon his conjugal fidelity, and although his uncle had denied this construction of his words most positively, it was no longer possible to counteract their effect. At the next session the patient showed great interest in what I had said, but ventured, so he told me, to bring forward a few doubts. How, he asked, could the information that the self-reproach, the sense of guilt, was justified have a therapeutic effect? I explained that it was not the information that had this effect, but the discovery of the unknown content to which the self-reproach was really attached. Yes, he said, that was the precise point to which his question had been directed. I then made some short observations upon the psychological differences between the conscious and the unconscious, and upon the fact that everything conscious was subject to a process of wearing away, while what was unconscious was relatively unchangeable, and I illustrated my remarks by pointing to the antiques standing about in my room. They were, in fact, I said, only objects found in a tomb, and their burial had been their preservation. The destruction of Pompeii was only beginning now that it had been dug up. Was there any guarantee, he next inquired, of what one's attitude would be towards what was discovered? One man, he thought, would no doubt behave in such a way as to get the better of his self-reproach, but another would not. No, I said, it followed from the nature of the circumstances that in every case the affect would be overcome, for the most part during the progress of the work itself. Every effort was made to preserve Pompeii, whereas people were anxious to be rid of tormenting ideas like his. He had said to himself, he went on, that a self-reproach could only arise from a breach of a person's own inner moral principles and not from that of any external ones. I agreed, and said that the man who merely breaks an external law often regards himself as a hero. Such an occurrence, he continued, was thus only possible where a disintegration of the personality was already present. Was there a possibility of his effecting a reintegration of his personality? If this could be done, he thought he would be able to make a success of his life, perhaps more of one than most people. I replied that I was in complete agreement with this notion of a splitting of his personality. He had only to assimilate this new contrast, between a moral self and an evil one, with the contrast I had already mentioned, between the conscious and the unconscious. The moral self was the conscious, the evil self was the unconscious. Superscript 1, he then said that, though he considered himself a moral person, he could quite definitely remember having done things in his childhood which came from his other self. I remarked that here he had incidentally hit upon one of the chief characteristics of the unconscious, namely, its relation to the infantile. The unconscious, I explained, was the infantile. It was that part of the self which had become separated off from it in infancy, which had not shared the later stages of its development, and which had in consequence become repressed. It was the derivatives of this repressed unconscious that were responsible for the involuntary thoughts which constituted his illness. He might now, I added, discover yet another characteristic of the unconscious. It was a discovery which I should be glad to let him make for himself. He found nothing more to say in this immediate connection, but instead he expressed a doubt whether it was possible to undo modifications of such long standing. What, in particular, could be done against his idea about the next world, for it could not be refuted by logic. I told him I did not dispute the gravity of his case nor the significance of his pathological constructions, but at the same time his youth was very much in his favor as well as the intactness of his personality. In this connection I said a word or two upon the good opinion I had formed of him, and this gave him visible pleasure. At the next session he began by saying that he must tell me an event in his childhood. From the age of 7, as he had already told me, he had had a fear that his parents guessed his thoughts, and this fear had in fact persisted all through his life. When he was 12 years old he had been in love with a little girl, the sister of a friend of his. In answer to a question he said that his love had not been sensual, he had not wanted to see her naked for she was too small. But she had not shown him as much affection as he had desired. And thereupon the idea had come to him that she would be kind to him if some misfortune were to befall him, and as an instance of such a misfortune his father's death had forced itself upon his mind. He had at once rejected the idea with energy. And even now he could not admit the possibility that what had arisen in this way could have been a wish. It had clearly been no more than a train of thought superscript 1. By way of objection I asked him why, if it had not been a wish, he had repudiated it. Merely, he replied, on account of the content of the idea, the notion that his father might die. I remarked that he was treating the phrase as though it were one that involved lèse majesté. It was well known, of course, that it was equally punishable to say the emperor is an ass or to disguise the forbidden words by saying if anyone says, etc. Then he will have me to reckon with. I added that I could easily insert the idea which he had so energetically repudiated into a context which would exclude the possibility of any such repudiation. For instance, if my father dies, I shall kill myself upon his grave. He was shaken, but did not abandon his objection. I therefore broke off the argument with the remark that I felt sure this had not been the first occurrence of his idea of his father's dying. It had evidently originated at an earlier date, and some day we should have to trace back its history. He then proceeded to tell me that a precisely similar thought had flashed through his mind a second time, 6 months before his father's death. At that time superscript 2 he had already been in love with his lady, but financial obstacles made it impossible to think of an alliance with her. The idea had then occurred to him that his father's death might make him rich enough to marry her. In defending himself against this idea he had gone to the length of wishing that his father might leave him nothing at all, so that he might have no compensation for his terrible loss. The same idea, though in a much milder form, had come to him for a third time, on the day before his father's death. He had then thought, now I may be going to lose what I love most, and then had come the contradiction, no, there is someone else whose loss would be even more painful to you. Superscript 3 These thoughts surprised him very much, for he was quite certain that his father's death could never have been an object of his desire but only of his fear. After his forcible enunciation of these words I thought it advisable to bring a fresh piece of theory to his notice. According to psychoanalytic theory, I told him, every fear corresponded to a former wish which was now repressed. We were therefore obliged to believe the exact contrary of what he had asserted. This would also fit in with another theoretical requirement, namely, that the unconscious must be the precise contrary of the conscious. He was much agitated at this and very incredulous. He wondered how he could possibly have had such a wish, considering that he loved his father more than anyone else in the world. There could be no doubt that he would have renounced all his own prospects of happiness if by so doing he could have saved his father's life. I answered that it was precisely such intense love as his that was the necessary precondition of the repressed hatred. In the case of people to whom he felt indifferent, he would certainly have no difficulty in maintaining side-by-side inclinations to a moderate liking and to an equally moderate dislike. Supposing, for instance, that he were an official, he might think that his chief was agreeable as a superior, but at the same time pettifogging as a lawyer and inhuman as a judge. Shakespeare makes Brutus speak in a similar way of Julius Caesar: as Caesar loved me, I weep for him; as he was fortunate, I rejoice at it; as he was valiant, I honor him; but, as he was ambitious, I slew him. But these words already strike us as rather strange, and for the very reason that we had imagined Brutus's feeling for Caesar as something deeper. In the case of someone who was closer to him, of his wife for instance, he would wish his feelings to be unmixed, and consequently, as was only human, he would overlook her faults. Since they might make him dislike her, he would ignore them as though he were blind to them. So it was precisely the intensity of his love that would not allow his hatred, though to give it such a name was to caricature the feeling, to remain conscious. To be sure, the hatred must have a source, and to discover that source was certainly a problem. His own statements pointed to the time when he was afraid that his parents guessed his thoughts. On the other hand, too, it might be asked why this intense love of his had not succeeded in extinguishing his hatred, as usually happened where there were two opposing impulses. We could only presume that the hatred must flow from some source, must be connected with some particular cause, which made it indestructible. On the one hand, then, some connection of this sort must be keeping his hatred for his father alive, while on the other hand, his intense love prevented it from becoming conscious. Therefore nothing remained for it but to exist in the unconscious, though it was able from time to time to flash out for a moment into consciousness. He admitted that all of this sounded quite plausible, but he was naturally not in the very least convinced by it. Point superscript 1. He would venture to ask, he said, how it was that an idea of this kind could have remissions, how it could appear for a moment when he was 12 years old, and again when he was 20, and then once more 2 years later, this time for good. He could not believe that his hostility had been extinguished in the intervals, and yet during them there had been no sign of self-reproaches. To this I replied that whenever anyone asked a question like that, he was already prepared with an answer, he needed only to be encouraged to go on talking. He then proceeded, somewhat disconnectedly as it seemed, to say that he had been his father's best friend, and that his father had been his. Except on a few subjects, upon which fathers and sons usually hold aloof from one another, what could he mean by that? There had been a greater intimacy between them than there now was between him and his best friend. As regards the lady for whose sake he had sacrificed his father in that idea of his, it was true that he had loved her very much, but he had never felt really sensual wishes towards her, such as he had constantly had in his childhood. Altogether, in his childhood his sensual impulses had been much stronger than during his puberty. At this I told him I thought he had now produced the answer we were waiting for, and had at the same time discovered the third great characteristic of the unconscious. The source from which his hostility to his father derived its indestructibility was evidently something in the nature of sensual desires, and in that connection he must have felt his father as in some way or other an interference. A conflict of this kind, I added, between sensuality and childish love was entirely typical. The remissions he had spoken of had occurred because the premature explosion of his sensual feelings had had as its immediate consequence a considerable diminution of their violence. It was not until he was once more seized with intense erotic desires that his hostility reappeared again, owing to the revival of the old situation. I then got him to agree that I had not led him on to the subject either of childhood or of sex, but that he had raised them both of his own free will. He then went on to ask why he had not simply come to a decision, at the time he was in love with the lady, that his father's interference with that love could not for a moment weigh against his love of his father. I replied that it was scarcely possible to destroy a person in absentia. Such a decision would only have been possible if the wish that he took objection to had made its first appearance on that occasion, whereas, as a matter of fact, it was a long repressed wish, towards which he could not behave otherwise than he had formerly done, and which was consequently immune from destruction. This wish, to get rid of his father as being an interference, must have originated at a time when circumstances had been very different, at a time, perhaps, when he had not loved his father more than the person whom he desired sensually, or when he was incapable of making a clear decision. It must have been in his very early childhood, therefore, before he had reached the age of 6, and before the date at which his memory became continuous, and things must have remained in the same state ever since. With this piece of construction our discussion was broken off for the time being. At the next session, which was the 7th, he took up the same subject once more. He could not believe, he said, that he had ever entertained such a wish against his father. He remembered a story of Sudermann's, he went on, that had made a deep impression upon him. In this story there was a woman who, as she sat by her sister's sick bed, felt a wish that her sister should die so that she herself might marry her husband. The woman thereupon committed suicide, thinking she was not fit to live after being guilty of such baseness. He could understand this, he said, and it would be only right if his thoughts were the death of him, for he deserved nothing less. Superscript 1, I remarked that it was well known to us that patients derived a certain satisfaction from their sufferings, so that in reality they all resisted their own recovery to some extent. He must never lose sight of the fact that a treatment like ours proceeded to the accompaniment of a constant resistance. I should be repeatedly reminding him of this fact. He then went on to say that he would like to speak of a criminal act, whose author he did not recognize as himself, though he quite clearly recollected committing it. He quoted a saying of Nietzsche. Superscript 2, I did this, says my memory. I cannot have done this, says my pride, and remains inexorable. In the end, memory yields. Well, he continued, my memory has not yielded on this point. That is because you derive pleasure from your self-reproaches as a means of self-punishment. My younger brother, I am really very fond of him now, and he is causing me a great deal of worry just at present, for he wants to make what I consider a preposterous match. I have thought before now of going and killing the person concerned so as to prevent his marrying her. Well, my younger brother and I used to fight a lot when we were children. We were very fond of each other at the same time, and were inseparable, but I was plainly filled with jealousy, as he was the stronger and better looking of the two and consequently the favorite. Yes. You have already given me a description of a scene of jealousy in connection with Fräulein Lena. Very well then. On some such occasion, it was certainly before I was 8 years old, for I was not going to school yet, which I began to do when I was 8, on some such occasion, this is what I did. We both had toy guns of the usual make. I loaded mine with the ramrod and told him that if he looked up the barrel he would see something. Then, while he was looking in, I pulled the trigger. He was hit on the forehead and not hurt, but I had meant to hurt him very much indeed. Afterwards I was quite beside myself, and threw myself on the ground and asked myself however I could have done such a thing. But I did do it. I took the opportunity of urging my case. If he had preserved the recollection of an action so foreign to him as this, he could not, I maintained, deny the possibility of something similar, which he had now forgotten entirely, having happened at a still earlier age in relation to his father. He then told me he was aware of having felt other vindictive impulses, this time towards the lady he admired so much, of whose character he painted a glowing picture. It might be true, he said, that she could not love easily, but she was reserving her whole self for the one man to whom she would some day belong. She did not love him. When he had become certain of that, a conscious fantasy had taken shape in his mind of how he should grow very rich and marry someone else, and should then take her to call on the lady in order to hurt her feelings. But at that point the fantasy had broken down, for he had been obliged to own to himself that the other woman, his wife, was completely indifferent to him. Then his thoughts had become confused, till finally it had been clearly borne in upon him that this other woman would have to die. In this fantasy, just as in his attempt upon his brother, he recognized the quality of cowardice which was so particularly horrible to him. Superscript 3, In the further course of our conversation I pointed out to him that he ought logically to consider himself as in no way responsible for any of these traits in his character, for all of these reprehensible impulses originated from his infancy, and were only derivatives of his infantile character surviving in his unconscious, and he must know that moral responsibility could not be applied to children. It was only by a process of development, I added, that a man, with his moral responsibility, grew up out of the sum of his infantile predispositions. 4 He expressed a doubt, however, whether all his evil impulses had originated from that source. But I promised to prove it to him in the course of the treatment. He went on to adduce the fact of his illness having become so enormously intensified since his father's death, and I said I agreed with him in so far as I regarded his sorrow at his father's death as the chief source of the intensity of his illness. His sorrow had found, as it were, a pathological expression in his illness. Whereas, I told him, a normal period of mourning would last from 1 to 2 years, a pathological one like this would last indefinitely. This is as much of the present case history as I am able to report in a detailed and consecutive manner. It coincides roughly with the expository portion of the treatment. This lasted in all for more than 11 months. Some obsessional ideas and their explanation. Obsessional ideas, as is well known, have an appearance of being either without motive or without meaning, just as dreams have. The first problem is how to give them a sense and a status in the subject's mental life, so as to make them comprehensible and even obvious. The problem of translating them may seem insoluble, but we must never let ourselves be misled by that illusion. The wildest and most eccentric obsessional ideas can be cleared up if they are investigated deeply enough. The solution is effected by bringing the obsessional ideas into temporal relationship with the patient's experiences, that is to say, by inquiring when a particular obsessional idea made its first appearance and in what external circumstances it is apt to recur. When, as so often happens, an obsessional idea has not succeeded in establishing itself permanently, the task of clearing it up is correspondingly simplified. We can easily convince ourselves that, when once the interconnections between an obsessional idea and the patient's experiences have been discovered, there will be no difficulty in obtaining access to whatever else may be puzzling or worth knowing in the pathological structure we are dealing with, its meaning, the mechanism of its origin, and its derivation from the preponderant motive forces of the patient's mind. As a particularly clear example, I will begin with one of the suicidal impulses which appeared so frequently in our patient. This instance almost analyzed itself in the telling. He had once, he told me, lost some weeks of study owing to his lady's absence. She had gone away to nurse her grandmother, who was seriously ill. Just as he was in the middle of a very hard piece of work, the idea had occurred to him: if you received a command to take your examination this term at the first possible opportunity, you might manage to obey it. But if you were commanded to cut your throat with a razor, what then? He had at once become aware that this command had already been given, and was hurrying to the cupboard to fetch his razor when he thought, no, it's not so simple as that. You must superscript 1 go and kill the old woman. Upon that, he had fallen to the ground, beside himself with horror. In this instance, the connection between the compulsive idea and the patient's life is contained in the opening words of his story. His lady was absent, while he was working very hard for an examination so as to bring the possibility of an alliance with her nearer. While he was working, he was overcome by a longing for his absent lady, and he thought of the cause of her absence. And now there came over him something which, if he had been a normal man, would probably have been some kind of feeling of annoyance with her grandmother. Why must the old woman get ill just at the very moment when I'm longing for her so frightfully? We must suppose that something similar but far more intense passed through our patient's mind, an unconscious fit of rage which could combine with his longing and find expression in the exclamation, "Oh, I should like to go and kill that old woman for robbing me of my love." Thereupon followed the command, "Kill yourself," as a punishment for these savage and murderous passions. The whole process then passed into the obsessional patient's consciousness, accompanied by the most violent affect and in a reverse order, the punitive command coming first, and the mention of the guilty outburst afterwards. I cannot think that this attempt at an explanation will seem forced or that it involves many hypothetical elements. Another impulse, which might be described as indirectly suicidal and which was of longer duration, was not so easily explicable. For its relation to the patient's experiences succeeded in concealing itself behind one of those purely external associations which are so obnoxious to our consciousness. One day while he was away on his summer holidays, the idea suddenly occurred to him that he was too fat German Dick and that he must make himself slimmer. So he began getting up from table before the pudding came round and tearing along the road without a hat in the blazing heat of an August sun. Then he would dash up a mountain at the double, till, dripping with perspiration, he was forced to come to a stop. On one occasion his suicidal intentions actually emerged without any disguise from behind this mania for slimming. As he was standing on the edge of a steep precipice he suddenly received a command to jump over, which would have been certain death. Our patient could think of no explanation of this senseless obsessional behavior until it suddenly occurred to him that at that time his lady had also been stopping at the same resort, but she had been in the company of an English cousin, who was very attentive to her and of whom the patient had been very jealous. This cousin's name was Richard, and, according to the usual practice in England, he was known as Dick. Our patient, then, had wanted to kill this Dick. He had been far more jealous of him and enraged with him than he could admit to himself, and that was why he had imposed on himself this course of slimming by way of a punishment. This obsessional impulse may seem very different from the directly suicidal command which was discussed above, but they have nevertheless one important feature in common. For they both arose as reactions to a tremendous feeling of rage, which was inaccessible to the patient's consciousness and was directed against someone who had cropped up as an interference with the course of his love. Superscript 1. Some other of the patient's obsessions, however, though they too were centered upon his lady, exhibited a different mechanism and owed their origin to a different instinct. Besides his slimming mania he produced a whole series of other obsessional activities at the period during which the lady was stopping at his summer resort, and, in part at least, these directly related to her. One day, when he was out with her in a boat and there was a stiff breeze blowing, he was obliged to make her put on his cap, because a command had been formulated in his mind that nothing must happen to her. Superscript 1. This was a kind of obsession for protecting, and it bore other fruit besides this. Another time, as they were sitting together during a thunderstorm, he was obsessed, he could not tell why, with the necessity for counting up to 40 or 50 between each flash of lightning and its accompanying thunderclap. On the day of her departure he knocked his foot against a stone lying in the road, and was obliged to put it out of the way by the side of the road, because the idea struck him that her carriage would be driving along the same road in a few hours' time and might come to grief against this stone. But a few minutes later it occurred to him that this was absurd, and he was obliged to go back and replace the stone in its original position in the middle of the road. After her departure he became a prey to an obsession for understanding, which made him a curse to all his companions. He forced himself to understand the precise meaning of every syllable that was addressed to him, as though he might otherwise be missing some priceless treasure. Accordingly he kept asking, "What was it you said just then?" and after it had been repeated to him he could not help thinking it had sounded different the first time, so he remained dissatisfied. All of these products of his illness depended upon a certain circumstance which at that time dominated his relations to his lady. When he had been taking leave of her in Vienna before the summer holidays, she had said something which he had construed into a desire on her part to disown him before the rest of the company, and this had made him very unhappy. During her stay at the holiday resort there had been an opportunity for discussing the question, and the lady had been able to prove to him that these words of hers which he had misunderstood had on the contrary been intended to save him from looking ridiculous. This made him very happy again. The clearest allusion to this incident was contained in the obsession for understanding. It was constructed as though he were saying to himself, "After such an experience you must never misunderstand anyone again, if you want to spare yourself unnecessary distress." This resolution was not merely a generalization from a single occasion, but it was also displaced, perhaps on account of the lady's absence, from a single highly valued individual onto all the remaining inferior ones. And the obsession cannot have arisen solely from his satisfaction at the explanation she had given him, it must have expressed something else besides, for it ended in an unsatisfying doubt as to whether what he had heard had been correctly repeated. The other compulsive commands that have been mentioned put us upon the track of this other element. His obsession for protecting can only have been a reaction, as an expression of remorse and penitence, to a contrary, that is a hostile, impulse which he must have felt towards his lady before they had their éclaircissement. His obsession for counting during the thunderstorm can be interpreted, with the help of some material which he produced, as having been a defensive measure against fears that someone was in danger of death. The analysis of the obsessions which we first considered has already warned us to regard our patient's hostile impulses as particularly violent and as being in the nature of senseless rage, and now we find that even after their reconciliation his rage against the lady continued to play a part in the formation of his obsessions. His doubting mania as to whether he had heard correctly was an expression of the doubt still lurking in his mind, whether he had really understood his lady correctly this time and whether he had been justified in taking her words as a proof of her affection for him. The doubt implied in his obsession for understanding was a doubt of her love. A battle between love and hate was raging in the lover's breast, and the object of both these feelings was one and the same person. The battle was represented in a plastic form by his compulsive and symbolic act of removing the stone from the road along which she was to drive, and then of undoing this deed of love by replacing the stone where it had lain, so that her carriage might come to grief against it and she herself be hurt. We shall not be forming a correct judgment of this second part of the compulsive act if we take it at its face value as having merely been a critical repudiation of a pathological action. The fact that it was accompanied by a sense of compulsion betrays it as having itself been a part of the pathological action, though a part which was determined by a motive contrary to that which produced the first part. Compulsive acts like this, in two successive stages, of which the second neutralizes the first, are a typical occurrence in obsessional neuroses. The patient's consciousness naturally misunderstands them and puts forward a set of secondary motives to account for them, rationalizes them, in short. C.F. Jones, 1908. But their true significance lies in their being a representation of a conflict between two opposing impulses of approximately equal strength, and hitherto I have invariably found that this opposition has been one between love and hate. Compulsive acts of this sort are theoretically of special interest, for they show us a new type of method of constructing symptoms. What regularly occurs in hysteria is that a compromise is arrived at which enables both the opposing tendencies to find expression simultaneously, which kills two birds with one stone, superscript 1, whereas here each of the two opposing tendencies finds satisfaction singly, first one and then the other, though naturally an attempt is made to establish some sort of logical connection, often in defiance of all logic, between the antagonists. Point superscript 2. The conflict between love and hatred showed itself in our patient by other signs as well. At the time of the revival of his piety he made up prayers for himself, which took up more and more time and eventually lasted for an hour and a half. The reason for this was that he found, like an inverted Balaam, that something always inserted itself into his pious phrases and turned them into their opposite. E.g., if he said, "May God protect him," an evil spirit would hurriedly insinuate a not. Point superscript 1. On one such occasion the idea occurred to him of cursing instead, for in that case, he thought, the contrary words would be sure to creep in. His original intention, which had been repressed by his praying, was forcing its way through in this last idea of his. In the end he found his way out of his embarrassment by giving up the prayers and replacing them by a short formula concocted out of the initial letters or syllables of various prayers. He then recited this formula so quickly that nothing could slip into it. He once brought me a dream which represented the same conflict in relation to his transference onto the physician. He dreamt that my mother was dead. He was anxious to offer me his condolences, but was afraid that in doing so he might break into an impertinent laugh, as he had repeatedly done on similar occasions in the past. He preferred, therefore, to leave a card on me with PC written on it, but as he was writing them the letters turned into the mutual antagonism between his feelings for his lady was too marked to have escaped his conscious perception entirely, although we may conclude from the obsessions in which it was manifested that he did not rightly appreciate the depth of his negative impulses. The lady had refused his first proposal, 10 years earlier. Since then he had to his own knowledge passed through alternating periods, in which he either believed that he loved her intensely, or felt indifferent to her. Whenever in the course of the treatment he was faced by the necessity of taking some step which would bring him nearer the successful end of his courtship, his resistance usually began by taking the form of a conviction that after all he did not very much care for her, though this resistance, it is true, used soon to break down. Once when she was lying seriously ill in bed and he was most deeply concerned about her, there crossed his mind as he looked at her a wish that she might lie like that forever. He explained this idea by an ingenious piece of sophistry, maintaining that he had only wished her to be permanently ill so that he might be relieved of his intolerable fear that she would have a repeated succession of attacks. Superscript 1. Now and then he used to occupy his imagination with daydreams, which he himself recognized as fantasies of revenge and felt ashamed of. Believing, for instance, that the lady set great store by the social standing of a suitor, he made up a fantasy in which she was married to a man of that kind, who was in some government office. He himself then entered the same department, and rose much more rapidly than her husband, who eventually became his subordinate. One day, his fantasy proceeded, this man committed some act of dishonesty. The lady threw herself at his feet and implored him to save her husband. He promised to do so, and informed her that it had only been for love of her that he had entered the service, because he had foreseen that such a moment would occur, and now that her husband was saved, his own mission was fulfilled and he would resign his post. He produced other fantasies in which he did the lady some great service without her knowing that it was he who was doing it. In these he only recognized his affection, without sufficiently appreciating the origin and aim of his magnanimity, which was designed to repress his thirst for revenge, after the manner of Dumas' Count of Monte Cristo. Moreover, he admitted that occasionally he was overcome by quite distinct impulses to do some mischief to the lady he admired. These impulses were mostly in abeyance when she was there, and only appeared in her absence. One day the patient mentioned quite casually an event which I could not fail to recognize as the precipitating cause of his illness, or at least as the immediate occasion of the attack which had begun some 6 years previously and had persisted to that day. He himself had no notion that he had brought forward anything of importance, he could not remember that he had ever attached any importance to the event, and moreover he had never forgotten it. Such an attitude on his part calls for some theoretical consideration. In hysteria it is the rule that the precipitating causes of the illness are overtaken by amnesia no less than the infantile experiences by whose help the precipitating causes are able to transform their effective energy into symptoms. And where the amnesia cannot be complete, it nevertheless subjects the recent traumatic precipitating cause to a process of erosion and robs it at least of its most important components. In this amnesia we see the evidence of the repression which has taken place. The case is different in obsessional neuroses. The infantile preconditions of the neurosis may be overtaken by amnesia, though this is often an incomplete one, but the immediate occasions of the illness are, on the contrary, retained in the memory. Repression makes use of another, and in reality a simpler, mechanism. The trauma, instead of being forgotten, is deprived of its effective cathexis, so that what remains in consciousness is nothing but its ideational content, which is perfectly colorless and is judged to be unimportant. The distinction between what occurs in hysteria and in an obsessional neurosis lies in the psychological processes which we can reconstruct behind the phenomena. The result is almost always the same, for the colorless mnemic content is rarely reproduced and plays no part in the patient's mental activity. In order to differentiate between the two kinds of repression we have on the surface nothing to rely upon but the patient's assurance that he has a feeling in the one case of having always known the thing and in the other of having long ago forgotten it. Superscript 1. For this reason it not uncommonly happens that obsessional neurotics, who are troubled with self-reproaches but have connected their affects with the wrong causes, will also tell the physician the true causes, without any suspicion that their self-reproaches have simply become detached from them. In relating such an incident they will sometimes add with astonishment or even with an air of pride, but I think nothing of that. This happened in the first case of obsessional neurosis, which gave me an insight many years ago into the nature of the malady. The patient, who was a government official, was troubled by innumerable scruples. He was the man whose compulsive act in connection with the branch in the Park at Schönbrunn I have already described. I was struck by the fact that the florin notes with which he paid his consultation fees were invariably clean and smooth. This was before we had a silver coinage in Austria. I once remarked to him that one could always tell a government official by the brand new florins that he drew from the state treasury, and he then informed me that his florins were by no means new, but that he had them ironed out at home. It was a matter of conscience with him, he explained, not to hand anyone dirty paper florins, for they harbored all sorts of dangerous bacteria and might do some harm to the recipient. At that time I already had a vague suspicion of the connection between neuroses and sexual life, so on another occasion I ventured to ask the patient how he stood in regard to that matter. "Oh, that's quite all right," he answered airily, "I'm not at all badly off in that respect. I play the part of a dear old uncle in a number of respectable families, and now and then I make use of my position to invite some young girl to go out with me for a day's excursion in the country. Then I arrange that we shall miss the train home and be obliged to spend the night out of town. I always engage 2 rooms, I do things most handsomely, but when the girl has gone to bed I go into her and masturbate her with my fingers. But aren't you afraid of doing her some harm, fiddling about in her genitals with your dirty hand?" At this he flared up. "Harm? Why, what harm should it do her? It hasn't done a single one of them any harm yet, and they've all of them enjoyed it. Some of them are married now, and it hasn't done them any harm at all." He took my remonstrance in very bad part, and never appeared again. But I could only account for the contrast between his fastidiousness with the paper florins and his unscrupulousness in abusing the girls entrusted to him by supposing that the self-reproachful affect had become displaced. The aim of this displacement was obvious enough. If his self-reproaches had been allowed to remain where they belonged, he would have had to abandon a form of sexual gratification to which he was probably impelled by some powerful infantile determinants. The displacement therefore ensured his deriving a considerable advantage from his illness. But I must now return to a more detailed examination of the precipitating cause of our present patient's illness. His mother was brought up in a wealthy family with which she was distantly connected. This family carried on a large industrial concern. His father, at the time of his marriage, had been taken into the business, and had thus by his marriage made himself a fairly comfortable position. The patient had learned from some chaff exchanged between his parents, whose marriage was an extremely happy one, that his father, some time before making his mother's acquaintance, had made advances to a pretty but penniless girl of humble birth. So much by way of introduction. After his father's death, the patient's mother told him one day that she had been discussing his future with her rich relations, and that one of her cousins had declared himself ready to let him marry one of his daughters when his education was completed. A business connection with the firm would offer him a brilliant opening in his profession. This family plan stirred up in him a conflict as to whether he should remain faithful to the lady he loved in spite of her poverty, or whether he should follow in his father's footsteps and marry the lovely, rich, and well-connected girl who had been assigned to him. And he resolved this conflict, which was in fact one between his love and the persisting influence of his father's wishes, by falling ill, or, to put it more correctly, by falling ill he avoided the task of resolving it in real life. Superscript 1. The proof that this view was correct lies in the fact that the chief result of his illness was an obstinate incapacity for work, which allowed him to postpone the completion of his education for years. But the results of such an illness are never unintentional. What appears to be the consequence of the illness is in reality the cause or motive of falling ill. As was to be expected, the patient did not, to begin with, accept my elucidation of the matter. He could not imagine, he said, that the plan of marriage could have had any such effects. it had not made the slightest impression on him at the time. But in the further course of treatment he was forcibly brought to believe in the truth of my suspicion, and in a most singular manner. With the help of a transference fantasy, he experienced, as though it were new and belonged to the present, the very episode from the past which he had forgotten, or which had only passed through his mind unconsciously. There came an obscure and difficult period in the treatment. Eventually it turned out that he had once met a young girl on the stairs in my house and had on the spot promoted her into being my daughter. She had pleased him, and he pictured to himself that the only reason I was so kind and incredibly patient with him was that I wanted to have him for a son-in-law. At the same time he raised the wealth and position of my family to a level which agreed with the model he had in mind. But his undying love for his lady fought against the temptation. After we had gone through a series of the severest resistances and bitterest vituperations on his part, he could no longer remain blind to the overwhelming effect of the perfect analogy between the transference fantasy and the actual state of affairs in the past. I will repeat one of the dreams which he had at this period, so as to give an example of his manner of treating the subject. He dreamt that he saw my daughter in front of him. She had 2 patches of dung instead of eyes. No one who understands the language of dreams will find much difficulty in translating this one. It declared that he was marrying my daughter not for her beaux yeux but for her money. G. The father complex and the solution of the rat idea. From the precipitating cause of the patient's illness in his adult years there was a thread leading back to his childhood. He had found himself in a situation similar to that in which, as he knew or suspected, his father had been before his marriage, and he had thus been able to identify himself with his father. But his dead father was involved in his recent attack in yet another way. The conflict at the root of his illness was in essentials a struggle between the persisting influence of his father's wishes and his own amatory predilections. If we take into consideration what the patient reported in the course of the first hours of his treatment, we shall not be able to avoid a suspicion that this struggle was a very ancient one and had arisen as far back as in his childhood. By all accounts our patient's father was a most excellent man. Before his marriage he had been a non-commissioned officer, and, as relics of that period of his life, he had retained a straightforward soldierly manner and a penchant for using downright language. Apart from those virtues which are celebrated upon every tombstone, he was distinguished by a hearty sense of humor and a kindly tolerance towards his fellow men. That he could be hasty and violent was certainly not inconsistent with his other qualities, but was rather a necessary complement to them, but it occasionally brought down the most severe castigations upon the children, while they were young and naughty. When they grew up, however, he differed from other fathers in not attempting to exalt himself into a sacrosanct authority, but in sharing with them a knowledge of the little failures and misfortunes of his life with good-natured candor. His son was certainly not exaggerating when he declared that they had lived together like the best of friends, except upon a single point, p. 2145. And it must no doubt have been in connection with that very point that thoughts about his father's death had occupied his mind when he was a small boy with unusual and undue intensity, p. 2133, and that those thoughts made their appearance in the wording of the obsessional ideas of his childhood, and it can only have been in that same connection that he was able to wish for his father's death, in order that a certain little girl's sympathy might be aroused and that she might behave more kindly towards him, p. 2144. There can be no question that there was something in the sphere of sexuality that stood between the father and son, and that the father had come into some sort of opposition to the son's prematurely developed erotic life. Several years after his father's death, the first time he experienced the pleasurable sensations of copulation, an idea sprang into his mind: this is glorious. One might murder one's father for this. This was at once an echo and an elucidation of the obsessional ideas of his childhood. Moreover, his father, shortly before his death, had directly opposed what later became our patient's dominating passion. He had noticed that his son was always in the lady's company, and had advised him to keep away from her, saying that it was imprudent of him and that he would only make a fool of himself. To this unimpeachable body of evidence we shall be able to add fresh material, if we turn to the history of the masturbatory side of our patients' sexual activities. There is a conflict between the opinions of doctors and patients on this subject which has not hitherto been properly appreciated. The patients are unanimous in their belief that masturbation, by which they mean masturbation during puberty, is the root and origin of all their troubles. The doctors are, upon the whole, unable to decide what line to take, but, influenced by the knowledge that not only neurotics but most normal people pass through a period of masturbation during their puberty, the majority of them are inclined to dismiss the patient's assertions as gross exaggerations. In my opinion, the patients are once again nearer to a correct view than the doctors, for the patients have some glimmering notion of the truth, while the doctors are in danger of overlooking an essential point. The thesis propounded by the patients certainly does not correspond to the facts in the sense in which they themselves construe it, namely, that masturbation during puberty, which may almost be described as a typical occurrence, is responsible for all neurotic disturbances. Their thesis requires interpretation. The masturbation of puberty is in fact no more than a revival of the masturbation of infancy, a subject which has hitherto invariably been neglected. Infantile masturbation reaches a kind of climax, as a rule, between the ages of 3 and 4 or 5, and it is the clearest expression of a child's sexual constitution, in which the etiology of subsequent neuroses must be sought. In this disguised way, therefore, the patients are putting the blame for their illnesses upon their infantile sexuality, and they are perfectly right in doing so. On the other hand, the problem of masturbation becomes insoluble if we attempt to treat it as a clinical unit, and forget that it can represent the discharge of every variety of sexual component and of every sort of fantasy to which such components can give rise. The injurious effects of masturbation are only in a very small degree autonomous, that is to say, determined by its own nature. They are in substance merely part and parcel of the pathogenic significance of the subject's sexual life as a whole. The fact that so many people can tolerate masturbation, that is, a certain amount of it, without injury merely shows that their sexual constitution and the course of development of their sexual life have been such as to allow them to exercise the sexual function within the limits of what is culturally permissible, whereas other people, because their sexual constitution has been less favorable or their development has been disturbed, fall ill as a result of their sexuality. They cannot, that is, achieve the necessary suppression or sublimation of their sexual components without having recourse to inhibitions or substitutes. Point superscript 1. Our present patient's behavior in the matter of masturbation was most remarkable. He did not practice it during puberty, and therefore, according to one set of views, he might have expected to be exempt from neurosis. On the other hand, an impulsion towards masturbatory activities came over him in his 21st year, shortly after his father's death. He felt very much ashamed of himself each time he gave way to this kind of gratification, and soon forswore the habit. From that time onwards it reappeared only upon rare and extraordinary occasions. It was provoked, he told me, when he experienced especially fine moments, or when he read especially fine passages. It occurred once, for instance, on a lovely summer's afternoon when, in the middle of Vienna, he heard a postilion blowing his horn in the most wonderful way, until a policeman stopped him, because blowing horns is not allowed in the center of the town. And another time it happened when he read in Dichtung und Wahrheit how the young Goethe had freed himself in a burst of tenderness from the effects of a curse which a jealous mistress had pronounced upon the next woman who should kiss his lips after her. He had long, almost superstitiously, suffered the curse to hold him back, but now he broke his bonds and kissed his love joyfully again and again. It seemed to the patient not a little strange that he should be impelled to masturbate precisely upon such beautiful and uplifting occasions as these. But I could not help pointing out that these two occasions had something in common, a prohibition, and the defiance of a command. We must also consider in the same connection his curious behavior at a time when he was working for an examination and toying with his favorite fantasy that his father was still alive and might at any moment reappear. He used to arrange that his working hours should be as late as possible in the night. Between 12 and 1 o'clock at night he would interrupt his work, and open the front door of the flat as though his father were standing outside it. Then, coming back into the hall, he would take out his penis and look at it in the looking glass. This crazy conduct becomes intelligible if we suppose that he was acting as though he expected a visit from his father at the hour when ghosts are abroad. He had on the whole been idle at his work during his father's lifetime, and this had often been a cause of annoyance to his father. And now that he was returning as a ghost, he was to be delighted at finding his son hard at work. But it was impossible that his father should be delighted at the other part of his behavior, in this therefore he must be defying him. Thus, in a single unintelligible obsessional act, he gave expression to the two sides of his relation with his father, just as he did subsequently with regard to his lady by means of his obsessional act with the stone. Starting from these indications and from other data of a similar kind, I ventured to put forward a construction to the effect that when he was a child of under 6 he had been guilty of some sexual misdemeanor connected with masturbation and had been soundly castigated for it by his father. This punishment, according to my hypothesis, had, it was true, put an end to his masturbating, but on the other hand it had left behind it an ineradicable grudge against his father and had established him for all time in his role of an interferer with the patient's sexual enjoyment. Superscript 1. To my great astonishment, the patient then informed me that his mother had repeatedly described to him an occurrence of this kind which dated from his earliest childhood and had evidently escaped being forgotten by her on account of its remarkable consequences. He himself, however, had no recollection of it whatever. The tale was as follows. When he was very small, it became possible to establish the date more exactly owing to its having coincided with the fatal illness of an elder sister. He had done something naughty, for which his father had given him a beating. The little boy had flown into a terrible rage and had hurled abuse at his father even while he was under his blows. But as he knew no bad language, he had called him all the names of common objects that he could think of, and had screamed, "You lamp! You towel! You plate!" and so on. His father, shaken by such an outburst of elemental fury, had stopped beating him, and had declared, "The child will be either a great man or a great criminal." Superscript 2. The patient believed that the scene made a permanent impression upon himself as well as upon his father. His father, he said, never beat him again, and he also attributed to this experience a part of the change which came over his own character. From that time forward he was a coward, out of fear of the violence of his own rage. His whole life long, moreover, he was terribly afraid of blows, and used to creep away and hide, filled with terror and indignation, when one of his brothers or sisters was beaten. The patient subsequently questioned his mother again. She confirmed the story, adding that at the time he had been between 3 and 4 years old and that he had been given the punishment because he had bitten someone. She could remember no further details, except for a very uncertain idea that the person the little boy had hurt might have been his nurse. In her account there was no suggestion of his misdeed having been of a sexual nature. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. In psychoanalyses we frequently come across occurrences of this kind, dating back to the earliest years of the patient's childhood, in which his infantile sexual activity appears to reach its climax and often comes to a catastrophic end owing to some misfortune or punishment. Such occurrences are apt to appear in a shadowy way in dreams. Often they will become so clear that the analyst thinks he has a firm hold of them, and will nevertheless evade any final elucidation, and unless he proceeds with the greatest skill and caution he may be compelled to leave it undecided whether the scene in question actually took place or not. It will help to put us upon the right track in interpreting it, if we recognize that more than one version of the scene, each often differing greatly from the other, may be detected in the patient's unconscious fantasies. If we do not wish to go astray in our judgment of their historical reality, we must above all bear in mind that people's childhood memories are only consolidated at a later period, usually at the age of puberty, and that this involves a complicated process of remodeling, analogous in every way to the process by which a nation constructs legends about its early history. It at once becomes evident that in his fantasies about his infancy the individual as he grows up endeavors to efface the recollection of his autoerotic activities, and this he does by exalting their memory traces to the level of object love, just as a real historian will view the past in the light of the present. This explains why these fantasies abound in seductions and assaults, where the facts will have been confined to autoerotic activities and the caresses or punishments that stimulated them. Furthermore, it becomes clear that in constructing fantasies about his childhood the individual sexualizes his memories, that is, he brings commonplace experiences into relation with his sexual activity, and extends his sexual interest to them, though in doing this he is probably following upon the traces of a really existing connection. No one who remembers my analysis of a phobia in a 5-year-old boy will need to be told that it is not my intention in these remarks to detract from the importance which I have hitherto attached to infantile sexuality by reducing it to nothing more than sexual interest at the age of puberty. I merely wish to give some technical advice that may help to clear up a class of fantasy which is calculated to falsify the picture of infantile sexual activity. It is seldom that we are in the fortunate position of being able, as in the present instance, to establish the facts upon which these tales of the individual's prehistoric past are based, by recourse to the unimpeachable testimony of a grown-up person. Even so, the statement made by our patient's mother leaves the way open to various possibilities. That she did not proclaim the sexual character of the offense for which the child was punished may have been due to the activity of her own censorship, for with all parents it is precisely the sexual element in their children's past that their own censorship is most anxious to eliminate. But it is just as possible that the child was reproved by his nurse or by his mother herself for some commonplace piece of naughtiness of a non-sexual nature, and that his reaction was so violent that he was castigated by his father. In fantasies of this kind, nurses and servants are regularly replaced by the superior figure of the mother. A deeper interpretation of the patient's dreams in relation to this episode revealed the clearest traces of the presence in his mind of an imaginative production of a positively epic character. In this his sexual desires for his mother and his sister's premature death were linked up with the young hero's chastisement at his father's hand. It was impossible to unravel this tissue of fantasy thread by thread. The therapeutic success of the treatment was precisely what stood in the way of this. The patient recovered, and his ordinary life began to assert its claims. There were many tasks before him, which he had already neglected far too long, and which were incompatible with the continuation of the treatment. I am not to be blamed, therefore, for this gap in the analysis. The scientific results of psychoanalysis are at present only a byproduct of its therapeutic aims, and for that reason it is often just in those cases where treatment fails that most discoveries are made. The content of the sexual life of infancy consists in autoerotic activity on the part of the dominant sexual components, in traces of object love, and in the formation of that complex which deserves to be called the nuclear complex of the neuroses. It is the complex which comprises the child's earliest impulses, alike tender and hostile, towards its parents and brothers and sisters, after its curiosity has been awakened, usually by the arrival of a new baby brother or sister. The uniformity of the content of the sexual life of children, together with the unvarying character of the modifying tendencies which are later brought to bear upon it, will easily account for the constant sameness which as a rule characterizes the fantasies that are constructed around the period of childhood, irrespective of how greatly or how little real experiences have contributed towards them. It is entirely characteristic of the nuclear complex of infancy that the child's father should be assigned the part of a sexual opponent and of an interferer with autoerotic sexual activities, and real events are usually to a large extent responsible for bringing this about. A discussion of this childhood scene will be found in the footnote, and here I will only remark that its emergence shook the patient for the first time in his refusal to believe that at some prehistoric period in his childhood he had been seized with fury, which had subsequently become latent, against the father whom he loved so much. I must confess that I had expected it to have a greater effect, for the incident had been described to him so often, even by his father himself, that there could be no doubt of its objective reality. But, with that capacity for being illogical which never fails to bewilder one in such highly intelligent people as obsessional neurotics, he kept urging against the evidential value of the story the fact that he himself could not remember the scene. and so it was only along the painful road of transference that he was able to reach a conviction that his relation to his father really necessitated the postulation of this unconscious complement. Things soon reached a point at which, in his dreams, his waking fantasies, and his associations, he began heaping the grossest and filthiest abuse upon me and my family, though in his deliberate actions he never treated me with anything but the greatest respect. His demeanor as he repeated these insults to me was that of a man in despair. "How can a gentleman like you, sir," he used to ask, "let yourself be abused in this way by a low, good-for-nothing fellow like me? You ought to turn me out, that's all I deserve." While he talked like this, he would get up from the sofa and roam about the room, a habit which he explained at first as being due to delicacy of feeling. He could not bring himself, he said, to utter such horrible things while he was lying there so comfortably. But soon he himself found a more cogent explanation, namely, that he was avoiding my proximity for fear of my giving him a beating. If he stayed on the sofa he behaved like someone in desperate terror trying to save himself from castigations of terrific violence. He would bury his head in his hands, cover his face with his arm, jump up suddenly and rush away, his features distorted with pain, and so on. He recalled that his father had had a passionate temper, and sometimes in his violence had not known where to stop. Thus, little by little, in this school of suffering, the patient won the sense of conviction which he had lacked, though to any disinterested mind the truth would have been almost self-evident. And now the path was clear to the solution of his rat idea. The treatment had reached its turning point, and a quantity of material information which had hitherto been withheld became available, and so made possible a reconstruction of the whole concatenation of events. In my description I shall, as I have already said, content myself with the briefest possible summary of the circumstances. Obviously the first problem to be solved was why the two speeches of the Czech captain, his rat story, and his request to the patient that he should pay back the money to Lieutenant A, should have had such an agitating effect on him and should have provoked such violently pathological reactions. The presumption was that it was a question of complexive sensitiveness, and that the speeches had jarred upon certain hyperesthetic spots in his unconscious. And so it proved to be. As always happened with the patient in connection with military matters, he had been in a state of unconscious identification with his father, who had seen many years' service and had been full of stories of his soldiering days. Now it happened by chance, for chance may play a part in the formation of a symptom, just as the wording may help in the making of a joke, that one of his father's little adventures had an important element in common with the captain's request. His father, in his capacity as non-commissioned officer, had control over a small sum of money and had on one occasion lost it at cards. Thus he had been a spill. Superscript 1, he would have found himself in a serious position if one of his comrades had not advanced him the amount. After he had left the army and become well off, he had tried to find this friend in need so as to pay him back the money, but had not managed to trace him. The patient was uncertain whether he had ever succeeded in returning the money. The recollection of the sin of his father's youth was painful to him, for, in spite of appearances, his unconscious was filled with hostile strictures upon his father's character. The captain's words, "You must pay back the 3.80 kronen to Lieutenant A," had sounded to his ears like an allusion to this unpaid debt of his father's. But the information that the young lady at the post office at Z had herself paid the charges due upon the packet, with a complimentary remark about himself superscript 1 had intensified his identification with his father in quite another direction. At this stage in the analysis he brought out some new information, to the effect that the landlord of the inn at the little place where the post office was had had a pretty daughter. She had been decidedly encouraging to the smart young officer, so that he had thought of returning there after the maneuvers were over and of trying his luck with her. Now, however, she had a rival in the shape of the young lady at the post office. Like his father in the tale of his marriage, he could afford now to hesitate upon which of the two he should bestow his favors when he had finished his military service. We can see at once that his singular indecision whether he should travel to Vienna or go back to the place where the post office was, and the constant temptation he felt to turn back while he was on the journey, p. 2140, were not so senseless as they seemed to us at first. To his conscious mind, the attraction exercised upon him by the place where the post office was explained by the necessity of seeing Lieutenant A and fulfilling the vow with his assistance. But in reality what was attracting him was the young lady at the post office, and the lieutenant was merely a good substitute for her, since he had lived at the same place and had himself been in charge of the military postal service. And when subsequently he heard that it was not Lieutenant A but another Officer B, who had been on duty at the post office that day, he drew him into his combination as well, and he was then able to reproduce in his deliria in connection with the two officers the hesitation he felt between the two girls who were so kindly disposed towards him. Point superscript 2. In elucidating the effects produced by the captain's rat story we must follow the course of the analysis more closely. The patient began by producing an enormous mass of associative material, which at first, however, threw no light upon the circumstances in which the formation of his obsession had taken place. The idea of the punishment carried out by means of rats had acted as a stimulus to a number of his instincts and had called up a whole quantity of recollections, so that, in the short interval between the captain's story and his request to him to pay back the money, rats had acquired a series of symbolic meanings, to which, during the period which followed, fresh ones were continually being added. I must confess that I can only give a very incomplete account of the whole business. What the rat punishment stirred up more than anything else was his anal erotism, which had played an important part in his childhood and had been kept in activity for many years by a constant irritation due to worms. In this way rats came to have the meaning of money. Point superscript 1. The patient gave an indication of this connection by reacting to the word ratten rats with the association raten installments. In his obsessional deliria he had coined himself a regular rat currency. When, for instance, in reply to a question, I told him the amount of my fee for an hour's treatment, he said to himself, as I learned 6 months later, so many florins, so many rats. Little by little he translated into this language the whole complex of money interests which centered round his father's legacy to him, that is to say, all his ideas connected with that subject were, by way of the verbal bridge raten, ratten, carried over into his obsessional life and brought under the dominion of his unconscious. Moreover, the captain's request to him to pay back the charges due upon the packet served to strengthen the money significance of rats, by way of another verbal bridge spilrat, which led back to his father's gambling debt. But the patient was also familiar with the fact that rats are carriers of dangerous infectious diseases, he could therefore employ them as symbols of his dread, justifiable enough in the army, of syphilitic infection. This dread concealed all sorts of doubts as to the kind of life his father had led during his term of military service. Again, in another sense, the penis itself is a carrier of syphilitic infection, and in this way he could consider the rat as a male organ of sex. It had a further title to be so regarded, for a penis, especially a child's penis, can easily be compared to a worm, and the captain's story had been about rats burrowing in someone's anus, just as the large round worms had in his when he was a child. Thus the penis significance of rats was based, once more, upon anal erotism. And apart from this, the rat is a dirty animal, feeding upon excrement and living in sewers. Point superscript 1. It is perhaps unnecessary to point out how great an extension of the rat delirium became possible owing to this new meaning. For instance, so many rats, so many florins could serve as an excellent characterization of a certain female profession which he particularly detested. On the other hand, it is certainly not a matter of indifference that the substitution of a penis for a rat in the captain's story resulted in a situation of intercourse per annum, which could not fail to be especially revolting to him when brought into connection with his father and the woman he loved. And when we consider that the same situation was reproduced in the compulsive threat which had formed in his mind after the captain had made his request, we shall be forcibly reminded of certain curses in use among the southern Slavs. Point superscript 2. Moreover, all of this material, and more besides, was woven into the fabric of the rat discussions behind the screen association Eraten Tumari. The story of the rat punishment, as was shown by the patient's own account of the matter and by his facial expression as he repeated the story to me, had fanned into a flame all his prematurely suppressed impulses of cruelty, egoistic and sexual alike. Yet, in spite of all this wealth of material, no light was thrown upon the meaning of his obsessional idea until one day the rat wife in Ibsen's Little Eyolf came up in the analysis, and it became impossible to escape the inference that in many of the shapes assumed by his obsessional deliria rats had another meaning still, namely, that of children. Superscript 1 Inquiry into the origin of this new meaning at once brought me up against some of the earliest and most important roots. Once when the patient was visiting his father's grave he had seen a big beast, which he had taken to be a rat, gliding along over the grave. Superscript 2 He assumed that it had actually come out of his father's grave, and had just been having a meal off his corpse. The notion of a rat is inseparably bound up with the fact that it has sharp teeth with which it gnaws and bites. Superscript 3 But rats cannot be sharp-toothed, greedy, and dirty with impunity. They are cruelly persecuted and mercilessly put to death by man, as the patient had often observed with horror. He had often pitied the poor creatures. But he himself had been just such a nasty, dirty little wretch, who was apt to bite people when he was in a rage, and had been fearfully punished for doing so, p. 2162. He could truly be said to find a living likeness of himself in the rat. It was almost as though fate, when the captain told him his story, had been putting him through an association test. She had called out a complex stimulus word, and he had reacted to it with his obsessional idea. According, then, to his earliest and most momentous experiences, rats were children. And at this point he brought out a piece of information which he had kept away from its context long enough, but which now fully explained the interest he was bound to feel in children. The lady, whose admirer he had been for so many years, but whom he had nevertheless not been able to make up his mind to marry, was condemned to childlessness by reason of a gynecological operation which had involved the removal of both ovaries. This indeed, for he was extraordinarily fond of children, had been the chief reason for his hesitation. It was only then that it became possible to understand the inexplicable process by which his obsessional idea had been formed. With the assistance of our knowledge of infantile sexual theories and of symbolism, as learned from the interpretation of dreams, the whole thing could be translated and given a meaning. When, at the afternoon halt, during which he had lost his pince-nez, the captain had told him about the rat punishment, the patient had only been struck at first by the combined cruelty and lasciviousness of the situation depicted. But immediately afterwards a connection had been set up with the scene from his childhood in which he himself had bitten someone. The captain, a man who could defend such punishments, had become a substitute for his father, and had thus drawn down upon himself a part of the reviving animosity which had burst out, on the original occasion, against his cruel father. The idea which came into his consciousness for a moment, to the effect that something of the sort might happen to someone he was fond of, is probably to be translated into a wish such as you ought to have the same thing done to you, aimed at the teller of the story, but through him at his father. A day and a half later, superscript 1, when the captain had handed him the packet upon which the charges were due and had requested him to pay back the 3.80 kronen to Lieutenant A, he had already been aware that his cruel superior was making a mistake, and that the only person he owed anything to was the young lady at the post office. It might easily, therefore, have occurred to him to think of some derisive reply, such as, "Will I, though, or pay your grandmother, or yes. You bet I too pay him back the money." Answers which would have been subject to no compulsive force. But instead, out of the stirrings of his father complex and out of his memory of the scene from his childhood, there formed in his mind some such answer as, "Yes. I too pay back the money to A when my father and the lady have children, or as sure as my father and the lady can have children, I'll pay him back the money." In short, a derisive affirmation attached to an absurd condition which could never be fulfilled. Superscript 2. But now the crime had been committed, he had insulted the two persons who were dearest to him, his father and his lady. The deed had called for punishment, and the penalty had consisted in his binding himself by a vow which it was impossible for him to fulfill and which entailed literal obedience to his superior's ill-founded request. The vow ran as follows: "Now you must really pay back the money to A." In his convulsive obedience he had repressed his better knowledge that the captain's request had been based upon erroneous premises. "Yes, you must pay back the money to A, as your father's surrogate has required. Your father cannot be mistaken. So too the king cannot be mistaken, if he addresses one of his subjects by a title which is not his, the subject bears that title ever afterwards." Only vague intelligence of these events reached the patient's consciousness. But his revolt against the captain's order and the sudden transformation of that revolt into its opposite were both represented there. First had come the idea that he was not to pay back the money, or it, that is, the rat punishment, would happen, and then had come the transformation of this idea into a vow to the opposite effect, as a punishment for his revolt. Let us, further, picture to ourselves the general conditions under which the formation of the patient's great obsessional idea occurred. His libido had been increased by a long period of abstinence coupled with the friendly welcome which a young officer can always reckon upon receiving when he goes among women. Moreover, at the time when he had started for the maneuvers, there had been a certain coolness between himself and his lady. This intensification of his libido had inclined him to a renewal of his ancient struggle against his father's authority, and he had dared to think of having sexual intercourse with other women. His loyalty to his father's memory had grown weaker, his doubts as to his lady's merits had increased, and in that frame of mind he let himself be dragged into insulting the two of them, and had then punished himself for it. In doing so he had copied an old model. And when at the end of the maneuvers he had hesitated so long whether he should travel to Vienna or whether he should stop and fulfill his vow, he had represented in a single picture the two conflicts by which he had from the very first been torn, whether or no he should remain obedient to his father and whether or no he should remain faithful to his beloved. Superscript 1. I may add a word upon the interpretation of the sanction which, it will be remembered, was to the effect that otherwise the rat punishment will be carried out on both of them. It was based upon the influence of two infantile sexual theories, which I have discussed elsewhere. Superscript 1. The first of these theories is that babies come out of the anus, and the second, which follows logically from the first, is that men can have babies just as well as women. According to the technical rules for interpreting dreams, the notion of coming out of the rectum can be represented by the opposite notion of creeping into the rectum, as in the rat punishment, and vice versa. We should not be justified in expecting such severe obsessional ideas as were present in this case to be cleared up in any simpler manner or by any other means. When we reached the solution that has been described above, the patient's rat delirium disappeared. Theoretical, A. Some general characteristics of obsessional structures. Superscript 1. In the year 1896 I defined obsessional ideas as transformed self-reproaches which have re-emerged from repression and which always relate to some sexual act that was performed with pleasure in childhood. This definition now seems to me to be open to criticism upon formal grounds, though its component elements are unobjectionable. It was aiming too much at unification, and took as its model the practice of obsessional neurotics themselves, when, with their characteristic liking for indeterminateness, they heap together under the name of obsessional ideas the most heterogeneous psychical structures. Superscript 2. In point of fact, it would be more correct to speak of obsessive thinking, and to make it clear that obsessional structures can correspond to every sort of psychical act. They can be classed as wishes, temptations, impulses, reflections, doubts, commands, or prohibitions. Patients endeavor in general to tone down such distinctions and to regard what remains of these psychical acts after they have been deprived of their affective index simply as obsessional ideas. Our present patient gave an example of this type of behavior in one of his first sessions, when he attempted to reduce a wish to the level of a mere train of thought, p. 2144. It must be confessed, moreover, that even the phenomenology of obsessional thinking has not yet had sufficient attention paid to it. During the secondary defensive struggle, which the patient carries on against the obsessional ideas that have forced their way into his consciousness, Psychical structures make their appearance which deserve to be given a special name. Such, for example, were the sequences of thoughts that occupied our patient's mind on his journey back from the maneuvers. They are not purely reasonable considerations arising in opposition to the obsessional thoughts, but, as it were, hybrids between the two species of thinking. They accept certain of the premises of the obsession they are combating, and thus, while using the weapons of reason, are established upon a basis of pathological thought. I think such structures as these deserve to be given the name of deliria. To make the distinction clear, I will give an instance, which should be inserted into its proper context in the patient's case history. I have already described the crazy conduct to which he gave way at one time when he was preparing for an examination, how, after working till far into the night, he used to go and open the front door to his father's ghost, and then look at his genitals in the looking glass, p. 2160. He tried to bring himself to his senses by asking himself what his father would say to it all if he were really still alive. But the argument had no effect so long as it was put forward in this rational shape. The spectre was not laid until he had transformed the same idea into a delirious threat to the effect that if he ever went through this nonsense again some evil would befall his father in the next world. The distinction between a primary and a secondary defensive struggle is no doubt well founded, but we find its value unexpectedly diminished when we discover that the patients themselves do not know the wording of their own obsessional ideas. This may sound paradoxical, but it is perfectly good sense. During the progress of a psychoanalysis it is not only the patient who plucks up courage, but his disease as well. It grows bold enough to speak more plainly than before. To drop the metaphor, what happens is that the patient, who has hitherto turned his eyes away in terror from his own pathological productions, begins to attend to them and obtains a clearer and more detailed view of them. Superscript 1. There are, besides this, two special ways in which a more precise knowledge of obsessional structures can be gained. In the first place, experience shows that an obsessional command, or whatever it may be, which in waking life is known only in a truncated and distorted form, like a mutilated telegraph message, may have its actual text brought to light in a dream. Such texts appear in dreams in the shape of speeches, and are thus an exception to the rule that speeches in dreams are derived from speeches in real life. Superscript 2. Secondly, in the course of the analytic examination of a case history, one becomes convinced that if a number of obsessions succeed one another they are often, even though their wording is not identical, ultimately one and the same. The obsession may have been successfully shaken off on its first appearance, but it comes back a second time in a distorted form and without being recognized, and may then perhaps be able to hold its own in the defensive struggle more effectively, precisely because of its distortion. But the original form is the correct one, and often displays its meaning quite openly. When we have at great pains elucidated an unintelligible obsessional idea, it often happens that the patient informs us that just such a notion, wish, or temptation as the one we have constructed did in fact make its appearance on one occasion before the obsessional idea had arisen, but that it did not persist. It would unfortunately involve us in too lengthy a digression if we were to give instances of this from the history of our present patient. What is officially described as an obsessional idea exhibits, therefore, in its distortion from its original wording, traces of the primary defensive struggle. Its distortion enables it to persist, since conscious thought is thus compelled to misapprehend it, just as though it were a dream, for dreams also are a product of compromise and distortion, and are also misapprehended by waking thought. This misapprehension on the part of consciousness can be seen at work not only in reference to the obsessional ideas themselves, but also in reference to the products of the secondary defensive struggle, such, for instance, as the protective formulas. I can produce two good examples of this. Our patient used to employ as a defensive formula a rapidly pronounced aber but accompanied by a gesture of repudiation. He told me on one occasion that this formula had become altered recently. He now no longer said aber but aber. When he was asked to give the reason for this new departure, he declared that the mute e of the second syllable gave him no sense of security against the intrusion, which he so much dreaded. of some foreign and contradictory element, and that he had therefore decided to accent the E. This explanation, an excellent sample of the obsessional neurotic style, was, however, clearly inadequate. The most that it could claim to be was a rationalization. The truth was that aber was an approximation towards the similar-sounding avoir defense, a term which he had learned in the course of our theoretical discussions of psychoanalysis. He had thus put the treatment to an illegitimate and delirious use in order to strengthen a defensive formula. Another time he told me about his principal magic word, which was an apotropaic against every evil. He had put it together out of the initial letters of the most powerfully beneficent of his prayers and had clapped on an amen at the end of it. I cannot reproduce the word itself, for reasons which will become apparent immediately. For, when he told it me, I could not help noticing that the word was in fact an anagram of the name of his lady. Her name contained an S, and this he had put last, that is, immediately before the amen at the end. We may say, therefore, that by this process he had brought his semen into contact with the woman he loved, in imagination, that is to say, he had masturbated with her. He himself, however, had never noticed this very obvious connection. His defensive forces had allowed themselves to be fooled by the repressed ones. This is also a good example of the rule that in time the thing which is meant to be warded off invariably finds its way into the very means which is being used for warding it off. I have already asserted that obsessional thoughts have undergone a distortion similar to that undergone by dream thoughts before they become the manifest content of a dream. The technique of this distortion may therefore be of interest to us, and there should be nothing to prevent our exhibiting its various modes by means of a series of obsessions which have been translated and made clear. But here again the conditions governing the publication of this case make it impossible for me to give more than a few specimens. Not all of the patient's obsessions were so complicated in their structure and so difficult to solve as the great rat idea. In some of the others a very simple technique was employed, namely, that of distortion by omission or ellipsis. This technique is preeminently applicable to jokes, but in our present case, too, it did useful work as a means of protecting things from being understood. For instance, one of the patient's oldest and favorite obsessions, which corresponded to an admonition or warning, ran as follows: "If I marry the lady, some misfortune will befall my father, in the next world." If we insert the intermediate steps, which had been skipped but were known to us from the analysis, we get the following train of thought: if my father were alive, he would be as furious over my design of marrying the lady as he was in the scene in my childhood, so that I should fly into a rage with him once more and wish him every possible evil, and thanks to the omnipotence of my wishes superscript 1 these evils would be bound to come upon him. Here is another instance in which a solution can be reached by filling out an ellipsis. It is once more in the nature of a warning or an ascetic prohibition. The patient had a charming little niece of whom he was very fond. One day this idea came into his head: if you indulge in intercourse, something will happen to Ella, i.e. she will die. When the omissions have been made good, we have, every time you copulate, even with a stranger, you will not be able to avoid the reflection that in your married life sexual intercourse can never bring you a child, on account of the lady's sterility. This will grieve you so much that you will become envious of your sister on account of little Ella, and you will grudge her the child. These envious impulses will inevitably lead to the child's death superscript 2. The technique of distortion by ellipsis seems to be typical of obsessional neuroses. I have come across it in the obsessional thoughts of other patients as well. One example, a particularly transparent one, is of a special interest on account of a certain structural similarity with the rat idea. It was a case of doubting, and occurred in a lady who suffers principally from obsessional acts. This lady was going for a walk with her husband in Nuremberg, and made him take her into a shop, where she purchased various objects for her child and amongst them a comb. Her husband, finding that the shopping was too long a business for his taste, said that he had noticed some coins in an antique shop on the way which he was anxious to secure, adding that after he had made his purchase he would come and fetch her in the shop in which they at present were. But he stayed away, as she thought, Far too long. When he came back she accordingly asked him where he had been. Why, he replied, at the antique shop I told you about. At the same instant she was seized by a tormenting doubt whether she had not as a matter of fact always possessed the comb which she had just bought for her child. She was naturally quite unable to discover the simple mental link that was involved. There is nothing for it but to regard the doubt as having become displaced, and to reconstruct the complete chain of unconscious thoughts as follows: if it is true that you were only at the antique shop, if I am really to believe that, then I may just as well believe that this comb that I bought a moment ago has been in my possession for years. Here, therefore, the lady was drawing a derisive and ironical parallel, just as when our patient thought, oh yes, as sure as those two, his father and the lady, will have children, I shall pay back the money to A. In the lady's case the doubt was dependent upon her unconscious jealousy, which led her to suppose that her husband had spent the interval of his absence in paying a visit of gallantry. I shall not in the present paper attempt any discussion of the psychological significance of obsessional thinking. Such a discussion would be of extraordinary value in its results, and would do more to clarify our ideas upon the nature of the conscious and the unconscious than any study of hysteria or the phenomena of hypnosis. It would be a most desirable thing if the philosophers and psychologists who develop brilliant theoretical views on the unconscious upon a basis of hearsay knowledge or from their own conventional definitions would first submit to the convincing impressions which may be gained from a first-hand study of the phenomena of obsessional thinking. We might almost go to the length of requiring it of them, if the task were not so far more laborious than the methods of work to which they are accustomed. I will only add here that in obsessional neuroses the unconscious mental processes occasionally break through into consciousness in their pure and undistort form, that such incursions may take place at every possible stage of the unconscious process of thought, and that at the moment of the incursion the obsessional ideas can, for the most part, be recognized as formations of very long standing. This accounts for the striking circumstance that, when the analyst tries, with the patient's help, to discover the date of the first occurrence of an obsessional idea, the patient is obliged to place it further and further back as the analysis proceeds, and is constantly finding fresh first occasions for the appearance of the obsession. b. Some psychological peculiarities of obsessional neurotics, their attitude toward reality, superstition, and death. In this section I intend to deal with a few mental characteristics of obsessional neurotics which, though they do not seem important in themselves, nevertheless lie upon the road to a comprehension of more important things. They were strongly marked in our present patient, but I know that they are not attributable to his individual character, but to his disorder, and that they are to be met with quite typically in other obsessional patients. Our patient was to a high degree superstitious, and this although he was a highly educated and enlightened man of considerable acumen, and although he was able at times to assure me that he did not believe a word of all this rubbish. Thus he was at once superstitious and not superstitious, and there was a clear distinction between his attitude and the superstition of uneducated people who feel themselves at one with their belief. He seemed to understand that his superstition was dependent upon his obsessional thinking, although at times he gave way to it completely. The meaning of this inconsistent and vacillating behavior can be most easily grasped if it is regarded in the light of a hypothesis which I shall now proceed to mention. I did not hesitate to assume that the truth was not that the patient still had an open mind upon this subject, but that he had two separate and contradictory convictions upon it. His oscillation between these two views quite obviously depended upon his momentary attitude towards his obsessional disorder. As soon as he had got the better of one of these obsessions, he used to smile in a superior way at his own credulity, and no events then occurred that were calculated to shake his firmness, but the moment he came under the sway of another obsession which had not been cleared up, or, what amounts to the same thing, of a resistance, the strangest coincidences would happen, to support him in his credulous belief. His superstition was nevertheless that of an educated man, and he avoided such vulgar prejudices as being afraid of Friday or of the number 13, and so on. But he believed in premonitions and in prophetic dreams. He would constantly meet the very person of whom, for some inexplicable reason, he had just been thinking, or he would receive a letter from someone who had suddenly come into his mind after being forgotten for many years. At the same time he was honest enough, or rather, he was loyal enough to his official conviction, not to have forgotten instances in which his strangest forebodings had come to nothing. On one occasion, for instance, when he went away for his summer holidays, he had felt morally certain that he would never return to Vienna alive. He also admitted that the great majority of his premonitions related to things which had no special personal importance to him, and that, when he met an acquaintance of whom, until a few moments previously, he had not thought for a very long time, nothing further took place between himself and the miraculous apparition. And he naturally could not deny that all the important events of his life had occurred without his having had any premonition of them, and that, for instance, his father's death had taken him entirely by surprise. But arguments such as these had no effect upon the discrepancy in his convictions. They merely served to prove the obsessional nature of his superstitions, and that could already be inferred from the way in which they came and went with the increase and decrease of his resistance. I was not in a position, of course, to give a rational explanation of all the miraculous stories of his remoter past. But as regards the similar things that happened during the time of his treatment, I was able to prove to him that he himself invariably had a hand in the manufacture of these miracles, and I was able to point out to him the methods that he employed. He worked by means of peripheral vision and reading, forgetting, and, above all, errors of memory. In the end he used himself to help me in discovering the little sleight of hand tricks by which these wonders were performed. I may mention one interesting infantile root of his belief that forebodings and premonitions came true. It was brought to light by his recollection that very often, when a date was being fixed for something, his mother used to say, "I shan't be able to on such and such a day. I shall have to stop in bed then." And in fact when the day in question arrived she had invariably stayed in bed. There can be no doubt that the patient felt a need for finding experiences of this kind to act as props for his superstition, and that it was for that reason that he occupied himself so much with the inexplicable coincidences of everyday life with which we are all familiar, and helped out their shortcomings with unconscious activity of his own. I have come across a similar need in many other obsessional patients and have suspected its presence in many more besides. It seems to me easily explicable in view of the psychological characteristics of the obsessional neurosis. In this disorder, as I have already explained, p. 2155, repression is effected not by means of amnesia but by a severance of causal connections brought about by a withdrawal of affect. These repressed connections appear to persist in some kind of shadowy form, which I have elsewhere compared to an endopsychic perception, superscript 1, and they are thus transferred, by a process of projection, into the external world, where they bear witness to what has been effaced from consciousness. Another mental need, which is also shared by obsessional neurotics and which is in some respects related to the one just mentioned, is the need for uncertainty in their life, or for doubt. An inquiry into this characteristic leads deep into the investigation of instinct. The creation of uncertainty is one of the methods employed by the neurosis for drawing the patient away from reality and isolating him from the world, which is among the objects of every psychoneurotic disorder. Again, it is only too obvious what efforts are made by the patients themselves in order to be able to avoid certainty and remain in doubt. Some of them, indeed, give a vivid expression to this tendency in a dislike of clocks and watches, for these at least make the time of day certain, and in the unconscious artifices which they employ in order to render these doubt-removing instruments innocuous. Our present patient had developed a peculiar talent for avoiding a knowledge of any facts which would have helped him in deciding his conflict. Thus he was in ignorance upon those matters relating to his lady which were the most relevant to the question of his marriage. He was ostensibly unable to say who had operated upon her and whether the operation had been unilateral or bilateral. He had to be forced into remembering what he had forgotten and into finding out what he had overlooked. The predilection felt by obsessional neurotics for uncertainty and doubt leads them to turn their thoughts by preference to those subjects upon which all mankind are uncertain and upon which our knowledge and judgments must necessarily remain open to doubt. The chief subjects of this kind are paternity, length of life, life after death, and memory, in the last of which we are all in the habit of believing, without having the slightest guarantee of its trustworthiness. Superscript 1. In obsessional neuroses, the uncertainty of memory is used to the fullest extent as a help in the formation of symptoms, and we shall learn directly the part played in the actual content of the patient's thoughts by the questions of length of life and life after death. But as an appropriate transition, I will first consider one particular superstitious trait in our patient to which I have already alluded, p. 2176, and which will no doubt have puzzled more than one of my readers. I refer to the omnipotence which he ascribed to his thoughts and feelings, and to his wishes, whether good or evil. It is, I must admit, decidedly tempting to declare that this idea was a delusion and that it oversteps the limits of obsessional neurosis. I have, however, come across the same conviction in another obsessional patient, and he was long ago restored to health and is leading a normal life. Indeed, all obsessional neurotics behave as though they shared this conviction. It will be our business to throw some light upon these patients' overestimation of their powers. Assuming, without more ado, that this belief is a frank acknowledgement of a relic of the old megalomania of infancy, we will proceed to ask our patient for the grounds of his conviction. In reply, he adduces two experiences. When he returned for a second visit to the hydropathic establishment at which his disorder had been relieved for the first and only time, he asked to be given his old room, for its position had facilitated his relations with one of the nurses. He was told that the room was already taken and that it was occupied by an old professor. This piece of news considerably diminished his prospects of successful treatment, and he reacted to it with the unamiable thought, "I wish he may be struck dead for it." A fortnight later he was woken up from his sleep by the disturbing idea of a corpse, and in the morning he heard that the professor had really had a stroke, and that he had been carried up into his room at about the time he himself had woken up. The second experience related to an unmarried woman, no longer young, though with a great desire to be loved, who had paid him a great deal of attention and had once asked him point blank whether he could not love her. He had given her an evasive answer. A few days afterwards he heard that she had thrown herself out of a window. He then began to reproach himself, and said to himself that it would have been in his power to save her life by giving her his love. In this way he became convinced of the omnipotence of his love and of his hatred. Without denying the omnipotence of love, we may point out that both these instances were concerned with death, and we may adopt the obvious explanation that, like other obsessional neurotics, our patient was compelled to overestimate the effects of his hostile feelings upon the external world, because a large part of their internal, mental effects escaped his conscious knowledge. His love, or rather his hatred, was in truth overpowering. It was precisely they that created the obsessional thoughts, of which he could not understand the origin and against which he strove in vain to defend himself. Superscript 1. Our patient had a quite peculiar attitude towards the question of death. He showed the deepest sympathy whenever anyone died, and religiously attended the funeral, so that among his brothers and sisters he earned the nickname of Carrion Crow. In his imagination, too, he was constantly making away with people so as to show his heartfelt sympathy for their bereaved relatives. The death of an elder sister, which took place when he was between 3 and 4 years old, played a great part in his fantasies, and was brought into intimate connection with his childish misdemeanors during the same period. We know, moreover, at what an early age thoughts about his father's death had occupied his mind, and we may regard his illness itself as a reaction to that event, for which he had felt an obsessional wish 15 years earlier. The strange extension of his obsessional fears to the next world was nothing else than a compensation for these death wishes which he had felt against his father. It was introduced 18 months after his father had died, at a time when there had been a revival of his sorrow at the loss, and it was designed, in defiance of reality, and in deference to the wish which had previously been showing itself in fantasies of every kind, were intended to undo the fact of his father's death. We have had occasion in several places, pages 2173 and 2176, to translate the phrase in the next world by the words "if my father were still alive." But the behavior of other obsessional neurotics does not differ greatly from that of our present patient, even though it has not been their fate to come face to face with the phenomenon of death at such an early age. Their thoughts are unceasingly occupied with other people's length of life and possibility of death. Their superstitious propensities have had no other content to begin with, and have perhaps no other source whatever. But these neurotics need the help of the possibility of death chiefly in order that it may act as a solution of conflicts they have left unsolved. Their essential characteristic is that they are incapable of coming to a decision, especially in matters of love. They endeavor to postpone every decision, and, in their doubt which person they shall decide for or what measures they shall take against a person, they are obliged to choose as their model the old German courts of justice, in which the suits were usually brought to an end, before judgment had been given, by the death of the parties to the dispute. Thus in every conflict which enters their lives they are on the lookout for the death of someone who is of importance to them, usually of someone they love, such as one of their parents, or a rival, or one of the objects of their love between which their inclinations are wavering. But at this point our discussion of the death complex in obsessional neuroses touches upon the problem of the instinctual life of obsessional neurotics. And to this problem we must now turn. See, the instinctual life of obsessional neurotics, and the origins of compulsion and doubt. If we wish to obtain a grasp of the psychical forces whose interplay build up this neurosis, we must turn back to what we have learned from the patient on the subject of the precipitating causes of his falling ill as a grown-up man and as a child. He fell ill when he was in his 20s on being faced with the temptation to marry another woman instead of the one whom he had loved so long, and he avoided a decision of this conflict by postponing all the necessary preliminary actions. The means for doing this was given him by his neurosis. His hesitation between the lady he loved and the other girl can be reduced to a conflict between his father's influence and his love for his lady, or, in other words, to a conflicting choice between his father and his sexual object, such as had already subsisted, judging from his recollections and obsessional ideas, in his remote childhood. All through his life, moreover, he was unmistakably victim to a conflict between love and hatred, in regard both to his lady and to his father. His fantasies of revenge and such obsessional phenomena as his obsession for understanding and his exploit with the stone in the road bore witness to his divided feelings, and they were to a certain degree comprehensible and normal, for the lady by her original refusal and subsequently by her coolness had given him some excuse for hostility. But his relations with his father were dominated by a similar division of feeling, as we have seen from our translation of his obsessional thoughts, and his father, too, must have given him an excuse for hostility in his childhood, as indeed we have been able to establish almost beyond question. His attitude towards the lady, a compound of tenderness and hostility, came to a great extent within the scope of his conscious knowledge. At most he deceived himself over the degree and violence of his negative feelings. But his hostility towards his father, on the contrary, though he had once been acutely conscious of it, had long since vanished from his ken, and it was only in the teeth of the most violent resistance that it could be brought back into his consciousness. We may regard the repression of his infantile hatred of his father as the event which brought his whole subsequent career under the dominion of the neurosis. The conflicts of feeling in our patient which we have here enumerated separately were not independent of each other, but were bound together in pairs. His hatred of his lady was inevitably coupled with his attachment to his father, and inversely his hatred of his father with his attachment to his lady. But the two conflicts of feeling which result from this simplification, namely, the opposition between his relation to his father and to his lady, and the contradiction between his love and his hatred within each of these relations, had no connection whatever with each other, either in their content or in their origin. The first of these two conflicts corresponds to the normal vacillation between male and female which characterizes everyone's choice of a love object. It is first brought to the child's notice by the time-honored question, which do you love most, daddy or mummy, and it accompanies him through his whole life, whatever may be the relative intensity of his feelings to the two sexes or whatever may be the sexual aim upon which he finally becomes fixed. But normally this opposition soon loses the character of a hard and fast contradiction, of an inexorable either-or. Room is found for satisfying the unequal demands of both sides, although even in a normal person the higher estimation of one sex is always thrown into relief by a depreciation of the other. The other conflict, that between love and hatred, strikes us more strangely. We know that incipient love is often perceived as hatred, and that love, if it is denied satisfaction, may easily be partly converted into hatred, and poets tell us that in the more tempestuous stages of love the two opposed feelings may subsist side by side for a while as though in rivalry with each other. But the chronic coexistence of love and hatred, both directed towards the same person and both of the highest degree of intensity, cannot fail to astonish us. We should have expected that the passionate love would long ago have conquered the hatred or been devoured by it. And in fact such a protracted survival of two opposites is only possible under quite peculiar psychological conditions and with the cooperation of the state of affairs in the unconscious. The love has not succeeded in extinguishing the hatred but only in driving it down into the unconscious, and in the unconscious the hatred, saved from the danger of being destroyed by the operations of consciousness, is able to persist and even to grow. In such circumstances the conscious love attains as a rule, by way of reaction, an especially high degree of intensity, so as to be strong enough for the perpetual task of keeping its opponent under repression. The necessary condition for the occurrence of such a strange state of affairs in a person's erotic life appears to be that at a very early age, somewhere in the prehistoric period of his infancy, the two opposites should have been split apart and one of them, usually the hatred, have been repressed. Superscript 1. If we consider a number of analyses of obsessional neurotics we shall find it impossible to escape the impression that a relation between love and hatred such as we have found in our present patient is among the most frequent, the most marked, and probably, therefore, the most important characteristics of obsessional neurosis. But however tempting it may be to bring the problem of the choice of neurosis into connection with instinctual life, there are reasons enough for avoiding such a course. For we must remember that in every neurosis we come upon the same suppressed instincts behind the symptoms. After all, hatred, kept suppressed in the unconscious by love, plays a great part in the pathogenesis of hysteria and paranoia. We know too little of the nature of love to be able to arrive at any definite conclusion here, and, in particular, the relation between the negative factor superscript 1 in love and the sadistic components of the libido remains completely obscure. What follows is therefore to be regarded as no more than a provisional explanation. We may suppose, then, that in the cases of unconscious hatred with which we are concerned the sadistic components of love have, from constitutional causes, been exceptionally strongly developed, and have consequently undergone a premature and all too thorough suppression, and that the neurotic phenomena we have observed arise on the one hand from conscious feelings of affection which have become exaggerated as a reaction, and on the other hand from sadism persisting in the unconscious in the form of hatred. But in whatever way this remarkable relation of love and hatred is to be explained, its occurrence is established beyond any possibility of doubt by the observations made in the present case, and it is gratifying to find how easily we can now follow the puzzling processes of an obsessional neurosis by bringing them into relation with this one factor. If an intense love is opposed by an almost equally powerful hatred, and is at the same time inseparably bound up with it, the immediate consequence is certain to be a partial paralysis of the will and an incapacity for coming to a decision upon any of those actions for which love ought to provide the motive power. But this indecision will not confine itself for long to a single group of actions. For, in the first place, what actions of a lover are not brought into relation with his one principal motive? And secondly, a man's attitude in sexual things has the force of a model to which the rest of his reactions tend to conform. And thirdly, it is an inherent characteristic in the psychology of an obsessional neurotic to make the fullest possible use of the mechanism of displacement. So the paralysis of his powers of decision gradually extends itself over the entire field of the patient's behavior. And here we have the domination of compulsion and doubt such as we meet with in the mental life of obsessional neurotics. The doubt corresponds to the patient's internal perception of his own indecision, which, in consequence of the inhibition of his love by his hatred, takes possession of him in the face of every intended action. The doubt is in reality a doubt of his own love, which ought to be the most certain thing in his whole mind, and it becomes diffused over everything else, and is especially apt to become displaced onto what is most insignificant and small. Superscript 1. A man who doubts his own love may, or rather must, doubt every lesser thing. Superscript 2. It is this same doubt that leads the patient to uncertainty about his protective measures, and to his continual repetition of them in order to banish that uncertainty, and it is this doubt, too, that eventually brings it about that the patient's protective acts themselves become as impossible to carry out as his original inhibited decision in connection with his love. At the beginning of my investigations I was led to assume another and more general origin for the uncertainty of obsessional neurotics, and one which seemed to be nearer the normal. If, for instance, while I am writing a letter someone interrupts me with questions, I afterwards feel a quite justifiable uncertainty as to what I may not have written under the influence of the disturbance, and, to make sure, I am obliged to read the letter over after I have finished it. In the same way I might suppose that the uncertainty of obsessional neurotics, when they are praying, for instance, is due to unconscious fantasies constantly mingling with their prayers and disturbing them. This hypothesis is correct, but it may be easily reconciled with what I have just said. It is true that the patient's uncertainty whether he has carried through a protective measure is due to the disturbing effect of unconscious fantasies, but the content of these fantasies is precisely the contrary impulse, which it was the very aim of the prayer to ward off. This became clearly evident in our patient on one occasion, for the disturbing element did not remain unconscious but made its appearance openly. The words he wanted to use in his prayer were, "May God protect her," but a hostile knot suddenly darted out of his unconscious and inserted itself into the sentence, and he understood that this was an attempt at a curse, p. 2152. If the knot had remained mute, he would have found himself in a state of uncertainty and would have kept on prolonging his prayers indefinitely. But since it became articulate he eventually gave up praying. Before doing so, however, he, like other obsessional patients, tried every kind of method for preventing the opposite feeling from insinuating itself. He shortened his prayers, for instance, or said them more rapidly. And similarly other patients will endeavor to isolate all such protective acts from other things. But none of these technical procedures are of any avail in the long run. If the impulse of love achieves any success by displacing itself onto some trivial act, the impulse of hostility will very soon follow it onto its new ground and once more proceed to undo all that it has done. And when the obsessional patient lays his finger on the weak spot in the security of our mental life, on the untrustworthiness of our memory, the discovery enables him to extend his doubt over everything, even over actions which have already been performed and which have so far had no connection with the love-hatred complex, and over the entire past. I may recall the instance of the woman who had just bought a comb for her little daughter in a shop, and, becoming suspicious of her husband, began to doubt whether she had not as a matter of fact been in possession of the comb for a long time. Was not this woman saying point blank, "If I can doubt your love," and this was only a projection of her doubt of her own love for him, then I can doubt this too, then I can doubt everything, thus revealing to us the hidden meaning of neurotic doubt. The compulsion on the other hand is an attempt at a compensation for the doubt and at a correction of the intolerable conditions of inhibition to which the doubt bears witness. If the patient, by the help of displacement, succeeds at last in bringing one of his inhibited intentions to a decision, then the intention must be carried out. It is true that this intention is not his original one, but the energy dammed up in the latter cannot let slip the opportunity of finding an outlet for its discharge in the substitutive act. Thus this energy makes itself felt now in commands and now in prohibitions, according as the affectionate impulse or the hostile one snatches control of the pathway leading to discharge. If it happens that a compulsive command cannot be obeyed, the tension becomes intolerable and is perceived by the patient in the form of extreme anxiety, but the pathway leading to a substitutive act, even where the displacement has been onto something very small, is so hotly contested, that such an act can as a rule be carried out only in the shape of a protective measure intimately associated with the very impulse which it is designed to ward off. Furthermore, by a sort of regression, preparatory acts become substituted for the final decision, thinking replaces acting, and, instead of the substitutive act, some thought preliminary to it asserts itself with all the force of compulsion. According as this regression from acting to thinking is more or less marked, a case of obsessional neurosis will exhibit the characteristics of obsessive thinking, that is, of obsessional ideas, or of obsessive acting in the narrower sense of the word. True obsessional acts such as these, however, are only made possible because they constitute a kind of reconciliation, in the shape of a compromise, between the two antagonistic impulses. For obsessional acts tend to approximate more and more, and the longer the disorder lasts the more evident does this become, to infantile sexual acts of a masturbatory character. Thus in this form of the neurosis acts of love are carried out in spite of everything, but only by the aid of a new kind of regression, for such acts no longer relate to another person, the object of love and hatred, but are autoerotic acts such as occur in infancy. The first kind of regression, that from acting to thinking, is facilitated by another factor concerned in the production of the neurosis. The histories of obsessional patients almost invariably reveal an early development and premature repression of the sexual instinct of looking and knowing, and, as we know, a part of the infantile sexual activity of our present patient was governed by that instinct. Superscript 1 We have already mentioned the important part played by the sadistic instinctual components in the genesis of obsessional neuroses. Where the epistemophilic instinct is a preponderant feature in the constitution of an obsessional patient, brooding becomes the principal symptom of the neurosis. The thought process itself becomes sexualized, for the sexual pleasure which is normally attached to the content of thought becomes shifted onto the act of thinking itself, and the satisfaction derived from reaching the conclusion of a line of thought is experienced as a sexual satisfaction. In the various forms of obsessional neurosis in which the epistemophilic instinct plays a part, its relation to thought processes makes it particularly well adapted to attract the energy which is vainly endeavoring to make its way forward into action, and divert it into the sphere of thought, where there is a possibility of its obtaining pleasurable satisfaction of another sort. In this way, with the help of the epistemophilic instinct, the substitutive act may in its turn be replaced by preparatory acts of thought. But procrastination in action is soon replaced by lingering over thoughts, and eventually the whole process, together with all its peculiarities, is transferred into the new sphere, just as in America an entire house will sometimes be shifted from one side to another. I may now venture, upon the basis of the preceding discussion, to determine the psychological characteristic, so long sought after, which lends to the products of an obsessional neurosis their obsessive or compulsive quality. A thought process is obsessive or compulsive when, in consequence of an inhibition, due to a conflict of opposing impulses, at the motor end of the psychical system, it is undertaken with an expenditure of energy which, as regards both quality and quantity, is normally reserved for actions alone, or, in other words, an obsessive or compulsive thought is one whose function it is to represent an act regressively. No one, I think, will question my assumption that processes of thought are ordinarily conducted, on grounds of economy, with smaller displacements of energy, probably at a higher level, than are acts intended to bring about discharge or to modify the external world. The obsessive thought which has forced its way into consciousness with such excessive violence has next to be secured against the efforts made by conscious thought to resolve it. As we already know, this protection is afforded by the distortion which the obsessive thought has undergone before becoming conscious. But this is not the only means employed. In addition, each separate obsessional idea is almost invariably removed from the situation in which it originated and in which, in spite of its distortion, it would be most easily comprehensible. With this end in view, in the first place an interval of time is inserted between the pathogenic situation and the obsession that arises from it, so as to lead astray any conscious investigation of its causal connections, and in the second place the content of the obsession is taken out of its particular setting by being generalized. Our patient's obsession for understanding is an example of this, p. 2150. But perhaps a better one is afforded by another patient. This was a woman who prohibited herself from wearing any sort of personal adornment, though the exciting cause of the prohibition related only to one particular piece of jewelry. She had envied her mother the possession of it and had had hopes that one day she would inherit it. Finally, if we care to distinguish verbal distortion from distortion of content, there is yet another means by which the obsession is protected against conscious attempts at solution. And that is the choice of an indefinite or ambiguous wording. After being misunderstood, the wording may find its way into the patient's deliria, and whatever further processes of development or substitution his obsession undergoes will then be based upon the misunderstanding and not upon the proper sense of the text. Observation will show, however, that the deliria constantly tend to form new connections with that part of the matter and wording of the obsession which is not present in consciousness. I should like to go back once more to the instinctual life of obsessional neurotics and add one more remark upon it. It turned out that our patient, besides all his other characteristics, was a renifler. By his own account, when he was a child he had recognized everyone by their smell, like a dog, and even when he was grown up he was more susceptible to sensations of smell than most people. Superscript 1 I have met with the same characteristic in other neurotics, both in hysterical and in obsessional patients, and I have come to recognize that a tendency to taking pleasure in smell, which has become extinct since childhood, may play a part in the genesis of neurosis. Superscript 2 and here I should like to raise the general question whether the atrophy of the sense of smell, which was an inevitable result of man's assumption of an erect posture, and the consequent organic repression of his pleasure in smell may not have had a considerable share in the origin of his susceptibility to nervous disease. This would afford us some explanation of why, with the advance of civilization, it is precisely the sexual life that must fall a victim to repression. For we have long known the intimate connection in the animal organization between the sexual instinct and the function of the olfactory organ. In bringing this paper to a close I may express a hope that, though my communication is incomplete in every sense, it may at least stimulate other workers to throw more light upon the obsessional neurosis by a deeper investigation of the subject. What is characteristic of this neurosis, what differentiates it from hysteria, is not, in my opinion, to be found in instinctual life but in the psychological field. I cannot take leave of my patient without putting on paper my impression that he had, as it were, disintegrated into three personalities, into one unconscious personality, that is to say, and into two preconscious ones between which his consciousness could oscillate. His unconscious comprised those of his impulses which had been suppressed at an early age and which might be described as passionate and evil impulses. In his normal state he was kind, cheerful, and sensible, an enlightened and superior kind of person, while in his third psychological organization he paid homage to superstition and asceticism. Thus he was able to have two different creeds and two different outlooks upon life. This second preconscious personality comprised chiefly the reaction formations against his repressed wishes, and it was easy to foresee that it would have swallowed up the normal personality if the illness had lasted much longer. I have at present an opportunity of studying a lady suffering severely from obsessional acts. She has become similarly disintegrated into an easygoing and lively personality and into an exceedingly gloomy and ascetic one. She puts forward the first of them as her official ego, while in fact she is dominated by the second. Both of these psychical organizations have access to her consciousness, but behind her ascetic personality may be discerned the unconscious part of her being, quite unknown to her and composed of ancient and long repressed wishful impulses. Superscript 1. The Schreber case. Psychoanalytic remarks on an autobiographically described case of paranoia, dementia paranoids. Case history. 2 attempts at interpretation. 3 on the paranoid mechanism. Postscript. The Schreber case. Introduction. In 1903 the Leipzig publishing house Oswald Mutze brought out a volume entitled Denkwürdigkeiten eines Nervenkranken Memoirs of a Nervous Illness by the Judge Daniel Paul Schreber. In his preface, the eminent Saxon lawyer explains his reasons for publication as follows. I shall try to give an at least partly comprehensible exposition of supernatural matters, knowledge of which has been revealed to me for almost 6 years. I cannot of course count upon being fully understood because things are dealt with which cannot be expressed in human language, they exceed human understanding. Nor can I maintain that everything is irrefutably certain even for me, much remains only presumption and probability. After all, I too am only a human being and therefore limited by the confines of human understanding, but one thing I am certain of, namely that I have come infinitely closer to the truth than human beings who have not received divine revelation. 1. Schreber's book describes the history of his mental illness, from the inside of that illness. He is well aware of how his behavior has been understood and categorized by psychiatrists. Indeed, Schreber includes a number of fascinating appendices which give full details of the medical and legal opinions in this case. Shortly after being appointed to the prestigious position of Senate's President in 1893, Schreber, for the second time in his life, found himself in a mental hospital. The first occasion, which followed his defeat in the 1884 elections for the German parliament, was diagnosed as hypochondria and did not involve hallucinations or paranoid fantasies. This second illness was very different. In February 1894, after more than 2 months in the same asylum and with the same Dr. Flechsig who had previously cured him successfully, Schreber went through a night that brought on a total mental collapse. His body racked by spontaneous orgasms, the pedantic lawyer specifies half a dozen, his mind disintegrated. Through the complicated story that he then tells, 2 features stand out. 1. Schreber is convinced that he is to be transformed into a woman. 2. He is being persecuted. Schreber himself is very clear of the centrality of sexual identity to his case. Reflecting on the period before his illness, he notes that he had dreams that his first illness had recurred and, furthermore, one morning while still in bed, whether still half asleep or already awake I cannot remember, I had a feeling which, thinking about it later when fully awake, struck me as highly peculiar. It was the idea that it really must be rather pleasant to be a woman succumbing to intercourse too. In the first instance, Schreber's paranoia focuses on Flechsig, and the memoirs suggest clearly that the motive for Flechsig's persecution of Schreber is sexual. After a prolonged period of crisis, however, the persecuting force that wishes to transform Schreber into a woman is identified as God. Furthermore, God's desire to impregnate Schreber and save the world is located in the future, and thus Schreber is able to achieve an extraordinary balance. His former personality is reconstituted entirely, and this is evident in the style and form of the memoirs as well as in the evidence provided by his doctor in the legal appendix. At the same time, as the content of the memoirs makes plain, he has an extraordinarily developed fantasy, which covers both his past persecution by both God and Flechsig and his future transformation into a woman and God's bride. While there remain symptoms in his everyday behavior, he is an occasional transvestite and is also subject to fits of wordless bellowing. For the most part, Schreber balances a totally sane and a totally insane self in a rare psychic settlement. It is this settlement that allows the life of a model citizen to coexist with a completely insane world of upper and lower gods, of voluptuous nerves and of every daily occurrence necessitating a direct divine intervention. From the first, Schreber's readership was most significantly composed of professional psychiatrists. The publishing house that allowed Schreber's work to find a public was what would nowadays be called a New Age institution, mixing mysticism and medicine. But there do not seem to have been any readers who were tempted to classify Schreber with the great mystics such as Meister Eckhart and Teresa of Lisieux. Schreber's account of his encounters with God bear no relation to texts of genuine religious experience, above all because there is no sense of Schreber being involved and transformed by the experiences he undergoes. Indeed, it is important to recognize that the text is written in a totally objective discourse, a mixture of law and medicine. One of the striking features of Schreber's text is how close it is to Freud, the weighing up of evidence and opinion, the examination of the possible explanations and then the determination to stick to his conclusions, even if he finds himself in a minority of one, make patient and doctor inhabitants of the same discursive universe. At the same time, Freud's text, published as Psychoanalytic Remarks on an Autobiographically Described Case of Paranoia, Dementia Paranoids, objective as it is, always bears witness to a mind transformed by the experiences he relates and the concepts he articulates. Schreber is at the end as he was at the beginning, the self-righteous judge, his constructed subjectivity untouched by the marvels he recounts. But Schreber immediately found an audience among psychiatrists. One early reviewer recommended the book to all psychiatrists. Never before have the symptoms of paranoia been offered in such detail and so completely. Because of his high intelligence and logical training, Schreber's presentation must be called perfect by the well-informed physician. 3. This concern with symptoms and their description is of course constitutive of modern psychiatry. The great Kraepelin had not only divided the neuroses from the psychoses but had also split the psychosis into two, dementia praecox and manic depression. Bleuler in 1908 was to substitute the term schizophrenia for dementia praecox, and we currently seem to be living through a renaming of manic depression as bipolar affective disorder, but the fundamental clinical picture of psychoses was then as it is now. In fact, this clinical picture is nowhere near as clear-cut as the textbooks might suggest, but the more fundamental distinction between neurosis and psychosis is easier to grasp. The neurotic is he or she who is troubled by fantasies, by obsessional routines that avert some unspecified disaster, by hysterical fears of sexuality that have no basis in reality. The neurotic is, however, unhappy about his or her behavior and wishes to alter it. Of course he or she does not really wish to alter it. The neurotic symptom that combines both repression and the return of the repressed is too precious to be given up, but the neurotic is unhappy about its existence and aware that it poses a real problem. The psychotic is not troubled by fantasy but by reality, by the voices that speak to her, by the hallucinations that beset him. But the psychotic does not regard the ontological status of these hallucinations as problematic. While the neurotic knows that his fantasies set him apart from the world and in need of help, the psychotic finds in reality the absolute assurance of the centrality of his existence. Or, to put it another way, the neurotic wants to be cured, the psychotic does not. Yet again, and this time in psychoanalytic terms, the neurotic comes to the analyst desperate to set up that transferential relationship with the analyst which will enable his deepest identifications and meanings to be reworked, while the psychotic has no investment in establishing or sustaining any relationship with anyone. Astonishingly, although Freud was already by 1911 one of the most famous names in psychology and psychiatry, he had never, except incidentally, treated psychotic patients. It was for financial reasons and because of his desire to marry that Freud had abandoned his promising career as a research scientist to become a general practitioner specializing in nervous diseases. His consulting rooms, full of the hysterical and obsessional neuroses of the Viennese middle class, provided the laboratory where psychoanalysis was discovered and where the talking cure was elaborated. But the discovery and the elaboration took place with neurotics. Any psychotic patient that presented him or herself in Freud's consulting rooms would, by the very nature of their condition, swiftly either refuse treatment or be referred on to a hospital. So even though Bleuler had acknowledged the importance of the Freudian conception of the psyche in the elaboration of the new configuration of psychosis around schizophrenia, Freud had never really addressed the question of psychosis. Indeed, Freud reminds us at the beginning of his own reading that he has little clinical experience of psychosis. Given these facts, it is a minor mystery that Freud did not read the text until 7 years after it had been published, although he clearly knew that it had already been much discussed in psychiatric circles. One might speculate that Freud's late reading of this text may find an explanation in its publishing provenance. Freud was a determined rationalist who was constantly concerned lest his life's discovery of the unconscious would slip into irrationalism. And indeed it is probably crucial to understand Freud's Schreber case as an attempt to defend the centrality of sexuality to psychoanalytic theory. Towards the end of his life, Jung was to recall a conversation with Freud from 1910. I still remember vividly that Freud said to me, "My dear Jung, promise me you will never abandon the theory of sexuality. That is the most essential thing. You see, we must make a dogma of it, an unshakable bulwark." Somewhat astonished, I asked him, a bulwark, against what? Whereupon he answered, against the black muddy tide. Here he hesitated for a moment, and then added of occultism for. Freud's Schreber text is explicitly dismissive of Adler's attempts to locate the workings of the psyche in social relations, but, by the time Freud started work on Schreber, a total break with Adler was already inevitable. On the other hand, Jung, who is quoted very favorably in the text, must be completely won over to the specific sexual constitution of the unconscious rather than lapsing into some generalized account of hidden forces within the mind. Through the 1890s, working with patients and on his own psychic life, Freud developed a new theory of the mind in which our conscious selves are merely one aspect of a more general process by which an individual animal body becomes a human being. Another aspect of this process is the necessary production of an unconscious that manifests itself in slips and dreams as well as more dramatically in neurotic symptoms. But Freud was absolutely convinced that the key term in the constitution of the unconscious and its relations to the conscious mind was sexuality, and specifically the incest taboo. It is crucial to recognize that for Freud these two concepts are fundamentally interdependent, but it is also crucial to realize that Freud himself never fully demonstrated their necessary articulation. That the unconscious existed was clear from the moment in Charcot's lecture theatre that the great French master of psychiatry produced examples of hysterical paralysis in which patients would have genuinely paralysed limbs, but the limbs thus paralysed did not correspond to anatomical reality. The muscles of the leg stretch up into the lower back, but to linguistic representation, the paralysed leg was the leg of non-scientific language. And psychoanalysis with its method of free association, slips, dreams and its consequent concepts of resistance and transference developed the reality of this unconscious over the next 20 years. But there are, as it were, two constant dangers of misinterpretation of the unconscious. On the one hand, there will be desires to ground it in a more specific social reality, what one might in an archaic political language call a left deviation, on the other to place it in relation to a more universal mythology grounded in biology, a corresponding right deviation. When Freud sat down to write the Schreber case, these alternatives were not just imaginary possibilities, they were two real theoretical and institutional threats to the new science of psychoanalysis. From very early in the 1900s, Freud had gathered around him in Vienna a group with whom he would discuss and develop psychoanalysis. All Jews and most general practitioners like himself. There is no doubt that the most brilliant and charismatic of this group was Alfred Adler, a committed member of the Social Democratic Party and a doctor whose patients were from much poorer classes than Freud's. Freud's books and the theories of psychoanalysis were also, however, finding audiences all over the world. The most important of these initial audiences was to be found in Zurich at the world-famous Burghalsli Mental Hospital. And the most important of these readers was Carl Gustav Jung, the son of a pastor and much concerned with questions of religion. Freud seized on his new Zurich adherents, and particularly Jung, with enthusiasm. Jung bought much more scientific and psychiatric credibility than the admittedly oddball crew that had gathered round Freud in Vienna, and, crucially, he was not a Jew. Freud was obsessed with the fear that psychoanalysis would be dismissed as a Jewish science. Jung was the guarantee it would make it out of the ghetto. And it was Jung, who as a hospital psychiatrist had much more experience of psychoses, who urged Freud to read Schreber. This was a reading whose power and afterlife might have surprised even the megalomaniac Schreber. A first trawl through the MLA bibliography reveals more than 150 articles and books on the demented German jurist, and the last decade has seen a veritable explosion of glosses and commentaries. Much of this debate turns on Freud's interpretation of Schreber's madness as underpinned by repressed homosexuality. For Freud, the paranoid Schreber is assailed by the unacceptable thought "I love Flechsig," which becomes transformed into the acceptable thought "Flechsig hates me." While there can be no doubt of the brilliance of Freud's interpretative schemas, there can also be no doubt that this interpretation is much less compelling than his synopsis of the case. The problem is that there is no account of why Schreber's unconscious homosexual wish could not either have passed into consciousness in explicitly homosexual form or have been sublimated in the way that Freud celebrates in his own case. Writing to Ferenczi about his own psychic constitution a couple of years earlier, and around the time of his first elaboration of a relation between paranoia and repressed homosexuality, he says, "A piece of homosexual investment has been withdrawn and utilized for the enlargement of my own ego. I have succeeded where the paranoiac fails." 5 But this talk of success and failure is deeply misleading insofar as it suggests, completely contrary to Freud's theory, that it is a conscious decision to choose between repression and sublimation. What we need in order to understand the Schreber case is a structure that would enable us to understand the relation between Schreber's sexual constitution and his descent into lunacy. For what Freud's theory promises us, a promise which he was, even as he wrote the Schreber case, defending against Adler and Jung, is that the content of our unconscious lives is fundamentally structured by the recognition of sexual difference. Of Freud's heirs, it was the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan who most ferociously defended the Freudian inheritance, and the recent increased interest in Schreber is in large measure due to the centrality of Schreber to Lacan's thinking. Lacan's crucial emphasis is that Freud's teaching demonstrates that our objective external world and our intersubjective relationships are functions of each other. To understand this, we have to place language at the center of our mental development in a way that Freud constantly suggests but never clearly articulates. Let us imagine the small infant assailed by numerous sensations. Of these, perhaps the most insistent is hunger and the pain that it provokes. This pain unleashes the cry that at this moment is nothing but a biological signal to the mother. But the cry brings the mother and the breast that assuages the child's hunger. The child's gradual recognition that the cry is a sign which can be interpreted is at one and the same time the recognition of the mother as another person and of the breast as an object. With the advent of the sign, we pass from the world of need, the cry is a signal of hunger, to the world of demand, the cry is addressed to the mother and can be produced independently of need. From the undifferentiated world of sensation, language summons forth the object and the other. But the presence of the object implies also its absence, and the child is now inevitably introduced to the world of desire, in which, even when need has been assuaged and demand has been answered, there is now a perpetual chain of presence and absence which constitutes desire. In order to grasp the functioning of this chain, and above all to avoid the risk of hallucination that it involves because the functioning of language allows for the potential presence of any object, the child has to accept that this chain exists independently of its own existence. It is here that the father intervenes in a relation with the mother from which the child is excluded but in which it is represented. In giving up its omnipotence, in realizing that the language in which he speaks to the mother is not his property, the child experiences that castration which marks his access to the human world, in which it is a law of the enjoyment of any object that the mother has been renounced. 6 It is crucial to recognize, above all in the context of Schreber, that this intervention of the father is not to be understood in terms of the father as omnipotent cause of his own desire. That indeed is the first fantasy of the child, because then castration can be avoided by acceding to the position of the father. The real moment of the Oedipus arrives, and with it that visceral hatred of the father which psychoanalysis finds so fundamental, at the moment the child realizes that the father is himself subject to the law. Paradoxically, one could say that Schreber never achieved that hatred of his father, for his father offered an image of omnipotence which allowed the child to imagine that he could avoid castration, that he could speak a language entirely under his control. Freud describes Schreber's father in the following terms. The father of Justice Dr. Schreber was in fact a man not without consequence. He was Dr. Daniel Gottlob Moritz Schreber, whose memory is still preserved by the Schreber associations, especially numerous in Saxony, a physician, no less, whose efforts to ensure the harmonious education of the young, the cooperation in this of family and school life, and the application of the care of the body and physical work to raising standards of health, were of lasting influence on his contemporaries. The many editions of his Artelijk Zimmer Gymnastic Medical Home Gymnastics to be found among our circles bear witness to his reputation as the founder of therapeutic gymnastics in Germany. Such a father was certainly not unpredisposed to be transfigured into a god in the tender memory of his son who was robbed of him so early by death. p. 40. The Medical Home Gymnastics makes clear that Schreber Père was the personal trainer from hell. There seems no ailment that cannot be cured by his ludicrous physical jerks. Indeed, physical health becomes a crushing moral duty. Many of his son's fantasies, particularly his conviction at the most intense stage of his illness that his body is being systematically destroyed and reconstituted, would seem to lead clearly back to his father's exercises. 7 Freud himself makes clear how crucial the father is in Schreber's construction of his God, both adored and mocked, feared and reviled. But Freud stops short in his analysis, never seeming to ask himself the significance of the almost total absence of mothers from the text. It is as if, at the very moment when Freud is becoming the father of psychoanalysis, he is unwilling to analyze the way in which a father can never be anything more than a name, and is thus unable to articulate Schreber's problem that his father never moves from an imaginary to a symbolic register. But it is Lacan who develops the analysis so that it is the father's omnipotence which is at one and the same time the cause of Schreber's inability to symbolize his own femininity, and this failure is the very cause of his hallucination and delirium. Where Freud premises a homosexual desire, for which there is no structural reason why it is unbearable, and an overweening father, Lacan posits a failure in symbolization which produces both the psychic content of the desire to be a woman and the structure of the psychosis. For Lacan there is no possibility of understanding psychosis without recourse to the categories of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. The imaginary, a category developed within French phenomenology and particularly by Jean-Paul Sartre and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, is the world of consciousness, of the ego. The symbolic, a category which Lacan borrowed from Claude Lévi-Strauss and French anthropology, is the word of the social insofar as that world is constituted by the possibility of symbolization, of one thing standing for another. Ferdinand de Saussure's theory of language neatly maps onto this. The world of meaning, the world of consciousness, the world of objects is the world of the signified. The world of the matter of sound and writing, the formal articulation of the language, is the world of the signifier. For Lacan this theory enables one to understand how the world of consciousness and its secure divisions, I am at the center of my world which is and it is constantly being undermined by the fact that this world only appears within a specific language whose articulations have both preceded and will survive my being in the world. More precisely, the structure of the signified and the signifier enable us to understand Freud's teaching on the unconscious and repression. As I speak, the signifying chains of the language multiply infinitely, but in order to make meaning, to be conscious, those chains must be ignored, or rather repressed, because ignored might suggest a conscious choice, whereas repressed tells us that this unconscious is a necessary feature of the control of speech. Lacan then goes further by linking this feature of language to sexuality. While Levi-Strauss might be happy with an unconscious generally structured around exchange, Lacan, fierce Freudian that he is, insists that it is sexual difference symbolized by the phallus which is the key to successful speech. It is the recognition that we could be different, that we could be castrated, that we identify with both bottom and top in the primal scene, that we are fundamentally bisexual symbolically, which enables us to assume an imaginary sexual identity. And this recognition is structured by language. It is here that Lacan becomes most difficult to follow, for his vocabulary from Saussure of signifier and signified focuses on the language as indicative, while it is clear that what is at stake here is the vocative, the address to another in interrogative or imperative mode. 8 The neurotic is a person who wishes at all costs to deny the unconscious, to hold signifier and signified rigidly together, to deny their bisexual constitution, but at the deepest level they have already accepted a symbolic castration, and thus their problems come forth in hysterical or obsessional symptoms which can be deciphered in terms of the signifying chain that they are trying to deny. They are already willing to enter into a transferential relation because speech for them is fundamentally social. The psychotic has refused a symbolic castration with a mechanism which is not that of repression but of foreclosure. Lacan teases the term of Verwerfung out of Freud's texts. The psychotic has never accepted the real sociality of language, that which makes of his existence a mere link in the chain, because the father, instead of introducing him to lack, has held out the promise of an all-powerful existence. If the mother has been taken away from him, subtracted by her desire for another, the father promises to be cause of his own desire. The psychotic then never really uses language. Schreber's text is strikingly free of metaphor, the fundamental trope where we find ourselves transformed in language, just as it is almost completely free of femininity. Just as psychosis has a fundamentally different structure, that of Verwerfung, foreclosure, rather than Verdrängung, repression, so the rejected signifier reappears not as an hysterical symptom in the body or an obsession in behavior but as hallucination. Lacan talks of what has been rejected in the symbolic returning in the real. The real for Lacan is not reality, which is to be found in the realm of the imaginary, but the record of the genuine encounters of our existence, the conversations in which we have been made and the objects that resulted. For the neurotic this real has been internalized, it is what gives real point to the dialectic between imaginary and symbolic. For the psychotic the real has not been internalized, and when Schreber encounters a situation in which it becomes clear that he has never really received any speech addressed to him, that he has never accepted the passive position, then what has been rejected from the symbolic, the possibility of his being a woman, returns in the real. He is to be transformed into a woman. Lacan's reading of Schreber complements and builds on Freud and has the huge theoretical advantage of distinguishing between neurosis and psychosis. It suffers, as does all of Lacan's theorizing, that the crucial moment of Schreber's existence, the moment when at the levels of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real the primordial signifier is rejected, is necessarily opaque to us. Only within an analysis, and then in a form which is unrepresentable outside the transferential relationship, can one discover that moment at which one's being in the world, one's sexual identity and the fundamental metaphoricity of language are articulated together. The only model outside analysis that Lacan offers, and that towards the end of his life and with a kind of querulous astonishment that it exists, is James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. In recent decades readings of Schreber have begun to stress the social implications of Schreber's text. Elias Canetti was to read it as the precursor of another paranoid spiritual autobiography published 20 years later, Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. More recently Erich Santner's My Own Private Germany reads Schreber's crisis of symbolic authority not as the individual fate of Schreber but as indicative of a general crisis within Germany of which Nazism is the most terrifying symptom. Santner's book succeeds in articulating much more of Schreber's texts than Freud or Lacan, demonstrating how questions of the struggle between Catholicism and Protestantism are centrally inscribed in the text and how the question of femininity necessarily involves the question of Judaism. There is, however, no conclusive argument as to why these problems produce a crisis of authority more pronounced in Germany than in other European countries. More worryingly, there is an uncritical acceptance of Michel Foucault's so-called repressive hypothesis, which makes of psychoanalysis and its concern with the internalized representations of sexuality a mere symptom of a more general development of medical practices that produce sexuality as the key term of identity. While Santner makes an excellent case for needing to locate Schreber and Freud's reading of him in a wider context, he makes no attempt to do this by developing the psychoanalytic account. There are two levels at which this account needs to be developed. The first, and this is perhaps Santner's most brilliant contribution, is at the level of the institution of psychoanalysis itself. When Freud writes the Schreber case history, he is struggling to deal with the first splits in the psychoanalytic movement. There is no doubt that the parallels between Schreber's crisis on taking on his judgeship and Freud's problems as the father of psychoanalysis are striking. There is also no doubt that Freud's elaboration of the relation between paranoia and repressed homosexuality was developed from his relationship with his pupils and disciples. One is tempted to speculate that Freud assimilated Schreber's case too quickly to his own and thus failed to see the more fundamental symbolic quandary in which Judge Schreber found himself. As we have argued, the text was written as part of an immediate and explicit attempt to counter Adler, who was in the process of splitting from the psychoanalytic movement, and as a less immediate and more implicit attempt to counter Jung, who would split from the psychoanalytic movement 2 years later. Indeed, it was Freud's insistence on the sexual basis for psychosis as well as neurosis that crystallized for Jung his ineradicable differences with Freud. Adler's fundamental concept was that of the masculine protest. Having its origins in a biological theory of organ inferiority, Adler's theory was in fact a version of that left deviation. Foucault and Guattari would be contemporary parallels, in which the unconscious is simply the product of social forces. Leaving biology well behind, Adler focused on the necessary feelings of inferiority incurred in any attempt to conform to impossible social claims. Schreber would seem custom-made for an Adlerian analysis in which the impossibility of measuring up to the demands of his new job gave rise to a masculine protest, which produced the psychosis and its resolution in the fantasy of becoming a woman. Freud is determined to make clear that if there is a masculine protest, it rests on the side of the conscious and comes after the production of the feminine fantasy. He is determined to assert the primacy of the unconscious. If, however, we adopt a more symbolic reading in terms of the inability of Schreber to symbolize femininity, this allows a reading which both stresses the reality of the unconscious but also allows a much more social understanding of that unconscious. For it is possible to ground the psychosis in the social ground of Schreber's father's notions of an obedient spirit in a healthy body in a pure German nation. Why Freud never follows the interpretation in this direction is difficult to explain, but one might speculate that the figure of the father, and particularly Schreber père, a brilliant doctor who had started a social movement that brought medical concerns into daily life, was simply too close to home. At a time when he was unwilling to have his authority challenged, at a time when he was turning Jung into a psychotic son, further analysis of Schreber was too difficult. Indeed, the Schreber case is above all addressed to Jung. Jung himself is fulsomely praised in the article, unlike Adler, who is dismissed in a contemptuous footnote, but Freud's aim is to make clear that Schreber's religious fantasies are not to be located in fundamental religious instincts but in sexual drives and their vicissitudes. If at one level of the text Freud arrests the analysis too easily at the level of repressed homosexual desire, at another he indicates a much more profound analysis with his first venture into anthropological theory. Much derided as the details have been, these anthropological theories are crucial to Freud if he is to find a resting place for the human between the pressures of the two specific socializers and the two universal mythologizers. In his anthropological theories, Freud is seeking an evolutionary account of the moment of the constitution of the unconscious. That he never managed to undertake the task does not in any way minimize its interest or importance. Indeed, if we look on psychoanalysis as seeking a new symbolic settlement, one in which the primacy of the unconscious is acknowledged and the symbolization of bisexuality emphasized, then it may be crucial to have a clearer picture of what one might term the history of the unconscious. At this point, the link between paranoia and repressed homosexuality may become much more historically specific than Freud would suggest. It may be that both Schreber and Freud should take their place in the context of a much more general coming out from wild to whining, which demonstrated across Europe at the turn of the century the inescapability of homosexual desire. There is no doubt that Freud saw the analysis of his own homosexuality as one of the key moments in the elaboration of psychoanalysis. But if one looks at the very sorry institutional history of psychoanalysis, one might say that a possible reason for this history is Freud's failure to let that homosexuality feed into the institutional elaboration of psychoanalysis. The foreclosure of the interpretation of Schreber in relation to the father means that the crucial question of the relation to the mother and what would be involved in her adequate symbolization is never broached. The second level at which the Schreber case needs a social grounding is at the more general level not just of Germany but of Europe. Psychoanalysis does not by and large concern itself with social explanations, but it is wrong to think that it does not have the concepts to do so. The Lacanian real is not limited to speech within the family, it includes all discourse where the subject has been addressed in his or her being. More pertinently to Schreber, it is in his paper on Narcissism, published 3 years after his Schreber case and the indispensable companion piece to it, that Freud develops the notion of the ego ideal as one of the crucial elements in the outplaying of primary narcissism. In the concluding paragraph, Freud writes, "The ego ideal opens up an important avenue for the understanding of group psychology. In addition to its individual side, this ideal has a social side. It is also the common ideal of a family, a class, or a nation." Standard Edition, Volume 14, p. 101. It is exactly the ego ideal, the crucial recognition of the third term that disrupts the binary relationship with the mother, of which Schreber knows nothing. The overpowerful father continues to offer an image with which Schreber's primary narcissism can identify. Indeed, if behind Schreber's God we can discern the figure of the father, then behind that is the even more terrifying figure of Schreber's Baudelarian semblable. The endlessly dividing and aggressive God caught between the twin pole of attraction and aggression is none other than Schreber's own narcissistic self, impervious to the social world that has created it. By a bizarre coincidence, Freud published his analysis of Schreber in the same year as the judge died. After the death of his wife in 1907, Schreber suffered another collapse and was to spend his last 4 years in a new mental hospital outside Leipzig, consumed by ideas of his own decomposition and rotting. 93 years later, Europe was to decompose and rot on the hideous battlefields of the First World War. The advent of a new century has made much clearer that the First World War is still the unfinished business of the West, that we are still struggling to find ego ideals genuinely able to free us from narcissistic aggression. The memoirs of Schreber and Freud's analysis of them are not merely historical curios, they still speak to our most abiding problems. Colin McCabe, 2001. Translator's Preface. The Schreber Case, published by Freud under the title Psychoanalytic Remarks on an Autobiographically Described Case of Paranoia, Dementia Paranoids, is distinctive in being based more or less entirely on the memoir of the conjectural patient. It thus has the status of a generic hybrid, somewhere between the case histories proper and the studies based on literary or other documentary material. In particular, Freud's analysis here accommodates considerable exposition through quotation from Schreber's own text and from the doctor's reports in the Schreber file. Switching between Freud's own voice and that of his Anneliese Sand, the text therefore has an almost dialogic character. Freud famously suggested that his case histories read like novellas, and the Schreber case can be said to correlate with a particular form of that genre, where a framework narrator discovers and then mediates a strange text written by another hand. Freud not only presents extended excerpts from Schreber's memoirs, but also styles his analytic work on it as, in itself, a form of translation. In this he seeks, and claims, fidelity to the original, translating it into the technical terminology of medicine without adding the slightest thing to its content. The task of the translator of this psychoanalytic novella is to do justice, then, to two writers, Freud himself, as framing expositor and analytic translator, and the memoirist Schreber. Both have distinctive styles, and I have sought to render these as closely as possible, even where the style may be considered clumsy because overladen or reiterative. Schreber's tendency to stretch syntax at his more exalted moments is in part mimicked by Freud. Indeed, at points the two writers merge, as Freud cites Schreber in more indirect forms. Similarly, both have recourse to neologisms in order to communicate the more unconventional aspects of their respective systems, and both bring a range of cultural references to bear in the understanding of those systems. To echo Freud's description of Schreber's text, both can be said to incorporate borrowed and original elements. One of the most fascinating aspects of Freud's text is its tendency to adopt the terms of Schreber's own, especially when challenging the forces of censorship. The end of the introductory remark sees Freud citing Schreber's words as a justification for publishing the case in spite of the possibility of offense to parties still living. Freud's text also imitates the omissions and singularities of style demanded by censorship in the original, but argues that a text like Schreber's, and by extension his own, should be able to use terms like shit and fuck without compunction. Both writers allow the formal discourse of their reports to incorporate this colloquial language of bodily function. If the reports of Schreber's own physicians are on the whole tightly controlled by social and psychiatric protocol, Freud adopts a more identificatory voice in his handling of Schreber's language. The striking conformity with his own theory, which Freud recognizes in Schreber's delusion, extends to a certain conformity of styling. Aside from this citational relationship to Schreber's text, including the elementary language that functions as a distinctive sub-discourse within it, Freud's narrative incorporates a variety of styles. It moves from the scientific to the personal, from the discursive conventions of logic in the propositions of section 3 to the language of anthropology in the postscript. It is exemplary of the extraordinary modality, the shifting of idiom, that characterizes Freud's writings in general and that places particular demands on the translator. The intention here has been to respect the details and the idiosyncrasies of these different styles of voice. An immediate example of this is given in the title, where I have opted to retain Freud's somewhat ponderous styling with the formulation an autobiographically described case. My aim throughout has been to resist the homogenization of such motley elements as well as to give the rhetorical verve that characterizes much of the writing its due. While the Schreber essay presents fewer challenges in its technical vocabulary than many of Freud's texts, a glossary of some of the more debatable key terms, with an indication of the strategy behind their translation here, is given below. Angeleined, attached. The adjective angeleined is derived from the notion of the Anlehnungstypus of object choice, what the Standard Edition calls the anaclitic type. It suggests the two primary senses of Anlehnung, a choice of object at once based on emotional attachment and forged by analogy with pre-existing forms of relationship with others. I have chosen to emphasize the first of these two meanings. Besetzen, investment. This term and its cognates might well have been translated using the cathexis of the Standard Edition. No single term in English embraces the flexible resonances of the German original, including, in particular, the occupation of a position or a territory. I have opted, however, for investment as a word that carries at least some of the connotations of besetzen. While its economic sense introduces a different set of resonances, these are at least in keeping with the extensive repertory of economic metaphors that Freud adopts in order to figure the dynamic system of the drives as conduits of libidinal interest. Durchbruch, breakthrough. The term is used here to describe the breaching of the work of repression. Nachdrang, after pressure. This neologism, used to describe the secondary element in the process of repression, needs to carry a sense of pressing, cognate with, but not identical to, repression at large. Seelenleben, life of the soul. The term seal is, I believe, something of an operative anachronism for Freud. Its metaphysical connotations are undoubtedly in tension with the materialistic tendency of his project, but that tension seems to me to be operative in the original and worth retaining. In particular, the term resonates the transcendental discourse of souls that characterizes Schreber's description of his delusion. Schreber drives. Most commentators find the instincts of the Standard Edition unsatisfactory. Drives is now quite well established as an alternative and is certainly closer to the sense of impulsion that is fundamental to Freud's dynamic model. Verargung, frustration. This describes the denial or non-fulfillment of a wish, a failure, that is, on the part of the world in relation to the subject's desires. Andrew Weber, 2001. The Schreber Case. Psychoanalytic remarks on an autobiographically described case of paranoia. Dementia paranoids. Introduction. The analytic investigation of paranoia causes particular kinds of difficulty for physicians, like myself, not working in public institutions. We cannot accept patients suffering from this disorder, or at least cannot retain them for long, given that we set the prospect of therapeutic success as a precondition for our treatment. It is thus only exceptionally the case that I am able to gain a deeper insight into the structure of paranoia, whether because the uncertainty of a diagnosis, which is not always a simple matter, justifies the attempt at exerting some influence, or because I submit to the requests of the next of kin and agree to treat a patient of this kind for a time in spite of an assured diagnosis. Of course, I have many other opportunities to see those suffering from paranoia and dementia, and I learn as much about them as other psychiatrists do about their cases, but this is not generally sufficient to reach analytic conclusions. The psychoanalytic investigation of paranoia would not be possible at all if the patients were not peculiar in betraying, albeit in distorted form, precisely that which other neurotics hide away as a secret. As paranoiacs cannot be forced to overcome their inner resistances and in any case only say what they wish to say, precisely with respect to this disorder a written account or published case history may serve as a substitute for personal acquaintance with the patient. I am not therefore inclined to think it inadmissible to attach analytic interpretations to the case history of a paranoiac, one suffering from dementia paranoids, whom I have never seen, but who has described his own case history and, by going to print, put it into the public domain. This is the case of the erstwhile presiding judge in the Saxon Court of Appeal and doctor of law Daniel Paul Schreber, whose Denkordiketen eins Nervenkranken Memoirs of a Nervous Illness appeared in book form in 1903 and, to the best of my knowledge, provoked quite considerable interest among psychiatrists. It is possible that Dr. Schreber is still alive today and has so retreated from the system of delusion represented in 1903 that these remarks on his book might cause him pain. In as far, however, as he still maintains the identity of his present personality with its earlier state, I can draw on arguments of his own, with which this intellectually superior man of unusually sharp mind and sharp powers of observation won rebuffed attempts to keep him from going to print. In this I have not concealed from myself the concerns that seem to stand in the way of publication, in particular, consideration for several people still alive today. On the other hand, I am of the opinion that it may be of value to science and to the understanding of religious truths if, while I am still alive, qualified persons might be able to conduct certain observations of my body and my personal fate. This consideration must silence all personal ones too. At another point in the book, he makes it known that he has decided to hold fast to the intention of publication, even if his doctor, Privy Councillor Dr. Flechsig of Leipzig, should consider this to give grounds for a suit against him. He calls upon Flechsig in the same way that I now call upon him. I hope, he writes, that on the part of Privy Councillor Professor Flechsig, too, scientific interest in the contents of my memoirs will overwhelm any personal sensitivities. While, in what follows, I am providing verbatim citations of all sections of the memoirs that support my interpretations, I would ask readers of this study first to make themselves familiar with the book by reading it once at least. Case history. I have twice suffered from nervous illness, Dr. Schreber reports, in either case as a result of intellectual overexertion. On the first occasion, when I was presiding over the provincial court in Chemnitz, as a result of standing for the Reichstag, on the second as a result of the unusual burden of work that I encountered when I took up my new appointment as presiding judge of the Court of Appeal in Dresden, p. 34. The first illness emerged in the autumn of 1884 and was totally cured by the end of 1885. Flechsig, in whose clinic the patient spent 6 months at that time, described the condition, in a pro forma assessment submitted later, as an attack of severe hypochondria. Dr. Schreber attests that this illness ran its course without any occurrences bordering upon the transcendental domain, p. 35. Neither the patient's writings nor the appended assessments by his doctors provide sufficient information as to his earlier history and situation in life. I am not even able to say how old he was at the time he fell ill, though the high position he had reached in the judicial service before the second bout of illness would indicate a minimum age. We learn that at the time of his hypochondria Dr. Schreber had already long been married. He writes, "The gratitude was perhaps still more heartfelt on the part of my wife, who revered Professor Flechsig as the man who had no less than restored her husband to her, so that years later his picture was still standing on her desk, p. 36. And further that after I recovered from my first illness I spent 8 on the whole very happy years with my wife, years rich in public honors and only dimmed from time to time by the recurrent dashing of our hopes that the marriage might be blessed with children." In June 1893 he was given notice of his imminent appointment as presiding judge, and he took up office on October 1 of the same year. The interim period one is marked by several dreams, to which he was only later led to attach significance. He more than once dreamt that his earlier nervous illness had returned and was as unhappy about this during the dream as he was happy when he discovered upon waking that it had indeed been only a dream. Also, one early morning, in a state between sleep and waking, he had the notion that it must really be a rather nice thing to be a woman undergoing intercourse, p. 36, an idea he would have found outrageous when fully conscious. The second illness began with torturous insomnia at the end of October 1893, leading him to return to Flechsig's clinic, where his condition, however, rapidly deteriorated. An account of the illness's further development is given in a later assessment filed by the director of the Sonnenstein Asylum, p. 380. At the start of his stay there too he expressed more hypochondriac ideas, complaining that he was suffering from softening of the brain and would soon die, etc., but notions of persecution were already mixed into the overall clinical picture, owing to the appearance of sensory delusions, albeit isolated at first, while at the same time acute hyperesthesia. Considerable sensitivity to light and noise set in. Later the visual and auditory delusions became more frequent and, in association with conesthetic disturbances, governed all his feelings and thoughts. He held himself to be dead and rotting, suffering from the plague, imagined that all manner of dreadful manipulations were being carried out on his body, and, as he himself now puts it, went through things more terrible than have ever been imagined, and this for a holy purpose. The pathological ideation took such hold of the patient that, not amenable to any other impression, he sat rigidly for hours on end in an hallucinatory stupor, while, on the other hand, it tormented him to such a degree that he wished he was dead, repeatedly attempted to drown himself in his bath, and called for the cyanide intended for him. The delusions gradually assumed a mystical, religious character, as he maintained direct relations with God, was a plaything of the devils, saw miraculous apparitions, heard holy music, and finally even believed he must be in another world. We might add that he cursed various people he took to be pursuing and disadvantaging him, foremost among them his erstwhile Dr. Flechsig, whom he called a soul murderer while, on countless occasions, crying out "Little Flechsig," with a pronounced emphasis on the first word, p. 383. In June 1894, after a short stay elsewhere, he had come from Leipzig to the Sonnenstein Asylum near Pirna and stayed there until his condition was fully developed. In the course of the following years the clinical picture changed in a way best described in the words of the director of the asylum, Dr. Weber. Without going into any further details as to the course of the illness, suffice it to say that, from the initial, more acute psychosis, which had a deleterious effect on the whole psychic process and can be categorized as hallucinatory insanity, what became increasingly dominant, what as it were came to crystallize, was the clinical picture of paranoia that now faces us, p. 385. For, on the one hand, he had developed an artful delusional construction that we have every reason to find of interest, and, on the other, his personality had reconstructed itself and shown itself, apart from the odd disturbance, capable of dealing with the demands of life. In his assessment of 1899, Dr. Weber reports as follows. At the present time, setting aside the psychomotor symptoms that would strike even the fleeting observer as pathological, just as Dr. Schreber appears, then, neither confused nor subject to psychical inhibition, nor of materially diminished intelligence, he is thoughtful, his memory is excellent, he has a considerable measure of knowledge, ranging beyond things juridical to many other domains, and is able to reproduce this in an orderly train of thought. He is interested in politics, science, art, etc., and is constantly occupied with them, and, in the aforementioned directions he would not betray much that might seem unusual to an observer not apprised of his general condition. Yet the patient is consumed by pathologically conditioned ideas, which have come together as a complete system, are more or less fixed as such, and appear not to be susceptible to correction by means of any objective appreciation and judgment of the actual state of things, pages 385-6. Thus transformed, the patient believed himself to be capable of life's demands and undertook steps to effect the lifting of his guardianship order and discharge from the asylum. Dr. Weber resisted these wishes and submitted reports in opposition to them, and yet, in an assessment of 1900, he cannot help but depict the patient's nature and behavior with some appreciation, in the following terms. The undersigned has, during meals shared at the family table over the course of 9 months, had the most extensive opportunities to talk to Justice Schreber about all manner of things. Whatever came to be discussed, with the obvious exception of his delusions, whether it touched upon what went on in the domain of government and the law, politics, art and literature, the life of society, or what you will, Dr. Schreber everywhere showed lively interest, knowledgeable insights, a good memory, perceptive judgment, and in ethical matters too an understanding that could only be commended. Equally, he behaved in a nice and friendly manner in his light banter with the ladies present and, where he treated certain things with humor, he remained tactful and decent, never drawing into our harmless talk at table the discussion of matters that were to be dealt with in medical consultations rather than there, pages 397-8. He even came to intervene, in a professional and appropriate manner, in a business affair that affected the interests of the whole family, pages 401 and 510. In the repeated submissions to the court, through which Dr. Schreber struggled for his release, he by no means denied his delusion and made no secret of his intention to publish the memoirs. Rather, he stressed the value of his trains of thought for religious life and their invulnerability to critical attack by modern science. At the same time he insisted on the absolute harmlessness, p. 430, of all those actions to which he had been moved by the content of his delusion. The perspicacity and unswerving logic of one recognized as a paranoiac duly led to his triumph. In July 1902 Dr. Schreber's guardianship order was lifted, and in the following year the Memoirs of a Nervous Illness appeared as a book, albeit in censored form, pruned of various valuable contents. In the judgment that gave Dr. Schreber back his freedom, the content of his delusional system is summed up in a few sentences. He takes himself to be called to redeem the world and to restore to it its lost bliss. But this he can only do if he has first transformed himself from a man into a woman, p. 475. For a comprehensive depiction of the delusion in its fully developed form we can turn to the assessment supplied by Dr. Weber in 1899. The patient's delusional system culminates in the idea that he has been called to bring salvation to the world and restore to humanity its lost bliss. He claims to have come to this mission by way of direct instructions from God, much as we are taught that the prophets were. Precisely nerves in such a state of excitement as his had been for so long, were, he said, capable of attracting God, but these things could barely, if at all, be described in human language because they lay beyond the pale of human experience and were revealed to him alone. The essential prerequisite of his mission of salvation was his transformation into a woman. This was not to say that he wished to be thus transformed, it was rather a case of an imperative, grounded in the world order, which he could ill escape, even if he would personally much rather have remained in his honorable masculine station in life, but the life of the beyond was to be won back for him and all mankind only by means of his transformation into a woman through divine miracles, which might lie years or even decades hence. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, the exclusive object of divine miracles, and so the most extraordinary human being ever to have lived on earth, miracles that he had experienced physically every minute of every hour over a period of years, and that were confirmed by the voices that spoke with him. In the first years of his illness he had been subject to the sort of damage to various organs of his body that would have quickly been the death of any other mortal, and so had lived for years without a stomach, without intestines, almost without lungs, with an esophagus in shreds, with no bladder, with smashed rib bones, had sometimes eaten part of his larynx with his food, and so on, but divine miracles, rays, had always repaired what had been destroyed, and so, for as long as he remained a man, he was quite immortal. Those menacing apparitions had now long disappeared, but in their stead his femininity had come to the fore, though this was a process of development that would probably take decades, if not centuries, to achieve, and whose end would not easily be experienced by anybody alive today. He had the feeling that large masses of female nerves had already passed over into his body, which would produce new humans through direct fertilization by God. Only then would he be able to die a natural death and to have gained bliss once more for himself as for all of mankind. In the meantime not only the sun, but also the trees and the birds, which were something akin to the bemiracled remains of earlier human souls, spoke in human sounds to him, and wondrous things came to pass all around him, pages 386-8. The interest of the practicing psychiatrist in such delusional formations is typically exhausted once he has established the effects of the delusion and its influence on the patient's day-to-day existence. For him, wonder is not what lies at the root of understanding. The psychoanalyst derives from his knowledge of the psychoneuroses the supposition that even such peculiar trains of thought, so remote from habitual human thinking, have in fact emerged from the most general and comprehensible of emotions in the life of the soul, and so seeks to acquaint himself with the motives of, and the paths taken by, this transformation. With this intention, he will be glad to delve further into the details of the delusion and the history of its development. A. The two main points stressed by the medical assessor are the role of Redeemer and the transformation into a woman. The Redeemer delusion is a fantasy familiar to us, given that it is frequently at the core of religious paranoia. The additional feature, that the redemption must follow from the transformation into a woman, is unusual and causes consternation in as far as it leads us well away from the historical myth that the patient's fantasy seeks to reproduce. It seems plausible that we should concur with the doctor's judgment that the ambition to play the role of Redeemer is the driving force of this delusional complex, while the emasculation can lay claim only to functioning as the means to this end. If this is how things appear in the final form of the delusion, however, our study of the memoirs brings a quite different understanding to bear. We learn that the transformation into a woman, emasculation, was the primary delusion, which was at first adjudged to be an act of grievous impairment and persecution and came to be related to the role of Redeemer only on a secondary level. It is also beyond doubt that it was at first misused for sexual purposes rather than serving higher designs. To put this in formal terms, what was for the patient a delusion of sexual persecution was retroactively transformed into religious megalomania. The persecutor was initially taken to be the patient's doctor, Professor Flechsig, with God himself taking his place in due course. Let me present here in unabridged form those sections of the memoirs that show this to be the case. In this way a plot was hatched against me, around March or April 1894, which, following the recognition, or the assumption, that my nervous illness was incurable, aimed to hand me over to a certain person in such a way as to relinquish my soul to him, but to have my body, this, in a mistaken apprehension of the above-mentioned tendencies that underpin the world order, transformed into a female body and, as such, abandoned to the person in question for the purpose of sexual abuse 3 before being simply left lying there, that is, no doubt, abandoned to decay, p. 56. From the human point of view that then still held sway over me, it was here quite natural that I should only see Professor Flechsig or his soul as my real enemy, and later the soul of VW, as we will see below, and the omnipotence of God as my natural ally, which I fancied to be in distress only when confronted by Professor Flechsig and so to have to be supported by all imaginable means, even to the extent of sacrificing myself. That God himself could be, if not the initiator, then at least well aware of the plan to commit soul murder upon me and to abandon my body as a female harlot, is an idea that came upon me only much later, indeed that, I might venture, has in part become clear to me only during the writing of the present essay, p. 59. Of all the attempts at soul murder, at emasculation for purposes contrary to the world order 34, that is, for the satisfaction of a person's sexual desires, and later at the destruction of my mind, none has succeeded. Though I have much bitter suffering and hardship behind me, I emerge from the apparently so unequal fight between a single weak human being and God himself as victor, because I have the world order on my side, p. 61. In note 344 the later reconfiguration of the delusion of emasculation and of the relationship to God is announced. The fact that emasculation for another purpose, one consonant with the world order, lies within the realms of possibility, indeed that it may contain the probable resolution of the conflict, will be addressed in detail later. These comments are of decisive importance for our understanding of the delusion of emasculation and so of the case as a whole. We might add that the voices that the patient heard always treated the transformation into a woman as a cause for sexual shame, giving them grounds for scorning him. In view of my apparently imminent emasculation as Miss Schreber, rays of God 5 often felt able to make a mockery of me, p. 127. And this individual who lets himself be F. D6 calls himself a one-time presiding judge. Aren't you ashamed to face your lady wife? The primary nature of the emasculation fantasy and its initial independence from the idea of the Redeemer are further illustrated by the notion mentioned at the start that occurred to him while half asleep, namely, that it must be a nice thing to be a woman undergoing intercourse, p. 36. The awareness of this fantasy dates back to the incubation period of the illness, that is, before the effects of the excessive workload in Dresden. The month of November 1895 is deemed by Schreber himself to be the time in which the connection between the fantasy of emasculation and the idea of the Redeemer established itself, and thus a reconciliation with the former was set in motion. But now I came to see beyond any doubt that the world order simply demanded this emasculation, whether it suited me personally or not, and that reason dictated that I had no choice but to reconcile myself with the thought of being transformed into a woman. The only possible result of the emasculation was, of course, fertilization by the divine rays with the purpose of creating new human beings, p. 177. The transformation into a woman was the punctum saliens, the initial seed for the formation of the delusion. It also proved to be the only element that survived his recovery and the only one that claimed its place in the patient's real actions when he was restored to health. The only thing that may appear to be unreasonable in the eyes of other people is the fact, also touched upon by the expert witness, that I am on occasion discovered standing before the mirror or elsewhere with certain feminine adornments, ribbons, costume necklaces, and the like, my torso half naked. It should be said that this occurs only when I am alone, never, if I can avoid it, where others might see me, p. 429. The presiding judge admitted to toying in this way at a time, July 1901, when he found the true way of expressing the recovery of his health for practical purposes. I have now long realized that the persons I see before me are not fleetingly improvised men but real human beings, and that I thus have to behave in relation to them as a reasonable human being is wont to do in his dealings with others, p. 409. In contrast with this active implementation of the emasculation fantasy, the patient never sought the acknowledgement of his mission as Redeemer other than through the publication of his memoirs. b. The relationship of our patient to God is so peculiar, so full of contradictory determinants, that it is only with a dose of good faith that we can hold on to the expectation of finding method in this madness. We must now turn for help to what is said in the memoirs in order to achieve a clearer orientation in the at once theological and psychological system of Dr. Schreber, and to set out in their seeming, delusional, connection his views on the nerves, on bliss, on the divine hierarchy, and the qualities of God. In all parts of the theory, we are struck by the curious mixture of banality and cleverness, of borrowed and original elements. The human soul is contained within the nerves of the body, which are conceived of as a structure of extraordinary finesse, comparable to the finest of threads. Certain of these nerves are suitable only for the registration of sensory perceptions, others, the intelligence nerves, are responsible for everything psychical, according to the principle that each individual intelligence nerve represents the complete mental individuality of the human being, and the greater or lesser number of the intelligence nerves present influences only the period of time for which the impressions can be held fast. 7. While humans consist of body and nerves, God is inherently nothing but nerve. The nerves of God are not, however, limited in number, as in the human body, but infinite, or eternal. They possess all the attributes of human nerves on an enormously increased scale. In their capacity to create, that is to convert themselves into all possible things in the created world, they are called rays. Between God and the firmament or the sun there exists an intimate relation. 8. After the work of creation, God retreated to a great distance, pages 10 to 11 and 252, and generally left the world to its own laws. He limited himself to drawing up to him the souls of the dead. Only by way of exception might he establish contact with highly talented individuals or intervene through a miracle in the destinies of the world. A regular intercourse between God and human souls occurs, according to the world order, only after death. 10 When a person has died, the parts of his soul, nerves, are subjected to a process of purification, in order finally to be reattributed to God himself as four courts of heaven. There thus arises an eternal circulation of things, which is the basis of the world order. When God creates something, he emits a part of himself, giving another shape to one part of his nerves. The loss that thereby appears to arise is in its turn restored when, after hundreds and thousands of years, the nerves of the deceased enter into bliss and so accrue back to him as four courts of heaven, pages 18 and 19n. The souls that have been cleansed by the process of purification enjoy a state of bliss. 11 In the meantime they have weakened their consciousness of self and merged with other souls into higher entities. Notable souls, like those of Goethe, Bismarck, etc., must perhaps preserve their sense of identity for centuries before they can in their turn be incorporated by higher complexes of souls, such as rays of Jehovah for ancient Jewry and rays of Zoroaster for the Persians. During the purification the souls learn the language spoken by God himself, the so-called elementary language, a somewhat archaic but nonetheless powerful German, which was especially distinguished by a great wealth of euphemisms. p. 13.12 God himself is no simple entity. Above the four courts of heaven God himself floated, who, in contrast to these frontal realms of God, is also known as the rear realms of God. The rear realms of God were subject, and are subject still, to a peculiar division, whereby a lower God, Ahriman, and an upper God, Ormuzd, were distinguished. p. 19. Schreber can say nothing more about the significance of this division than that the lower God tended to be more inclined towards peoples of the darker race, the Semites, and the upper towards the blonde peoples, Aryans. This is the limit, though, of what might be expected of human knowledge at such heights. We nonetheless also learn that, in spite of the unity of God's omnipotence, which must in some sense be sustained, the lower and the upper God have to be conceived as distinct entities, both of which, also in relationship to each other, are possessed of their own particular egoism and their particular drive for self-preservation, and so always seek by turns to get the upper hand. p. 140n. The two divine entities also behaved in quite different ways towards the unfortunate Schreber during the acute stage of his illness. 13. Just as Schreber was in his healthy days a sceptic in matters religious, pages 29 and 64, he had not been able to attain to a firm faith in the existence of a personal God. Indeed, he derives from this fact of his previous history an argument serving to support the full reality of his delusion. 14 Anybody, however, who comes to know the following details of the characteristics of Schreber's God, will surely aver that the transformation brought about by the paranoid illness was not especially thoroughgoing in nature and that in what is now a Redeemer there remains much of the erstwhile sceptic. For there is a gap in the world order, as a result of which the very existence of God appears to be under threat. By virtue of an inscrutable connection, the nerves of living people, more especially when these are in a state of high-level arousal, exert such a powerful attraction upon the nerves of God that he can no longer free himself from them, so that his own existence is threatened. p. 11. This extraordinarily rare event, then, came about for Schreber and brought with it the greatest sufferings for him. God's drive for self-preservation was aroused by this, p. 30, and it became evident that God is far removed from the perfection that religions ascribe to him. Throughout Schreber's entire book runs the bitter accusation that, being accustomed only to relations with the dead, God does not comprehend the living. Yet a fundamental misapprehension obtains here, which has since run through my entire life like a red thread and which lies in the fact that, according to the world order, God did not know the living and had no need of doing so, but followed the world order in having relations only with corpses. p. 55. That this is so must, I feel certain, in its turn be linked to the fact that God had no idea of how to relate to living people and was accustomed only to relations with corpses or with persons lying asleep, in dream. p. 141. Incredibile scriptu, I myself am tempted to add, and yet all of this is in fact true, as impossible as it may be for others to grasp the notion of God's utter incapability of judging living people correctly, and as long as it has taken me to come to terms with this thought after all the innumerable observations I have made on this matter, p. 246. It is only as a result of God's misunderstanding of the living that he himself could come to instigate the plot against Schreber, that God could take him to be stupid and set him the most arduous trials, p. 264. He submitted to a highly irksome form of compulsive thinking in order to escape this condemnation. Whenever my thought processes cease, God immediately considers my mental abilities to be extinguished. He sees confirmed the destruction of my intellect that he had hoped for, stupidity, and with it the possibility of withdrawal, p. 206. God's behavior in the matter of the urge to defecate, or sh, provokes an especially intense sense of outrage. So characteristic is the passage that I will cite it in full. An understanding of this depends on the realization that both the miracles and the voices are derived from God, that is, from the divine rays. Because of its characteristic significance, I must devote some additional remarks to the aforementioned question, why don't you sh, then, however indecent the theme on which I am thereby forced to touch. Like everything else to do with my body, the need to defecate is prompted by miracles. This comes about by the faces being pushed forwards in the intestine, and sometimes backwards again, and if, owing to other recent evacuations, sufficient material is no longer available, the few remaining remnants of the contents of the intestine at least are smeared on my anal orifice. This is a miracle of the upper God, which is repeated at least several dozen times each day. Connected with this is an idea beyond human comprehension and only to be explained by virtue of God's total lack of knowledge of living humans as organisms, namely that ing is so to speak the last thing, so that by miracling up the urge to sh, the aim of destroying the intellect is achieved and the possibility of a definitive withdrawal is given to the rays. It seems to me that, in order fundamentally to grasp how this idea comes into being, one must conceive of the presence of a misapprehension as to the symbolic meaning of the act of defecation, namely that one who has come to relate to the divine rays to the extent that I have is in a certain sense entitled to sh on the whole world. At the same time, however, this is an expression of the complete perfidiousness of the politics being pursued against me. Point 15. Almost invariably when the urge to defecate is miracled upon me, some other person from those around me is sent, by means of exciting their nerves, to the lavatory, in order to prevent me from defecating. This is a phenomenon that I have observed over the years on such a regular basis and on such innumerable occasions, running into the thousands, that any notion of coincidence can be ruled out. When I am then asked the question, why don't you sh, then, the admirable answer follows, maybe because I'm stupid. My pen almost balks at writing such arrant nonsense as that God, in the blindness that springs from his ignorance of human nature, can indeed go as far as to assume that a human being might exist who, unlike even the animals, is unable to sh out of stupidity. When I feel the necessity and actually defecate, generally using a bucket, as I almost invariably find the lavatory engaged, this is always accompanied by a most powerful emotion of voluptuousness of the soul. For the liberation from the pressure caused by the faces present in the intestine leads to an intensive sense of well-being for the nerves of voluptuousness. The same is true of pissing. For this reason it has on each occasion been the case that all the rays are united during defecation or pissing. It is precisely for this reason that when I am about to execute these natural functions an attempt is always made, albeit generally without success, to reverse miracle the urge to defecate or to piss, pages 225 to 7.16. Schreber's strange God is also not capable of learning from experience. To derive a lesson for the future from the experience gained here seems to be prevented by certain characteristics intrinsic to the nature of God, p. 186. He can thus repeat without variation the same torturous trials, miracles, and utterances of voices over a period of years, so that he becomes an object of derision for the victim of his persecution. So it is that, in almost everything that happens to me, God for the most part comes to appear ridiculous or childish once the miracles have to a large extent lost their erstwhile terror for me. The effect of this for my behavior is that I am frequently forced in self-defense to play the role of God's mocker, and this, if I am so disposed, at the top of my voice, p. 333.17. This criticism of God and resistance to him is, however, met in Schreber by an energetic countercurrent to which he gives vent at numerous points. Here I must, however, stress in the most decisive fashion that this is but an episode that will, I trust, come to an end when I am deceased, if not before, and that the right to mock God is thus granted only to me and to no other. For other people God remains the omnipotent creator of heaven and earth, the root cause of all things and their future salvation, to whom, even if certain of the traditional religious ideas are in need of correction, worship and the utmost reverence are due, pages 333-4. So, repeated attempts are made to justify the behavior of God towards the patient, showing all the ingenuity that theodicies are wont to do, as he one moment cites the general nature of souls, the next God's need to preserve himself and the deceptive influence of the flexic soul, pages 60-61 and 160. On the whole, though, the illness is conceived of as a struggle of Schreber the man against God, where the weak human prevails because he has the world order on his side, p. 61. From the medical reports one might easily conclude that in the case of Schreber one is dealing with the common form of the Redeemer fantasy, with the patient as Son of God, destined to save the world from its misery or from the demise with which it is threatened, and so on. I have thus not spared the detail of the particular features of Schreber's relationship to God. The importance of this relationship for the rest of humankind is rarely mentioned in the memoirs and only when the formation of the delusion is complete. It essentially consists in the impossibility of any dead person finding bliss as long as his, Schreber's, person attracts to itself and absorbs the greater mass of the divine rays. The undisguised identification with Jesus Christ also emerges only at a very late stage, pages 338 and 431. Any attempt to explain the Schreber case that fails to give these peculiarities of his conception of God, this mixture of traits of reverence and resistance, their due cannot hope to achieve the truth. Let us now turn to another theme that is intimately bound up with God, that of bliss. For Schreber bliss is also the life beyond, to which the human soul is raised by purification after death. He describes it as a condition of uninterrupted enjoyment, connected to the contemplation of God. This is not particularly original in itself, but we are surprised by the distinction that Schreber draws between a male and a female state of bliss. Male bliss had higher status than did the female equivalent, which appears to have consisted above all in an uninterrupted feeling of voluptuousness, p. 18.18. Other passages announce the coinciding of bliss and voluptuousness in clearer terms and without reference to sexual difference, just as that component of bliss which is the contemplation of God is no longer dealt with. Thus, for example, with the nature of the nerves of God, by dint of which bliss, if not exclusively, is at least in some part a heightened sensation of voluptuousness, p. 51. And again, voluptuousness can be understood as a foretaste of the state of bliss, granted to humans and to other living beings, as it were in advance, p. 281, so that heavenly bliss might essentially be understood as an intensification and continuation of earthly sensual pleasures. It would be quite wrong to suppose that this conception of bliss is an element of the Schreber delusion derived from the first stages of the illness and later eliminated on grounds of incompatibility. As late as in the statement of his case, in July 1901, the patient draws attention to what he sees as one of his great insights, that voluptuousness indeed stands in a close relationship to the bliss of departed spirits, one as yet not recognizable to other humans. 19. Indeed, we will learn that this close relationship is the rock on which the patient has built his hopes for an eventual reconciliation with God and an end to his suffering. The rays of God lose their antagonistic intentions as soon as they are guaranteed voluptuousness of the soul in being absorbed into his body, p. 133, God himself desires to find voluptuousness in him, p. 283, and threatens to retract his rays if he neglects the maintenance of his voluptuousness and cannot offer God what he desires, p. 320. This surprising sexualization of heavenly blissfulness gives us the impression that Schreber's concept of bliss, Seligkeit, has arisen out of a condensation of the two main meanings of the German word selig, deceased and sensually happy. 20. We will, however, also find here occasion for submitting to scrutiny our patient's relationship to eroticism as a whole, to questions of sexual enjoyment, for we psychoanalysts have to date embraced the opinion that the roots of every nervous and psychic illness are chiefly to be found in the domain of sexual life, some of us from reasons of experience alone, others also as a result of theoretical considerations. On the basis of the samples of the Schreber delusion given thus far, we can dismiss the concern that this paranoid illness could emerge as the negative case so long sought for, where sexuality plays an all too minor role. Schreber himself expresses himself on countless occasions in the manner of a follower of our prejudice. He always speaks of nervosity and erotic lapses in the same breath, as if the two were inseparable. 21. Before falling ill, just as Schreber was a man of strict morals, there can be few people, he claims, and I see no justification for doubting him, who have been raised according to such strict moral principles as I, and who have their whole life long, not least in sexual matters, adopted a reservation in keeping with these principles to the extent that I can claim to have done, p. 281. After the severe spiritual struggle, which was outwardly manifest in the symptoms of the illness, the relationship to the erotic had changed. He had come to the perception that the maintenance of voluptuousness was his duty, and that its fulfillment was the only way of ending the severe conflict that had broken out within or, as he thought, about him. Voluptuousness had become God-fearing, so the voices assured him, p. 285, and he regrets only that he is not in a position to devote himself all day long to its maintenance, loccit. 22. That, then, was the result of the changes in Schreber caused by his illness in terms of the two principal directions of his delusion. Before, he was inclined towards sexual asceticism and was a doubter with regard to God, while after the illness had taken its course, he became a believer in God and devoted to voluptuousness. But, just as his regained faith in God was of a peculiar kind, so the element of sexual enjoyment that he had conquered for himself had a very strange character. It was no longer the sexual freedom of the male, but feminine sexual feeling. He took up a feminine position with regard to God, feeling himself to be the wife of God. 23. No other part of his delusion is treated so thoroughly, even persistently, as his ostensible transformation into a woman. The nerves he absorbed assumed the character of the nerves of female voluptuousness in his body and gave it in other ways a more or less feminine stamp, in particular by lending his skin the softness that is peculiar to the female sex, p. 87. When he exerts gentle pressure with his hand on a random part of the body, he can feel these nerves beneath the surface of the skin as a formation of thread-like or stringy nature, not least in the chest where women have their breasts. By exerting pressure on this formation, and especially while thinking of something feminine, I am able to attain a sensation of voluptuousness that corresponds to that of women, p. 277. He has no doubt that this formation is in origin nothing other than erstwhile nerves of God, which in their transfer to his body can hardly have forfeited their quality as nerves, p. 279. By means of what he calls drawing, visual imagining, he is able to give both himself and the rays the impression that his body is fitted with female breasts and female genitals. The drawing of a female bottom on my body, honi soit qui mal y pense, has become such a habit that I do it almost involuntarily each time I bend over, p. 233. He wishes boldly to claim that anybody who might see me standing before the mirror with the upper part of my torso bared, especially if the illusion is supported by some feminine ornament, would be bound to conceive of it as a female bust, p. 280. He calls for a medical examination to confirm that his entire body from top to toe is pervaded by nerves of voluptuousness, which he believes to be the case only in the female body, while for men, as far as he is aware, the nerves of voluptuousness are to be found only in the sexual organ and its immediate surroundings, p. 274. The voluptuousness of the soul that has developed through this accumulation of nerves in his body is so powerful that, in particular when he is lying in bed, it takes only a slight effort of the imagination for him to achieve sensual pleasure, giving a fairly clear premonition of the sexual pleasure a woman feels in intercourse, p. 269. If we recall the dream that occurred during the incubation period of his illness, before the move to Dresden, then there can be no doubt that the delusion of his transformation into a woman is nothing other than the realization of the content of that dream. At that time he had resisted the dream with masculine indignation, and he also initially struggled against its fulfillment during the illness, viewing the transformation into a woman as a disgrace that was to be exacted of him through ill intent. A time arrived, however, in November 1895, when he began to come to terms with this transformation, connecting it with the more elevated intentions of God. Since then I have quite consciously inscribed the cultivation of femininity upon my banner, pages 177-8. He then reached the firm conviction that God himself demanded femininity from him for his own satisfaction. As soon, though, if I can put it in this way, that God and I are alone together, I feel the necessity to employ every possible means and all my mental resources, in particular my powers of imagination, to make the divine rays conceive of me as constantly as possible, or, this being beyond human capability, at least at certain times of the day, as a woman luxuriating in voluptuous feelings, p. 281. God, on the other hand, in line with the conditions of existence of souls according to the world order, demands a continuous enjoyment. It is my task to achieve this for him, in the form of the most ample development of voluptuousness of the soul. In as far as I garner some sensual enjoyment, I am entitled to take this with me as a small reimbursement for the excess of sufferings and sacrifices that has been imposed upon me for years now, p. 283. On the basis of the impressions I have gained, I might even venture the view that God would never proceed to effect a withdrawal, a process that at first always leads to a considerable worsening of my bodily well-being, but would be led by the attraction without any resistance and in a constant fashion, if it were only possible for me always to play the woman lying in sexual embrace with myself, always to rest my gaze on female forms, always to view female images, and so forth, pages 284-5. The two principal elements of Schreber's delusion, the transformation into a woman and the privileged relation to God, are linked up in his system by the feminine disposition towards God. An inevitable task for us will be to prove an essential, genetic relationship between these two elements, otherwise our elucidations of Schreber's delusion would lead us to play the role described by Kant in the famous image from the Critique of Pure Reason as that of the man who holds the sieve under a billy goat while another milks it. 2. Attempts at interpretation. There are two possible angles for an attempt at pressing forward towards an understanding of this case history of paranoia and uncovering the familiar complexes and driving forces of the life of the soul, that of the delusional remarks of the patient himself or that of the factors which prompted his illness. The first path would seem attractive since C.G. Jung provided us with the brilliant example of the interpretation of a much more severe case of dementia praecox and one with symptomatic manifestations far more remote from the normal. 1. The high degree of intelligence in the patient and his readiness to communicate seem to alleviate the difficulty of resolving the task by following this path. He not infrequently hands us the key himself by the apparently casual addition of an elucidation, a quotation, or an example to one of his delusional propositions, or by expressly contesting a similarity that has dawned on him. In this last case, one has only to follow the familiar psychoanalytic technique of dispensing with negative appearances, taking the example as the real substance, the quotation or the corroboration as the source, and one finds oneself in possession of the sought-after translation from the paranoid form of expression into the normal. It might be worthwhile to represent an example of this technique in more detail. Schreber complains about the nuisance of the so-called miracled birds or speaking birds, to which he ascribes a whole series of quite striking characteristics, pages 208-14. It is his conviction that they are fashioned out of remnants of former four courts of heaven, that is, out of human souls which have found bliss, and have been set upon him, loaded with cadaveric poison. They have been conditioned to recite senseless figures of speech, learned by rote, which have been drummed into them. On each occasion when they have unloaded their cadaveric poison onto him, i.e., reeled off the phrases that have, as it were, been drummed into them, they come to be in some sense absorbed into his soul, with the words damned fellow or damn it, the only words that they are still able to utter with real feeling. They do not understand the words they speak, but they do have a natural receptivity for the harmony of sounds, whether total or partial. They are thus unconcerned whether one says Santiago or Carthago, Chinese entum or Jesum Christum, Abendrot or Atemnot, Ariman or Ackerman, etc. p. 210. Santiago or Carthage / Chinese dom or Jesus Christum / sunset or breathlessness / Ariman or husbandman. As one reads this description, one cannot but think that what are meant here are young girls, who, when we are in a critical mood, are readily compared with geese, to whom we in a less than gallant fashion ascribe a bird brain, and of whom we claim that they can say only the phrases they have been taught to say, and that they betray their lack of cultivation by the confusion of similar sounding foreign words. The damned fellow, who is the only thing they take seriously, would then represent the triumph of the young man who has managed to impress them. And, lo and behold, a few pages further on one comes upon the sentences of Schreber's that put this interpretation beyond doubt. I jokingly applied girls' names to a great number of the remaining bird souls in order to distinguish them, as, with their curiosity, their voluptuous inclinations, etc., they are almost readily comparable to little girls. These girls' names were subsequently adopted in part by the divine rays and retained in order to denote the respective bird souls. From this easily achieved interpretation of the miracled birds, a clue to the understanding of the enigmatic four courts of heaven can be derived. I am well aware that a good dose of tact and restraint is required in psychoanalytic work when we leave the typical cases of interpretation behind, and that the listener or reader will go only as far as the familiarity he has achieved with analytical techniques allows. There is thus every reason to be wary of allowing an increased level of ingenuity to be accompanied by a reduced measure of certainty and trustworthiness. It is only natural that one analyst will err in his work on the side of caution, another on the side of audacity. It will be possible to demarcate the correct boundaries of what is justified in interpretation only after manifold attempts and an improved acquaintance with the subject. In my work on the Schreber case, restraint is prescribed by the fact that attempts to resist the publication of the memoirs have been successful in removing from our knowledge a considerable part of the material, and probably that part which would be of most significance for our understanding. Point 2. This is the case, for instance, with the ending of Chapter 3 of the book, which started out with the highly promising announcement, "I will first deal with certain events experienced by other members of my family, which might well be related to the soul murder as postulated, and which at any rate all carry a mysterious stamp, one not to be explained in terms of ordinary human experience," p. 33, and immediately followed it with the sentence, "The remaining content of the chapter is deemed unsuitable for publication and is excised. I shall therefore have to be content if I am successful in tracing with a degree of certainty the core at least of the delusional structure back to its origin in familiar human motivation. With this aim I will thus add in a small part of the case history that is not sufficiently acknowledged in the assessments, in spite of the fact that the patient did all he could to put it to the fore. I am referring here to Schreber's relationship with his first doctor, Privy Councillor Professor Flechsig of Leipzig. We already know that the Schreber case initially fitted the mold of the delusion of persecution, and that this became obscured only after the turning point of the illness, the reconciliation. The persecutions then become increasingly bearable. The purpose of the threatened emasculation in terms of the world order caused the sense of disgrace to recede. The origin of all the persecutions, though, is Flechsig, and he remains their instigator throughout the course of the illness. Point 3. The nature of Flechsig's atrocity and of what motives might have driven him to it is narrated in that characteristically vague and elusive fashion that can be viewed as a mark of the particularly intensive elaboration of a delusion, if we can judge paranoia after the model of the much more familiar case of dreams. Flechsig committed soul murder on his patient, or at least sought to, an act that might be compared to the efforts of the devil and of demons to take control of his soul, and which was perhaps prefigured in dealings between long-deceased members of the Flechsig and Schreber families, pages 22 ff. It would be desirable to find out more about the meaning of this soul murder, but the sources once more have a tendentious way of failing us here, as to the precise nature of the soul murder and, as it were, its technique. I am unable to expand on what I have intimated above. The only thing I would add is, there follows a section that is unsuitable for publication, p. 28. As a result of this omission, what is intended by soul murder remains obscure to us. The only clue that escaped censorship will be mentioned further on. Whatever the case, a further development of the delusion soon followed, which affected the patient's relationship to God, but not to Flechsig. If he had hitherto perceived a real enemy only in Flechsig, or rather in his soul, and viewed God's omnipotence as his ally, he could now not shake off the thought that God himself was complicit in, if not the instigator of, the plan drawn up against him, p. 59. Flechsig, however, remained the first seducer, and God subject to his influence, p. 60. He had found the means to launch himself with all his soul, or at least part of it, into heaven and, without undergoing death and preparatory cleansing, to make of himself the leader of the rays, p. 56.4. The Flechsig soul retained this role, even when the patient had moved from the Leipzig clinic to Pearson's asylum. The influence of the new surroundings showed itself in the fact that the soul of the chief orderly, recognized by the patient as somebody who had formerly lived in the same house, joined Flechsig's as the soul of von W.5. The Flechsig soul then introduced the division of souls, which took on considerable proportions. At one particular time there were between 40 and 60 such fractions of the Flechsig soul. Two larger parts of the soul were known as the upper Flechsig and the middle Flechsig. The von W soul, that of the chief orderly, behaved in the same way, p. 111. It could be quite comical to see the two souls feuding in spite of their alliance, through the mutual repulsion of the aristocratic pride of the one and the professorial arrogance of the other, p. 113. In the first weeks of his final stay at Sonnenstein, in the summer of 1894, the soul of the new psychiatrist, Dr. Weber, came into play, and soon after there arose that reversal in the development of his delusion that we have come to know as the reconciliation. During the later stay at Sonnenstein, when God began to give the patient more of his due, there was a raid on the souls, which had infuriatingly multiplied, so that the Flechsig soul remained in just one or two forms and the von W soul in a single one. The latter soon disappeared altogether. The Flechsig soul elements, which gradually declined in their intelligence and power, then came to be known as the rear Flechsig and the well-then party. We know from the preface, the open letter to Privy Councillor Professor Dr. Flechsig, that the Flechsig soul retained its significance to the end. This curious document expresses the certain conviction that the doctor who is influencing him has himself had the same visions as the patient and received the same disclosures in transcendental matters, and it insists from the start that the author of the memoirs has not the least intention of attacking the doctor's honor. This is reiterated earnestly and emphatically in the patient's submissions, pages 343 and 445. We can see that he is seeking to separate Flechsig the soul from the living person of this name, the delusional Flechsig from the physical. 6. Having studied a series of cases of delusion of persecution, I, and also others, have developed the impression that the relationship of the patient to his persecutor can be solved according to a simple formula. 7. The person to whom the delusion ascribes such great power and influence and in whose hands all the threads of the conspiracy are brought together is, if given a specific identity, the same one as was of no less importance for the emotional life of the patient before the onset of the illness, or an easily recognized surrogate. The emotional importance is projected in the shape of an external power, the tone of the emotion turned into its opposite. The individual now hated and feared as a result of his persecution was once loved and admired. The persecution established by the delusion serves above all to justify the patient's emotional transformation. With this view in mind, Let us consider the relations that had earlier existed between the patient and his physician and persecutor, Flechsig. We already know that in the years 1884 and 1885 Schreber negotiated a first nervous illness that ran its course without any occurrences bordering on the transcendental domain, p. 35. During this condition, described as hypochondria, which apparently stayed within the bounds of a neurosis, Flechsig was the patient's doctor. Schreber spent 6 months at the Leipzig University Clinic at this time. We are told that after his recovery he remembered his doctor in positive terms. The main thing was that, after a lengthy convalescent journey, I was cured, and I could therefore be filled only with a lively sense of gratitude towards Professor Flechsig at that time, which I particularly emphasized by visiting him later and paying him what I considered to be an appropriate fee. It is true that in the memoirs Schreber's praise of his first treatment by Flechsig is not delivered without certain caveats, but this may well be understood by the fact that his attitude towards him has in the meantime diametrically changed. The remark that follows on from that just cited suggests the original warmth of feeling for the successful doctor. The gratitude was perhaps still more heartfelt on the part of my wife, who revered Professor Flechsig as the man who had no less than restored her husband to her, so that years later his picture was still standing on her desk, p. 36. As we are denied any insight into the causes of the first bout of illness, the understanding of which would doubtless be of vital importance for the elucidation of the second, grave illness, we must hope for serendipity as we grasp at a matter unknown to us. We know that in the incubation period of the illness, between his appointment and the taking up of office, from June to October 1893, there were recurrent dreams in which the earlier nervous illness had apparently returned. When he was once half asleep he also had the feeling that it must really be nice to be a woman undergoing intercourse. If we establish a continuity of content between these dreams and this fantasy, which Schreber relates in close succession, we may come to the conclusion that the memory of the illness also awakened a memory of the doctor, and the feminine attitude of the fantasy related from the start to the doctor. Or perhaps the dream that the illness had returned expressed a yearning to the effect, I wish I could see Flechsig once more. Our lack of knowledge as to the psychic content of the first illness prevents us from getting further with this. Perhaps a tender affection for the doctor was left over from this condition, which, for reasons unknown to us, was now heightened to the form of an erotic inclination. A dismayed repudiation of the feminine fantasy, which was still kept on an impersonal level, followed immediately, a real masculine protest, to use Alfred Adler's expression, though not in the sense that he would point out in the severe psychosis that is now to break out. However, the feminine fantasy continually imposed itself, and we need to correct the paranoid uncertainty of Schreber's way of expressing himself only slightly in order to guess that the patient feared sexual abuse on the part of none other than the doctor. A surge of homosexual libido was, then, the cause of this illness, its object probably from the start Dr. Flechsig, and the struggle against this libidinal arousal produced the conflict from which the manifestations of the illness sprang. Let me pause for a moment in the face of a flood of remonstration and objection. Anybody acquainted with the psychiatry of today has to be ready for the worst. Is it not an irresponsible slight, an indiscretion, and an act of calumny to accuse an ethically so elevated man as the retired presiding Judge Schreber of homosexuality? No, the patient publicly announced his fantasy of being transformed into a woman and overcame his personal feelings in the interests of higher insight. He has therefore himself given us the right to concern ourselves with this fantasy, and our translation of it into the technical terminology of medicine has not added the slightest thing to its content. Yes, but he did that when sick. His delusion of being transformed into a woman was a pathological idea. We have not forgotten that. We are concerned precisely with the meaning and the origin of this pathological idea. We take our cue from his own distinction between Flechsig the man and the Flechsig soul. We are not accusing him of anything, either of having homosexual impulses or of seeking to repress them. Psychiatrists should finally learn a lesson from this patient and how in spite of all his delusion he makes the effort not to confuse the world of the unconscious with the world of reality. but surely at no point is it expressly said that the feared transformation into a woman was to be of benefit to Flechsig. This is true, and it is not difficult to understand that in the memoirs, which are intended for publication and did not wish to offend Flechsig the man, such a drastic accusation is avoided. The tempering of expression that is prompted by this consideration does not however go so far as to conceal the real sense of the accusation. In fact, it can be claimed that it is indeed expressly said, for instance in the following passage, "In this way a plot was hatched against me, around March or April 1894, which, following the recognition, or the assumption, that my nervous illness was incurable, aimed to hand me over to a certain person in such a way as to relinquish my soul to him, but to have my body, transformed into a female body and, as such, abandoned to the person in question for the purpose of sexual abuse." p. 56. 9. It is superfluous to remark that no other individual who might take the place of Flechsig is ever named. At the end of the stay in the Leipzig clinic the fear arises that he is to be thrown to the orderlies for the purpose of sexual abuse, p. 98. The feminine attitude towards God, which is frankly admitted as the delusion develops further, removes any doubt about the role originally assigned to the doctor. The other charge raised against Flechsig echoes all too loud and clear through the book, that he sought to commit soul murder upon him. We already know that the patient was not himself sure about the nature of this crime, but that it relates to matters of discretion which must be excluded from publication, chapter 3. A single thread offers further guidance. The soul murder is elucidated by reference to the legendary material of Goethe's Faust, Lord Byron's Manfred, Weber's Frühschutz, etc. p. 22, and one of these examples is also given emphasis at another point. In the discussion of the splitting of God into two people, the lower and the upper God are identified by Schreber as Ahriman and Ormuzd, and a little further on comes the casual remark, the name Ahriman, incidentally, also arises, for example, in connection with the soul murder in Lord Byron's Manfred, p. 20. In the work that is given such attention there is hardly anything which can be compared to the pact over the soul in Faust, and I could also find in it no trace of the term soul murder, but the core and the secret of the work is, incest between siblings. Here the thread is broken short. Point 10. As we intend to return to further objections in the course of this study, we now feel justified in establishing an outburst of homosexual impulses as the basis of Schreber's illness. This assumption is consonant with a notable and otherwise obscure detail of the case history. A further nervous collapse, which had a decisive influence on the course of his illness, befell the patient while his wife was taking a short holiday for her own recuperation. She had until then spent several hours each day with him and had joined him for lunch. When she returned after an absence of 4 days she found him changed in the saddest of fashions, to the extent that he now no longer wished to see her. The particularly decisive factor in my mental collapse was one night in which I experienced a quite unusual number of emissions, quite half a dozen, all in the single night, p. 44. We take it to be the case that the influence of his wife's very presence protected him from the attraction of the men around him, and if we are prepared to admit that an emission can occur in an adult only where there is some psychic participation, we can supplement those nocturnal emissions with homosexual fantasies that remained unconscious. Why this outburst of homosexual libido struck the patient precisely at that time when he found himself between his appointment and the move, we are not able to suppose without more exact knowledge of his life story. In general, human beings vacillate between heterosexual and homosexual feelings throughout their lives, and failure or disappointment on the one side tends to push them towards the other. We know of no such instances as far as Schreber is concerned, but we do not hesitate to draw attention to a somatic factor that may indeed be of relevance. At the time of this illness Dr. Schreber was 51 years old and found himself at a time of life which is sexually of critical importance, a time in which the previous intensification of the sexual function in women is subject to a radical regression, the significance of which appears also to extend to men. Men, too, have a climacteric, with the consequent susceptibilities to illness. Point 11. I can imagine how unpalatable the supposition must seem that a man's feeling of affection for a doctor can suddenly break out with new intensity 8 years later 12 and that it can serve as the cause of such a severe mental disturbance. I believe, though, that we have no right on the basis of an improbability in its internal logic to dispose of a supposition such as this, which recommends itself to us, rather than seeking to assess how far it might be taken. This improbability may be of a provisional nature, deriving from the fact that the questionable supposition is not yet fitted into context, being the first thing we have assumed in approaching the problem. For those who are unable to reserve their judgment, finding our supposition quite insupportable, we can suggest a possibility that might help it to lose its untoward character. The feeling of affection for the doctor may well spring from a process of transference, according to which a patient's emotional investment is removed from a person of importance for him onto the intrinsically indifferent person of the doctor, so that the doctor is selected as a substitute, a surrogate, for somebody much closer to the patient. To put it more concretely, the patient is reminded by the doctor of how his brother or his father was, he rediscovers his brother or father in him, so that in certain circumstances there can no longer be anything untoward about the yearning for the substitute person reasserting itself in him and with an intensity such as can be understood only by virtue of its roots and original significance. In the interests of this attempt at explanation it was bound to concern me whether the patient's father was still alive at the time of his illness, or whether he had had a brother and whether any such brother was alive at that time or among the blissful. I felt some satisfaction then when, after protracted searching in the memoirs, I finally came upon a passage in which the patient resolves this uncertainty with the words, "The memory of my father and my brother, is as sacred to me as, etc." p. 442. Both then were already deceased at the time of the second illness, perhaps indeed of the first. We should not, I think, object any further to the supposition that the cause of the illness was the emergence of a feminine, passively homosexual, wishful fantasy, which had taken the person of the doctor as its object. This provoked an intensive resistance on the part of Schreber's personality, and the defensive struggle, which might perhaps as easily have been pursued in other forms, elected for reasons unknown to us that of a delusion of persecution. He who had been longed for thus became a persecutor, the content of the wishful fantasy became the content of the persecution. Our conjecture is that this schematic understanding will also prove practicable for other cases of persecutory delusion. What sets the case of Schreber apart from others, however, is how it develops and the transformation that it undergoes in the course of that development. One aspect of the transformation consists in the replacement of Flechsig by the more elevated person of God. This at first appears to signify a more acute form of conflict, an intensification of the unbearable persecution, but it soon emerges that it is preparing the way for the second transformation and so for the resolution of the conflict. If it was an impossible matter to come to terms with the role of the female prostitute in relation to the doctor, then the task of offering to God himself the voluptuous pleasure he seeks does not encounter the same resistance on the part of the ego. Emasculation is no longer a disgrace but comes to accord with the world order, entering into a grand cosmic scheme of things, and serving the purpose of a renewed creation of the human world after its demise. New humans born of the Schreber spirit will honor as their ancestor this man who thought himself the object of persecution. A way out is thereby found that satisfies both sides in the conflict. The ego is recompensed by the megalomania, while the wishful fantasy of femininity has made its way through, become acceptable. The struggle and the illness can cease. The only thing is that the thus strengthened sense of the claims of reality makes him postpone the solution from the present to some distant future, making do, so to speak, with an asymptotic wish fulfillment. 13 The transformation into a woman is anticipated to occur at a certain point, until such a time the person of Dr. Schreber will remain indestructible. In the psychiatric textbooks we often hear of the development of megalomania out of persecutory delusion, according to the following pattern. The patient, who is primarily overtaken by the delusion that he is the object of persecution by the most powerful of forces, feels the need to find some explanation for this persecution and so comes to suppose that, as worthy of such persecution, he himself must be a lofty personage. The triggering of the megalomania is thus ascribed to a process that, following the useful formulation of E. Jones, we can call rationalization. We consider it psychologically quite untenable, however, to proceed to credit rationalization with such powerfully effective consequences, and so wish to distinguish our view very clearly from that cited from the textbooks. We would not for the time being claim to know the source of megalomania. Returning now to the Schreber case, we have to admit that the attempt to cast light on the transformation in his delusion causes quite extraordinary difficulties. What is the path and what the means of Flechsig's elevation into God? From whence does he draw the megalomania that so happily allows a reconciliation with his persecution, and, in psychoanalytic terms, permits the assumption of the wishful fantasy that calls for repression? The memoirs offer us an initial point of access here, by showing us that, for the patient, Flechsig and God belong to the same series. One of his fantasies allows him to eavesdrop on a conversation between Flechsig and his wife, in which the doctor introduces himself as God Flechsig and is accordingly taken by her to be mad, p. 82. The following trait of the formation of Schreber's delusion also demands our attention. Just as, when we view the whole of the delusion, the persecutor becomes divided into Flechsig and God, so Flechsig himself later splits into two personalities, the upper and the middle Flechsig, and God into the lower and the upper God. With respect to Flechsig, the splitting goes still further in the latter stages of the illness, p. 193. Such splitting is absolutely characteristic of paranoia. As hysteria condenses, so paranoia splits. Or rather, paranoia causes the condensations and identifications that have been undertaken in the unconscious fantasy to devolve once more. That this splitting repeats itself more than once in Schreber's case is, according to C. G. Jung 14, an expression of the importance of the person in question. All of these divisions of Flechsig and God into several different persons thus have the same significance as the splitting of the persecutor into Flechsig and God. These are duplications of the same notable relationship, much as Orank, 1909, has identified in the formation of myths. In order to interpret all of these detailed features, however, we must also draw attention to the splitting of the persecutor into Flechsig and God and the conception of this splitting as a paranoid reaction to a previously established identification between the two or to their belonging to the same series. If the persecutor Flechsig was once a loved one, then God is also nothing but the return of another similarly loved but probably more notable person. If we proceed further with this apparently justified chain of thought, then we have to tell ourselves that this other person can be none other than the father, pushing Flechsig even more clearly into the role of the brother, who, we hope, was older. Point 15. The root of that feminine fantasy which set loose such resistance in the patient would thus be the erotically intensified yearning for father and brother, in the latter case passing by transference onto his doctor, Flechsig, with the settlement of the conflict being achieved through its relaying back onto the former. If the introduction of the father into the Schreber delusion is to seem justified to us, then it must be of use for our understanding, helping to enlighten us on incomprehensible details of the delusion. We of course recall what peculiar features we found attached to Schreber's God and to Schreber's relationship to his God. It was the most curious mix of blasphemous criticism and rebellious resistance on the one hand, with reverential devotion on the other. God, who succumbed to Flechsig's seductive influence, was not able to learn a lesson from experience. He had no knowledge of living humans because he knew only how to deal with corpses, and he expressed his power in a series of miracles, which appeared striking enough, but were ultimately insipid and silly. The father of Justice Dr. Schreber was in fact a man not without consequence. He was Dr. Daniel Gottlob Moritz Schreber, whose memory is still preserved by the Schreber associations, especially numerous in Saxony, a physician, no less, whose efforts to ensure the harmonious education of the young, the cooperation in this of family and school life, and the application of the care of the body and physical work to raising standards of health, were of lasting influence on his contemporaries. 16 The many editions of his Artelichs Zimmer Gymnastic Medical Home Gymnastics 2. be found among our circles bear witness to his reputation as the founder of therapeutic gymnastics in Germany. Such a father was certainly not unpredisposed to be transfigured into a god in the tender memory of his son who was robbed of him so early by death. For our way of thinking there seems to exist an unbridgeable chasm between the personality of God and that of even the most illustrious human being. But we should remember that this has not always been the case. The ancient peoples were on a much closer, human footing with their gods. The dead emperor was nothing short of deified by the Romans. When he was first taken ill, the sober and conscientious Vespasian was heard to say, "Woe is me, methinks I am becoming a god." 17. The boy's infantile attitude towards his father is perfectly familiar to us. It contains the same combination of reverential subordination and rebellious resistance that we found in Schreber's relationship to his god, and so acts as the unmistakable, faithfully replicated model for the latter. The fact that Schreber's father was a physician, indeed a highly regarded physician doubtless admired by his patients, explains for us the most striking character traits of his god that Schreber critically pinpoints. Can there be any stronger expression of scorn for such a physician than asserting that he understands nothing of living people and knows only how to deal with corpses? It is doubtless part of the nature of God that he performs miracles, but a physician too performs miracles. As reported by his enthusiastic clients, he carries out miracle cures. If then precisely these miracles, their material having been supplied by the patient's hypochondria, turn out to be so hard to believe, so absurd and in part silly, then we are reminded of the assertion in the interpretation of dreams that absurdity in dreams is an expression of mockery and derision. 18 Thus it serves the same representational function in paranoia. As far as other criticisms are concerned, for example that God learns nothing from experience, the probable conclusion is that we are dealing with the mechanism of the infantile return coach or tu quoque. 19 When the criticism has been received, it is directed unchanged back to where it came from, just as the voices mentioned previously, p. 23, lead us to suppose that the charge of soul murder laid against Flechsig was originally a self-accusation. 20. Emboldened by the usefulness of the father's profession in clarifying the particular characteristics of Schreber's God, we may now venture, by means of an interpretation, to elucidate the curious structuring of the divine being. As we know, the world of God consists of the frontal domains of God, also known as four courts of heaven, and containing the souls of dead humans, and of the lower and the upper God, who together are called rear domains of God, p. 19. If we have come to terms with the fact that we cannot unfold the condensation which is present here, we can nonetheless use the indication we gained earlier that the miracled birds, unmasked as girls, are derived from the four courts of heaven, in order to adopt the frontal domains of God and four courts of heaven as symbolic of femininity and the rear realms of God as symbolic of masculinity. If we could be sure that Schreber's dead brother was older than he, we could view the division of God into the lower and the upper God as the expression of the memory that after the early death of the father the elder brother took the father's place. Finally, in this connection, I will consider the sun, which by virtue of its rays has attained such great importance for the expression of the delusion. Schreber has a quite special relationship to the sun. It speaks to him in human words and so reveals itself to him as an animate being or as the organ of a higher being that is for now hidden behind it, p. 9. From a doctor's report we learn that he nothing short of bellows threats and curses at it, p. 382, 21 crying out to it that it should crawl away and be gone from his sight. He himself tells of how the sun turns pale before him. 22 The part it has in his destiny is announced by the fact that it shows important changes in appearance as soon as alterations are underway in him, as for instance in the first weeks of his stay at Sonnenstein, p. 135. Schreber helps us out with the interpretation of this solar myth. He directly identifies the sun with God, 1 minute with the lower God, Ahriman, 23 the next with the upper, on the following day. I saw the upper God, Ormuzd, this time not with my mind's eye but with the eyes in my head. It was indeed the sun, but not the sun in its customary appearance as it is familiar to all and sundry, but, etc. Pages 137-8. It is thus only logical if he treats it just the same as he does God himself. I cannot be held responsible for the monotony of the solutions provided by psychoanalysis if I assert that the Son, in its turn, is nothing other than a sublimated symbol of the Father. The symbolism here disregards the grammatical gender, in German at least, for in most other languages the Son is a masculine noun. Its counterpart in this mirroring of the parental couple is what is generally referred to as Mother Earth. In the psychoanalytic resolution of pathogenic fantasies in neurotics we often enough find confirmation of this proposition. I will merely cite this one example of the correlation with cosmic myths. One of my patients, who had lost his father at an early age and sought to find him once more in all that is great and sublime in nature, made me think it probable that Nietzsche's hymn Before Sunrise gives expression to the same longing. 24 Another, who in his neurosis after the death of his father was subject to his first attack of anxiety and dizziness when the sun shone on him as he was working in the garden with his spade, came of his own accord to the interpretation that he had become anxious because his father had been watching him while he set about his mother with a sharp instrument. When I ventured a sober intervention, he made his view more plausible by informing me that he had already compared his father to the sun while he was still alive, albeit at that time with parodic intent. Whenever he had been asked where his father was going for the summer he answered in the resonant words of the prologue in Heaven from Faust I. Und sein vorgeschriebene Reise. Vollendet ermit Donnergang. And his prescribed journey he finishes with thunder tread. Every year his father would follow medical advice and visit the spa resort of Marienbad. In this patient the infantile disposition towards his father had taken hold in two phases. As long as the father was alive, it took the form of total resistance and open combat. Immediately after his death, a neurosis that was based upon slavish submission and retroactive obedience towards his father. In the case of Schreber, then, we once more find ourselves on the distinctly familiar ground of the father complex. 25 If the struggle with Flechsig reveals itself to the patient as a conflict with God, we must translate the same into an infantile conflict with his beloved father, the elements of which, unknown to us, have determined the content of the delusion. None of the material that is usually uncovered by analysis in such cases is absent here, everything is represented by some hint or other. In these childhood experiences the father appears to disrupt the generally autoerotic satisfaction that the child seeks and that is often later replaced in fantasies by a less ignoble kind. 26 In the final stage of Schreber's delusion the infantile sexual urge can celebrate a famous triumph, voluptuousness becomes God-fearing, and God himself, the father, ceaselessly asks it of the patient. The father's most dread threat, that of castration, has furnished the material for the wishful fantasy, initially resisted and then accepted, of being transformed into a woman. The allusion to an offense, which is covered by the surrogate formation soul murder, is more than clear. His chief orderly is found to be identical with his housemaid, Von W., who, according to the voices, falsely accused him of masturbation, p. 108. The voices say, as though in justification for the threat of castration, because you are said to be represented as enthralled to voluptuous excesses, pages 127-8. 27 Finally, the compulsion to think, p. 47, to which the patient submits because he assumes that, if he stops thinking for a moment, God will believe him to have become stupid and so withdraw from him, is the reaction, familiar to us from elsewhere, against the threat or the fear that sexual activity, specifically masturbation, will lead to the loss of reason. 28 Given the extraordinary number of hypochondriac delusional ideas that the patient develops 29 we should probably not attribute too great an importance to the fact that some of the same coincide word for word with the hypochondriac fears of masturbators. 30 For anybody prepared to be bolder than I or who, through connections to the Schreber family, might know more of the people concerned, of the milieu, and of minor occurrences, it would be an easy task to trace countless details of Schreber's delusion back to their sources and so to recognize their significance, this in spite of the censorship to which the memoirs are subjected. We have no choice but to be content with this shadowy sketch of the infantile material, through which the paranoid condition has represented the current conflict. I might add a further word on the cause of that conflict which broke out with regard to the feminine wishful fantasy. We know that our task is to make a connection between the appearance of a wishful fantasy and a frustration, a deprivation in real life. Schreber indeed admits to such a deprivation. His marriage, pictured as happy in other respects, was not blessed for him with children, above all with the son who might have given him solace for the loss of his father and brother, and so acted as a channel for the unsatisfied homosexual affection. 31 His family line was threatened with extinction, and it seems that he had some pride in his birth and lineage. For the Flexigs and the Schrebers both belonged to what is known as the highest heavenly nobility. The Schrebers in particular bore the title Margraves of Tuscany and Tasmania in accordance with the custom among the souls of being led by their personal vanity into decorating themselves with rather highfalutin worldly titles. p. 24. 32 The great Napoleon divorced his Josephine, though not without having gone through severe inner struggles, because she was unable to continue his dynasty. 33 Dr. Schreber appears to have formed the fantasy that if he were a woman he would be more successful in having children, and so to have found a way back to the feminine attitude towards his father of his early childhood years. The delusion, which would later be postponed ever further into the future, that the world would come to be populated through his emasculation with new humans born of the Schreber spirit, p. 288, was thus also designed to alleviate his childlessness. If the little men that Schreber himself finds so mysterious are children, then we can well understand how they come to congregate in great numbers upon his head, p. 158, they are indeed the children of his spirit. Cf. my remark on the representation of descent from the father and on the birth of Athene in the case history of the Rat Man. 3. On the paranoid mechanism. Thus far we have dealt with the father complex, which dominates Schreber's case, and the central wishful fantasy of the illness. In all of this there is nothing which is characteristic of the form of illness that is paranoia, nothing which we might not encounter, and indeed have, in other cases of neurosis. We must locate the peculiar character of paranoia, or of paranoid dementia, elsewhere, in the particular manifestation of the symptoms, and these we would expect to ascribe not to the complexes but to the mechanism of symptom formation or that of repression. We would say that the paranoid character lies in the fact that the reaction used to fend off a homosexual wishful fantasy is precisely a persecution delusion of this kind. This is all the more significant if we heed the voice of experience and attribute to the homosexual wishful fantasy in particular a more intimate, perhaps constant, relationship to the form of illness in question. Inclined to mistrust my own experience in this matter, over the last few years I have joined with my friends C.G. Jung in Zurich and S. Ferenczi in Budapest to examine from this point of view a series of cases of paranoid illness under their observation. Those whose case histories were examined by us were both men and women, of different races, professions, and degrees of social standing, and we noted with surprise how clearly the defense against a homosexual wish was to be recognized at the core of the pathological conflict in each of these cases, and how all of them had come to grief in trying to overcome their unconsciously intensified homosexuality. Point 1 This was not at all in line with our expectations. In paranoia, in particular, the sexual etiology is in no sense obvious, with social humiliations and setbacks tending to be to the fore in its causation, especially in the case of men. We need only forge a little deeper, however, to recognize that the driving force in these social injuries is the part played by the homosexual components of the patient's emotional life. As long as normal activity prevents us from gaining insight into the depths of the life of the soul, we are inclined to doubt that the emotional relations between an individual and those around him in his social existence have anything to do with eroticism, in their factual character or their genesis. Delusions regularly serve to uncover these relations and trace the social emotion back to its root in the blatant sensuality of the erotic wish. Dr. Schreber too, whose delusion culminates unmistakably in a homosexual wishful fantasy, had, according to all the reports, displayed no sign of homosexuality in any vulgar sense for as long as he was healthy. I believe that it is neither superfluous nor unjustified for me to seek to show that our current comprehension of the processes of the soul, as gained through psychoanalysis, may already mediate for us an understanding of the role of the homosexual wish in the onset of paranoia. Recent investigations too have made us aware of a stage in the developmental history of the libido that is passed through on the way from autoeroticism to object love. 3. It has been called narcissism, though I prefer the perhaps less correct but shorter and less clumsy sounding narcissismus. It consists in the individual, caught up in his development, assembling his autoerotically active sexual drives into a unity in order to gain an object of love and first taking himself, his own body, as that object, before moving on from this to the choice of another person. A phase of this kind, mediating between autoeroticism and the choice of an object, is perhaps in the normal course of things essential. It seems that many people are held up in it for an unusual length of time and that much is retained from it for later stages of development. The most important aspect of this self, taken as an object of love, may already be the genitals. The path leads on to the choice of an object with similar genitals, in other words via a homosexual object choice, to heterosexuality. We assume that those who are manifest homosexuals in later life have never freed themselves from the demand for genitals similar to their own in their object, a considerable influence being derived from children's sexual theories, which at first ascribe the same genitals to both sexes. After the attainment of the heterosexual object choice, the homosexual inclinations are not, though, suspended or discontinued, but simply pushed away from the sexual object and diverted into new uses. They join up with portions of the ego drives and serve as attached components to help constitute the social drives, thus contributing an erotic element to friendship, camaraderie, sense of community, and to the general love of mankind. One could hardly assess the extent of these contributions from an erotic source where the sexual object is inhibited if one were to go by the normal social relations of human beings. It is, however, pertinent to note here that precisely manifest homosexuals, and among them especially those that resist physical activity, are marked out by particularly intensive participation in those general interests of humanity that have arisen through the sublimation of eroticism. In the 3 essays on the theory of sexuality I put forward the view that each psychosexual stage of development produces the possibility of fixation and thus a dispositional point. People who have not fully released themselves from the stage of narcissism, and thus have a fixation there that can lead to a pathological disposition, are open to the danger that a flood of libido which finds no other outlet may subject their social drives to sexualization and so reverse the sublimations that they have achieved in the course of their development. This result may be brought about by anything that provokes a backward flow of the libido, regression on the one hand when it is collaterally reinforced by disappointment with women or directly dammed up by mishaps in social relations with men, both examples of frustration, and equally, on the other hand, when it is subject to a general increase which is too powerful to be dispensed through channels already open to it and so bursts through the dam at the weak point in its structure. As our analyses reveal that paranoiacs seek to fend off such sexualization of their investments of social drive, we are forced to suppose that the weak point in their development is to be found in that portion between autoeroticism, narcissism, and homosexuality, that it is there that their pathological disposition, which may yet be more precisely defined, lies. We would attribute such a disposition to Krepel's dementia praecox or what Bleuler has called schizophrenia, and we would hope in what follows to gain more evidence that will enable us to find the causes of the differences in form and outcome of the two conditions by locating corresponding variations in their dispositional fixations. If we can thus take the idea of the homosexual wishful fantasy, to love the man, as the core of the conflict in male paranoia, we must certainly not forget that the precondition for securing such a significant assumption would be the investigation of a large number of cases of every form of paranoid illness. We must therefore be prepared for the possibility that our claim will have to be restricted to just one type of paranoia. It is nonetheless striking that the principal forms of paranoia familiar to us can all be represented as contradictions of the one proposition a man, love him, a man, indeed that they exhaust all possible formulations of this contradiction. The proposition I love him, the man, is contradicted by a. The delusion of persecution, which proclaims loud and clear, I do not love him, indeed, I hate him. This contradiction, which could not be put in any other way in the unconscious for cannot however become conscious in this form for the paranoiac. The mechanism of symptom formation in paranoia demands that feeling as inner perception should be replaced by a perception from without. Thus the proposition indeed, I hate him is transformed by projection into another, he hates, persecutes, me, which will entitle me to hate him. The driving unconscious feeling thus appears to be the consequence of an external perception. Indeed, I do not love him, I hate him, indeed, because he persecutes me. Observation removes any doubt that the persecutor is any other than the erstwhile beloved. b. A further point of access for the contradiction is erotomania, which would remain incomprehensible from any other angle. I do not love him, indeed, it is her I love. And the same compulsion to project imposes the following transformation on the proposition, I can tell that she loves me. I do not love him, indeed, it is her I love, because she loves me. Many cases of erotomania might give the impression of exaggerated or distorted heterosexual fixations with no other reason behind them, if we were not alert to the fact that all these infatuations start not with the internal perception of loving but one of being loved that comes from outside. In this form of paranoia, though, the intermediate sentence I love her can also become conscious, because its contradiction of the first sentence is not as pronounced or as untenable as that between loving and hating. It is after all possible also to love her alongside him. In this way it can occur that the projective substitution she loves me may recede in relation to the elementary language proposition, indeed, it is her I love. c. The third and final possible type of contradiction would be by way of a delusion of jealousy, which we can study in its characteristic forms in both men and women. Alpha, the delusion of jealousy in the alcoholic. The role of alcohol in this disorder is in every way understandable to us. We know that this source of pleasure suspends inhibitions and reverses sublimations. Men are not infrequently driven to alcohol by their disappointment with women, which is to say that, as a rule, a man resorts to a public house and to the company of men, affording him the emotional satisfaction that was lacking at home with his wife. If these men, though, become objects of a more powerful libidinal investment in his unconscious, then he fends this off by the third version of the contradiction. It is not I who love the man, indeed, it is she who loves him, thus suspecting his wife with regard to all the men whom he is tempted to love. The distortion through projection is necessarily absent here, as the change in the subject who does the loving means that the process is at any rate cast out of the self. That the woman loves the men remains a matter of external perception, that the man himself hates rather than loves, that he loves that person rather than this, these are indeed facts of internal perception. Beta, paranoid jealousy among women is produced in a quite analogous fashion. It is not I who love the women, rather he loves them. The jealous woman suspects her husband with regard to all the women she herself likes as a result of the disposition caused by narcissism, which has become excessive, and of her homosexuality. In the choice of the love objects that have been diverted onto the husband, the influence of the period of life in which the fixation came about is unmistakably revealed. They are often older persons, unsuitable for real love, revivals of the carers, servants, and friends of childhood, or even directly of the sisters who were seen as rivals. One might think that a proposition consisting of 3 parts such as I love him would admit only of 3 types of contradiction. The delusion of jealousy contradicts the subject, the delusion of persecution the verb, and erotomania the object. However, there is in fact a 4th possible form of contradiction, the utter rejection of the whole proposition. I do not love at all, not anybody, and, as one has to channel one's libido somewhere, this proposition appears to be the psychological equivalent of, I love only myself. This type of contradiction, then, would present us with megalomania, which we conceive of as a sexual overestimation of one's own self and can therefore stand side by side with the familiar overestimation of the object of love. 5. The fact that an added element of megalomania can be ascertained in most other forms of paranoid illness will be of some importance for other parts of the theory of paranoia. We are entitled to suppose that megalomania is intrinsically infantile and that in later development it is sacrificed to society. It is after all suppressed by no other influence as intensively as when an individual is overpowered by infatuation. Den, wo die Liebe erwacht, stirbt. Das Ich, der finstere Despot. 6. For where love awakes, so dies the self, the dark despot. Following this consideration of the unexpected significance for paranoia of the homosexual wishful fantasy, we can return to those two factors to which we wanted from the outset to assign what is characteristic about this form of illness, to the mechanism of the formation of symptoms and to that of repression. In the first instance, we certainly have no justification in taking these two mechanisms to be identical or assuming that the formation of symptoms proceeds along the same course as repression, taking the same path but moving in the opposite direction. Such identity between them is at any rate hardly very likely, but let us reserve our judgment in this matter until the investigation is carried out. In the formation of symptoms in paranoia, the feature that earns the name projection is especially striking. An internal perception is suppressed and, by way of substitute, its content, having undergone a degree of distortion, is consciously registered as an external perception. In delusions of persecution, distortion consists in a transformation of affect. That which should have been felt internally as love is perceived as hate from without. One might be tempted to deem this curious process the most significant aspect of paranoia and absolutely pathognomonic for it, were it not for the timely reminder that, first, projection does not play the same role in all forms of paranoia, and, second, that it arises not only in paranoia but also in other psychic conditions, indeed that it is assigned a regular share in our attitude to the external world. If, instead of looking for the causes of certain sensations within ourselves, as we otherwise do, we locate them externally, then this normal procedure deserves to be called projection. Thus made aware that the understanding of projection involves more general psychological problems, we are resolved to save the study of projection and so of the whole mechanism of paranoid symptom formation for a future occasion, and turn to the question as to what sorts of conception we may form of the mechanism of repression in paranoia. In justification of our provisional renunciation, let me note from the start that we will find that the process of repression is much more intimately connected in its character to the developmental history of the libido and to the disposition that it produces than is the formation of symptoms. In psychoanalysis, we have broadly seen pathological phenomena to be derived from repression. If we take a closer look at that which we call repression, then we have reason to divide the process into three phases, which allow for good conceptual differentiation. 1. The first phase consists in fixation, the forerunner and the precondition of each and every repression. The fact of fixation might be described as follows: a drive, or a component of one, fails to follow the development that is anticipated as normal and remains confined to a more infantile stage on account of this developmental inhibition. The relevant libidinal flow is related to later psychic formations as would befit one that belongs to the system of the unconscious, one that is repressed. We have already said that in such fixations of drives resides the disposition towards the later development of illness, and, we can add, above all, the determination of the outcome of the third phase of repression. 2. The second phase of repression is the actual repression, upon which we have primarily focused hitherto. It springs from the more highly developed systems of the ego, those capable of consciousness, and can actually be described as an after pressure. It gives the impression of being a fundamentally active process, while fixation presents itself essentially as a passive retardation. It may be the psychic derivatives of those primarily retarded drives that are subject to repression, where their strengthening has led to a conflict between them and the ego, or drives according with the ego, or it may be such psychic tendencies as provoke a strong antipathy for other reasons. This antipathy would not, however, result in repression if a connection were not made between the unsympathetic tendencies that are to be repressed and those which have already undergone repression. Where this is the case, the rejection of the conscious systems and the attraction of the unconscious are concerted in effecting a successful repression. The two cases distinguished here may in reality not be so starkly separated, only differentiated by a more or less significant contribution from the primarily repressed drives. 3. The third phase to be noted here, and the most significant for the pathological phenomena, is that of the failure of the repression, the breakthrough or return of the repressed. This breakthrough proceeds from the point of fixation, and its content is a regression of the libidinal development to that point. We have already mentioned the diverse varieties of fixation, of which there are as many as there are stages in the development of the libido. We must be prepared for other forms of variety in the mechanisms of actual repression and in those of the breakthrough, or the formation of symptoms, and may probably already assume that we will not be able to trace all of these varieties back to the developmental history of the libido alone. It is not difficult to surmise that our discussion is touching here upon the problem of the choice of neurosis, which, however, may not be tackled before preparatory work of other kinds has been achieved. Remembering that we have already dealt with fixation and set the formation of symptoms aside, we will confine ourselves to the question of whether the analysis of the Schreber case can allow us to gain a clue as to the mechanism of actual repression that is predominant in paranoia. At the peak of the illness, under the influence of visions in part gruesome in nature, in part, though, of indescribable magnificence, p. 73, there developed in Schreber the conviction of a great catastrophe, of the end of the world. Voices told him that the work of the 14,000 years past was now lost, that a duration of only 212 years was still in store for the world, p. 71. In the final part of his stay at Flechsig's asylum, he believed this time had already elapsed. He himself was the only real human still surviving, and the few human forms he still saw, the doctor, the orderlies and patients, he explained as being miracled up, fleetingly improvised men. From time to time the reciprocal current broke through, a newspaper was presented to him that contained news of his own death, p. 81, he himself existed in a second, inferior shape and one day had quietly passed away in the same, p. 73. But the form of the delusions that held fast to the self and sacrificed the world proved to be much the stronger. He had various ideas about the causes of this catastrophe. First he thought of glaciation through the retraction of the sun, then of destruction by earthquake, with him as seer of spirits acting as prime mover in much the same way as another seer was said to have done in the Lisbon earthquake of 1755, p. 91. Or it was Flechsig who was culpable, having used his magic powers to spread fear and terror among mankind, to destroy the foundations of religion, and bring about a general state of nervous disorder and immorality, in the wake of which devastating pestilences had been visited upon humanity, p. 91. At any rate, the end of the world was the result of the conflict that had broken out between Flechsig and himself, or, in terms of the etiology of the second phase of the delusion, his now indissoluble bond with God, the necessary consequence, that is, of his illness. Years later, when Dr. Schreber had returned to human society and could find nothing in the books, musical scores, or other articles of general use now restored to him that was consistent with the postulation of a great temporal chasm in the history of humanity, he admitted that his view could no longer be maintained. I cannot help but acknowledge that viewed externally all has remained as it always was. Whether a profound internal change has nonetheless taken place will be discussed further on, pages 84-5. He had no doubt that the world had come to an end during his illness, and what he now saw before him was, in spite of appearances, a different one. A similar global catastrophe is not infrequently encountered in the tempestuous phase of paranoia in other case histories. Point 7 Based on our understanding of libidinal investment, and led by the evaluation of other humans as fleetingly improvised men, we will encounter no difficulty in explaining these catastrophes. Point 8 The patient has withdrawn the libidinal investment hitherto lodged with them from the people around him and from the world outside as a whole. Everything has thus become indifferent and unrelated to him, and has to be explained through a secondary rationalization as miracled up, fleetingly improvised. The end of the world is the projection of this internal catastrophe. His subjective world has come to an end since he withdrew his love from it. Point 9. After the curse with which Faust declares his freedom from the world, the chorus of spirits sings. Wet. Wet. Du hast sie zerstört. Die schon Welt. Mit Machtiger Faust. Sie stört, sie zerfällt. Ein Halbgott hat sie zerschlagen. Machtiger. Der Erdensonne. Praktiger. Ba sie wieder. In einem Bussen ba sie auf. Woe, woe. You have destroyed it, the beauteous world, with mighty fist, it falls, it breaks up. A demigod has smashed it. Mighty one among the sons of the earth, more splendid build it once more, in your breast build it up. And the paranoiac builds it up once more, not more splendid perhaps, but at least in such a way that he can live in it again. He builds it up through the work of his delusion. What we take to be the production of the illness, the formation of the delusion, is in reality the attempt at a cure, the reconstruction. This succeeds more or less well after the catastrophe, but never fully. A profound internal change, as Schreber has it, has befallen the world. But the individual has regained a relationship to the people and things of the world, often a very intensive one, even if what was once a relationship of expectant tenderness may now be one of hostility. We would say, then, that the real process of repression consists in a detachment of the libido from once loved persons, and things. It happens silently, we have no intelligence of it, and are forced to work by inference from the processes that follow it. What does clamor for our attention is the process of recovery that reverses the repression and leads the libido back to those whom it had abandoned. In paranoia this proceeds by way of projection. It was not correct to say that the internally suppressed perception is projected outwards, rather, we see that that which has been suspended within returns from without. The thorough investigation of the process of projection, which we have deferred to another time, will put this matter securely beyond doubt. If our newfound insight requires us to pursue a series of further discussions, then this is no cause for dissatisfaction. 1. A first consideration tells us that a detachment of the libido is neither exclusive to paranoia nor so disastrous in its consequences when it arises elsewhere. It is quite possibly the case that the detachment of the libido is the essential and regular mechanism of every type of repression. Knowledge of this must escape us until the other repressive disorders have been made subject to analogous investigation. It is certain that in the normal life of the soul, and not only in mourning, we constantly carry out such detachments of the libido from people or other objects without succumbing to illness. When Faust declares himself free of the world with his cursings, no paranoia or other kind of neurosis results from this, but a certain general psychic state. The removal of libido in itself cannot, therefore, account for what is pathogenic in paranoia. A particular characteristic is required, which can differentiate the paranoid detachment of libido from other types of the same process. Such a characteristic may easily be proposed. To what further use is the libido that has become free through detachment put? Normally we straight away seek a substitute for the connection that has been lifted. Until this substitution has succeeded, the free libido is left suspended in the psyche where it produces tensions and influences mood. In hysteria the liberated portion of libido transforms itself into bodily innervations or into anxiety. In paranoia, though, we have a clinical indication that the libido withdrawn from the object is channeled into a special kind of use. We recall that most cases of paranoia display an element of megalomania and that megalomania can in itself constitute a paranoia. From this we would conclude that in paranoia the liberated libido is diverted to the ego and used for its aggrandizement. Thus, the stage of narcissism, familiar from the development of the libido, where one's own ego is the only sexual object, has been reached once more. In view of this clinical evidence we would assume that the paranoid have brought with them a fixation in narcissism, and we can assert that the backward step from sublimated homosexuality to narcissism provides the element of regression that is characteristic of paranoia. 2. A no less plausible objection can find support in Schreber's case history, as in many others, which makes it clear that the delusion of persecution, in relation to Flechsig, unmistakably emerges earlier than the fantasy of the end of the world, so that the ostensible return of the repressed precedes the repression itself, in a manner that is patently nonsensical. To give this objection its due, we must step down from the level of general observation to a detailed evaluation of the doubtless much more complicated real situation. The possibility must be conceded that such a detachment of the libido may just as well be partial, a retraction from a single complex, as general. The partial detachment, initially motivated only by influences encountered in life, is probably by far the more frequent and the one that introduces its general counterpart. The detachment may then remain partial, or it may be composed into a general one that proclaims itself strikingly through megalomania. In the case of Schreber, the detachment of the libido from the person of Flechsig was probably indeed the primary instance. It is immediately followed by the delusion that leads the libido back to Flechsig, under a negative sign to show that repression has taken place, and so abolishes the work of repression. Now the struggle for repression breaks out anew, this time, however, availing itself of more powerful means, in as far as the contested object becomes the most important one in the external world, on the one hand wanting to draw all libido to itself, and on the other mobilizing all forms of resistance against itself. The struggle for the single object becomes comparable to a general battle, in the course of which the victory of repression is expressed by the conviction that the world has ended, and only the self has survived. If one reviews the artful constructions that Schreber's delusion erects on religious ground, the hierarchy of God, the souls in ordeal, the four courts of heaven, the lower and the upper God, then one can gauge in retrospect what a wealth of sublimations was caused to collapse by the catastrophe of the general detachment of the libido. 3. A third consideration, which presents itself on the basis of the views developed here, prompts the question as to whether we should take the general detachment of the libido from the external world to be effective enough to provide an explanation for the end of the world, or whether in this case the ego investments that were retained would not have been sufficient to preserve the rapport with the outside world. We would then either have to deem what we call libidinal investment, interest with erotic sources, identical with interest in general, or consider the possibility that a substantial disturbance in the accommodation of the libido can also induce a corresponding disturbance in the ego investments. These are problems that leave us feeling clumsy and helpless in our search for an answer. If we could work on the basis of a secure theory of the drives, it would be otherwise, but the truth is that we have nothing of the sort. We locate the drive on the conceptual border where the somatic meets the realm of the psyche, regarding it as the psychic representative of organic powers, and adopt the popular distinction between ego drives and the sexual drive, which seems to us to concur with the biological dualism of individual creatures that strive both for their own preservation and for that of the species. Beyond this, though, we have only constructions that we erect and then readily abandon again in order to orient ourselves in the confusion of the darker psychic processes, and we expect psychoanalytic investigations of pathological psychic processes in particular to impose upon us certain decisions in questions of the theory of the drives. Given the young years and the isolated state of such investigations, this expectation cannot yet have been realized. It is no more permissible to reject out of hand the possibility of disturbances of the libido having a reactive effect on the ego investments than the converse, the secondary or induced disturbance of libidinal processes by abnormal changes in the ego. Indeed, it is probable that processes of this kind account for the distinctive character of psychosis. How much of this may apply to paranoia cannot at present be said. Let me simply draw out a single aspect. It cannot be claimed that the paranoiac has fully withdrawn his interest from the external world, even at the height of repression, as one is compelled to say of other forms of hallucinatory psychosis, viz. Maynard's amentia. He perceives the outside world, he takes account of changes in it, is prompted by its impressions to establish explanations, the fleetingly improvised men, and so I consider it much more likely that his altered relation to the world is to be explained entirely or principally by the loss of his libidinal interest. 4. In view of the close relations between paranoia and dementia praecox, one is bound to ask what sort of implications such a conception of the first disorder must have for the second. I consider that Krepellin's step of merging what was once known as paranoia with catatonia and other forms as a new clinical entity was entirely justified, even if the name dementia praecox is an anything but apposite one to choose for it. In the case of Bleuler's designation of schizophrenia for the same group of forms, we might also object that the name appears only to be really useful if one forgets its literal meaning. It otherwise tends to be all too prejudicial, deriving a name from one theoretically postulated characteristic, and one at that which does not apply exclusively to the disorder in question and, in the light of other considerations, cannot be deemed to be the essential one. On the whole, though, the names we give to the clinical pictures are not of great importance. It would seem more essential to me to hold on to the status of paranoia as an autonomous clinical type, even if the picture it presents is so frequently complicated by schizophrenic features. For, from the point of view of the theory of the libido, while it shares with dementia praecox the principal characteristic of the repression proper, the detachment of the libido and resultant regression to the ego, it can be distinguished from it through a different location in its dispositional fixation and a different mechanism for the return of the repressed, the formation of symptoms. I would consider it most appropriate to give dementia praecox the name paraphrenia, which, having no determinate content in itself, expresses the disorder's relations to the securely named paranoia and at the same time recalls the hebephrenia that has been subsumed by it. It is of no concern that this name has already been proposed for a different purpose as these other usages have failed to establish themselves. Abraham, LOCCIT, has argued most trenchantly that in dementia praecox the retraction of the libido from the external world is of a particularly pronounced character. From this characteristic we infer repression as a result of the detachment of the libido. We also regard the phase of tempestuous hallucinations as one of struggle between repression and an attempt at recovery, which seeks to restore the libido to its objects. With extraordinary analytic acuity, Jung has recognized in the delaria and motor stereotypes of the illness the vestiges of earlier object investments, which are rigidly clung to. This attempt at cure, which the observer takes to be the illness itself, does not however make use of projection like paranoia, but rather of the hallucinatory, hysterical, mechanism. This is one of the two considerable ways in which it differs from paranoia. It may also be explained genetically from another direction. The outcome of dementia praecox, in those cases where the disorder does not remain too partial, accounts for the second difference. In general this outcome is less favorable than in paranoia. Victory here belongs not, as in the latter, to reconstruction, but to repression. The regression does not merely extend to narcissism, as expressed through megalomania, but to a complete abandonment of object love and a return to infantile autoeroticism. The dispositional fixation must therefore lie further back than that of paranoia, contained in the beginnings of the development that strives away from autoeroticism and towards object love. It is also in no way probable that the homosexual impulses that we so often, even regularly, find in paranoia play a similarly significant part in the etiology of the much less restricted disorder of dementia praecox. Our assumptions as to the dispositional fixations in paranoia and paraphrenia would make it quite understandable that a case can begin with paranoid symptoms and yet develop into dementia, that paranoid and schizophrenic phenomena may combine in any proportion, and that a clinical picture such as Schreber's can arise, deserving the name of paranoid dementia, one which in the emergence of the wishful fantasy and hallucinations shows itself beholden to the paraphrenic character of the disorder. And in its root cause, its mechanism of projection, and its outcome, beholden to the paranoid character. Several fixations may well have been left behind in the course of the development, allowing each in their turn for the breakthrough of the evicted libido, beginning, perhaps, with one that was acquired later and, in the further course of the illness, moving on to the original one, which lies closer to the point of departure. We should like to know what conditions are responsible for the relatively favorable dispensation in the present case, given that one would be disinclined to attribute the outcome entirely to something as arbitrary as the improvement on transfer that came about after the patient's departure from Flechsig's asylum. 10 But our insufficient knowledge of the intimate connections within this case history makes any answer to this interesting question impossible. One might conjecture that the reconciliation with the homosexual fantasy and so something approaching a recovery was enabled by the essentially positive tone of the father complex and a relationship in reality to his excellent father, which, during later years, was most likely undimmed. As I neither fear criticism nor shy away from self-criticism, I have no motive for avoiding mention of a similarity that may damage our libido theory in the judgment of many readers. Schreber's rays of God, composed of a condensation of solar rays, nerve fibers, and spermatozoa, are in fact nothing other than the libidinal investments, concretely represented and projected outwards, and so lend his delusion a striking conformity with our theory. The fact that the world has to end, because the patient's ego draws all the rays to itself, that later, during the process of reconstruction, he feels anxious concern that God might break his ray connection with him, these and various other details of the formation of Schreber's delusion sound almost like endopsychic perceptions of the processes that I have assumed here to be constitutive for the understanding of paranoia. I am able, however, to call on a friend and expert in the field to bear witness that I developed the theory of paranoia before the contents of Schreber's book came to my notice. It will be for posterity to decide whether there is more delusion in the theory than I might like, or more truth in the delusion than others are today willing to believe. Finally, I would not wish to finish the study, which in itself is merely a fragment of a greater, connected whole, without giving a preview of the two principal theses towards the verification of which the libido theory of the neuroses and psychoses is orientated, that the neuroses are essentially produced out of the conflict between the ego and the sexual drive and that their forms retain the imprints of the developmental history of the libido, and of the ego. 1911-1910. Postscript. In the treatment of the case history of Justice Schreber I have intentionally restricted myself to a minimum of interpretation and can trust in the fact that any reader with psychoanalytic training will have derived more from the material communicated here than I have explicitly stated, and that he will not have found it difficult to draw the connecting threads more tightly together and to reach conclusions towards which I only gesture. A happy coincidence, which brought the Schreber autobiography to the attention of other authors included in the same volume as my paper, also gives some idea of how much is still to be gained from the symbolic content of the fantasies and delusional ideas of the paranoiac with such creative intelligence. 1. Since the publication of my study of Schreber, a chance addition to the store of my knowledge has now put me in a position to give one of his delusional claims its more proper due and to recognize how rich are its mythological relations. On pages 41-3 I mention the patient's special relationship to the son, for which I duly gave the explanation of a sublimated father symbol. The son speaks to him in human words and so reveals itself to him as a living being. He has the habit of abusing it, shouting menacing words at it. He also declares that its rays pale before him when he is turned towards it and speaking loudly. After his recovery, he boasts that he can look calmly into the sun and is only very modestly dazzled by this, which was of course not possible before. Note on p. 139 of Schreber's book. The mythological interest is attached to this delusory prerogative of being able to look into the sun without being dazzled. In Reinach we read that the natural historians of antiquity deemed eagles alone to be capable of this too, who as inhabitants of the highest zones of the air became particularly intimately related to the heavens, to the sun, and to lightning. 3 The same sources also report, however, that the eagle subjects his young to a trial before recognizing them as legitimate. If they do not manage to look into the sun without blinking, they are cast out of the nest. There can be no doubt about the significance of this animal myth. What is ascribed to animals here is undoubtedly only what is a hallowed custom among humans. What the eagle undertakes with his young is an ordeal, a trial of origin, as these are reported among the most various peoples of ancient times. Thus the Celts who lived along the Rhine entrusted their newborn to the waters of the river in order to be convinced that they were really of their own blood. The tribe of Scilly from what is now Tripoli, who laid claim to being descended from snakes, subjected their children to contact with the same snakes. Those of legitimate birth were either not bitten or were quick to recover from the effects of the bite. 4 The assumption underlying these trials takes us deep into the totemic thinking of primitive peoples. The totem, the animal or animistically conceived force of nature, from which the tribe traces its origin, spares the members of the tribe like its own children, just as they worship it and may come in turn to spare it as the father of their tribe. Here we find ourselves among matters that seem to me to be destined to enable a psychoanalytic understanding of the origins of religion. The eagle that has his young look into the sun and requires that they should not be dazzled by its light is behaving, then, like a descendant of the sun, submitting his children to the ancestral trial. And when Schreber lays claim to being able to look into the sun unpunished and without being dazzled, he has retrieved the mythological expression for his filial relationship to the sun and given renewed confirmation to our view of the sun as a symbol of the father. We should recall that Schreber freely gives vent to his family pride during his illness. The Schrebers belong to the highest heavenly nobility. 5. And that we found in his childlessness a human motive for his falling ill with a feminine wishful fantasy, so that the connection between his delusory prerogative and the foundations of his illness appears clear enough to us. This small postscript to the analysis of a paranoiac may illustrate how well-founded is Jung's assertion that humanity's powers to form myths are not extinguished, but that they create today, in neuroses, the same psychic products as they did in the most ancient of times. I would like to take up once more a suggestion made previously by asserting that the same is true of the forces that create religions. And I believe that the time will soon come to extend a proposition, which we psychoanalysts voiced long ago, to add to its individual content, conceived of ontogenetically, an anthropological supplement, to be conceived of phylogenetically. What we said was, in dreams and in neurosis we find the child once more, with the peculiarities of its thinking and of its emotional life. To this we would add, and also the savage, the primitive human being, as he presents himself to us in the light of the study of antiquity and of other peoples. 1912. The Psychogenesis of a Case of Female Homosexuality by Sigm. Freud, M.D., Doctor of Laws, Vienna. Homosexuality in women, which is certainly not less common than in men, although much less perturbing, has not only been ignored by the law, but has also been neglected by psychoanalytic research. The narration of a single case, not too pronounced in type, in which it was possible to trace with certainty and completeness the history of its psychical development, may, therefore, have a certain claim on our attention. If the presentation sets forth only the most general outlines of the various events concerned and the conclusions reached from study of the case, suppressing all the characteristic details on which the interpretation is founded, this limitation is easily to be explained by the medical discretion called for in discussing a recent case. A beautiful and clever girl of 18, belonging to a family of good standing, had aroused displeasure and concern on the part of her parents by the tender passion with which she pursued a certain lady, about 10 years older than herself. The parents asserted that this lady, in spite of her distinguished name, was no better than a cocotte. It was said to be a well-known fact that she lived with a married woman friend, having intimate relations with her, while at the same time she carried on promiscuously with a number of men. The girl did not contradict these evil reports, but she continued to be none the less enamored of the lady in question, although she herself was by no means lacking in a sense of decency and propriety. No prohibitions and no supervision hindered the girl from seizing every one of the rare opportunities of being together with her beloved friend, of ascertaining all her habits, of waiting for her for hours outside her door or at a tram halt, of sending her gifts of hours, and so on. It was evident that this one interest had swallowed up all others. The girl did not concern herself with any further educational studies, placed no value on social functions or girlish pleasures, and kept up relations only with those friends who could help her in the matter or serve as condents. The parents could not say to what lengths their daughter had gone in her relations to the questionable lady, or whether the limits of devoted admiration had already been exceeded. They had never remarked in their daughter any interest in young men, nor any pleasure at their attentions, and, on the other hand, they were quite sure that her present attachment for a woman was only a continuation in a marked degree of the feeling she had displayed of recent years for other members of her own sex, which had already aroused her father's suspicion and severity. Two aspects of her behavior, in apparent contrast with each other, her parents took especially badly. On the one hand, that she did not scnipple to appear in the most frequented streets in the company of her questionable friend, being thus quite neglectful of her own reputation, while, on the other hand, she disdained no means of deception, no excuses and no lies that would make meetings with her possible and cover them. She was thus as brazen in the one respect as deceitful in the other. One day it happened, as, indeed, was sooner or later inevitable in the circumstances, that the father met his daughter in the company of the lady. Lle passed them by with an angry glance which boded no good. Immediately after the girl rushed off and hung herself over a neighboring wall onto the railway line. She paid for this undoubtedly serious attempt at suicide with a long stay in bed, though fortunately little permanent damage was done. After her recovery she found it easier to get her own way than before. The parents did not dare to oppose her so vigorously, and the lady, who up till then had coldly declined her advances, was moved by such an unmistakable proof of serious passion and began to treat her in a more friendly manner. About 6 months after this occurrence the parents sought medical advice and entrusted the doctor with the task of bringing their daughter back to the nonnal. The girl's attempted suicide had shown them that all the means of discipline at their disposal were powerless to overcome her mental disorder. Before going further it will be desirable to deal with the attitudes of the father and mother separately. The father was an earnest and worthy man, at bottom very tender-hearted, but by the sternness he had adopted he had somewhat estranged his children. His treatment of his only daughter was too much enhanced by consideration for his wife. When he came to know of his daughter's homosexual tendencies be boiled over with anger and tried to suppress them by threats, at that time he perhaps hesitated between different, though equally painful, views, whether to regard her as vicious, as degenerate, or as mentally afflicted. Even after the attempted suicide he did not achieve the lofty resignation shown by one of our medical colleagues who remarked of a similar case in his own family, "It is just a misfortune like any other." There was something about his daughter's homosexuality that aroused the deepest bitterness in him, and he was determined to combat it with all the means in his power. The depreciation of psychoanalysis so widespread in Vienna did not prevent him from turning to it for help. If this way failed he still had in reserve the strongest countermeasure. A speedy marriage was to awaken the natural instincts of the girl and stifle her unnatural tendencies. The mother's attitude towards the girl was not so perspicuous. She was still a youngish woman, who was evidently unwilling to relinquish her claims to charm by her beauty. All that was clear was that she did not take her daughter's passion so tragically as did the father, nor was she so incensed at it. She had even for a long time enjoyed her daughter's confidence concerning the love affair, and her opposition to it seemed to have been aroused mainly by the harmful openness with which the girl publicly displayed her feelings. She had suffered for some years from neurotic troubles and enjoyed great consideration from her husband. She was very erratic in her treatment of her children, rather hard towards her daughter and overindulgent to her 3 sons, the youngest of whom had been born after a long interval and was not yet 3 years old. It was not easy to ascertain anything more definite as to her character, for, owing to motives that will only later become intelligible, the patient was always reserved in the accounts she gave of her mother, in contradistinction to those relating to her father. The doctor who was to undertake the psychoanalytic treatment of the girl had several reasons for feeling uncomfortable. The situation he had to deal with was not one such as analysis demands and where alone it can demonstrate its effectiveness. As is well known, the ideal situation for analysis is when someone, otherwise master of himself, is suffering from an inner conflict which he is unable to resolve alone, so that he brings his trouble to the analyst and begs for his help. The doctor then works hand in hand with one part of the dissociated personality against the other partner in the conflict. Situations other than these are more or less unfavorable for psychoanalysis, they add other difficulties to those already present. Situations such as those of the proprietor who orders an architect to build him a villa according to his own tastes and desires, or of the pious donor who gets the artist to paint a picture of saints in the corner of which is to be a portrait of himself worshipping, are fundamentally incompatible with the conditions of psychoanalysis. It constantly happens that a husband informs the doctor, "My wife suffers from nerves, so that she gets on badly with me, please cure her, so that we may lead a happy married life again." But often enough it turns out that such a request is impossible to fulfill. 1. 2. That the doctor cannot bring about the result for which the husband sought the treatment. The moment the wife is freed from her neurotic inhibitions, she insists on dissolving the marriage, for the maintenance of which the neurosis was essential. Or, to take another case, parents demand that their nervous and unruly child be cured. By a healthy child they mean one who gives his parents no difficulties, but only pleasure. The doctor may succeed in curing the child, but after that it goes its own way all the more decidedly, and the parents are now more dissatisfied than even before. In short, it is not a matter of indifference whether someone comes to analysis of his own accord or because he is brought to it, whether he himself desires to be changed or only his relatives who love him, or who might be expected to love him, desire this for him. Further unfavorable features in the present case were the facts that the girl was not exactly a patient, her suffering had no inner source, nor did she complain of her condition, and that the tuck to be carried out did not consist in resolving a neurotic conflict but in converting the one variety of the genital organization of sexuality into the other. The removal of genital inversion, or homosexuality, is in my experience never an easy matter. I have rather found that success is possible only under specially favorable circumstances, and even then that it essentially consists in being able to open to the restricted homosexuals the way to the opposite sex, till then barred, thus restoring their full bisexual functions. After that it lay with themselves to choose whether they wished to abandon the other way, banned by society, and in individual cases they have done so. One must remember that in normal sexuality also there is a limitation in the choice of object. In general, to undertake to convert a fully developed homosexual into a heterosexual is not much more promising than to do the reverse, only that for good practical reasons the latter is never attempted. In actual numbers the successes achieved by psychoanalytic treatment of the manifold forms of homosexuality are not specially striking. As a rule the homosexual is not able to give up his pleasure object, and one cannot convince him that if he changed to the other object he would end again the plaisir he has renounced. If he comes at all to be treated it is mostly through the pressure of external motives, such as the social disadvantages and dangers attaching to his choice of object, and such components of the instinct for self-preservation prove to be too weak in the struggle against the sexual impulses. One then soon discovers his secret plan, namely, to obtain from the striking failure of his attempt the feeling of satisfaction that he has done everything possible against his abnormality, to which he can now resign himself with an easy conscience. The case is somewhat different when consideration for beloved parents and relatives has been the motive for his attempt to be cured. Then there really are libidinous tendencies present which may develop energies opposed to the homosexual choice of object, though their strength is rarely sufficient. It is only where the homosexual's action has not yet become strong enough, or where there are considerable rudiments and remains of the heterosexual choice of object, i.e. in a still oscillating or inordinately bisexual organization, that one may make a more favorable prognosis for the psychoanalytic therapy. For these reasons I altogether refrained from holding out to the parents a prospect of their wish being fooled. I merely said I was prepared to study the girl carefully for a few weeks or months so as to be able then to pronounce how far a continuation of the analysis might influence her. In a considerable number of cases, indeed, the analysis divides itself into two clearly separated stages. In the first one the doctor procures from the patient the necessary information, makes him familiar with the premises and postulates of psychoanalysis, and unfolds to him the rendering of the genesis of his disorder, as deduced from the material brought up in the analysis. In the second stage the patient himself lays hold of the analytic material, works on it, recollects what he can from the apparently repressed memories, and tries to live over again the rest. In this way he can confirm, supplement, and correct the inferences made by the doctor. It is only during this work that he experiences, through overcoming resistances, the inner change aimed at, and acquires for himself the convictions that make him independent of the doctor's authority. These two stages in the course of the analytic treatment are not always sharply divided from each other, it only happens when the resistance keeps to certain conditions. But when this is so, one may institute a comparison with two corresponding stages of a journey. The first comprises all the necessary preparations, today so complicated and hard to effect, till at last, ticket in hand, one goes onto the platform and secures a seat in the train. One has now the right, and the possibility, to travel into the distant country, but after all these preliminary exertions one is not yet there indeed, one is not a single kilometer nearer one's goal. For this to happen one has to make the journey itself from one station to another, and this part of the travel may well be compared with the second stage in the analysis. The analysis of the patient referred to took the course of this two-stage schedule, but it was not continued beyond the beginning of the second stage. A special constellation of the resistance made it possible, nevertheless, to gain full confirmation of my inferences, and to obtain a fairly adequate insight into the way in which her inversion had developed. But before narrating the endings of the analysis I have to deal with a few points which have either been touched upon already by myself or which will have at once struck the reader as interesting. I had made the prognosis partly dependent on how far the girl had got in the satisfaction of her passion. The information I gleaned during the analysis seemed favorable in this respect. With none of the objects of her passion had the patient enjoyed anything beyond a few kisses and embraces, her genital chastity, if one may use such a phrase, had remained intact. As for the dernier mondaine who had aroused the girl's most recent, and by far her strongest, emotions, she had always treated her coldly and had never allowed any greater favor than the kissing of her hand. Probably the girl was making a virtue of necessity when she kept insisting on the purity of her love and her physical repulsion against the idea of sexual intercourse. But perhaps she was not altogether wrong when she boasted of her wonderful beloved that, although of noble birth and forced into her present position only by adverse family circumstances, she had preserved, even in such a situation, a great deal of dignity. For the lady used to recommend the girl, every time they met, to withdraw her affection from herself and from women in general, and she had persistently rejected the girl's advances up to the time of the attempted suicide. A second point, which next tried to clear up, concerned the girl's own motives on which the psychoanalytic treatment might be based. She did not try to deceive me by saying that she felt any urgent need to be freed of her homosexuality. On the contrary, she said she could not conceive of any other way of being in love, but she added that for her parents' sake she would honestly help in the therapeutic endeavor, for it pained her very much to be the cause of so much grief to them. I had to take this also as a propitious sign to begin with, as I could not suspect what unconscious affective attitude lay behind it. What came to light later in this connection decisively influenced the course taken by the analysis and determined its premature conclusion. Readers unversed in psychoanalysis will long have been impatiently awaiting an answer to two other questions. Did this homosexual girl show somatic characteristics plainly belonging to the opposite sex, and did the case prove to be one of congenital or of acquired, later developed, homosexuality? I am aware of the importance attaching to the RST of these questions. Only one should not exaggerate it, and obscure in its favor the facts that sporadic secondary characteristics of the opposite sex are very often present in normal individuals, and that well-marked somatic characteristics of the opposite sex may be found in persons whose choice of object has undergone no change in the direction of inversion, in other words, that in both sexes higher degree of physical bnpldrodernr is to a great extenel independentl of the psychskulbenrafragel. In modification of this statement it must be added that this independence is more evident in men than in women, where bodily and mental traits belonging to the opposite sex are apt to coincide in their incidence. Still am not in a position to give a satisfactory answer in the case of my patient to the RST of our questions. The psychoanalyst often forgoes a thorough bodily examination of his patients in certain cases. Certainly there was no obvious deviation from the feminine physical type, nor any menstrual disturbance. The beautiful and well-developed girl had, It is true, her father's tall goor, and her facial features were sharp rather than soft and girlish, traits which might be regarded as indicating a physical masculinity. Some of her intellectual attributes also could be connected via masculinity, for instance, her acuteness of comprehension and her lucid objectivity, insofar as she was not dominated by her passion, though these distinctions are conventional rather than scientific. What is certainly of greater import is that in her behavior towards her love object she had approximated throughout to the masculine type, that is to say, she manifested the humility and the tremendous overestimation of the sexual object so characteristic of the male lover. She renounced all narcissistic satisfaction, and she preferred to be the lover rather than the beloved. She had thus not only chosen a feminine love object, but had also developed a masculine attitude towards this object. The second question, whether this was a case of inherited or acquired homosexuality, will be answered by the whole history of the patient's trouble and its development. The study of this will show how far this very question is fruitless and inappropriate. 2. After such a digressive introduction, the sexual history of the case under consideration can be presented quite concisely. In childhood, the girl had quietly passed through the normal stage of the feminine Oedipus complex, and had later also begged to replace her father by a brother slightly older than herself. She could not remember any sexual traumata in early life, nor were any discovered by the analysis comparison of her brother's genital organs and her own, an event which took place about the beginning of the latency period, at VE years old or perhaps a little earlier, left a strong impression on her and had far-reaching after effects. There were only slight hints pointing to infantile onanism, or else the analysis did not go deep enough to throw light on this point. The birth of a second brother when she was between VE and 6 years old had apparently no special influence upon her development during school life and early adolescence. She gradually became acquainted with the facts of sex, and she received this knowledge with lubricity and shocked aversion, a reaction which might be called normal and not exaggerated. This amount of information seems meager enough, nor can it guarantee that it is complete. It may be that the history of her youth was, in reality, richer in experiences, I do not know. As X have already said, the analysis was broken after a short time, and yielded therefore an anamnesis not much more reliable than the other anamneses of homosexuals, which there is good cause to question. Further, the girl had never been neurotic, and came to the analysis without any hysterical symptom, so that one could not so soon nd reasons for investigating the history of her childhood. At the age of 13 to 14 she displayed a tender and, according to general opinion, exaggeratedly strong affection for a small boy, not quite 3 years old, whom she used to see regularly in a playground of one of the parks. She took to the child so warmly that in consequence a lasting friendly relationship sprang up between herself and his parents. One may infer from this episode that at that time she was possessed of a strong desire to be a mother herself and to have a child. However, after a short time she grew indifferent to the boy and began to take an interest in mature, but still youthful, women, the manifestations of which soon led to a painful chastisement being administered by her father. The fact was established beyond doubt that this change occurred simultaneously with a certain event in the family, and I do not see any progress or advantage in the introduction of the term molecular complex, and do not advocate its use. Therefore look to this for some explanation of the change. Before it happened, her libido was focused on motherhood, while afterwards she was a homosexual attracted to mature women, and remains so ever since. The event referred to, which is so significant for our understanding of the case, was a further pregnancy of her mother, and the birth of a third brother, when she was about 16. The concatenation I shall now proceed to discover is not a product of my synthesizing faculty, it is based on such trustworthy analytical evidence that I can claim objective validity for it. It was in particular a series of interrelated dreams, easy of interpretation, that proved decisive in this respect. The analysis revealed beyond all shadow of doubt that the beloved lady was a substitute for the mother. It is true that she herself was not a mother, but then she was not the girl's RST love. The RST objects of her affection after the birth of her youngest brother were really mothers, women between 30 and 30 whom she had got to know with their children during summer holidays or in the family circle in town. The love condition of motherhood was later on given up because it proved incompatible in real life with another one, which grew more and more important. The specially intensive zation on her latest love, the lady, had still another basis, which the girl discovered quite easily one day. The lady, on account of her slender gur, regular beauty, and offhand manner, reminded her of her own brother, a little older than herself. Hence her latest choice corresponded not only with her feminine, but also with her masculine ideal. It combined the gratification of the homosexual tendency with that of the heterosexual one. It is well known that analysis of male homosexuals has in numerous cases revealed the same combination, which should admonish us not to form too simple a conception of the nature and genesis of inversion, and not to forget the general bisexuality of mankind. But how are we to understand the fact that it was the birth of a latecomer in the family, when the girl herself was already mature and had strong wishes of her own, that moved her to bestow her passionate tenderness upon the child-bearer, i.e. her own mother, and to express that feeling towards a substitute for her mother? From all that we know we should have expected just the opposite. In such circumstances mothers, with daughters of about a marriageable age, usually feel embarrassed in regard to them, while the daughters are apt to feel for their mothers a mixture of compassion, contempt, and envy, which certainly does not help to increase their tenderness for them. The girl we are considering had little cause in general to feel affection for her mother. The latter, still youthful herself, saw in her rapidly developing daughter an inconvenient competitor. She favored the boys at her expense, limited her independence as much as possible, and kept a strict watch that the girl should not be too much with her father. A yearning for a kinder mother would therefore have been all along quite intelligible, but why it should have umed up just then, and in the form of a consuming passion, is not comprehensible. The explanation is as follows: when the girl suffered her disappointment, she was just experiencing the revival of the infantile Oedipus complex so common at puberty. She was keenly conscious of the wish to have a child, and a male one, that it was to be from her father, and in his image. Her consciousness was not allowed to know. And then, it was not she who bore the child, but the unconsciously hated rival, her mother. Exasperated and embittered, she turned away from the father, and from men altogether. After this great reverse she forswore her womanhood, and sought another goal for her libido. In doing so she behaved just as many men do, who alter painful experience, turn their backs forever upon the faithless sex and become woman-haters. It is related of one of the most attractive and unfortunate princes of our time that he became a homosexual because the lady he was engaged to betrayed him with a stranger. I do not know whether this is true historically, but much psychological truth lies behind the rumor. In all of us, throughout life, the libido normally oscillates between the male and the female object. The bachelor gives up his men friends when he marries, and returns to club life when married life has lost its savor. Naturally, when the swing over is fundamental and null, we suspect some special factor which has definitely favored one side or the other, and which perhaps only waited for the appropriate moment in order to bend the choice of object in its direction. Alter her disappointment, therefore, the girl had rejected entirely her wish for a child, the love of man, and femininity. Altogether. Evidently at this point the possible developments were very manifold. What actually happened was the most extreme possible. She changed into a man, and took her mother in place of her father as her love object. Her relation to her mother had certainly been ambivalent from the beginning, and it proved easy to revive her earlier love for her mother and with its help to overcompensate for her current hostility. Since there was little to be done with the real mother, there arose from the conversion of feeling just described the search for a mother substitute to whom she could become passionately attached. From her actual relations to her mother there arose a practical motive furthering the change of feeling, one which perhaps might be called an advantage of illness, came Kluterjevin. The mother herself still attached great value to the attentions and the admiration of men. If, then, the girl became homosexual and left the men to her mother, in other words evaded the mother, she removed something which had hitherto been partly responsible for her mother's dysfunctionality. Is by no means rare for a love relation to be broken by means of a process of identification on the part of the lover with the loved object, a process equivalent to a kind of regression to narcissism. After this has been accomplished, it is easy in making a fresh choice of object to apply the libido to a member of the sex opposite to that of the earlier choice. The displacements of the libido here described are doubtless familiar to every analyst from the investigation of the anamnesis of neurotics. With the latter, however, they occur in early childhood, with the beginning of the love life. With our patient, who was in no way neurotic, they took place in the RST years following puberty, though, by the way, they similarly were wholly unconscious. Perhaps one day this temporal factor may turn out to be of great import. As evasion has not previously been mentioned among the causes of homosexuality, or in the mechanism of libidosation in general, I will add a similar analytical observation, which has a special feature of interest. I once knew two twin brothers, both of whom were endowed with strong libidinous impulses. One of them was very successful with women and had innumerable affairs with women and girls. The other went the same way at RST, but it became unpleasant for him to be trespassing on his brother's beat, and, owing to the likeness between them, to be mistaken for him on intimate occasions, so he got out of the difficulty by becoming homosexual. He left the women, and thus got out of the latter way, Eva.Ded him. Another time I treated a young man, an artist, unmistakably homosexual in disposition, in whom the homosexual trend had won the day simultaneously with a disturbance in his work. He ed from both women and worked together. The attitude of the libido thus adopted was greatly reinforced as soon as the girl perceived how much it displeased the father. Since she was RST punished for an over-affectionate overture made to a woman, she realized how she could hurt her father and take revenge on him. Henceforth she remained homosexual out of defiance against her father. Nor did she scruple to lie to him and to deceive him in every way. Towards her mother, indeed, she was only so far deceitful as was necessary to keep her father in the dark. Had the impression that her behavior followed the principle of the satire, if you have betrayed me, you must put up with my betraying you. Nor can I come to any other conclusion about the striking lack of precaution displayed by this otherwise ingenious and clever girl. She wanted her father to know occasionally of her intercourse with the lady, otherwise it would mean her missing the satisfaction of her keenest desire, namely, revenge. So she saw to this by showing herself openly in the company of her adored friend, by taking walks in the streets near her father's place of business, and the like. This maladroitness was by no means unintentional. It was strange, by the way, that both parents behaved as though they understood the secret psychology of their daughter. The mother was tolerant, as though she appreciated as a kindness her daughter's withdrawal from the arena. Evasion. The father was furious, as though he realized the deliberate revenge directed against himself. The girl's inversion, however, received its null reinforcement when she found in her lady an object which promised to satisfy the analysis, which was able to bring him back to both, showed that the fear of the father was the most powerful psychic motive for both the disturbances which were, really, renunciations. In his imagination all women belonged to the father, and he sought refuge in men from the impulse to give way, so as to evade contact with the father. Such motivation of the homosexual object choice must be by no means uncommon. In the primeval ages of race all women presumably belong to the father and head of the tribe. Among brothers and sisters who are not twins this evasion plays a great part in other spheres as well as in that of the love choice. For example, the elder brother studies music and is admired for it, the younger, far more gifted musically, soon gives up his own musical studies, in spite of his longing, and cannot be persuaded to touch an instrument again. This is one example of a very frequent occurrence, and the investigation of the motives leading to evasion rather than to open rivalry discloses very complicated psychical conditions. Not only her homosexual tendency, but also that part of her heterosexual libido still attached to her brother. _ill. Consecutive presentation is not a very adequate means of describing complicated mental processes going on in different layers of the mind. I am therefore obliged to pause in the discussion of the case and treat more fully and deeply some of the points brought forward above. I mentioned the fact that the girl's relation to her adored lady resembled that characteristic of the masculine type of love. Her humility and her tender lack of pretension che poco spera e nullicide, her bliss when she was allowed to accompany the lady a little way and to kiss her hand on parting, her joy when she heard her praised as beautiful, anyone else's recognition of her own beauty meaning nothing at all to her, her pilgrimages to places once visited by the loved one, the oblivion of all more sensual wishes, all these little traits in her resembled the enthusiastic passion of a youth for a celebrated actress whom he regards as far above him, to whom he scarcely dares lift his bashful eyes. The correspondence with the type of masculine object choice I have previously described, whose special features I traced to the attachment to the mother, held good even in the details. It may seem remarkable that she was not in the least repelled by the evil reputation of her beloved one, although her own observations succinctly confirmed the truth of such moors. She was after all a well-brought-up and modest girl, who had avoided sexual adventures herself, and who regarded coarsely sensual gratification as unesthetic. But already her RST passions had been for women who were not celebrated for specially strict propriety. The RST protest her father made against her love choice had been evoked by the pertinacity with which she sought the company of a cinematograph actress at a summer resort. In all these affairs it had never been a question of women who had any reputation for homosexuality, and who might, therefore, have offered her some prospect of homosexual gratification. On the contrary, she illogically courted women who were coquettes in the ordinary sense of the word, and she rejected without hesitation the willing advances made by a homosexual friend of her own age. The lady's bad reputation, however, was positively a love condition for her, and all that is enigmatical in this attitude vanishes when we remember that in the case also of the masculine type of object choice derived from the mother it is an essential condition that the loved object should be somehow or other in bad repute sexually, one who really may be called a cocotte. When the girl leaned later on how far the evil reputation of her adored lady was justified and that she lived simply from the giving of bodily favors, her reaction consisted in great compassion and in the development of fantasies and plans for rescuing her beloved from these ignoble circumstances. We have been struck by the same rescuing endeavors in the men of the type referred to above, and in my description of it I have tried to give the analytical derivation of this tendency. We are led to quite another realm of explanation by the analysis of the attempt at suicide, which I must regard as seriously intended, and which, by the way, considerably improved her position both with her parents and with the beloved lady. She went for a walk with her one day in a neighborhood and at an hour at which she was not unlikely to meet her father on his way from his office. So it turned out. Her father passed them in the street and cast a furious look at her and her companion, who was known to him. A few moments later she hung herself onto the railway cutting. The explanation she gave off the more intimate factors determining her resolution sounded quite plausible. She had confessed to the lady that the gentleman who had given them such an irate glance was her father, and that he had absolutely forbidden their friendship. The lady aired up at this and ordered the girl to leave her then and there, and never again to wait for her or to address her, as the affair must now come to a close. In despair that she had now lost her loved one forever, the girl wanted to put an end to herself. The analysis, however, was able to disclose another, and deeper, interpretation behind the one she gave, and to confirm it by investigation of her dreams. The attempted suicide was, as might have been expected, determined by two other factors, a punishment-foolement, self-punishment, and a wish-foolement. The latter signed the attainment of the same wish the disappointment of which had driven her into homosexuality, namely, the wish to have a child by her father, for now she fell through her father's fault. The fact that at this moment the lady had spoken to the same AECT as the father had, and had uttered the same prohibition, forms the connecting link between this deeper interpretation and the superficial one of which the girl herself was conscious. From the point of view of self-punishment, the girl's action proves that she had developed in her unconscious strong death wishes against one or other of her parents, perhaps against her father, out of revenge for his impeding her love, or, more likely, against her mother also when she was pregnant with the little brother. For analysis has thrown the following light on the enigma of suicide: probably no one has enough psychical energy to kill himself unless, in the RST place, he in doing so is at the same time killing an object with whom he has identified himself, and, in the second place, is turning against himself a death wish which had been directed against someone else. Nor need the regular discovery of these unconscious death wishes in would-be suicide surprise us as strange, any more than it need make an impression as confirming our deductions, since the unconscious of all human beings is full enough of such death wishes, even against those we love. In the girl's identification with her mother, who ought to have died at the birth of the child denied to herself, this punishment-fulment itself is again a wish-fulment. Lastly, the fact that the most manifold strong motives must have cooperated to make possible such a deed is quite in keeping with what we would expect. In the girl's account of her conscious motives, the father did not gore at all, even her fear of his anger was not mentioned. In the motivation laid bare by the analysis, he played the principal part. Her relation to her father had the same decisive importance for the course and outcome of the analytic treatment, or rather exploration. Behind the pretended consideration for her parents, for whose sake she had been willing to make the attempt to be one in the text, there is a play on the word niederkommen, which means both to fall and to be delivered of a child. Translo. That the various means of suicide can represent sexual wiefulments has long been known to all analysts. To poignant equals to be pregnant, to drown equals to bear a child, to throw oneself from a height equals to be delivered of a child. I do not know where they were RST published. Transformed, was concealed the attitude of Dion's and revenge against the father which bound her to homosexuality. Secure under this cover, the resistance left a considerable sphere free for analytic investigation. The analysis went forward almost without any signs of resistance, the patient actively participating intellectually, though absolutely tranquil emotionally. Once when I expounded to her a specially important part of the theory, one touching her nearly, she replied in an inimitable tone, "Oh, how interesting," as though she were a grand dame being taken over a museum and glancing through her lorgnon at objects to which she was completely indifferent. The impression one had of her analysis was not unlike that of an hypnotic treatment, where the resistance has in the same way withdrawn to a certain limit beyond which it then proves to be unconquerable. The resistance very often pursues similar tactics, Russian tactics, as they might be called in cases of the obsessional neurosis, which for this reason yield the clearest results for a time and permit of a penetrating glimpse into the causation of the symptoms. One begins to wonder how it is that such marked progress in understanding of the analytic procedure can be unaccompanied by even the slightest change in the patient's compulsions and inhibitions, until at last one perceives that everything accomplished had been admitted only under the mental reservation of doubt, and behind this protective barrier the neurosis may feel secure. It would be all very any, thinks the patient, often quite consciously, if I were obliged to believe what the man says, but there is no question of that, and so long as that is not so I need change nothing. Then, when one comes to close quarters with the motivation of this doubt, the GHT with the resistances breaks forth in earnest. In the case of our patient, it was not doubt, but the effective factor of revenge on her father that made her cool reserve possible, divided the analysis into two distinct stages, and rendered the results of the RST stage so complete and perspicuous. It seemed, further, as though nothing resembling a transference to the doctor had been brought about. That, however, is of course absurd, or, at least, a loose way of expressing it, for some kind of relation to the doctor must come about, and this is mostly transferred from an infantile one. In reality she transferred to me the deep antipathy to men which had dominated her ever since the disappointment she had experienced through her father. Bitterness against men is as a rule easy to gratify with the doctor, it need not evoke any violent emotional manifestations, it simply expresses itself in rendering futile all his endeavors and in clinging to the neurosis. I know from experience how difficult it is to get the patient to understand just this mute kind of symptom and to make her aware of this latent, and often excessively strong, hostility without endangering the treatment. So I broke it as soon as I recognized the girl's attitude to her father, and gave the advice that, if it was thought worthwhile to continue the therapeutic efforts, they should be carried out by a woman doctor. The girl had in the meanwhile promised her father that at any rate she would not communicate with the lady, and I do not know whether my advice, the motive for which is evident, will be followed. Only once in the course of this analysis did anything appear which I could regard as a positive transference, as a greatly weakened revival of the original passionate love for the father. Even this manifestation was not quite free from other motives, but I mention it because it brings up, in another direction, an interesting problem of analytic technique. At a certain period, not long after the treatment had begun, the girl brought a series of dreams which, distorted as is customary, and couched in the usual dream language, could nevertheless be easily translated with certainty. Their content, when interpreted, was, however, striking. They anticipated the cure of the inversion through the treatment, expressed her joy over the prospects in life then open to her, confessed her longing for a man's love and for children, and so might be welcomed as a gratifying preparation for the desired change. The contradiction between them and the girl's utterances in waking life at the same time as them was very great. She did not conceal from me that she meant to marry, but only in order to escape from her father's tyranny and to follow her true inclinations undisturbed. As for the husband, she remarked rather contemptuously, she would easily deal with him, and besides, one could have sexual relations with a man and a woman at one and the same time, as the example of the adored lady showed. Warned through some slight impression or other, I told her one day that I did not believe these dreams, that I regarded them as false or hypocritical, and that she intended to deceive me just as she used to deceive her father. I was right. After this exposition this kind of dream ceased. But I still believe that, besides the intention to mislead me, the dreams partly expressed the wish to win my favor. It was also an attempt to gain my interest and my good opinion, perhaps in order to disappoint me all the more thoroughly later on. I can imagine that to indicate the existence of lying dreams of this kind, destined to please the analyst, will arouse in some readers who call themselves analysts a real storm of helpless indignation. What, they will exclaim, so the unconscious, the real center of our mental life, the part of us that is so much nearer the divine than our poor consciousness, so that too can lie? Then how can we still build on the interpretations of analysis and the accuracy of our endings? To which one must reply that the recognition of these lying dreams, a staggering surprise, signifies nothing. I know, indeed, that the craving of mankind for mysticism is ineradicable, and that it makes ceaseless efforts to win back for mysticism the sphere lost to it through the THIRD-WORLDISM, but in the case under consideration surely everything is simple enough. The dream is not the unconscious itself, it is the form into which a thought from the preconscious, or even from waking conscious life, can, thanks to the favoring conditions of sleep, be recast. During sleep this thought has been reinforced by unconscious wish excitations and thus experienced distortion through the dream work, which is determined by the mechanisms valid for the unconscious. With our dreamer, the intention to mislead me, just as she used to her father, certainly emanated from the preconscious, or perhaps even from consciousness. It could come to expression by entering into connection with the unconscious wish impulse to please the father, or father substitute, and in this way created a lying dream. The two intentions, to betray and to please the father, originated in the same complex, the former resulted from the repression of the latter, and the later one was reduced by the dream work to the earlier one. There can therefore be no question of any devaluation of the unconscious, nor of a shaking of our confidence in the results of our analysis. I will not miss this opportunity of expressing for once my astonishment that human beings can go through such great and momentous phases of their love life without heeding them much, even, indeed, without having the faintest notion of them, or else that, when they do become aware of these phases, they deceive themselves so thoroughly in their judgment of them. This happens not only with neurotics, where we are familiar with the phenomena, but seems also to be common enough elsewhere. In the present case, for example, a girl develops a devotion for women, which her parents at RSTND merely vexatious and hardly take seriously. She herself knows quite well that her feelings are greatly engaged, but still she is only slightly aware of the sensations of intense love until a certain disappointment is followed by an absolutely excessive reaction, which shows everyone concerned that they have to do with a consuming passion of elemental strength. Even the girl herself had never perceived anything of the conditions necessary for the outbreak of such a mental upheaval. In other cases we come across girls or women in a state of severe depression, who on being asked for a possible cause of their condition tell us that they have, it is true, had a little feeling for a certain person, but that it was nothing deep and that they soon got over it when they had to give up hope. And yet it was this renunciation, apparently so easily borne, that became the cause of serious mental disturbance. Again, we have to do with men who have passed through casual love affairs and then realize only from the sequelae that they had been passionately in love with someone whom they had apparently regarded lightly. One is also astonished at the unsuspected results that may follow on an artificial abortion which had been decided upon remorselessly and without scruple. One must agree that poets are right when they are fond of portraying people who love without knowing it, or are uncertain whether they do love, or think that they hate when in reality they love. It would seem that the information our consciousness receives of our love life is especially liable to be incomplete, full of gaps, or falsehood. Needless to say, in this discussion I have not omitted to allow for the part played by subsequent forgetting. 4. I now come back, after this digression, to the consideration of my patient's case. We have made a survey of the forces which led the girl's libido from the normal Oedipus attitude into that of homosexuality, and of the psychical paths thus traversed. Most important in this respect was the impression made by the birth of her little brother, and we might from this be inclined to classify the case as one of late acquired inversion. But at this point we become aware of a relation which also confronts us in many other instances of light thrown by psychoanalysis on a mental process. So long as we trace the development from its null stage backwards, the connection appears continuous, and we feel we have gained an insight which is completely satisfactory or even exhaustive. But if we proceed the reverse way, if we start from the premises inferred from the analysis and try to follow these up to the null result, then we no longer get the impression of an inevitable sequence of events which could not be otherwise determined. We notice at once that there might have been another result, and that we might have been just as able to understand and explain the latter. The synthesis is thus not so satisfactory as the analysis. In other words, from a knowledge of the premises we could not have foretold the nature of the result. It is very easy to account for this disturbing state of affairs even supposing that we thoroughly know the etiological factors that decide a given result, still we know them only qualitatively, not as to their relative strength. Some of them are so weak as to become suppressed by others, and therefore do not affect the null result. But we never know beforehand which of the determining factors will prove the weaker or the stronger. We only say at the end that those which succeeded must have been the stronger. Hence it is always possible in the direction of the analysis to recognize with certainty the causation, the prediction of which, however, in the direction of the synthesis is impossible. We will not, therefore, maintain that every girl who experiences a disappointment of this kind in the love longing that emanates from the Oedipus attitude of puberty necessarily on that account falls a victim to homosexuality. On the contrary, other kinds of reaction to this trauma are probably commoner. Then, however, there must have been present in the girl special factors that turn the scale, factors apart from the trauma, probably of an internal nature. Nor is there any difficulty in pointing them out. It is well known that even in the normal person it takes a certain time before the decision as to the sex of the love object finally achieves the mastery. Homosexual enthusiasms, as well as unduly strong friendships tinged with sensuality, are common enough in both sexes during the RST years after puberty. This was also so with our patient, but in her these tendencies undoubtedly showed themselves stronger and lasted longer than with other girls. In addition, these presages of later homosexuality had always occupied her conscious life, while the attitude arising from the Oedipus complex had remained unconscious and had appeared only in such signs as her tender fondling of the little boy. As a schoolgirl she was for a long time in love with a strict and unapproachable mistress, obviously a mother substitute. For a long time before the birth of her brother and still longer before her arrest rebuff at the hands of her father, she had taken especially keen interest in various young mothers. From very early years, therefore, her libido had owed in two streams, the more superficial one of which may unhesitatingly be designated as homosexual. This latter was probably the direct and unchanged continuation of an infantile mother's action. Possibly the analysis revealed nothing but the process which, given the appropriate occasion, guided also the deeper heterosexual libido stream into the manifest homosexual one. The analysis showed, further, that the girl had soured from childhood from a strongly marked masculine complex. A spirited and pugnacious girl, not at all prepared to be second to her slightly older brother, she had, after inspecting his genital organs, developed a pronounced envy of the penis, and the thoughts derived from this envy still continued to her mind. Really she was a feminist, she felt it to be unjust that girls should not enjoy the same freedom as boys, and rebelled against the lot of woman in general. At the time of the analysis she regarded the ideas of pregnancy and childbirth as disagreeable, partly, I surmise, on account of the bodily disgorgement connected with them. Her girlish narcissism withdrew into this repudiation, and ceased to express itself as pride in her good looks. Various clues indicated that she must formerly have taken great pleasure in exhibitionism and observationism. Whoever is anxious not to curtail the claims of environment in etiology, as opposed to those of heredity, will call attention to the fact that the girl's behavior, as described above, was exactly what would follow from the combined act of the two instances of maternal indifference and the comparing of her genital organs with her brother's, in a person with a strong mother's action. It is also possible here to trace back to the impression of an active external instance in early life, something which one would have been ready to regard as a constitutional peculiarity. Of this acquired disposition, if it has really been acquired, has to be ascribed to the inborn constitution. So we see in practice a continual mingling and blending of what in theory we would separate into a pair of opposites, namely inherited and acquired factors. An earlier, tentative conclusion to the analysis might have led to the view that this was a case of late acquired homosexuality, but the further investigation of the material impels us to conclude that it is rather a case of inborn homosexuality which, as usual, became exed and unmistakably manifest only in the period following puberty. Each of these classifications does justice to only one part of the state of affairs ascertainable by observation, but neglects the other. It would be best not to attach too much value to this way of stating the problem. Publications on homosexuality usually do not distinguish clearly enough between the questions of the choice of object, on the one hand, and of the sexual characteristics and sexual attitude on the other, as though the answer to the former necessarily involved the answers to the latter. Experience, however, proves the contrary. A man with predominantly male characteristics and also masculine in his love life may still be inverted in respect to his object, loving only men instead of women. A man in whose character feminine attributes evidently predominate, who may, indeed, behave in love as a woman, might be expected, from this feminine attitude, to choose a man for his love object, but he may nevertheless be heterosexual, and show no more inversion in respect of his object than an average normal man. The same is true of women. Here also psychical sexual character and object choice do not necessarily coincide. The mystery of homosexuality is therefore by no means so simple as is commonly depicted in popular expositions. A feminine personality, which therefore has to love a man, unhappily attached to a male body, or a masculine personality, irresistibly attracted by women, unfortunately cemented to a female body. It is rather a question of three series of characteristics, namely, Somatic sexual characteristics, psychical sexual characteristics, physical hermaphrodism, masculine, or feminine, attitude, kind of object choice. Which, up to a certain point, vary independently of one another, and are met with in different individuals in manifold permutations. Tendentious publications have obscured our view of this interrelationship through their putting into the foreground, from practical motives, the third feature, the kind of object choice, which is the only one that strikes the layman, and in addition exaggerating the closeness of the association between this and the RST feature. Further, they block the way leading to a deeper insight into all that is uniformly designated as homosexuality by impugning two fundamental facts which have been revealed by psychoanalytic investigation. The RST of these is that homosexual men have experienced especially strong zashin in regard to the mother, the second, that, in addition to their manifest heterosexuality, a very inconsiderable measure of latent or unconscious homosexuality can be detected in all normal people. If we take these endings into account, then the supposition that nature in a freakish mood created a third sex undoubtedly falls to the ground. It is not for psychoanalysis to solve the problem of homosexuality. It must rest content with disclosing the psychical medianisms that resulted in determination of the object choice, and with tracing the paths leading from them to the instinctive basis of the disposition. There its work ends, and it leaves the rest to biological investigation, which has recently brought to light, through Stinich's researches, such very important results concerning the influence exerted by the RST factor mentioned above on the second and third. Psychoanalysis has an common basis with biology, in that it presupposes an original bisexuality of human beings, as of animals. But psychoanalysis cannot elucidate the intrinsic nature of what in conventional or in biological phraseology is termed masculine and feminine. It simply takes over the two concepts and makes them the foundation of its work. When we attempt to reduce them further, we end masculinity vanishing into activity and femininity into passivity, and that does not tell us enough. In what has gone before, I have tried to explain how far we may reasonably expect, or how far experience has already proved, that the elucidations yielded by analysis furnish us with the means for altering inversion. When one compares the extent to which we can enhance it with the remarkable transformations that Stinich has effected in some cases by his operations, it does not make a very imposing impression. Still, it would be premature or a harmful exaggeration were we at this stage to indulge in hopes of a therapy of inversion that could be generally used. The cases of male homosexuality in which Stinich has been successful fooled the condition, which is not always present, of a very patent somatic hermaphrodism. Any analogous treatment of female homosexuality is at present quite obscure. If it were to consist in removing the probably hermaphroditic ovaries, and in implanting other ones of a single sex, there would be little prospect of its being applied in practice. A woman who has felt herself to be a man, and has loved in masculine fashion, will hardly let herself be forced into playing the part of a woman when she must pay for this transformation, which is not in every way advantageous, by renouncing all hope of motherhood.